Vehicle pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll with planet. Flight outside of speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
All right. Y'all know the drill. Good morning, campers. How's it going? Live from South Padre Island, Texas, and Boca Chica. John Galloway with NASASpaceflight here. You know what you need to do. Let me know if you can hear me, and let me know if you can see the video from South Padre Island of Starship in the morning. Look at the sunrise this morning. Help me out here really quick. Is it just it looks like it's in focus to y'all? This is one of the robotic cameras that's up on the top of the hotel. And I've been sort of seeing, I don't know. It may just be that we're trying to pull this up. What do you think, Michael?
I think it is. I think it's just the grain from it being so low late, but
yeah, because it's not. It is fighting to get a little bit more light for the sunrise there. So I think it's just bumping up the grain, like you said, the ISO or whatever it is on this camera. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Who all was here yesterday for the fantastic, most highly anticipated 1.3 second abort that a Raptor engine has ever called? If you were here for us yesterday, we were watching Starship SN8 waiting to do its hop, and we did not get the hop. We had an auto abort on the Raptor engines, 1.3 seconds left, and my heart was about to jump out of my chest. I know it's pretty early. I hope I'm not waking anybody up too much, but it was a pretty exciting day yesterday, and it ended in not heartbreak. We didn't have an anomaly or anything like that. We just had a rocket that didn't go. Oh, and Michael, look, the lighthouse is actually blinking on occasion.
Oh yeah.
I didn't notice that before. Of course, we're going to be here providing live coverage today. With me early in the morning is Michael Baylor. Michael, it's like 4 a.m. for you, isn't it?
Yes, but I think if there's a potential hop attempt, there's no question that you should be up at 4 a.m. if that's what it requires.
Good answer. Good answer. Y'all, I hope we're not too chipper in the morning, but we wanted to share the sunrise with you, and I am going to check in. You know the drill. Yesterday, we showed a couple of our different camera angles that we had, and let's go ahead and check in with Boca Chica Bot, our camera that's inside the danger zone over there at Boca Chica, and see what it sees this morning. Fantastic view from South Padre Island here. This is about 6 miles away, but anybody know how to get a better camera view on here? What do we say to the god of camera views? Enhance. I like it. Is that a little bit outdated? Can I still use those memes? Anyways, chat, give me an enhance. There, look at that. There's already 3, 4, 5. There's quite a few enhances coming through chat. I like it. That is what we do. All right, folks, let's go ahead and click enhance and spin sunrise with Starship SN8. Oh, that's a nice view. That's a nice view out there. So yeah, enhanced, past tense. I like it. This, of course, is. Go ahead, Michael.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say this, of course, is coming from one of the uncrewed robots. This is the automated installation we have over there at Boca Chica, placed in a safe location. It's not strapped to the side of the rocket or anything like that, but it's about 1.5 miles away. And it has these fantastic views of Starship, knock on wood, when it works, because we did have some struggling with signal yesterday, and we're hoping that everything's good to go today. But Michael, what were you saying there?
I was going to provide an update on the status of Starship SN8. So
that sounds like a fantastic plan.
Yeah, yesterday, as Doss mentioned, they aborted at about T-1 second, or just over that, due to one of the 3 Raptors called an abort. So it had an issue starting up, so it called an abort, and then presumably they've been reviewing the data. And as of yesterday, as of yesterday evening, it sounded like there was going to be a potential attempt today. But as of this morning, I think most people are still asleep, So there's no official word from SpaceX. We haven't heard, any word from anyone else. So we're not sure if there's a launch attempt today, but there's a chance there will be. So just in case, we've gone live, and we will provide coverage until we get a yes or no. And if it's a no, then we'll obviously wrap up. And if it's a yes, we'll obviously keep going until the attempt happens. So that's the plan for today.
Yeah, y'all, again, we wanted to share the sunrise with you. We know there are a bunch of people that were super excited. There is no immediate test happening here. It's going to be a couple hours before anything really gets going, but the sunrise out there is so beautiful. So many people interested in what's going on down there. We figured, hey, we got the cameras in place. We might as well share that with you so y'all can see how beautiful it is out there live. We always get those fantastic videos from Mary. By the way, Mary has been evacuated from the village. So they are out of the village, which is a good sign. If Mary was in the village, it would probably mean that they were not doing anything, at least not doing anything early in the morning here. But Mary is out of the village right now. So they have evacuated the residents, which means they are planning on marching towards something. But 100% honest, we're not trying to clickbait anybody or anything like that. It's just an absolutely beautiful sunrise out there in Boca Chica. The Starship silhouette there, that's straight out of a sci-fi book. I mean, you put that on the cover of a sci-fi book, and look at that. Michael, I think the sun might have just come over the horizon. Look at how fast that color is changing.
Wow. It's getting better.
Wow. Just all of a sudden, look at that. I almost want to use the other robot to see if that's actually the sun coming over the horizon.
So the first major sign that we could see is if we get word that the local sheriff is starting to clear the area in terms of boats and people on the beach and whatnot. So if we see that happening, that would be a good sign.
Yeah, God. There we go. We'll bring up the ambient a little bit there. Give us some background shuffle. I can't. Gosh, I almost want like make a little clip of that because the sun, the light just all of a sudden, it's like the sky set on fire. Yeah. Again, y'all, if you're just joining us, this is live from Boca Chica, Texas. That's Starship SN8. Early in the morning, but we wanted to share the sunrise with you here because it is a fantastic morning down there in South Texas. I tell you what.
And I mean, it might also be another bonus this morning. There is a drone ship on the way. It is running late, but it should arrive in the next couple of hours. If we get that happening, we can go side by side and watch the, of course, I Still Love You drone ship arrive at Port Canaveral with the Falcon 9 booster. So we'll do our best to entertain you while we wait for the attempt.
Michael,
sorry, this is Chris just waking up. Is this a painting someone's put on the screen? Because this looks beyond real.
Oh, this is crazy looking, isn't it, Chris?
It really is. My goodness.
Yeah, like we were saying, that's why we wanted to go live. The sunrise this morning. I had the honor of seeing this yesterday. You know, I was checking in with the bots, getting everything online before the stream, and we hadn't announced this camera yet. But I was here looking at the robot, and I was like, oh my gosh, you have to be kidding me. We have to share this with people because this is just, it's a straight up sci-fi scene, isn't it?
Well, it is, especially with Starhopper's eyes. And are those its eyes reflecting off the camera lens, too?
Yes, it is.
Starhopper's like staring you down, like, do not come close.
It's actually got 3 little mouth eyes, too, or like a little mouth going across the bottom. It straight up looks like a cartoon emoji or something.
I love that they anthropomorphized this. Love it.
Oh, wow. But anyways, y'all, greetings here from South Padre Island and Boca Chica, Texas. You can see the sunrise with Starship there. And the NASA Spaceflight team will be bringing you coverage. And quite honestly, we were going to be 100% clear on this. We do know that the village has been evacuated. We do not have a T0 time. But if we get word, if there's an indication that there is no test today, SpaceX going to be, if SpaceX is using today to continue to work on the vehicle, they need to make some changes after that Raptor auto abort yesterday. Wow, it's early in the morning. Then we will let you know as soon as we have some sort of announcement from SpaceX. They cancel a live stream, whatever it is, we'll let you know. I mean, beautiful views again, but we are waiting to see what information we can get about the testing, maybe a potential T0 or the SpaceX stream when that might start. Anything that we can get our hands on. But NASA spaceflight team just hanging out with you this morning, watching the sunrise over there with Starship SN8.
Sorry about that. It was morning get up time and feed time at the house.
The dogs are
all the critters. The dogs are spooling up for the day. Yes. Starbucks stretching her aero surface flaps, getting her raptor bark ready, for the day.
Ready. Oh,
but it's gonna get loud here, so I'm gonna pop off comms for a second, and I'll be back when the feeding process is done.
Understood. Thank you, Chris. Y'all, I'm going to hop over to the long-range camera really quickly. Actually, I'm not going to hop over. Let's side-by-side it. Just seeing the sunrise out there. The entire sky is pink in that shot. And then on our... Look at that. Let me hop back real quick. Michael, the light is already starting to fade there. It went from that extreme orange, and the sun is already, the clouds are sort of turning pink now, like we saw from the long-range camera.
Yep.
Again, y'all, if you're just joining, I know a lot of people kind of starting the stream. I think there was like 7,500 people waiting for the stream to start this morning, which sort of blows my mind, right? That's kind of crazy that there were 7,500 people waiting for this stream to start. We're already up to 12,000 almost here. So, again, look, you can really see a Starhopper's mouth now. A little line of lights, like it's got a little little mouth and two arms. I don't know if those are ears or arms. I'm not sure which way I can see them, but Hey, Skinny Survivor, thank you for saying that. You guys have amazing coverage. We appreciate you. These visuals are amazing. Leatherman, thanks for all you do. Good morning from Scotland, Zaz. How you doing? That's the European force standing by. Nice. I'm reading some chat right now. Chat is slow enough that you can actually read it. It's not like a fire hose spraying in your face. So,
But to be fair, that was fun yesterday. Like,
oh, yeah.
When chat was going so fast that even our automated systems couldn't keep up. It was real fun.
It's a rush, isn't it? I mean, it's a rush. You see that chat going like that, and you're ready for Starhopper to go, and it's just a rush. I gotta drink more coffee is what I gotta do.
Oh man, do you know yesterday, like when we were done yesterday, like I was getting a really bad headache, like I could feel it starting.
Yep.
And everything, and just in first round of medication didn't work. When I took Tylenol, and I just kept thinking, like, man, what is it? Like, what is it? Like, there's no front approaching, there's no nothing that would cause this. Then it dawned on me, I had a cup of coffee yesterday and no water and nothing else to drink.
Oh wow, jeez, hydrate, Chris.
Yeah, I just forgot in the excitement of not wanting to leave the screen.
Yeah. I'll tell you, there's definitely like a, not really, hype's the wrong word, but there's like a stress effect sometimes where you're on a broadcast like this and there's so many people watching, there's exciting things happening, you got countdown. At the end of it, I call it shell-shocked, right? I feel shell-shocked afterwards, and it's not actual shell-shocked, but it's just like, you're just so keyed up, and it takes a while to sort of spool down. Like the word spool, I guess. It does. It really takes a while to spool down from, I'm going to say, a broadcast like that, an event like that. It's just, whether you're out at the Cape, like Falcon Heavy, when I was out at the Cape for Falcon Heavy, you get all keyed up, and the Falcon Heavy goes, and then afterwards, you're just still like, raw! I'm going to jump over a building. Like, it's just, you have so much energy from stuff like that. And it was the same thing with SN8 yesterday. I went downstairs and I told my wife, I'm like, it's going to take me a while to become normal
Well,
again.
So what was great is as everything pushed, my significant other went out to get us dinner, and it was a whole snafu of issues that went on with that, and ended up being gone for quite a bit. And I got done with the stream and turned around like you, Doss. I was like, I want to tell everyone what happened today and how cool that was, even though it didn't go anywhere. And all I had was Bonsai and Starbuck.
You just had to tell your dogs.
Yes.
Oh, again, y'all, NASA spaceflight team here this morning, just sharing sunrise with SN8 with y'all. It was beautiful this morning. We had the robotic cameras deployed. Don't have to roll out Mary or Jack or anything like that to get the view off the robotic camera here. These are those suitcase deployable robotic cameras that we were talking about yesterday. They pack down into a Pelican case, and NASA spaceflight team can ship those around. I know one of these came from me here in Charlotte, North Carolina. The other one came up from the Cape. Chris, you shipped the other camera, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so we pack these things down and we can ship them around and bring you coverage from, well, I would say anywhere there is to bring you coverage from, but it's really anywhere there is signal to get coverage from. Come on, Starlink. Somebody at SpaceX Starlink department, if you're listening, if you enjoy Starship Sunrises with us, I would like to enjoy a Starlink dish attached to these robots, please. Thank you. DM me for my address. Do the robotic cameras have automatic tracking? So, ion bomb. Actually, they do. It's not computer vision, but the robotic cameras are able to be programmed with the track. And we've used it before with Fleet Cam. By the way, Michael, if you see a booster coming in, you might tell me. I'm not seeing it yet.
It's about 2 hours out, I think.
All right, copy. Good deal.
Oh, actually, I have a question for the people who are a question from the people who are or the 13,000 who are already watching. Thank you, my goodness, and thank you from around the world as well. I saw greetings from Bangkok, Thailand earlier scroll across the chat. So thank you everyone for watching from around the world. But we did get this question yesterday, and I don't think we got to ask it. So I want to try to ask it every couple of hours for people who are new and joining the stream. Where are the SpaceX employees during this launch? We've heard a lot about an amphitheater or something like that. Are SpaceX employees within the exclusion zone at launch? And where's the launch controlled from? Texas or California?
Where the launch is controlled from specifically, I think we just have a good guess on. But in terms of the SpaceX employees, we do know that they were evacuating even the production site. So the production site should not have had any employees at it, and there may have been a very small crew there at the local mission control. Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but that Stargate building serves as a local mission control, or is there another building next to that?
Yeah, I think Stargate.
Yeah.
And I think that was the biggest question we got. One of the big questions we got yesterday was, are they using Stargate, the Stargate building? Have to be careful how I say that as a sci-fi fan. Are they using the Stargate building, not the Stargate, as the control center?
They're using the Stargate as, yes. Why do we use Starship?
That would make Starship irrelevant, yeah.
Well, Chris, I tell you that I think that Starship would be a more formidable craft than Shuttle.
Yes.
You remember that episode? Where
I do, yes.
Braytak is like, you have ships, and they're like, well, we've got a shuttle, and he's like, surely this shuttle is a formidable vehicle or whatever.
Yes. What I love about this for everyone who's watching is Doss and I had a conversation, what was it, like a week ago, where we were doing something and all of a sudden you were like, oh yeah, give me a second, I'm watching Stargate with the family, and my response was, oh, what season, what episode, which series? Like...
Oh, what a bunch of nerds.
Yes.
I'll take it. Love the SG-1 flashback. There you go. It's just such a good show. It's such a good show.
I'm grabbing some questions out of the chat here too as it's going.
Yeah. Just finished watching SG1 on Netflix. Nice, Eric. I'm just pulling some out of the flow here. Again, y'all, if you're just joining us while Chris pulls some questions, we are live. These are our robotic cameras from South Padre Island, and this one here is from Boca Chica. This camera's about 1.5, 1.6 miles away from Starship, and we do not have an exact T0 for the test today. We know that the residents have been evacuated from the village. We know that SpaceX does still have things like TFRs and road closures in place, but it was such a beautiful sunrise this morning. We wanted to share it with you, and we are standing by for information, looking for all those little bits of public info, public data points that we can use to try and define or determine what's going on with Starship here this morning. But there is a potential for a hop. If you were here yesterday, we had an auto abort by the Raptors, everything ticking along until 1.3 seconds before liftoff. I think the Raptors had an auto abort there, was what SpaceX said on their stream, and I don't know that we got any more information on that. Of course, this experimental program, SpaceX doesn't always give us information. The fact that they spooled up a stream for us was really cool. But, you know, while SpaceX doesn't have their stream spooled up, NASASpaceflight, we'll go ahead and turn ours on, I guess, if anybody wants to hang out with us.
I just checked real quick on the SpaceX YouTube feed. There's nothing up there just yet indicating anything. Last they had said was to pay attention to either YouTube or their social media channels to see what would happen. And we obviously do see cars heading to the pad, which is a good sign. But the biggest sign of why we think they're going to at least do something today, and most likely this will be an attempt at the flight, is they evacuated the village. And you wouldn't evacuate the village if you weren't planning to leave the pad, because the village hasn't had to be evacuated for wet dress rehearsals or anything like that before. So if they weren't actually planning to leave the launch pad today, they would not have told the remaining residents in Boca Chica to get out. So that's a very good sign that they are going to attempt today. Again, the question is just when, which was the big question yesterday. But again, this is such a big event, and you know, people love to just watch the process unfold, right? There's really something to be said for just watching a new rocket and watching a company go through the process for the first time. And we also understand that based on the time zones, everyone around the world might not be able to be up and watching it when it actually lifts off. For some people, this is dinner time. For some people, it's breakfast time and lunchtime. And we just wanted to be on so that whenever you cycled throughout the day, you could check in to see what was going on and ask a question if you wanted to. So that's that's one of the reasons we wanted to do. But I think that's a semi-truck going to the launch pad, is it not, Das?
It looks like it. It's got something on the bed of it there. It is a delivery of some sort, it looks like. I can't quite make out what that is. It's a flatbed truck delivering something, it looks like. So, I mean, they're always busy out there, aren't they?
That they are. But yeah, that's just what we wanted to do, like we did yesterday, just a place to come and hang out if you want to watch what's going on, or a quick place to just, you know, nip over. And I know yesterday we had a lot of people that were saying in chat too that they couldn't watch what was going on, right, because they're at work, but they could bring up the YouTube feed and just listen to what we were saying, right, even though they couldn't have the visual up on their screen. So we also wanted to provide that for people again today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's hop over to the check in with the long range camera here. Look at that.
Ooh, very nice.
Let me get a little. I like the palm trees in the water. Let me get a little bit more palm trees and water in there, just to give that South Padre Island feel. This camera here is about 6 miles away. This is mounted up on one of the hotels at South Padre Island. Of course, you know, there's a lot of views from there, and that's what Starship looks like out in the distance from South Padre Island. But this is up about the 8th, 9th floor of a hotel. and it's a south-facing room. So behind Starship is Mexico. So if you go to South Padre Island and you get one of these hotels that has a south-facing room, south-facing, I think at this point they may have figured it out. If you showed up and you asked specifically for a room that faces a specific direction, you're not going to trick them anymore. But this can be the view from South Padre Island at a hotel if you have a south-facing view. They're like, "Oh, would you like a beach view?" And you're like, "Beach view? Why do I care? I don't care about the beach view. Just give me a room."
Not rocket view.
Yeah, the rocket view, exactly. Chris, I'll say it. All right, we're not dumb. You know the hotels are going to start charging premiums for the south-facing rooms down there.
Oh, I couldn't believe they didn't for this one.
I guarantee you, like traveling down to Titusville for the launches down at the Cape. Oh my gosh, the hotels down there know when a launch is coming. It's not their first rodeo. They've been doing this for a while. In the hotel room, that's like $80 a night. It's like Falcon Heavy's launching $350 a night.
And so, I'd be interested to hear from the city agencies for South Padre Island and Brownsville as well in the area, just to see what their estimate was from the hotels, right, of people who came in and from the various agencies of people who maybe drove in. Because we were talking about this yesterday, right, that one of my biggest personal concerns, right, with this was that the cities may not have talked to Lompoc in California, where Vandenberg is, with the nearest city to Wallops, and especially with Cape Canaveral and Titusville here in Florida, to really understand what's the cell phone network demand,
right.
What's the data demand when these things happen, which is stuff that we have all had to deal with here.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I know the Kennedy Space Center, Titusville, and Cape Canaveral invested a lot to beef up the cellular networks in the area, because we would get to the end of the shuttle, when we were getting to the end of the shuttle program, the internet would be completely unusable in the hour preceding liftoff, and no one could do anything. But since they've beefed up the cellular networks here in California and in Virginia as well, we don't have those broadcast issues. We don't have that cellular connectivity issue. So I know that was a big thing that we were worried about, or wondering about, I should say, yesterday. But it seemed to hold up fairly well, didn't it, Das? Like, based on where we were from all the different views we had, it ended up working.
I don't know, Chris.
No, I mean, because I know we talked about bitrate, but like, I don't remember at the time any camera not being on. Maybe I'm talking about something I shouldn't be, but it didn't seem like we had a huge issue.
Chris, that's because I was spinning plates in the background like a crazy person and not saying too much about it, because I was just full on work and fix things mode. Look, is that going to blink 3 times? Okay, no, sometimes we get 3 blinks. So yesterday we saw a massive degradation of the cellular networks down there at South Padre Island. I know, because I had an entire monitor dedicated to watching all the signal strength, right? But something happened, and I have been racking my brain. I don't know if anybody works in this and could shoot me a DM with some inside information, but about 30 to 40 minutes before launch, everything was almost dead. We couldn't even get Jack on audio comms. I was having trouble sending text messages to Mary, right? The cellular network was straight up tanked. And Twitter DMs, not text messages, because SMS is a completely different technology. But the data networks were completely tanking down there. And we had a good feed from Mary because of the LiveView Solo. So she was running 4 modems, and each modem was able to eke enough data out of the network that we were able to get a good signal from Mary. And then Jack over at South Padre Island, same time, we were combining multiple 4G modems together to get a workable signal, and it was still right on the threshold of what I would call nominal, right? There's full numbers, there's like, oh, we can deal with this, this signal's going to look okay, people aren't going to complain as long as it's not moving a lot. And then there's like tanked out bit rate, it looks like we're playing Legos or Minecraft or something because there's so many pixels. But it tanked yesterday. And then 30, 40 minutes before launch, with all the data that I have, with all the screens that I had up, talking to modems, monitoring the network, it just started working again. It's almost like somebody down there flipped a big switch that's like bandwidth ka-chunk, and it went from I couldn't even get the web page management interface for one of my modems to load up, and all of a sudden, boom, full bitrate again across all the modems, and it was both networks. It was primarily using Verizon and AT&T down there, and it was literally like a switch got flipped, and somebody just route more bandwidth to South Padre Island, and
Well,
everything came
is
back
it,
online. I don't know.
So here's a question, because I admittedly don't know how this works. It's magic to me. I mean, is it possible that they were prepared for that, but they were just waiting to activate it until it was needed? Like
Maybe
the extra
so.
capability? Like,
Yeah, I just don't know the answer to it. I wish I had some insight to what the telcos, like, was this just, I can't say it's one modem, right? Because it wasn't modem. We're running like 14 modems down there. And all of a sudden, just everything started working again. It kills me, because it's my job to understand, and okay, let's make sure we understand how we can make that happen again. And I can't tell you what I would do to make that happen again. Just, it may very well be, Chris, that they have increased the infrastructure down there and something kicked in, or I don't know. I don't know. Look, Amos Jeffrey says, as a network operator, yes, that is exactly what can happen. I mean, often cell towers can overlap if they boost the power, allowing more bandwidth to more devices. You suddenly have more base stations to connect to. I mean, I'm just reading, if anybody works in this industry, it's not anything that I've worked in. It's probably network operators for the backhaul, saw the issue, provided additional bandwidth. I mean, I'm just reading some things out of chat here. I would love to work at how that works. In RS, don't worry. Fixed point-to-point is definitely something. That's actually what we use at Cape Canaveral. We've got a fixed point-to-point link down there for Fleet Cam at Cape Canaveral, and I worked with those a very long time ago, like 20 years ago. I worked with fixed point-to-point stuff, and it wasn't fantastic. It wasn't great back then, but apparently some changes have been made to the technology in the last 20 years, and it's working really well with the Fleet Cam down there. And y'all, I see, hey, I really, like I say, chat sometimes is our remote production team helping us out with ideas and stuff. The different types of technologies for that, I've definitely looked into to see what we could do. But
yeah.
Anyways.
Did you? And sorry, I kind of looked away or stepped away for a second to take my headphones off. Did you get the comment from Philip Whitehouse about the active network monitoring and everything that they do? Here, let me throw from a minute ago in the chat queue.
I know his name is Green. Yeah, here we go. I found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, active network monitoring of bandwidth utilization with cloud servers. They can spin stuff up on demand. So I'm sure.
Also, good morning, Philip. Philip is one of our writers.
Yeah.
Good morning, Philip. Yes.
I'm sure. I'm positive they have technology like that. I don't want to say, yeah, that's what they did, because I don't know firsthand that that's what happened yesterday. I can just tell you, I had an entire monitor dedicated to management interfaces, just monitoring all the different modems in the field. By the way, Chris, I know the modems that we have in the robot brains are more expensive. I mean, I know that they're more expensive than the normal modems we use, but those modems saved us yesterday. The fact that I could log in.
Because this is what we had been talking about, right?
Yep.
About what our backups are and where. So, I mean, for full disclosure for everyone who's watching, all of these super chats, all of those, the ad that you have to watch beforehand. I know we're all annoyed by ads.
I know.
Me too. But the super chats, the ad revenue, and even just watching the stream, right? Because watching the stream and watching that advertisement helps us. This is what we do. We turn all of that around and put it back into views and equipment, and we're still working on a few things that we can't really talk about just yet. But we do have some awesome plans in the works that we are actively working on and close to fruition on a few of those because of this helps. So what Doss was just saying about spending the extra money on a more expensive camera that had an internal brain and an internal modem, well, that saved us yesterday. The ability to use, because we use a lot of the modems we use are consumer grade, right? I mean, you just walk into a
carrier store and just pick up a little hotspot or whatever. And they work well when you have a lot of them together, but you can't really remote manage them. I can't log in and see the health of all the modems on Mary's uplink. I have to ask her. I'm like, is this on? Is this turned on? What's this blinking? Does this have a message on it? And it makes her have to deal with all that, which is one of the sort of annoyances of the broadcast unit. It's like, oh, great, it can use 4 modems. Oh, no, you have to deal with 4 modems. Like, they get annoying sometimes, as you know, Chris. But these new expensive, I say expensive modems, they're actually meant for this. They're meant for remote management, remote deployment, that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be secret about it. They're cradle point devices, right? And they're designed to be installed in vehicles like police vehicles, emergency vehicles, things where you have like a kiosk somewhere that's disconnected from the internet and it needs to dial in, or a point of sale system that's out in the field. The devices we're using are meant for this sort of remote management. And it really was ridiculously useful yesterday to be able to monitor the health of everything remotely. From here, I want to clarify something really quickly, y'all. I try to be accurate. I try to be specific. Or what's the difference? Accurate versus precise. I try to be precise here. I want to be more precise. I said that you could have this view from South Padre, and then I showed you a view off a long-range camera that was zoomed in. This happens all the time with launch photography. It's like, look at the great view from Playa Linda, and you go to Playa Linda, and you're like, it's a lot further away. You used the telephoto lens, didn't you? So, real quick, side by side, there is the robot. That's the long-range camera mounted out at South Padre Island, and I want it to be 100% clear. That's the view from the hotel in South Padre Island. And then when you get the long-range camera in play, you can go ahead and do this. Survey says, show me. Oh, the program was a little off this morning. I'll clean that up. What exactly centered there?
We're also getting a few questions or a few comments if we could see the production site this morning as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Looks like, oh, well, it's tripod deployable, and every morning when we deploy it, we have to dial in the programming presets again. So
yes, this is the one that's on Tyler's balcony that comes in every night, right?
Yes. Yes. So production site, let's see here. Let's see. I'm going to see how close the preset is. Actually, you know something? Let's just zoom out and do it.
And as you dial it down for the 18,000 of you watching, and for those of you who have joined us, we wanted to come live, do a Q&A, and we're grabbing some questions here out of the queue, and we'll get to the super chats as well. There are a lot of them already. Thank you all so much. But yes, we are here. We do not. There is no indication right now. Well, let me be clear. The hop is not imminent. We wanted to come live for sunrise and question and answer sessions and do what we did yesterday as well. What we do know, there are some good signs that things are proceeding in the correct direction today. The village, Boca Chica village, was evacuated this morning for the remaining residents. They would not have done that if they did not intend to leave the launch pad today. So everything on their preparation timeline indicating that we are, like yesterday, on track for a flight at some point today. Exactly when that will be, we'll wait for word either from SpaceX, or we'll wait for more activity at the launch pad. But we do know there are vehicles at the pad and that there are workers at the pad, and they're doing stuff right now in preparation for a flight a little later today. But in the meantime, if you do have questions, go ahead and tag us at NASASpaceflight. That helps us see it in a queue here, and then we'll start running through the questions. I think as you get a nice view of both Starship from a remote camera there at the village on the left-hand side of your screen, and then on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the production facility where all of the Starships are built and born. That is like a mile or so up the road from the launch pad?
The production site's about 2 miles up the road.
2 miles.
Yeah.
There we go.
Miles, or what would that be? 3-point-something kilometers?
Oh yeah, 2 miles would be rough estimate 3.5 kilometers or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. 3.2. And honestly, I'm gonna get the exact distance real quick, because I always say, oh, it's about this much, but let me just look.
3.21 kilometers is 2 miles.
There you go. Let me see. I've always just said it's about 2 miles because we're before that. It may be a little bit longer. Let's see what I can do. Launch Control Center.
This
There's
is a
the
good
village.
actually, and this is a really good question. While you're dialing all that in, DOS, I've got a good
Yeah,
question I want to start us off with. Yeah, so Servas, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but this is a really good question. So when we say that a rocket is recycled, what's recycled? Tanks, engines, or things like that. So yeah, so when we talk in spaceflight about a recycle of a vehicle, we're not necessarily talking about it in terms of what recycle means to most people, right? Like where you throw out glass or trash or aluminum or things like that, or you reuse bits and pieces of a component, right? Or of a whole thing. When we talk about a recycle, what we're really talking about is taking the vehicle from its flight configuration, which it was in yesterday at the 1.3 second mark when the Raptors aborted, and safing that vehicle, so making sure nothing bad is going to happen to it, right? And then draining that propellant out of the tanks, draining the oxidizer out of the tanks, inerting the vehicle, and basically making it safe and getting it into a configuration where it can be reused again. So basically, you proceeded through everything, and now you just have to loop yourself back to the beginning of the sequence. But that's what we mean by, in spaceflight, when we say a rocket is recycled, that's what we mean. I personally have never, I haven't even heard Rocket Lab use this phrase when talking about reusing some but not all of the components of a rocket, like taking off engines or taking off flaps or things like that. I've never heard anyone personally call that a recycle in the rocket world. So very good question, because of a word that has a very different meaning to spaceflight than it does in everyday life. Really good question there.
I gotta come up with a different analogy, but think of a mousetrap, right? You have a mousetrap and you set it back and you put the little thing over it and it's ready to go. It's ready to launch the mousetrap, right? And then, it goes off, but you didn't get the mouse. So recycling the mousetrap, because that would be inhumane anyways, right? So recycling the mousetrap would be, it goes off and you take it, you bend the little thing back again, you put the little catch over it, and then you've recycled the mousetrap. It's ready to go again. It's ready to launch. I got to come up with a better analogy because my strap are sort of like bleh. But somebody help me come up with a better analogy there. That's just the first one I came up with this morning for recycling.
It's like having to reset your Rube Goldberg device.
Rube Goldberg device, nice. Hey, Chris, you know the other thing I was going to point out?
Yes.
We see both starships right now. SN8 is at the test site, and you can see the sunlight glinting off of SN9 inside of the high bay. So
yes, you can. You can see SN9 going, launch, come on, I want to be out there.
It's literally, I don't know if it's on deck. That's sort of SN9 still in the dugout. It hasn't come into the on deck yet. But
many metaphors can we use here? Recycle, dugout, on deck.
Yeah, we're working on it, clearly.
What we need is a good cricket analogy. I say that knowing that our boss from the UK will be on shortly. No.
I'm already on. I've been waiting for you to
Oh, you're already on!
I've been sat in a cupboard hole for like 15 minutes thinking, when will they stop talking about routers and modems?
You could just come on and say something.
No, I just feel terribly rude by just going, hello, doing a Scott Manley, hello.
No, y'all, hey, the new voice that, Chris, we were just hanging out and I didn't even see that you were checking into the control center there. The new voice you hear on the stream is Chris Bergen, the managing editor. I say founder. I mean, you can tell me not to. But
you can, but founder sounds like something out of like Social Network where we have a legal argument over who's on the masthead.
Oh, we went to very different places there. I went to Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and you're one of the founders. Like,
oh God, there's always that, yeah. Trying to say something about our looks.
Yeah.
Actually, I heard a Stargate reference earlier.
There you go.
And Sci-Fi in the UK have been replaying Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and Stargate Universe in a row. Geez. I'm like, oh, this is brilliant.
That's fantastic.
But it's still a good show.
Absolutely.
Stargate Universe, that was a good show.
That was unfortunate, yeah. It was terrible in the first season, and the second season was fantastic, and then they cancelled it by then, hadn't they? So I wish they'd kept it going just for another series, so we knew what happened to, was it Eli?
Yeah, that was
We're going well
that
off
was
topic
Robert
now, guys.
Carlyle's character, right?
It was the kid, the geeky kid who got on with Robert Carlyle. He was left on the ship on his own, wasn't he, at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like Stargate. It's pretty good. But that view this morning, I tweeted out a little clip of it where I said it because there's two really impressive elements about that. Is it looks like it's on Mars already.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the second thing is Hopper's awake already and giving a pep talk to SN8. Because Hopper's got a life of her own now. Her lights are off, unfortunately, but on the screenshot which we took this morning during the first few minutes of the live stream, it did look like Hopper is awake and just basically talking to SN8 saying, right, okay, today's a big day. No auto boats, please. Let your Raptors behave.
Like, been there, done that. Second time's the charm. Just don't blow a COPV, right?
Yeah, yeah. Enjoy your flight. Don't land back here unless you're coming in one piece and vertical. The tank farm's my friends.
Oh, finally they turned off the light.
It does
on
look
Hopper.
like.
Look.
It does look like I'm looking at the sunrise photo with Hopper with its lights on, since the lights aren't on right now, and it really does look like Star Hopper's just like protecting its nest.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. Some people get really upset about it being giving them personalities and what have you, but I think that's part of it. And I go back to the engineers during. Oh God, I'm going to do it already. Bingo cards, everybody. During shuttle.
It's like
there was always that
7:20 a.m. and you're already making shuttle.
Yeah,
references.
well, there's a bingo card on our Discord where they're going to fill it in, so I've got to mention shuttle at some point, so I might as well mention it now. But it's it does go back to the engineers genuinely cared about the vehicles. They really did, and I think I've always insisted that's a good thing, because that just commits them even further to making sure the vehicles are doing the best they can. It's not like, you're throwing a wrench at your car and saying, work, It means more when you care about the vehicles. So I've never had a problem with people giving personality to vehicles.
Here's a
kill
question
that conversation off.
Chris, I was letting you...
Sorry, I'm making sure I don't miss some of the questions that.
All right, fair enough.
Our queue here. Yeah.
I bored you already.
I was just letting you go, Chris. I've been talking since we started the stream an hour ago.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just thinking about the time.
time.
This is our lunchtime over here. I'm in a cupboard hole in Leeds.
No kidding.
Yeah. Sophistication. I've been to Leeds.
Well, from Leeds to Manchester, there's a question here for you, Chris,
oh, very good.
Short round. Is there more than one landing pad, or is there just one? Greetings from Manchester, England.
There is just one, isn't there? It's an interesting setup at the launch site. They've got two launch mounts where Starship is right now, and they've been alternating between them. They've also got the orbital launch mount, which is where Super Heavy will go. The prototype Super Heavy will go first of all, and that is just to the side of it. But in between the two is the landing pad. So that landing pad obviously will be used for all vehicles at this point. I always wonder if they need more than one, because the reason why they've got LZ1, LZ2 at Cape Canaveral is for Falcon Heavy, which is two beasts coming down at the same time, so they obviously needed two pads. But for this vehicle, I don't think they're going to be landing two at the same time. So, knowing Elon, he might be thinking, well, our launch cadence is going to be that good, we'll need two landing pads. But I think that's what their setup is basically designed to be. The two launch mounts for the Starship, and then we've got the one for the Super Heavy, which is the orbital launch mount, and that will obviously have a Starship on top eventually, and then the one landing pad. Good question, that.
And here's another good one from Dawn of Clarity. Did they remove the self-destruct charges last night? Do we know? Because I kind of with them. I don't necessarily see them, but I'm not sure if that's a lighting angle thing on Starship.
That's you know what, I don't know. I always say if you don't know an answer to a question, I always say don't know rather than making a fool of yourself.
Yeah.
But would they need to? That's the question. Would they need to
remove them?
Yeah, overnight, just in case, for any accidental initiation of the FTS. But
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think so, but then again, I wouldn't think that they would retract the upper fins and leave the lower fins extended.
Yeah.
So no idea. Yeah.
It's a very good question. It's a good question again. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, and I agree with the spirit of the question. I can't see. I mean, the angle on your left is the one where you would be able to see them, and I can't see them. But I don't know if that's just a lighting thing or anything else. So yeah, that's something we'll watch for when the cherry pickers go back up today. Yeah.
Let's zoom back in real quick. I'm looking right where they are, and I can't tell from here because it's in shadow, right?
Yeah, as soon as the light hits it, we'll probably get a good idea.
Yeah.
Because it's looked at those two little boxes which saw them working on yesterday before.
The two
when
little
the
white
cherry picker was
boxes
up.
about midships there.
Yep.
For what it's worth, a lot of people in chat actually are saying that other views that are available of starships show the destruction charges still on.
There we go. Then.
So
yeah, it's just
that
lighting.
might be an answer. Yeah. Here's a good question. This question didn't come up yesterday, but I'm really glad it got asked. Cole is asking, do you think they learned more from a perfect landing or a RUD? So a RUD is a rapid unscheduled disassembly, and the rocket world term for it went boom, basically. I honestly would think they'd learn more from a RUD. I think if this thing manages to stick the landing, I think a lot of the questions are going to be, did we get lucky, or are we that good? No, I think they'd learn more from a RUD than a perfect landing on this one. And I don't know, having it stick the landing would be awesome, but I would kind of think that they're really actually hoping for something to not go right so they can learn and improve the vehicle design today.
No, I totally agree. Well, remember with the Falcon 9 landings, the training wheel landings they had, it began with water landings. That was the whole intention, to get some data from the water landings where it wasn't an immediate loss of the booster. That was the whole point of it. Then they brought the drone ships into the equation, and the drone ship landings, which had some failures. They did that fun video of failures. No other I've never seen a company put out an official video with a Monty Python soundtrack, was it? Well, they basically just showed the boosters, crashing into the drone ship and failing, because they could do that, because they basically said to everyone watching, this is how we learn. We learned how from the failures, and the last landing on the video is one which successfully makes it down, and that was the whole reason why they allowed for these failures, is so they could learn the technique, the flight profile, how to use the engine to do the landing burn, the grid fins that are added, because remember, it wasn't originally grid fins at all. They did a lot of modifications to get it right, and the results of all that testing and all those failures is nearly every single time getting a booster back. And now they've got 0.7 on a booster, which is, incredible, really, because I think their life design is 10 flights, so they're already up to 7. And that's within literally a few years. So, yeah, I think a RUD isn't terrible. It looks bad. It doesn't create the best headlines in the mainstream media. But from a technical standpoint, it really helps them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Because I think one of the things that I know personally I've been fascinated by, and I gather so have they, is that the Starship silos without fins and without the nose cone, that hop that did the 150-meter hops, they were both successful, and I think that floored everyone, including a lot of people at SpaceX, that it worked as well as it did. Because you kind of saw that first one happened, and everyone was like, "Whoa, what does that mean? Will they fly it again?" And they're like, let's do the next one and see how that goes. And then the next one went well too, and it's like, okay, maybe we did have this down. So yeah, it's all very all very interesting. Also, I did get confirmation from our back channel that yes, the flight termination system is still installed, but here's how they safed it overnight. They put the safety pins back in them to prevent accidental ignition of the flight termination system, so we can expect the cranes and everything to go back up and remove those pins as we proceed into the day, and everything like that.
See there the picture of the flight termination system that Jack was able to take, those white boxes in the middle, sort of down at the bottom. You can see one kind of facing us, and then one you see just the side of it past the raceway there, but those are the 2 destructive charges that they installed on the side of SN8 just in case something goes wrong. Those 2 things literally just split it in half. And like you're saying, there's pins that they put into them that sort of disable them, and then when they remove the pins, that activates them. So we would expect to see the lift go up and have the crews work around those charges. But right there, everybody see them? The 2, whoa. Perfect timing. The two white boxes there at the bottom of the screen. Thanks, Michael. Sorry, I didn't telegraph that very well. The white box there in the middle and the bottom of the shot there. That's a fantastic close-up shot from Jack Beyer, who I believe is rolling out this morning to spool up another camera.
That is awesome. That is awesome. And thank you all for joining us. I'm going to run through a couple of super chats here and then head back over to some of the questions. Awesome questions are coming in this morning. The biggest one we are getting is right now is what caused the abort yesterday? So SpaceX has not said, and Elon has not specifically tweeted, although what we do know is that it was an auto abort from the Raptors themselves. So it was not a manual trigger in the system. It was an automated software triggered abort when the Raptors began their ignition sequence. What we can gather and glean, though, is that it clearly was nothing super serious or that they were concerned about, or they would not have evacuated Boca Chica village this morning, because they would not evacuate the village if they were not preparing to leave the launch pad today. And we know this because all the wet dress rehearsals and static fires and everything that they've done so far have not resulted in the evacuation of the village during standard testing operations. The evac of the village has to do with how high the vehicle is going, and that the vehicle would be in the danger zone if something went wrong for debris coming back down to Earth. So we know that they evacuated the village this morning, and that's a very, very good sign that they are proceeding into an attempt today. Again, for those of you who have just joined us, the attempt is not imminent by any means. It's 7:30 a.m. local time at the launch site there right now. We are anticipating a flight later today, but like we did yesterday, wanted to come live so that all of you around the world, no matter where you were, could participate in the stream, and we could do some Q&As. So to that end, let's take a couple of things here. Where's some other?
While you're doing that, I'm just going to quickly click on a lot of the super chats to make sure they go on screen. So again, this is one of those streams where we get so many people on. Normally we read every single one out because we only get like 5 or 6 to the stream, but we get so many. It's always appreciated. You will all get put on screen, and again, thanks again for your support.
Very much so. Very, very much so. Yesterday was just truly amazing with all of the support and love from everyone, and we massively and greatly appreciate it.
Massively greatly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's true, though. It's true.
Oh, you're breaking my ability to speak English, which is good. Here's a good question from the queue. What are our views on that 5-second and 13-second hold that we saw yesterday in the countdown? Yeah, so this is a reference to yesterday in the SpaceX countdown, and you heard me call it out too yesterday, that there were sequences in the count, because remember, this is a test campaign. So the final countdown is not as smooth as it would be for like a Falcon 9 mission, right? Like we've seen recently. So there are hold points in that countdown where you can hold the count for like a fraction of a second, just so everything ticks over and make sure that, yep, we're still good, and proceed. And you can design automated counts that way. So we did see little hiccups here and there where it would like briefly hold for 13 seconds for like less than a second and then continue on the screen before the final abort triggered at 1.3 seconds. So yes, there are more places in this countdown for the test campaign where holds can occur. And that's not an issue. That's not indicative that the vehicle was having a problem and they pressed on. Regardless, it's just an extra safety step that they have in the process for these kinds of tests. They try to do it as close to accurate as possible. But I would also venture, Chris, that the SLS program, which is also undergoing test campaigns this week with the dress rehearsal at Stennis for the core stage also has similar things there, right? They try to do the countdown as close to what it will actually be as possible, but they account for the need that this is the first time we're doing something. This is a test we might have to hold at places we're not planning to hold in real life to address things, which actually we saw on Monday with the SLS core.
Yeah, and the thing I reminded on the countdown we saw, this was only the second time SpaceX has live webcast a test from Boca Chica. The first one was the aborted Starhopper test. They didn't actually live broadcast the one the way Starhopper flew. And I remember the countdown during the aborted Starhopper test that was live streamed had several, convoluted holds where you wouldn't expect to hold. It wasn't anything like an Atlas V, hold where they hold at T-4 minutes and it's a built-in hold and then they go from there. It's obviously their test program situation. With SLS, I'm very interested to see how their countdown looks. They actually made the countdown proprietary, would you believe? I know Philip,
I know,
writer for SLS, Philip Sloss, he's been pulling his hair out over it because so much of SLS has been made Boeing proprietary. And you just can't get anything. It's as if they're scared the Chinese are going to, find $20 billion and build their own SLS. It's not going to happen. But that's how they're set up. And you can't even get... During shuttle, you could get any documentation you wanted. You could have a dream of. And that included the S0007 countdown, which was the 3-day countdown for shuttle. And that was literally about 10 pages of a PDF with all these holds, the countdown points, the procedures. With SLS, we're quite in the blind, but luckily Philip has asked enough questions of the people with SLS to get a good idea of what the countdown procedure is for SLS.
Which is bizarre to me because it's a shuttle-derived vehicle, so certain things are going to be identical, right? Like, just off the top of my head, I know it's slightly different, but so terminal count is probably going to be somewhere around 9-10 minutes for it to start. You're probably going to have the auxiliary power units start around T-5 minutes. Your engines are going to have a staggered start sequence starting around 6.6-ish seconds, maybe a little earlier since there are 4 instead of 3. But you can just get it, like the LOX tank, when these things are going to happen because we've had 30 years of a shuttle-derived vehicle doing all this stuff. So why it's proprietary is beyond me. I'm with you on that one.
It's baffling, but the thing we can expect with SLS is a lot of commonality with shuttle. You mentioned the T-9, the terminal hold point. It's that kind of procedure. So we should get some synergy from the shuttle days with SLS's countdown, but we probably won't get to hear it for the first time until the demonstration test when SLS is out on 39B, which is going to be next year, hoping well.
Whew. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
seriously. And say what you want about SLS, I cannot wait to see that rocket fully stacked and rolling out to the launch pad after years and years of renders. I can't wait to see what that looks like sitting on the launch pad.
Yeah, I think it's also going to have its detractors because it's not reusable, but I do believe there'll be a lot of hearts and mind won when we see the green run for a start, because that'll be 4 RS-25s firing up at the same time. That'll be an impressive test. That will go down quite well. But I do think when rollout comes from the VAB, we've seen the mobile launcher roll out on its own without the vehicle, and that is impressive as it is. That is a huge, huge structure. So when that rolls out with SLS on board, I think that will visually bring a lot of people into the interest levels. But it will always have its detractors. We know that.
Yeah, it's funny when the SLS mobile launcher has done its trips to the pad. It's so funny looking at it side on when it's on the crawler, because you just instinctively want to lean the other way, going no, don't tip over, because of how it's offset on the crawler, right? When you don't have a rocket on there, it looks really imbalanced, even though even though it is totally balanced and there's no issue. But it's just really funny, a steel structure that big and tall being moved, you do just have like an instinct to like, oh, come on, I can lean the other opposite direction, we'll be up here.
Tell you what, speaking of rollouts, I'm looking forward to SN9 rolling out, because with SN8, the vehicle rolled out like SN5 and SN6 without the nose cone, and the installed nose cone at the launch site. With SN9, it's had its nose cone already installed and the aero surfaces inside the high bay, and they've been testing that new transporter system with literally 2 on either side with the launch mount in the middle. That's going to be rolling out down Highway 4 with a full stack Starship SN9. That's going to be so impressive. So we've seen the other vehicles roll out, and they're big enough as it is when they come around the corner of the tank farm down Highway 4. But SN9 will be one full stack. It'll be the first time we've seen that. And then after that, we're going to have to see the Super Heavy prototype roll out, which will be even more impressive. So we've got some very impressive rollouts of their own at Boca Chica to come.
I got SN9 on the screen for you real quick, Chris. We were saying earlier, you can see both SN8 at the test site and SN9. When the sun is right and it's still rising, you get that glint off the side of SN9 inside the high bay. That's cool.
Which is awesome, and I want to get to the super chats. There's a question that, man, it's so perfect for what we were just talking about, though, Chris. Joseph is asking, just outright assume SN8 lands. He doesn't say, they don't say how it lands, but assume it lands. What can we expect from SN9 onwards? So I'm assuming the spirit of the question is if SN8 actually performs a successful landing, what do we expect from SN9 at this point?
Yeah, well, there's two ways we can look at that. We remember the plan with SN5 and SN6. Elon said he wanted to hop them multiple times, which worked on the basis of a tag team situation. That's why we call them the hop twins, because they were literally going to do several 150-meter hops. The thing is, SN5 hopped really well, and SN6 improved on that. There's a video we've got, Jack did it, edited together. He edited the Star Hopper hop, the SN5 hop, and the SN6 hop, all side by side, and you can literally see the progress they've made with just those transitions. So if SN6, sorry, if SN, so many SNs, if SN8 lands successfully, SN9 might not need to repeat the task. It could probably go higher. Maybe they'll go for that 20 kilometers after all, and then basically that evolves the test program further for SN10, SN11. It's a very interesting question. I'd love Elon to answer it, because he's got all these starships lining up. The idea is he wants to fly them multiple times to get to the stage where they're going to press for orbital flight. They obviously want to go for the 20 kilometers kind of target for now, achieve that milestone. It might be a milestone payment, that 20 kilometers, for the Dear Moon payments. He may want to achieve that by SN9. And then what more can they do? They're very, very similar vehicles all the way through to SN16. It's a question of when he puts one on the Super Heavy as well. That might be sometime next year, optimistically. So yeah, it's a question we don't know the answer to, but we can obviously guess that they want to go for that 20 kilometers at some point, and that might be, if SN8 lands, as the question asks, be SN9.
Absolutely. Hey.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're working on, me and Chris are both working on things in the background and zooming around. I'm setting up the camera shots and stuff like that for a couple other things. Like there's the beach. Was checking in with the beach over there at South Padre real quick. But y'all, if you're just joining us, this is the NASA Spaceflight team. 3 people that you hear. I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. Just talking, that was Chris Bergen with NASA Spaceflight. Chris Bergen, comma, who's NASA Spaceflight. And we've also got Chris Gebhardt here this morning. Sorry, Michael, I jumped there and snuck up on you with the crew announcement. But Michael Baylor also there back at the... I say back at the studio, that just means that we're at home working with the servers and Michael displaying graphics and stuff like that for us this morning. But if you're just joining us, I'm going to keep repeating the update. We don't have a specific T-0. We know that everything is in place, looking like they're moving towards a hop, things like TFRs and closures and residents being evacuated and that sort of stuff. But there was a fantastic sunrise this morning, and NASA Spaceflight here just sharing some cool views while we do a ton of Q&A about all sorts of different topics, but we don't have any specific announcements on a T-0, just some cool views of Starship and some cool commentary with people that are really interested. Also, the super chats that keep coming in, the list, Chris, like you were saying, the list keeps getting smaller and or larger and larger, and the little scroll bar gets smaller and smaller.
I know. It's like, it's a good problem to have. Thank you all. Thank you all. We are going to do our best to get to your questions. A lot of you are asking similar questions too, so that does help in a way. So if we don't put your specific one on screen, but it's one you've asked, just note that we do see it. But and sometimes I've added more to the queue because I know a couple hours later there are going to be more people on here and they're going to have very similar questions. So yeah, it's all about balance as we head through. Yeah.
Yep. And real quick, there was a big one of the larger super chats came through. Adrian Beal with the 54.99 euros. Adrian,
Wow.
thanks for all the different ways you support us. And that 54.99, nothing to sneeze at. We really appreciate your generosity there, so we can keep doing this, paying for data and cameras and all the different things that have to happen so we can bring you this coverage. By the way, Chris G, I'm going to be messaging you about some data expenses we need to incur today. I'll send you a message on the
That's
side.
good. That's good. I figured we'd be having that conversation today, I guess.
Good morning.
You know it. Adrian
Jack!
Beal. Jack, how's it going?
Hanging out. We are here at Isla Blanca Park, and I'm getting set up. I will let you guys continue. I just wanted to report in.
All right. Good morning,
Morning,
Jack.
Jack.
We'll get Jack's camera online from South Padre Island shortly. But
Make
Adrian,
sure your desk and pencils are all in alignment and everything is ready for the lesson today, Jack.
nice. Adrian, thanks again for the support there. Quite a few other super chats, y'all, in the queue. We really do appreciate it. Thanks for all your work. Greetings from Germany. Just going to choose a couple here. Manuel, thank you so much for that. Let's see here. Imagine I like this, because I like these ideas. Imagine a future NSF live stream from Mars. What are your thoughts on how the size of cargo doors will limit amount and time of cargo delivered to Mars? So do y'all want to wax poetic on that one real quick? Because we know Starship landing on its tail is going to have some challenges getting cargo in and out. It talked about elevators and stuff like that, right? How do y'all think that's going to affect the sort of things we can deliver to the moon or Mars?
I don't know if it really affects the types of things that we can deliver there, so much as it just sort of shifts the paradigm of how we envision the final deployment of things happening, right? I mean, if you would have asked people in 2000, oh, we're going to send 2 rovers to Mars and it's going to use retro propulsion and then we're going to let it free fall and then it's going to hover and then a winch is going to lower it down onto the surface of Mars and then the back shell is going to fly away, people would look at you like you were insane. But that's how we put Curiosity and how we're going to put Perseverance onto the surface of Mars here next year. So I don't really think it affects things. I think you just have to really account for where your center of mass is as the vehicle is coming down for that particular landing. But I don't think it affects what can be taken, just how it's mounted and just making sure your software is aligned. But that's something you would do for every single flight. So I take that.
And I would just add that the capability Starship brings is so superior to anything we've got right now that the possibilities are endless. And we've seen the renders from Elon and SpaceX of Mars Base Alpha and all these amazing plans they've got. They wouldn't just make that up. They've worked out what capability they might have at some point, and that allows for that kind of upmass to be sent. And you brought up, I love that you brought up Curiosity and those landings. The crazy landings they've achieved on Mars, even going back to the Pathfinder and the Opportunity rover, where it was literally, just bouncing around on a ball on airbags. Some of the things we've achieved, we can't overstress this enough. Amazing people work on this technology through NASA and through the commercial sector, and you'll find there's so much crossover between the commercial and NASA, where the people work for certain parts and then move on to commercial. A lot of experience involved is already there. Now they just need the vehicles to achieve it, and I think we're getting closer and closer, and not least with Starship.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add too. Like from what you were saying, like each part of this has been intriguing, right? Because we, like you were saying, like we used to inflate airbags and then release them at a certain point and let them bounce onto the Martian surface. That's how Spirit or Opportunity, one of the two, landed in a crater because its airbags bounced it and it rolled right into. I mean, that was the equivalent of a solar system hole-in-one. I mean, but the overall point I'm trying to make is all of these different ways of getting things to other planets and getting things to Mars have seemed insane and counterintuitive and bizarre the first time they're proposed, but we've gotten really good at that, right? Like we mastered the airbag landing because we couldn't reliably do retro propulsion. right? But then when retropropulsion technology really grew and increased and we understood all of those dynamics, now you see that switch, right? Europe has tried to land something via retropropulsion on Mars. They're going to try again with that, right? So you, and you know, I go back to this proposed upcoming mission called Dragonfly to Titan, where we're talking about sending a car-sized drone like Curiosity and Perseverance, not to Mars, but to Titan, and flying it around Titan. So the way we get that thing to Titan is it enters Titan's atmosphere. Titan is a moon around Saturn, and it enters Titan's atmosphere. And then once it's under parachute, we literally just drop it from underneath and let it free fall toward the surface, and then extend the rotor and then activate the rotors and let it start generating its own lift as it's free falling toward Titan. Now, of course, this is all, we say free falling and it sounds very dramatic, but you have to remember Mars has 1/3 of the gravity of Earth and Titan has even less. So we're not talking about the same forces on Earth, but still that idea of like how we get things there is to just drop them onto the surface has been weird at first, and Starship will be equally weird until it's the norm.
Yeah, I just remember the 7 minutes of terror video.
Yeah.
The sky crane technique. I was watching that video and I was thinking, this is just so many things that can go wrong. We should be prepared and maybe emphasize in our articles that, you know, this is so hard that a failure would, you know, wouldn't be too unexpected. And they achieved everything. We watched that live webcast from JPL and we're all cheering the milestones, and then we're on Mars and like, what? How did they do that?
I remember us talking for a good 3 or 4 days before we published that article about what was the balance we wanted to strike with that, because of how new this landing system was. And I, yeah, like you, I will never forget when it landed. It was the middle of the night in the Eastern time zone. And I will never forget when that signal came back and that picture came back and Curiosity was on the surface. I just remember screaming in excitement. Like I couldn't believe they had done it. Like,
you? No. Screaming in excitement?
No, never me. Yes, I would never scream in excitement about spaceflight. No.
I think Tim's got some evidence on his live stream that you scream pretty loud in excitement when things launch sometimes. You were like a couple 100 feet away.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
When Tim and Chris are both live streaming, you'll hear either each other screaming at a launch. You think, I know that is, and I know where that is.
So what I love about the Tim Dodd audio of me being on Tim Dodd's audio was that we were a quarter of a mile away from one another.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
we were not
close.
No.
Did you just hear Chris? All of a sudden, you're like, "Wait a second, is that Chris?" That's okay. We got Tim is actually in our intro video. The water towers can fly is actually Tim in our intro video.
But what was great is that reminded me of something when Salcom 1B launched earlier this year on its southern polar route from Florida and did the return to launch site landing. One of the people who works at SpaceX was watching it and said afterward, like, I need to show this video to a whole bunch of people because your excitement level is never lower than it was like the first time I met you. Like, you've seen this so many times and you're still jumping up and down and screaming going, this was awesome. Because it is.
Oh, it really is. Y'all, again, we're just hanging out. We do not have a T0 for you. We do know that SpaceX, the external things we can see seem to make it look like they are looking at an attempt today, but we do not have any official confirmation. Also, haven't seen that live stream yet from SpaceX. So we're just hanging out, answering some questions, talking about Starship. It's early in the morning here, but it's a beautiful view from South Padre Island. Also have that close-up robot over at Boca Chica. And we are literally just hanging out, awaiting news of what the plan for Starship SN8 is going to be today.
Indeed. And I just want to point out Dan with a £5 super chat saying, 7 minutes of terror. How many of us just went, wow, they pulled it off with our jaws dropped? Well, you know I did more than just drop my jaw. I screamed, so yeah.
There's some people pointing out that as mentioned as well, that the live stream from SpaceX is not yet published.
Right.
I will urge caution on that because, like I mentioned earlier, the Starhopper webcast, they only did one, and it was only that one aborted version. They didn't actually go live for the actual live launch. So there's a chance they might not. I think with so much interest in this, they'll probably will just do it last minute because they're only going to go live for the last 2 minutes of the countdown anyway. So don't worry about that not being unpublished or unlisted yet. It may come later. It may not come at all. But so far, we're on for a launch later today.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing, like we've been saying. We know the launch is not imminent in the next few minutes or anything like that. We are expecting it later in the day. Crews are at the launch pad right now performing work. You can see a car driving by there. But we do know they are progressing toward an attempt because they evacuated the village, and they would not do that if they were not planning to leave the launch pad today. So that is why we went live. We promise we're not trolling or just spamming you or anything like that. They really are at this point making an attempt today. So we wanted to do what we did. Yeah. Oh, in fact, you can see one of the cranes just went up. They're working on Starhopper right now, Doss.
Yep, they are. You're right.
Yeah.
And that'll be the camera location as well, because Starhopper now is re-employed. She's got a new job there. She's got several jobs.
Re-employed, nice.
Re-employed, yeah.
And did you notice that some of those camera views yesterday appeared to be from the cameras on Starhopper? Yeah.
Yep. Mary's got lots of photographs of Starhopper. They've got an array of cameras on there. She's also a PA announcer, so she talks now. She shouts at the pad workers saying, "Pad clear, pad clear." And she's also got that, is it Gamar or something? Radar on top.
Oh, Garmin?
Yeah, Garmin, there we go. See, I don't know about weather radars. I'm sorry about that. I should work more diligently on finding out what weather radars are. But that's that little spinning thing on the top of her. So that's also... And her third job is to be a picnic table cover. If you, I'll never find it in time, but there's a picture from Mary of workers on picnic benches underneath Starhopper having a lunch.
I love that picture. It's like that old school. What's the art, or it's the diner and stuff, and people are just having their dinner or whatever at the nighttime diner. Look, I grew up in South Texas. Nobody taught me who made that art, painted that, or whatever. Chat, y'all can fill it in, but it looks sort of like that. I hope nobody noticed me trying to perfect the pixel alignment on part of the scene here. So that's why we're on this scene, because I'm trying to clean up something. There was like 1 pixel off that I needed to fix on the way that the camera's overlaid.
Hey, but better to get that all sorted now, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's why I'm using
this is like our wet dress rehearsal for today. Yeah.
Yep. Y'all are talking, and I'm cleaning up camera things and all that sort of stuff.
That is what they're working on, though. That's the location of the cameras.
Indeed, yeah, exactly right. Yeah, that's what we're seeing them doing, on Starhopper. A few other things that we do know today, too, because we are getting these questions. The temporary flight restrictions are up for today as well and active. I believe, Michael, when did they go active? Are they active now, or did they go active in just a couple of minutes? I can't remember if it's 8 a.m. Central or Eastern that they go active, but
they go live.
Yes, okay, they go live in 3 minutes. So yes, the temporary flight restrictions will be active in 3 minutes time from now at 8 a.m. Central Time. So that is still progressing. All road closure notices are still posted as well for everything. And again, the village was evacuated. So yes, there's a lot going on. SpaceX also said yesterday that today was the earliest possible attempt. I'm just going to pop on over to their website to see if maybe they updated something overnight while I was asleep. Just to see. But yes, every single indication we have, including from sources, is that today is going to be an attempt. And their website does say that today is a valid opportunity as well in an update that they posted. So yes, everything is progressing as of right now toward a flight. Sorry, sometime later. Yay! Yes, I caught myself. Don't ask.
Yeah, well done. The thing it's always very obvious, but we get a lot of new people who are following these events, especially these big events like this, who need to really hear it from us that there's every chance it could abort again. It's not again. It's a test program. They've never done this before with this vehicle. This is the first time 3 Raptors will be launching. They've only just done a 3 Raptor static fire recently for the first time ever. The Raptors at McGregor fire individually. They never fire them together. So this is the first time they've done 3 in flight. There's a lot of things that are going to go right. And the auto abort yesterday probably saved it from failing, because that might mean 1 or 2 engines weren't working. So if they'd launched with just 1 Raptor, it's a lot of mass lift. I mean, Raptors are powerful, but you're probably seeing this thing tipple off the side of the beach, and that would have been the end of that one. And that would have been quite a bad situation for SN8, because a test failure, we want to see get past the point where they start coming back down again on the aero surfaces. Anything after that's a bonus. But that's why they have these auto aborts, is that if the vehicle is not happy, she'll abort and they'll try again the next day. So just have that in mind, that if we get another abort today, it's not terrible. If it launches today and does quite well, that's a second attempt. That is something else that is really impressive.
It is, and it's impressive in itself that they were able to recycle for a 24-hour attempt. And again, that goes to show that whatever the issue is, and Cody with a question we're getting a lot here today, and a good question today, is what caused the abort. And SpaceX hasn't said, and neither has Elon, but what we can glean from it is it wasn't anything major, because if it was something major, we wouldn't be back here today, just over 12 hours after the abort, waiting to go again. So we do know that it was nothing major in the grand scheme of things, but something that could have been major to that attempt. And what we saw yesterday, exactly as you said, Chris, was the system working exactly as it's supposed to, to protect the vehicle. Couple of other quick questions that we do have here, which is really quick. Any word on the WB-57 aircraft? This is the long-range tracking or high-altitude tracking aircraft from NASA that SpaceX rented yesterday and had in the area as the flight was preparing for liftoff. We do indeed expect that they will have that again today. I'm pulling up that plane's FlightAware page to see if there is anything, but we'll check. I would assume it would come back down, and again, that will be a good indication, as it was yesterday, of what the specific time they might be targeting is today. But yes, we do expect the WB-57 to be back in the area today, at least from what we know right now. And yes, from Ethan, SpaceX will definitely be using their tank farm today with the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane and all of the various nitrogen and helium and everything for purging and pressurization of the system. They'll definitely be using that again today as well.
A TFR, just people are asking in chat what TFR
yes.
is. It's temporary flight restrictions. It's literally like a range restriction where you're not allowed to fly over a certain zone because obviously there might be a rocket launching in your way.
Oh, and that's a great question for everyone watching too. If we say an acronym like TFR or LOX or something like that you don't understand what it means, go ahead and ask us in chat. We sometimes just get going and get into the parlance and use the acronyms and everything, but please ask us what they mean, because we're not trying to be we're not trying to use big confusing words to confuse people. We're just using the phrases that are used in the industry. So if you do have a question about anything that we say, what it means, please ask us in chat. We'd be more than happy to answer that as well. And I do just want to point out real quick, Gregory Myers, thanks so much for the $50 super chat. That came with no message whatsoever, just $50. Thank you so much, Gregory. That's amazing. And
Yo,
yes,
we really appreciate that. Like I say this all the time. I don't try to beat it too much, but it's almost a vote of trust in us that you support us financially. You give us $5, $10, $50, whatever it is, and we're not just going to go out and all right, NASA spaceflight, Ferraris for everybody on the team. That's not how it works.
Yes, please.
I know, right? I want cameras for everybody on the team, and then deploy them.
We should
get
Teslas, by the way.
Oh, there you go, Tesla. Sorry, I got to update my my jokes there, I guess. But I personally view that as a vote of confidence that you trust the NASA spaceflight team to turn that back around and to continue to provide quality coverage that's entertaining and interesting, and we've got nice views and all the different things that make it a place you want to hang out in, the stream you want to watch whenever there's an event. So we can't say thank you enough. So many super chats come in, we can't read every single one, but we appreciate every single one, whether it's $50 or $5. It all adds up, so thank y'all.
We notice there's cars going back to the pad right now, so that's a good sign, actually. People always used to work, you know, when we watch testing, if you see cars going to the pad, it's a negative sign. But today, we know they're going to have to do some work, like yesterday, before they get into the countdown procedures. So the sooner the workers get to the pad, the sooner they'll get it done, the sooner we'll get into a launch countdown.
Indeed. So quiz. Okay, well, let me try to pronounce that the correct way. Chris. Lord. Oh,
I got it.
We've only been live for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
A good question here. It's a test flight. The range is closed and there's a huge exclusion zone. So why do they need to struck charges on board this thing?
Well,
if they cleared the area?
The main problem they've got is this vehicle is going to fly in a configuration they've never flown before, and they have an idea what it'll do. But if it goes off course, they will aim it the best they can for the ocean. But if it is off course to a point where it's got no controllability at all, then the best option is to split it in half with the flight termination system and literally make it drop out of the sky. That's one way of guaranteeing it doesn't fly to Mexico. So that's literally, it's literally just that. The flight termination system will destroy the vehicle and the debris will then fly into the ocean, rather than the full stacked vehicle, uncontrolled, in one piece, floating off into the distance and not knowing where it's going.
Indeed, yes, and this is true too for all rockets. Even the ones that you see launch regular missions and missions with humans on board. Rockets have flight termination systems, regardless of where they're launching over or how good the system is for those unexpected moments that you really hope you never need it for. But yeah.
We've got a super chat from Australia. It's going to read it out because I'm going through the list, and it's midnight there. So they're going to literally having an all-nighter if they want to follow this. I would probably suggest you might be best getting up early in the morning based on how timelines usually work. So you might be okay, but that's one thing to consider: the timelines of people, the time zones.
And a good question here from Peter: what are they doing with Starhopper? It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Again, if you missed the earlier point, it literally is like an observation vehicle now. It's used mainly for the cameras and for the PA system and for the radar. But I think it's just brilliant they're using Starhopper in this new role rather than dismantle it like they've been doing with the Mark 1 nose cone just the other day. It's just great that it's now not just a lawn ornament, it's actually been repurposed.
Yes, and a good question here too from I just lost it. Here it is. From Violet, who's asking, will the launch be around the same time today as yesterday? There's always a chance it could be. Right now we don't know precisely what time they are targeting. All we know is that they are in preparations to make the attempt today. It could coincidentally end up being at roughly the same time, but I think I would stress to that would be that would primarily be coincidental if it did. They're not going to purposefully aim for the same exact time. I think, what was it yesterday? 4:34 or 4:35 Central Time. I don't think that's what they're aiming for today. If it happened, it would just be coincidence.
Yeah,
I agree. That's why they got such a long window. They can take any opportunity they've got within that window. So we could be, it could be next 2 hours. It won't be because of the people still at the pad, or in like 8 hours time even. It's a long window. I don't think 8 are long, but it's several hours away at least before the window closes.
Indeed, yeah. And like yesterday, from all the views that we've got, weather right now looks very good. Of course, weather right now is really immaterial to the flight, unless it stopped work at the pad. We'll be much more concerned. We'll be much more concerned about what that weather is at the liftoff time, but what I can tell you right now is that in Boca Chica, Texas, it does look good right now, but we will definitely wait and see from some of our observers on the ground how that changes throughout the day. But I believe the forecast for today had relatively clear skies. For everything, you can see the current temperature there and wind from Brownsville. And it was expected to be clear today. Thursday is the day that cloud cover starts to move back into the area. So visually today looks like the better of the two options, but we will of course wait and see what that looks like when we get to liftoff. But definitely looking good right now.
Here, I'm looking at the sky with our NSF tower cam or whatever, like, but there are no clouds out there right now. It's a beautiful day out there. It's just pretty. I mean, the blue sky and the green palm trees. I almost said the green palm trees. It is just clear as a bell out there, though.
There's a good question we brought up yesterday. It's from Tom in Space. He's asking about the lunar mock-up. Will they stack it on a tank section or just outfitting the inside for the payload bay? Speculate. Yeah, we can speculate. What we know for a fact is they've painted it white and put the NASA worm on the side, and they're working on the internals of it. They're putting the internal workings inside this nose cone as a HLS lunar Starship will be, and that we know they're doing. The speculation is if they will stack it on top of SN5 or SN6 and then paint that white, then you've got a full stack lunar HLS mock-up Starship on an actual flight booster as well, because it has hopped 150 meters. It's a flight booster. That's the speculation. So we know that is definitely for HLS, but we just don't know if they're going to stack it on a booster. But that is something to keep a very close eye on, because they are literally fighting tooth and nail with Blue Origin for the HLS contract.
And if you can see on our screen there where we are progressing today, that is our timeline for today. So that white one that you see highlighted there, TFR, temporary flight restriction activated. That is the second step in the process for today. The village was cleared earlier. So anything you see that's highlighted white or above that white bar are things that have already happened as we progress downward through the countdown and through the process today. So yeah, we've got our handy little map of where we are in our process up and ready today.
How many, y'all? I just noticed something when I was panning at the sky real quick, and I'm not embarrassed. The robot that we have up there, the long-range camera that's at South Padre Island, I built that in my garage. I put that together in my garage, and I just noticed something. We deployed this, right? And I should have painted that adapter because it's rusting. It's been out there for a couple days, but that adapter, it's just raw cast iron or whatever.
Wait, that's the one that I had, Doc?
Yes, that's the one you had at the Cape.
Holy moly!
I knew I have the paint for it and everything. I was going to paint all the exposed surfaces so that it was even more weatherproof, whatever. But I did not paint that before I shipped it out. It's not a big deal. It's just a little, like a 1 1/4 inch to 1 inch adapter from Home Depot, honestly. I can get another one and drill and tap a hole in it for that set screw. But that holds our antenna to the antenna mast. And I really should have painted that before I deployed it to the field. It's like a couple days at the beach and this happens, apparently. Rust-Oleum. I literally have Rust-Oleum in the garage. I'm not even kidding you. Anyways.
We need a picture of your garage on the stream at one point, Daz. You've got an amazing garage.
Oh, jeez. I have a ton of fun building stuff.
Yeah,
Let's
I can
put
imagine.
it that way.
Just want to read out for light relief this super chat. Hopper is like Mr. Miyagi, and SN8 is like the big silver Karate Kid. Launch on, launch off.
Launch on, launch off. Nice. Again, y'all, thanks for joining us. We're just doing sort of a Q&A hangout. Have fantastic views of Starship. A beautiful day down there in South Texas. You can see some work happening at the launch site here, not on SN8 itself, but on some of the equipment around the lifts there, the boom lifts around Starhopper, maybe working on cameras or something like that. And then that one lift just sort of, it's like I was hanging out. I mean, I would. whatever. But we do not have an exact T0 from you. We do know that things are seemingly in place for another attempt this morning, but it is looking good. It's looking beautiful out there in South Texas today, and we just wanted to share that with you and answer some questions so we all have a place to hang out. I know that sounds like a sort of silly thing to say, but it's literally just a place for people who are excited about Starhopper and SpaceX and SN8 and all the different things that are going on down there to hang out and chat about stuff.
And I'm going to just get off now because I've got to go back to work. So unfortunately, my day job is calling.
Oh,
I will be back on later on before the launch, all being well. So all the best, and thanks for all joining. I shall leave you in the capable hands of Daz and Chris.
Yeah.
And
all right, y'all. That's Chris Bergen, managing editor for NASA Spaceflight, dialing in from the UK. Actually, Chris, get on back to your day job. Sort of a weird thing to say, I guess, but thank you so much for spending some time with us this morning.
We'll see you later, Chris. Yeah, so and a couple things here. Necrotic is saying the temporary flight restriction just changed to activated. Is that truly a move forward or a mistake? Nope, that is truly progress forward. The temporary flight restrictions, the airspace, the big fancy way of saying airspace closures, went into effect 15 minutes ago. So yes, that is indeed correct.
Excellent. Hey, let me grab some of these super chats really quickly.
Thank you, Das. Yes.
Yeah, I gotcha. Caden OZ from Australia, it looks like $10. Appreciate you. You said the reason they secured the top, or I would say the reason they secured the top canards is since structurally SN8 is weak while it's unpressurized, wanted to reduce the chance of a whisk jump, fail. Yeah, maybe it is. We were talking about that yesterday, how maybe they fold those into a stowed position, almost like an aircraft wing in high winds or something like that, for whichever aircraft wings fold these days. Maybe that is what they're doing there, or maybe that puts less stress on it when it's in one direction versus another. We're not exactly sure, but we did notice that they had the ear flaps folded in this morning. Thanks for the support from Australia. Alexi here says, freedom to Mars. Appreciate the support there, Alexi. Harry Stranger, how you doing this morning, Harry? That is a name that we know around here. From Australia again, says, petition to get Chris B to be the official voice of Starhopper. Nice. The official voice of Starhopper. Kevin Hansen, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. How long until launch? We don't know exactly. David Hopkins here saying NASA Spaceflight rocks. Greetings from Villarica, Georgia. I don't know how you probably say Villa in Georgia, honestly, instead of Villarica. Where do you think they are with TPS? How long before they need it with test flights? Wow, 3 questions altogether, David. Will the first orbital Starship be Moonlander, prototype, no fins, TPS? Chris, of course, y'all, TPS, one of those acronyms we love so much. TPS is Thermal Protection System. It's not like a TPS report you have to come in on Saturday for or anything, right?
I'm going to need you to, come in on Saturday to fill that out. Yeah, no, yes, they're not TPS reports. Yes, Thermal Protection System. So if you're familiar with other vehicles, these are the heat shields that we talk about on capsules that allow the capsules to re-enter safely and successfully. But thermal protection is also something needed on other parts of the vehicles. Sometimes the bottom of vehicles need thermal protection not because of atmospheric re-entry or atmospheric heating, but because of the heating of the engines. As the engines are firing and the flames are coming out the bottom. So thermal protection it is not just necessarily for atmospheric entry, although for Starship it will be, because Starship will need some TPS tiles that Elon has noted. So yes, I don't think we have an idea of when we'll see TPS. I don't think there are any. I have not seen any TPS tiles on this one. Have you, Das?
Yes, there are some TPS tiles on the far side.
We
saw them from Jack's camera when Jack was out in the dunes. We spooled up that sunset
from Jack's
stream.
camera. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
We can't see them from this angle. They're actually on the ventral side, the belly of Starship faces away from us in this view towards the beach over there. That would be the side that's sort of going into the air as it's re-entering or doing the belly flop. The downward side is the ventral side.
Yeah.
Versus we're looking at the dorsal side. You think about it like a shark fin, right? The shark fin is the dorsal fin on the shark. And if Starship had a fin, it would be pointing at us like a shark type fin. It would be pointing at us right now, sort of where that stripe goes down the back. We know the wiring raceway goes, also where the charges are, the abort system charges. So the tiles are there on the far side, but it looks like they're just testing the mounting and the resiliency. If they get this thing to launch, they're probably going to see how the TPS tiles themselves were affected by the launch, the vibration. How do they stay on? Did they crack? Did they fall off? They are testing that, but in terms of, is the first one going to be a Moonlander prototype or TPS, I think it determines if they're going to bring it back. And I know they want to bring these Starship back. I would be very surprised if the first orbital Starship did not have the ability to re-enter, because without the TPS, it would not, I'm going to say, I wouldn't think that it would be able to re-enter if it didn't have that thermal protection system on it, and they want to bring that Starship back. So I can't see SpaceX just sending a Starship up and then letting it burn up in the atmosphere and not trying to actually recover it. You think, Chris?
I think you're right, and I think when we'll really start. So, I think what we'll see, and this was part of my question of are there tiles on this one, is because and there are. So this matches what I was thinking, is they'd want to put some of them on the initial round of 8 and 9s of SN8 and SN9s. Flights, because one of the things you really want to test isn't the ability of the tile to protect the vehicle on reentry. We know they can do that. We have 30 years, well, actually we have 40 years of experience with that between Shuttle and the X-37B. We know silica tiles work, so we don't have a problem with that. What they really want to make sure is, are they bonded and secured well enough to Starship that they don't come off when Starship is launching through the atmosphere. This was a huge problem that the shuttle program faced early on in the late 70s when they first started bonding all of those tiles to the first shuttle, Columbia, and then they stuck Columbia on the back of a 747 to fly it across the country to Kennedy, and a whole bunch of the tiles just started zipper stringing off when the 747 started down the runway. And they realized they had a huge adhesive issue. Which they were able to solve. Right, and Columbia lost relatively few tiles on STS-1, and some of the tiles it lost were a result of the overpressure wave at solid rocket ignition. That did a number on that vehicle. But yes, so I would think that the real hardcore tests begin with what we're seeing right now, is the bonding and the adhesive and the connection points of those tiles enough. And that'll be a big part of this test flight as well, if they get it back in time, right? Or if they get it back in enough pieces where they can assess that.
Yeah. Y'all, again, thank y'all for hanging out with us here. I still got to clear out the rest of this super chat queue here, Chris. I love the great questions, and you know how we are. Like we're so excited about this stuff. We just love talking about it and discussing how it works. So we get one question about TPS system, the tiles, and we talk about it for 5 minutes. The super chat queue gets a little teeny tiny scroll bar again, but. It's just, I guess it's just the way we are, Chris. We love talking about this stuff. We love sharing the information and thinking about stuff. So it's the way that streams are always going to be. We're going to see something that interests us, and we're going to talk about it, right?
Exactly, and a lot of it too is, a lot of the questions, don't have simple answers, right? With spaceflight, right? You'll notice that a lot of our answers are going to be, well, if it's this. It's this, and if it's this, it's this, right? And and that's a huge thing, because even the same question, right, the answer can change depending on where you are in a countdown, depending on where you are in a launch, right? So we do take some time to explain things because we want to present as much of the picture as possible for what's going on. Yeah. Because this is really cool, but it can also be really confusing at sometimes. Based on what they're doing and how they're doing things.
Yep, Absolutely. So again, y'all, keep the questions coming. They go into the queue. Every now and then we get a chance where we'll just start talking about stuff, and we are not ignoring you. We're certainly not ignoring the questions that you put in, especially tag us at NASASpaceflight. They do go in the queue, and then on occasion we hop over and talk about some of those. But let me run some of these super chats real quick. Gary, thank you very much. It says, for the Teslas for Everybody Fund. Great work, everyone. Don't know how you're doing it again today. Can we earmark that there, Chris? Teslas for everyone?
Sure, why not? Everyone gets $1, right? Yes.
Look, I'm just saying that the batteries in a Cybertruck would power one of my camera installations for a really long time, okay? Just get a Cybertruck and go over there and park it and just spool up the cameras, all the robotic cameras on top. I could fit a lot of cameras on top of that thing. Oh, no, wait. Okay, wait. With the back, right? Cybertruck's not a truck, if you ask me. It can't really pull very much because it doesn't have the proper gooseneck. It's just that's a personal preference sort of thing. But the way that the trunk sort of closes, the bed thing closes down, if we could remote activate that, we could hit a button and it could go and roll up the bed, and then all the cameras would be exposed. And then at night we hit a button and it rolls down and it protects all the cameras when we don't need them. That would be fantastic.
That would be cool.
I'm becoming more of a fan of Cybertruck as a camera installation. If anybody just wants to ship us one of those, Tesla, happy to test it out for you. Anyways, Gary, thank you for the $13.99 Canadian there. Don't know how you're doing it again today. Hey, there's stuff going on, so we'll be here sharing it with you.
Because this is our passion. This is what we live for.
Hey, never work a day in your life, Chris. I may not have a voice to be able to talk out loud with, but we do really enjoy bringing you all this coverage.
That's okay.
Yes,
I can blather on plenty for those with raspy voices for today. I am still caffeinated from yesterday.
All right. Jack, I see you out there. I get your link coming up. I see you need to reboot your camera, but we are... I mean, I see you setting up, it looks like.
And for those... Oh, there we go. Sorry, Jack, go ahead. Yep.
Nope, just confirming I'm setting up. Hopefully you can get a feed pushing here soon. We got a lot of boats in the water. It's a nice day. So we'll get you some more maritime action while we wait on Starship.
I want to see the pirate boat again. So do many people in chat, actually.
You know what
we actually did have a question earlier on in chat. Is there a pirate boat exclusion zone for this launch?
There should be. I don't know that the pirate boat exclusion zone is any different than the normal Notice the Mariners that's out there.
It's probably just a couple hundred yards. I'm sorry.
Did he just say that out loud? A couple hundred yards? Oh my gosh. Jack.
I'm telling you.
Oh, that's why we have Jack on the streams, y'all. Fantastic camera views and terrible pirate jokes. Yes, don't laugh, chat. You'll encourage him. Don't say that that's a... No, come on. Don't do that.
Oh, well, I'm laughing too. Don't just blame chat.
Chris, come on. You got to keep a straight face. This is...
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And in addition to Jack joining us, I do believe a little later on, maybe 30 minutes to an hour, maybe an hour from now, we'll have Thomas Burghardt joining us as well. Thomas finishing up some stuff for school this morning and classes for finals, and then he'll be joining us as well for today's activity, and maybe Ian as well a little bit later on, though I know he also has some university stuff to take care of today as well. So we wish you both luck on finals and everything, and we will look to have you on as members of our coverage team a little later today. And Das, here's a good question from Martin. Were the top flaps re-secured last night? There doesn't seem to be much activity around Starship itself, which could be a good sign. Yep. Keep up the efforts, lads. I can definitely take the second part of that question. I don't know about the first.
I don't see the little tie downs up there. I don't see them right now. We see the top flaps are folded sort of towards the camera, but I don't see the parts that was the little tie down we observed yesterday. I guess we're just going to need that 45x camera here so we can zoom in a little bit more, like the engineering view, you know?
Exactly.
Based on this, I don't see them there right now. I don't see them on the bottom either. They could be on the far side, but I don't see anything on the near side. It may just be a trick of the light or something like that. But good question, Chris. I did ping you in the back channel real quick, and I
Okay.
will be off the mic for just a little bit. I'll be listening in case there's an emergency with the camera, but I'm off the mic for just a hair. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
Yes. So we have some other good. We have a lot of good questions here that are coming in. One is from Oliver, who's asking, what is it that's used to chill down the Raptor engines? Is it LOX, liquid nitrogen, or liquid methane? Engine chill down is accomplished with liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is a very stable, non-combustible substance that's very cold, so the liquid oxygen bleed, basically to chill down those engines. You open part of the liquid oxygen valve, and you allow liquid oxygen to slowly come into your engine to slowly thermally condition them, so there isn't a cryo shock event at ignition, because even though the air temperature right now in Boca Chica is relatively cool, it's still very, very hot compared to all of those cryogenics and everything that you have. So even on cold days, like it is right now, but it'll be significantly warmer by the afternoon, and when we are sort of expecting a liftoff here. But basically, yes, it would be liquid oxygen that's used to chill down those engines. And then Michael, you are not Jack. And everything. Are you on comms right now?
I'm on comms right now. What's up?
Awesome, because there is a follow-up question to this, which I'm going to attempt to answer, but I want to know if this sort of matches what your understanding is too, because we have another good question here about basically when they go to reignite the Raptors in the air. The question here is for landing engine reignite without chill down. Why is such a prolonged chill needed for launch if the relight doesn't need chill down? And my answer to that is because you're chilling down the engines first at liftoff, and then they're firing for a good deal of time, so that by the time you get to reignite them, you don't have as much thermal conditioning to redo from the time that they've been off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a rocket engine engineer, but my short answer would be they're already chilled, even though they've been firing and flying through the air for some period of time after firing. I would imagine that that is enough time to keep them in whatever appropriate condition they need to be in to fire again. But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah. And we've said chill down, and someone is doing exactly what we asked, which is if we use a phrase that you're unfamiliar with, to let us know, and we will explain what that is. And this is a question. So you're talking about engine chill down. Well, what is that? This is one of those moments where in spaceflight, it's actually exactly what it sounds like. We're just chilling down the temperature of the propellant lines in the engine to get them ready for liftoff, because the engine's propellant lines will be at ambient temperature, right? And you don't want to take them from 74 degrees Fahrenheit or like 21 or 22 degrees centigrade, and all of a sudden introduce propellant that is hundreds of degrees below zero on both the Fahrenheit and the Celsius scale. You don't want to do that, because your engines would be shocked and they would explode because of the thermal shock that would occur to them. So you don't want to do that. So you thermally condition your engines by chilling them down to the same temperature of the liquid oxygen, so that once all those cryogenic propellants start flowing full force into those engines at T-minus 2 seconds, you've got all of your engines in the correct temperature range for start operations. So basically every rocket engine in existence has a parameter that says the engine temperature must be between these two figures in order to achieve a stable and good ignition. And that's the temperature range you're chilling the engines down into for ignition. Alrighty.
Hang on. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
think about Raptor as Goldilocks, because why not? I'm running on 2 hours of sleep here. It's like is that right? The right kid's tale, Goldilocks, where it's like this Lox is too cold, this porridge is too hot. You know, some insert joke there. Raptor's like Goldilocks. It wants things at the right temperature, not too hot, not too cold.
Exactly. And then once those engines are thermally conditioned, it seems really weird because the engines are firing and there's really hot flames and combustion coming out of those nozzles that you see, but the inside of the engine is still super cold with all of those cryogenic propellants just dumping into the engines, coming through all of their propellant lines before they enter the combustion chambers. To be ignited and to burn, and to be burned. So the engines stay cold and stay in that chilled temperature range as the vehicle ascends, and then you have less to chill them down when you go to do your relight. Here's a good question from Paul Dean. So this would assume that SN8 lands. So what are your thoughts on using SN8 and SN9 for a refueling project? So this assumes that the question from Paul, and it's a good question, assumes that SN8 and SN9 do perform successful flights and both land successfully. What's interesting here, Paul, go ahead and tag at NASASpaceflight in your answer so I can see it. But do you mean like a ground test refueling campaign, or actually using SN9 and SN8 for orbital refueling operations? Because the big thing with the refueling is you can test some of your stuff here on the ground, like the connection, like if you wanted to put two starships together, you could do that with some work. Of course, starships you'd have to rotate it horizontal to do that. But the biggest thing that you're trying to test with that on-orbit refueling is doing all of that in microgravity. Refueling orbital is what Paul is saying, yes. I don't think so for SN8 and SN9. I don't think these vehicles are the orbital vehicles at all. I think the earliest orbital vehicle is into the double-digit range in the SN numbers. Is that matching your memory, Jack, or has that changed since the last time I've looked at it?
Sorry, I'm keeping myself muted because there's like waves and boats, and I don't want to just have rustling from me setting up all my camera equipment. So when you ask me a question, thanks for giving me a second to answer so I can unmute myself. I think Elon himself has said something in the mid-teens would be the serial number we expect to achieve orbit. And that would be double-digit numbers. So that sounds right to me, Chris.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we'll see before the orbital refueling demonstrations begin is those first orbital missions being used to test not just the ability of the entire system to accurately insert itself into an orbit, but the ability of the Starship upper stage, which is what we are looking at right now. Remember, this is the entirety of the upper stage, and it's 50 meters tall. It's an insane height. And it's 9 meters wide for its core structure. It's an insanely big vehicle. But you'd want to be testing that complete reentry profile of that upper stage as it comes back to land. So I would imagine we'd see a few of those tests first before proceeding on to orbital refueling demonstrations and everything. Great question, Paul.
Yeah, and those are like some of the many, many milestones we can look forward to in the coming months and years here as the Starship development program progresses.
Indeed. Just grabbing a couple more questions out of the overall chat queue and putting them into our question queue here. So Sean O'Brien, with a good question about what has happened to the residents of Boca Chica Village. The remaining residents of Boca Chica were evacuated earlier this morning, which is a good indication, again, that they do plan to leave the launch pad today. The temporary flight restrictions or the airspace closure notices are also active at this point. Again, more and more evidence that they are proceeding down with an attempt today. I don't know exactly how many residents are left. It's not a lot. And I'm not sure how many are left. I'm not sure if how many are left is actually public, so I don't really want to say that. And as for what's happening right now, there are still ongoing discussions with those remaining residents, because we all know that SpaceX really wants the village. And as we can see, as test campaigns continue and that village has to be evacuated, we can understand why SpaceX would want that property. But that's really all we know right now. But it is a good question. It is a good question, Sean. Thank you.
A pelican just.
Oh, and sorry. Oh yeah. What is it, Jack? Sorry.
I'm just lamenting I missed a shot. A pelican dove in the water in front of Starship, and I'm not at my camera. But oh well. Go on. What far more important thing were you about to say?
Oh, one of our members in chat is saying that the first Starship to orbit will probably be different from SN8. And this is a great point that I had forgotten in my initial answer, because the orbital starships will likely need vacuum raptors installed onto them to test maneuvering and to test engine operations in vacuum. So that's another good point of what those initial orbital tests will be. Well, for lack of a better term, what those orbital tests will be testing of Starship when we get to that point in the overall campaign. Here's another great question from Michael Story. Is it theoretically possible for SN8 to reach orbit without a booster? Yes, it is. From what we understand and from what Elon has said, if they put all of the methane and oxygen possible into this vehicle, into Starship, just like that, with no payload, it could basically single stage itself to orbit. However, you would have no way to get it back at that point, and it would just be defunct and useless. So that's not something they want to do, but technically, based on the designs as of a couple months ago when Elon said this, yes, a second stage of a Starship could single stage itself to orbit, but it would not be useful in that regard. Couldn't carry anything, couldn't come back. So not something they're looking at. However, what that does bode well for, I don't know, this is where my mind goes for this, Jack, is that part of the design does bode well for the eventual Earth point-to-point transportation, where you would not need all of your propellant to achieve full orbit insertion, because you're just trying to arc your trajectory to the point on land where you want to land in less than 45 minutes, basically.
Sorry, intermittent comms for me. What were you just saying? I know it was a whole long explanation.
Oh, yes. So someone was asking about single stage to orbit, and I was saying that it's technically possible, but they won't do it because basically it would need all of its propellant to do that, and it can't carry anything, and then you can't get it back. But what that does bode well for in the overall design is using Starship for Earth point-to-point, where you might not need a booster for some of those point-to-point location hops or suborbital flights.
Yeah, very good point. It's still capable of suborbital flight, even if it's not single stage to orbit. And yeah, single stage to orbit. As much as we want the sci-fi reality to be what exists, and a single stage orbit craft like Cowboy Bebop will just take off from the water in ship mode and fly into orbit. Like, oh man, that would be cool. But that's just not how it works. In the same way that, being in space is kind of uncomfortable for some people, and food generally doesn't taste good because you can't really taste too well, and going to the bathroom isn't necessarily a great experience. Like, things like that, like, the sci-fi future doesn't necessarily exist in reality, unfortunately, just given the constraints that we have right now technologically and physically. But single stage to orbit, unfortunately, not really still a thing, maybe ever a thing, but still Starship, like you said, very very capable of point to point without a booster. That seems like a viable thing potentially.
Yeah, and this is one of those things what you were just talking about, Jack. Single stage to orbit from Earth with a payload that is large, right? We can do it with smaller payloads. I mean, if we had to, but single stage to orbit is really hard. I mean, even if you go back to the early days of spaceflight with just those small little Mercury one-person capsules, the Mercury Atlas at that point was a 1.5 stage to orbit. It had sustainer engines because it needed that extra oomph even then. But yeah, Earth as a planet is just really hard for single stage to orbit because of all the delta V that's needed, the mass that you're trying to discard to be as efficient as possible, single stage to orbit is really hard on Earth. And you know, in fact, if our planet was a little bit bigger, getting to space would be harder than it is now with our gravity field. And this is what makes the other planets, the other major planet targets in our solar system, specifically Mars and the Moon, for human settlements and human habitation, is their gravity is 1/6 and 1/3 that of Earth. So it's incredibly easier to achieve orbit from their surfaces than it is to do on Earth. And you can do single stage to orbit from the Moon and from Mars, not just with a Starship design, but with other things. So it's really, really hard to do single stage to orbit from Earth because of the gravity considerations. Looking for some other questions here. Oh, here's a good one from Axel. How long after SN8 will SN9 be ready? SN9 is basically ready to roll to the pad as soon as SN8 leaves the pad. The biggest driving factor on the schedule for SN9 will be based on SN8's flight. Specifically, how far into its flight does it get? What goals is it able to accomplish? And when it returns to the ground, what state is it in and where? Because if we do have an engine, like if the reorientation with the flaps doesn't work, or the Raptor reignition in midair doesn't work, we do understand that they have targeted the crash, so to speak, location to be out over the Gulf of Mexico. But of course, the closer and closer you come to that landing pad, the less time you have to react. So again, the SN9 schedule will depend a lot on exactly how far SN8 gets into its flight and what it is able to accomplish and where it returns to the ground and in what condition. They do, however, have two launch pad stands for this. So they do not have to reconfigure the stand that SN8 is on. They have another stand that they can just roll SN9 down the road and install it there. And the big difference between SN8 and SN9 is SN9 already has its nose cone. So it will roll out in full up configuration, whereas SN8 rolled out with the bottom propellant tank first, and then the nose cone came over after that for stacking.
Chris, we still got you?
Yes, sorry, I'm looking for questions. Sorry.
You sort of cut off in the middle, and I'm working on the other thing I was telling you about, and I dove for my headset to make sure we didn't have like a comms drop or something. Sorry about that.
No, that is really good. I'm sorry. That was just a no, that was an audio glitch on my end, because I did actually finish the sentence out loud, and not just in my head.
all good. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have a technical hiccup there. I am monitoring the stream. I'm just not on comms right now.
Hilarious. We both did the same thing. I killed my connection to voice chat and then rebooted into Discord so that I could make sure there was no like hang or glitch or anything.
Yeah, you've never seen me dive for a headset so fast. I've got you on the studio speakers so I can hear you. Actually, downstairs I have you on the TV because I went down and got a snack, and then I have you in the studio speakers, so I had to have my headset on, and I just heard it go, and I dove for my headset to say, wait. But we're all good. Chris, continue on. Jack, you doing okay out there too?
Yeah, should I hit ready or should I hit play? I'm ready to go.
Jack, give me about 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, no rush. Do your thing.
Right.
Dude, I know you got your stuff going on.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, no, perfect. Yes. Yeah, so wow, so this conversation about single stage to orbit has opened up some questions, which is awesome. Startup definitely saying, yep, what we were saying earlier, that Starship is 100% single stage to orbit from Mars and the Moon, because what you are seeing is the only part of it that lands on the Moon or Mars, so it's got to be able to take off just like that. And yeah, single stage to orbit totally possible from the Moon and Mars with Starship, and with much smaller vehicles than Starship too, for that. But yes, definitely that. You know, a lot of good questions here about the overall system, right? Starship is a 2-stage to orbit vehicle. That the first stage of it, the Super Heavy booster, right, which will have, oh boy, Jack, help me out. What's the current number of Raptors on that thing now? 31-ish?
28, if I'm not mistaken.
28. There we go.
28,
It's gone down.
Yep. It changes frequently. I think it's been going down lately as the thrust of Raptor has increased, or the expected
Yes.
thrust of the final version of Raptor. But yeah, I think it's currently 28, which is an insane number of engines until you think about, well, hang on a second. Falcon 9 has, what is that, 20-something number, 3 times 9. I should be better at math, but again, 2 hours of sleep. Falcon Heavy has a lot of engines on it. 3 Falcon 9s, 3 times 9. So, what is that, 27? There we go, maths. So Falcon 9 has 27 engines, which would be just one less than the currently planned Super Heavy configuration of 28. So seems like a lot of engines. I know a lot of people are like, whoa, what about the N1? You know, that thing had engine problems and kept blowing up or what have you, but way different situation, way different scenario. And yeah, SpaceX seems to have confident with boosters with lots of engines on it, and it provides you engine out capability should one or more of those engines fail. I mean, obviously, you can't have them all fail, but you can have a certain number of them go down or have reduced thrust or what have you, reduced performance for whatever reason, and that provides redundancy in flight, which is really important and a good thing. I mean, I think there's been you can speak to this, Chris. There's been a handful of times where on its way to orbit, the Falcon 9 first stage has suffered an anomaly with an engine of some kind or another. And Falcon 9 has just shrugged it off and continued to power into orbit like nothing happened. And that's a good capability to have, right?
It is indeed a good thing to have, and we've seen that recently, right? On Falcon 9 missions, the couple of Falcon 9 missions that have lost an engine, the couple of Falcon 9 flights that have lost an engine during first stage burn, and the mission was able to, the primary mission was able to complete successfully because of that, because of the engine out scenario. And I believe I've heard several times that that the Falcon 9 could lose 2 engines shortly after lifting off from the pad and fly. It would be incredibly mission specific based on the mass of the payload, but could theoretically, with a 2-engine out at liftoff scenario, still complete a mission. You might not get the booster back because you'd have to burn all the propellant to do it, so you might end up sacrificing getting the booster back. But yeah, the engine out capability is quite substantial on the first stage of Falcon 9, as it will be with Starship. And when you think about it, that's a really important part of this process because of what Starship is being used for. You don't have time to troubleshoot an engine issue when you're landing on Mars. You don't have time to troubleshoot an engine issue when Starship is landing on a point-to-point flight or coming back down after an orbital mission. So those engine relights, you either have to bake in redundancy into the system, so you actually ignite more engines than you, or you try to ignite more engines than you ultimately would need to protect against that. What if there's a start? What if there's a transient at startup, right? And one engine stops. Well,
3 when we only need 2 to do a landing. You know, so we have that baked in.
So Chris, I don't know what happened, but your audio just sounded like you were speaking from a different room all of a sudden. Maybe check your mic cable.
Yes, yes, my microphone for some reason disconnected from my computer and then reconnected very quickly. How do I sound now?
You sound great. Let's just blame ghosts and move on. Okay,
perfect. But anyway, yes, that is all the stuff with a bunch of stuff with single stage to orbit and everything with Starship and what that plan
Good stuff.
is indeed. And you know, one thing is with that Super Heavy booster, and Jack, this is the thing that just blows my mind about what this is going to be is you know, so the reduction down from 31 Raptors down to 28, and the total thrust of the stage remained the same. And I mean, the total thrust of that stage is just outright incredible. It's something like 16 million pounds of force coming out of those 28 Raptor engines to lift the Super Heavy booster and Starship off the ground. And for comparison, people, the Saturn V moon rocket did 8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, and that's roughly what the SLS rocket will do. The Super Heavy is literally twice as powerful from a pounds force perspective on the first stage than the Saturn V and the SLS.
That's truly awesome, and that extra oomph goes towards reusability, right? I mean,
yes.
they pay a penalty to an extent with the heavy weight of the stainless steel, and they pay a penalty to an extent for reusability. But it's funny that I say penalty, because it shows that I am from a time where, before rockets landed commonly, and it shouldn't be thought of as a penalty now. The penalty should be losing an entire rocket because it went into the ocean because you didn't have a way to recover it. That's the penalty. Oh wow, I'm petering out. Lack of sleep. Okay, I'm gonna caffeinate.
Go caffeinate, Jack. Go caffeinate. Yes.
Yes, but truly, Super Heavy's thrust is going to be outstanding, even with 28 engines. And it appears as they are increasing the expected thrust of Raptor, they are able to sort of winnow down the number of engines there. So we've gone, like you said, from in the 30s to now we're at 28. Maybe it'll change again. It'll go up again. Maybe it'll go down some more. We'll just have to wait for another update from Elon on Twitter. But I also wonder to what extent, I believe there was Elon, it was probably an Elon tweet, like most of our information these days, based on Starship, about a Raptor variant that couldn't gimbal and was basically just like the strongman Raptor, where it was able to fire at an increased level of thrust, but with the sacrificing the ability to gimbal. So I think something along those lines too could be the reason for the shift to 28, is they're planning for some sort of like extreme thrust, max thrust optimized Raptor
more
version
thrust, right?
for that first stage booster. Since the Super Heavy booster does not need vacuum engines, right? It's got all sea level engines. So you just for a certain number of, you do need gimbaling for landing, for like the center cluster or what have you, but for the outer rings of engines, I think I'm pretty sure we know this. Maybe I could be speculating here, so take it with a grain of salt. But those outer engines will probably all just be like a solid, ring, not able to gimbal, but also with the ability of like slightly higher thrust. So, yeah, very interesting to see how Super Heavy progresses. I can't wait to see the booster number 1 to be stacked and rolled out to the launch site for testing of its own. Then we'll be back into true Tank Watchers territory, because booster number 1 will be basically just a mega Starship tank section, I think, first off. So it'll be super cool to see that, and we'll be back to we'll have to get another Tank Watchers shirt made up. I'm getting ahead of ourselves here.
Exactly. And that actually brings up a good question on the pending Super Heavy booster.
Wait. Wait, Chris, time out.
What?
Did Jack just say a different Tank Watcher shirt?
Yeah, when we get to Super Heavy.
Oh, when we get to Super Heavy. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, I heard a different Tank Watcher shirt. Did y'all happen to see the new thing in the merch store?
Oh, we got the SN8 version up. I'm wearing my original Tank Watcher shirt right now. Actually, I'm representing.
Look,
there
Michael's got it on the screen in the upper right-hand corner. There is a new version of the Texas Tank Watchers shirt, updated for SN8 instead of the old the tank prototype there, like SN4, SN6, whatever. We have a new version that is updated with the silhouette of SN8 there on the pad. Let me see if I can get a direct link to that real quick. Sorry, I just heard you say that, and I realized, oh yeah, that's right, Mark put that together. I'm going to link directly to it. But this is the updated Texas Tank Watchers SN8 shirt with the silhouette of SN8 in the background in front of the sun. The old shirt is still there. We don't know how much longer we'll leave the old shirt there that just has the SN4, SN6 silhouette style. But that is the latest version. Our plan is to update every time we get a new sort of skyline at Boca Chica. We'll update it. And that old one that just had the SN4 may be a limited edition. We may get that out of the store and replace it with the progress that SpaceX has made with SN8.
You know what might be kind of cool is if we pull it like 24 hours after SN8 flies.
Oh, there you go.
24 hours after SN8 flies, if you want to get the original Texas Tank Watcher shirt, I mean, get it now, really. But it would be cool if I don't know. I don't want to give anybody like anxiety or like a hard time if they're they're waiting for a paycheck to come in or something. But just a thought, it'd be fun if like, oh, SN8 flew, time to get the new Tank Watcher shirt ready to go and pull the old one or like what have you. So
Yeah. I heard that. I heard new Tank Watcher shirt, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Mark made the new design. We got it in the store last night. So I had to toss that in real quick since we hadn't mentioned it yet today.
Nice.
All right, carry on. I'm taking my headset off again, so I won't bother y'all.
Sure. I believe it. Just wait. I'll be like, oh man, I'm trying to think of what I can say. No, he needs to go do his thing. I'm not going to say anything that's going to rile him. Anyways, go for something, Chris.
Yes, so I just wanted to mention as we begin to progress through the day, one of the things that you're going to hear us say quite a bit, as we said yesterday, is respect the exclusion zones, respect the road closures, and everything like that, because this is a private range with SpaceX. So everything that they are doing for themselves. This is a huge part of the FAA licenses and making sure that SpaceX has the ability to control their own range, right? This being a private facility. So please, it's going to be very tempting. Oh, what's the harm of just going across the water and standing on that island? Oh, so what if I'm 1 foot over the exclusion zone? No, it is a really, really big deal, because the exclusion zones, as big as they are all calculated based on, if there's a problem, where could debris land, right? Where would people potentially be in danger if they were within a given radius or distance of the vehicle? And that's why we have the exclusion zone. So we don't want to get down to T-minus 3 seconds today and everything be absolutely fine from a technical perspective, but there's a boat in the exclusion zone, or there's an aircraft in the exclusion zone, and they end up having to scrub because someone wasn't paying attention. So please abide by the security zones today as we head into this attempt. Just wanted to say that really quickly, and let's go over and grab some more questions, shall we? Here's a good one from Jonathan. Does Starship have pilots to control it, or is it totally autonomous? So from what we see today, it's completely autonomous, and SpaceX Light Dragon is designed to be completely autonomous in its various operations because of what it's being asked to do, right? It's being asked to land on the moon, it's being asked to land on Mars, and those have to be automated. They absolutely have to be automated. There's no ability to robotically control them from Earth, and
everything happens so quickly in spaceflight and descent.
Ghost's got your mic again, Chris?
Okay, I'm not connected to your computer anymore, even though they're literally plugged into the computer. So I don't know, but my apologies. I'll need to switch to a different microphone here.
No worries. You just have microphone ghosts. It's no big deal. It's normal.
Exactly. But yes, it's designed to be completely autonomous because there is no. This isn't like the space shuttle that comes in for a landing nice and smooth and slow, where somebody can be at the controls guiding it to the ground like an aircraft. This is not that. There's the amount that has to be calculated in a split second is really automated. So yeah, Starship is designed to be completely automated, even when it carries people. At this point, yes. Alrighty. And again, for those of you who are just joining us, thank you from wherever around the world that you are watching. I am Chris Gebhardt. I'm the Assistant Managing Editor of NASASpaceflight. And this is our stream leading up to the launch of Starship SN8 on its 12.5 kilometer test flight. Again, that flight is expected anytime between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Central. You can see we've already passed the 9 o'clock point. There are people still at the launch pad. We are not anticipating a flight, really even within the next couple of hours at this point, based on the work that they need to do at the pad. But we are taking your questions and going through the day and hanging out together, because this is just really cool to see. And Jack, I know you said, and just Jack, how was it yesterday? What was your like excitement level with how close we got yesterday? And as you answer that, I'm going to pop off and switch out my headphones so my audio drop doesn't happen again.
It was absolutely surreal, to be honest. I mean, to get to the point where we saw the jet of liquid oxygen coming out of those lower 3 vents, which meant that Raptor was starting up. I mean, it was plain as day from my perspective, and I know we could see it on our stream real well. So, yeah, I mean, what else can you say? That was really exciting. That was, of course, a rush, but as soon as there was no fire, and it just looked like an aborted startup immediately. We all knew it was the end of the window, and that was it for the day. But thankfully, there's another window today. And while we don't know for sure that they're going to be trying, we are pretty sure. And that's why we're live. And we're answering questions because, when we get into it, moments where there's 10 minutes to launch or there's an hour to launch, we kind of get into a flow, right? And we want to answer everybody's questions. And we have the back-end software, so where if you at NASASpaceflight in chat, it helps us see your question. Michael put that together. Thanks for doing that, Michael, again. But sometimes when we get into the flow there, when we start rolling or when we start talking about, I don't know, shuttle or SSTO or something for 30 minutes, we get off the beaten path a little bit, or we just get in the zone when we're about to shoot a launch. So it's good to hang out a little bit before things get really real today, so we can answer some questions and sort of hang out and have a good time. So yeah, that's the name of the game right now. How's your mic situation, Chris? You doing good?
I'm back over here, Jack and Chris.
Cool. Let me know when you want me to push.
Hey, you're clear now. Just confirm your camera's good to go and shoot me a feed.
Feeding.
Do we update to me? Sorry, Doss.
Oh, go ahead.
The road closures did not go into effect as scheduled. That does not mean they will not go into effect later. They were supposed to go up at 8 a.m. and they are not live yet.
Is the Boca Roads thing updated? Let me see. That says December 7th, 8th, 9th. Let me see if this is updated real quick.
Yes, it's there.
So it's Wednesday, December 9th, and what we're saying is the road closure is still scheduled, but they haven't actually closed the road yet, correct?
Exactly right.
Gotcha. Okay. So, not saying the road closed right now, but that doesn't mean they won't close the road later. We've seen that happen quite a few times where a closure is scheduled, but it just doesn't go into effect until a certain time later in the middle of the schedule. So we'll continue to monitor that. Thanks, Michael, for the update there. All right. And Jack, I see that I am getting fantastically full quality signal from you. Let me see what it looks like, and then we'll share it with the stream. Again, y'all, NASASpaceflight here, continuing coverage of the Starship SN8. We are just sort of hanging out. The view you see right now is one of our robotic cameras. It's like a suitcase deployable camera that we have deployed inside the red zone. Talked with SpaceX, figured out the right way to do that safely, and this is at a position where no people will be. Of course, you can see there are people there now. That flatbed truck making a delivery again, it looks like. But that's what we're talking about in terms of once we get to pad clear and that sort of thing. The TFRs are active, though, so those flight restrictions for the safety of pilots clearing out that area, those are active, and all the indications we have from SpaceX are that they're still progressing towards a potential flight today. But let's hop over to Jack's camera really quickly, and he would be here. There we go. That's the view from South Padre Island, where Jack Beyer is. Jack, we still got you on comms here?
Yep, sure enough, I'm here. I'm just muting myself judiciously, boats and birds and waves, whatnot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, we appreciate that, people yapping and that sort of stuff. But that is your view. How is it? Like, what's the temperature? Is it hot? Is it cold? How are you doing out there?
I've started doing more and more of these weather updates now. It's like people in our member Discord are like, Hey Jack, what's the weather update? It's become a recurring thing. It's a nice day.
Now,
It's
Jack,
actually
with the
pretty
weather.
warm.
Yeah.
My weather app is showing, let's see, 60 degrees right now. High of 72. So that is your weather
Excellent.
report. It feels like dead calm out here. Not very few clouds in the sky. The ones that are no factor, as they say. Should be no problem. Hopefully it stays that way the rest of the day. And hopefully we get into a successful test flight situation here as the day progresses. But for right now, conditions are looking great. I don't know, can you... I'm gonna pan the camera to the left. Hang on.
Okay.
I don't know if I want you to be able to see what's going on right now in the channel.
In the channel, like out up the jetties?
Right in front of us.
Tell me it's a pirate ship.
It's almost a pirate ship. Can you see that?
Oh yeah, it's like it looks like a tour boat.
Yep.
Is that what that is?
Taking up station there.
Oh, they've
So it looks
anchored.
it looks like that is where they are going to be for launch, which, as long as it's legal, not a bad spot. But
Yeah. We know that the ship channel...
I'm glad I didn't spend a whole bunch of time setting up a shot only to have that boat come and anchor in my view. There we go. Back to Starship. Always Starship.
Give me a little bit more water on the bottom, Jack. Just like double the amount of waves you see,
Copy
if
you.
you could. Because right now the lower third, the screen graphics cover up the bottom. And y'all, this is how we do it at NASA's spaceflight. We don't have like a back channel where it's like, can you talk to the camera off the stream? We're a small group. We do all this live, and Jack is out there in the field operating the camera. I'm just like, hey, Jack, could you point the camera down? And y'all get to hear our back chatter a lot of the time for stuff like that. But that's just sort of how we roll.
I get to pretend I'm one of the camera robots and go beep, boop.
Sometimes your audio link does that for you. You just go into robot mode.
It can't be helped.
All right, so we're gonna just keep moving between the different camera views and stuff like that. Of course, I'm gonna see if that boat is on the long-range camera there. No, Jack, you're over to the right on this camera. Let's see if we can find that boat real quick. And that's just a cool thing. That's like Starfleet Tours down at Cape Canaveral does. They actually do these boat tours where you can go out and see a launch. And that's probably the right way to do it. Instead of just getting in a boat yourself and going out somewhere, I guess you know how to observe the TFRs and stuff like that if you have a boat and you're used to dealing with that sort of thing. But Starfleet Tours has professional captains that are completely dialed in. They're communicating with the Coast Guard. They're making sure that they're not going to be the infamous boat on the range that scrubs a launch. And they used, before the whole COVID thing, they would sell tickets where you could go out and you could book these boat charters to watch the launch from a different perspective. It is a really cool way to watch the launch. It looks like the charter companies out at South Padre are getting in on the action as well. Whoa. Oops, that's setup rate. My bad. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that boat anywhere from the NSF Skycam or whatever we're calling it. That one may be too small for us to actually get eyes on off in the distance. Anyways, all good. Jack, again, thanks for rolling out and setting up another camera feed for us so we have yet another view. It's just a fantastic day out there.
Yeah, no complaints currently. Yeah, sorry, hang on. Seagull attack. I decided to eat, heaven forbid, I decided to eat a sandwich. I'm getting attacked by gulls. I'm going to mute for a minute.
Wait, can we get that on camera?
I mean, if you want, it's nothing exciting.
Y'all,
I'm sure
Jack,
you can hear it.
we do hear it. We do hear the seagulls on the camera. Jack has apparently brought out some snacks, and I've spent enough time down there that I know that if you bring out something that looks slightly edible, you will have a lot of seagull fans floating around you all of a sudden. You could hear him for a second. Jack's muted now. But we are just hanging out. While we do that, let me run some super chats. Bill Sugden, thank you for the coffee and cookie fund. Nice. Benil Matthew is in there. Richard Dickens, these are all members. Avia Fandy is in there as well. Thank you all for the support. Jay Uplink, that's a cool name. Let's see here. Kim Kui, or Kim Yui, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce that. I apologize. Kevin Schwed with $10, thanks for the support. Actually, those were euros. Oliver Balo, or Bala, Thank you. Goodar13, new member. It looks like you might have upgraded there because I see you in the list twice. We've been doing updates there. Ronaldo Garza, thank you for the $5. Update, please. What's the latest? Looks like the indications are SpaceX is moving towards a potential test today, and we are standing by to see what's going to happen with Starship. But appreciate the support. Don't have an exact time for you. This looks like it may be some sort of joke. How many Elons does it take to screw in a Raptor? I hope that's appropriate. Thanks for the support. Here's Stephen Deem with another new membership. Again, you get some perks if you join the channel as a member. Certain levels, you get member previews where you can actually see some raw video before we release it to the general public. Other perks, you could get access to the members Discord server if you're in the top 2 levels, so that you can chat with other like-minded space fans behind the scenes. But Stephen Deem, thank you so much for joining here. Jeff Kelly as well, a new member. I'm just going to grab the members as I can get them out of the queue. Danny as well. Let's see here. All right, I think I got all the new memberships, unless y'all stack the queue with new members again, so I have to read them out too. And a lot of super chats. So many of the I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Really quickly. If you do a super chat and it has a really big question in it, sometimes that can make me sort of hold that for a little while, because if we go into a question that we don't get through the super chat queue, you've seen it happen, right? If you just have a super chat that says, hey, thanks for the coverage or something like that, it's much more likely that I'll roll through the queue really quickly instead of holding it as a question that we can talk about for 10 minutes later. Oh, and look at this. I just noticed there is a lift up at Star Hopper. I keep saying Star Hopper almost. At SN8 there, Starship. Let's watch to see if that lift goes all the way up to the flight termination charges. Go ahead, Michael.
I am getting a report now that sheriffs are in the area, so that's a good sign they may be clearing it. We might actually see them on this camera soon. But
all right.
And yeah, also, in other news, DOS, we might get some bonus views from a different camera at in a different state soon. There's a booster coming to port.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you pretty rough right now, Julia. How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's cold and it's a little windy down here in Port Canaveral, but I spy something you may be able to see soon.
Aha. Y'all, that is a Julia Bergeron joining us. Julia, I'm going to check your audio there for just a second, but very shortly we are going to have y'all views. This is a super special thing, but this is how NSF rolls. We are going to have you live views from the NASA Spaceflight Fleet Cam, the robotic camera that's installed at Port Canaveral. And Julia, you're out there near Jetty Park, if I'm not mistaken. Are you all the way out near the entrance?
No, I'm actually at the boat ramp right now, so it is past Jetty.
It's past Jetty, all right. So Julia has rolled out this morning because there's something going on.
I spy B1058.4 returning on, of course, I Still Love You. And this would be the booster that has the worm.
The booster that had the worm on it because it launched, what did it launch a couple days ago?
It launched Commercial Resupply Mission 21, which was the 100th successful Falcon 9 launch.
So we are getting...
Julia, how's it going?
Good morning, Chris. It's crisp. It's wonderful. And there's a very scorchy booster in front of me, so it's a great day.
Awesome. Sorry, Das, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no.
I switched over a headset. Do I sound okay?
I'm going to check your volume real quick. Just one time. I'm working with Julia's audio first. I'm getting a lot of wind noise from her. So let me do one thing at a time here, and I'll hop over and check your mic in just a second. Y'all, just real quickly, we're getting set up here shortly. You see the little blue roof on the right-hand side of Fleet Cam? In just a minute, you're going to see a SpaceX Falcon 9 peeking over that blue roof, and Falcon 9 is going to sail right past fleet cam here. It's going to get within a couple 100 feet of fleet cam. We do this all the time. Fleet cam's up 24/7 on a stream. This is one of our first long-term robotic cameras we've deployed, and it watches things like the boosters coming back in, loading and unloading operations when they take those boosters off the drone ships at port. We see the fairing catchers coming in and out of port all the time, with and without fairings when they've recovered things. But we will be cutting back to fleet cam in just a minute. Julia, let us know when the booster starts to pass the boat ramp there, and we'll pop back over to fleet cam and see if we can't get on there, okay?
Not a problem. It is actually just past me now. So to give you perspective, it is passing the very new cruise terminal as we speak and heading toward the middle basin.
Gotcha. So probably 5 or 10 minutes, we'll get it peeking over the top of that blue roof and see it here on fleet cam. Thanks so much for letting us know this was going on.
No problem, and I'll be happy to answer questions as it comes in for y'all. Okay?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
See it, I think.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah,
Jeez,
wrong ship. Wrong ship.
Oh, you're right, Michael. Enhance. Hang on a second. Here we go. So it's going to look like a little smokestack just over the top of the blue roof. If we had been zoomed in there, you'd see that it appeared, but do you see the little smokestack looking thing sticking up over the top of that blue roof? Michael operating the camera here. If you look close, here, let's look a little bit closer.
You've got it.
You can actually see some grid fins on that puppy.
Now, if you put the Falcon 9 next to Starship, would you call that a rocket for ants?
A rocket for ants. I'm not sure, but look at that, y'all. Again, we've flipped back over to the Port Canaveral fleet cam. This is the NASA spaceflight robotic camera at Port Canaveral because we've got a booster coming into port on the drone ship right now. You can see the grid fins, and it's the thing that's moving on the screen. I mean, it should be obvious where it is now, but that's going to get closer and closer as it rolls into port. Chris, your mic is a little low there. Could you boost up a little bit? It looks like you've switched to a different mic, and your audio level's a little low. I tried to bump you up, but it didn't quite fix it.
I have indeed. How does this sound, Dos? Is this okay? How about now?
A little bit more.
How about now?
Bring it up a bit.
Okay.
There you go.
Up. Okay, cool. So that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead and go with that.
Perfect. And it's a wonderful number too. It's 142% of normal output. So good number to stop on.
You know, I'm just going to show you the headset and the mixer that has a compressor on it that I need you to get, and
yes,
you can just order it.
Send it to me. I'll order it right now. Yes.
Okay. We'll get you all set up so you're not having to constantly unplug and replug and that sort of stuff. But look at that, y'all. I'm not trying to bait and switch anybody. This is still a Starship stream, but over on the fleet cam, that is the Falcon 9 booster returning to Port Canaveral live right now. This is actually really cool. Chris, do you know how long I've wanted to do this? Where it's like, oh yeah, let's pull up the remote from Boca Chica, and then we also have live cameras from Port Canaveral, and then this is launching over at Wallops or whatever. And
well, because this is part of when we were talking about like what our coverage was going to be and what we need to provide all that coverage, right? What we use the super chats and the channel memberships and everything for was this, right?
Yep.
Of how we have to be able to get to a point where 2 or 3 different things can be happening around the world, and we have the ability to cover all of them.
Absolutely.
Right? Because, hey, we're actually kind of lucky given the launch cadence this year that there's not also a launch trying to happen today. But if Starship would, for some reason, need to delay to tomorrow, I won't be here because I'll be at the Cape for Delta IV Heavy.
For Delta IV Heavy that's scheduled.
So, yes, which is tomorrow. And then SpaceX is the 11th. So, yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that we've just got a booster return in a Starship today. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Y'all, I'm going to do this really quickly. I do want to keep Starship up on the screen here. When we get really close, maybe we'll cut to fleet cam for just a little bit, but we're watching. It looks like on Starship, they're working near those flight termination charges. So maybe they are removing those safety pins. It was a remove the safety pins, I think, not an insert the safety pins to arm the system. You remove the safety pins to arm the system, if my understanding was correct. Yep. But the lift over there at Boca Chica looks like they're perhaps arming the flight termination system. And on the left-hand side, that booster returning to Port Canaveral. I'm going to link up FleetCam directly. Again, FleetCam is live 24/7. It's been up for, I guess I could look that up somewhere, a long time, like something 40, 50 days. But it is live. And if you would like to watch that full screen when I've got this sort of side by side, here is a link to SweetCam. I mean, all right, to FleetCam.
I'm just happy because I'm getting practice tracking objects for Starship right now. I need practice.
That works. Oh, do you have permission to speak again, Michael? Sorry.
On and off, not a lot.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we got you. So let's talk with Julia real quick while we've got the booster on the screen. Julia, you're still out there. If you could try to turn away from the wind or something so we can minimize that a little bit. Do we have you back on comms?
I think you should be able to hear me.
Yeah, there we go.
Stepped into the car, so we're good.
The wind is good to go now. We were a little tough on the wind there earlier, but you're 5x5 now. So what's going on with this? I mean, explain to people what they see on the fleet cam right now. What's happening? There's a boat. There's another boat. They had to have people jump from one to the other. Like, what do you see?
Oh, wow. What you see now is, well, Octograbber is definitely holding on. It seems like there might have been some rough seas along the way, but I see a booster that appears to still be where it landed. So that's always a positive with the Atlantic in the winter. But what happens when they get closer to port is, as this is an autonomous drone ship at the landing zone, after they safe the booster out at the landing zone and get Octograbber attached, they actually go back onto a support ship like GoQuest, who is currently still out at sea because they are getting ready for the SXM mission that's going to launch later this week on Friday. So there was no crew with this drone ship when they came back, and that crew actually boarded from a tug that came from Port Canaveral, met them, they hopped on board, and they are riding it in right now.
Excellent. And then up in front, this is something we get all the time. You see the tugboat that's actually pulling the drone ship. The drone ships don't drive themselves out to the LZ, right? Which tug is that today that's pulling in the booster on the drone ship there?
This is Tug Hawk, and of all of the tugs, this one has actually done the most missions. I wish I could give you that number, but I know you can find that on spacexfleet.com with our friend Gavin over there. But Hawk, they're basically an old timer, and they're old pros at this. So when there's bad weather, that crew definitely works hard to keep these boosters and that drone ship safe, and they've got the experience to support that. It is one of the smaller tugs that is being contracted right now by SpaceX to bring the drone ships in and out. It normally would do work inside of port. So the tugs that went out from Port Canaveral, that would normally be their job, doing port tender work. But hey, they're pretty reliable, and
this is something I like to bring to people's attention. You know, it's like, oh, reusable rockets. Oh, SpaceX, that's amazing. Oh, these rocket engineers doing these amazing things. I want to do a shout out to the crews out there that operate the boats, in the cranes, in all the people behind the scenes that make all of this possible. If that drone ship wasn't out there at the landing zone because the crew of the tug actually got it out there safely into the right position and deployed it, we wouldn't have that rocket able to land on a drone ship. All the people behind the scenes that it's tough weather out there. Sometimes it's dangerous to be out on the sea. They make this stuff possible, and they don't get a lot of credit for it. So you may think like, oh, whatever, they're just driving a tugboat. Julia, you hang out, you know a lot of the crew personally, and it is rough out there sometimes, isn't it?
Indeed. Yeah, it is rough. This is their job. Many of these folks worked doing resupply to the oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. So they're a little bit smaller ships, but they're used to living 24/7 on these ships. So as much as people like to joke about, you'll see them in port, they'll tell their stories. Well, actually, no, they won't. You won't see them in port out at the bar. They are always working. They're always on the clock. When they're not out on mission, they're taking care of their ships so that they're mission ready at any time. So even our ships like Go Searcher and Go Navigator, they would be ready to go at a moment's notice should Dragon have to depart for any reason from the space station in an emergency. They would be there to support that mission.
Yeah, absolutely. Those recovery crews. We'll see some of the recovery ships over once we pan to the left a little bit more. Booster's going to get into the what is that? The North Basin. There's the Middle Basin. Is it called the North Basin where it turns to go up to the bumper?
Yeah, that is, yes.
Main basin.
They'll be going toward North Cargo Pier 6 is where they dock. So it's fair enough to call that the North Basin.
Gotcha. So we'll see the drone ship be towed in to this. It's a basin. It's sort of a turning area where there's enough deep water to move ships around. The cruise ships come through there all the time, and we'll see it hover for just a second, and then the tugs will coalesce. They'll all swarm on it and sort of push it over to the bumper. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Look right now. I want everybody to make a note of this. Do you see the wings on the side of the drone ship? How it's sort of, it's not like the side of the ship goes straight down like a normal ship. It sort of has a cant to it or something. It sort of sticks out over the water. Michael, I don't know if we would want to zoom in on that. Maybe we could do that later. But just make a note of how that it almost looks yellow right now. It sort of sticks out over the water. In just a minute, when it gets up to the dock, you'll see a special attachment there at the dock that they have to use so that they don't crush the side of the drone ship, which is wider, so the rocket has a wider landing pad up against it. We're going to talk about that as the bumper here, but just make a note of that because this is a great angle right now. You can really see how that it's almost like an aircraft carrier, sort of leaning out over the water there.
Exactly. And that's also what makes it a little bit hard to do things like get through the Panama Canal. They had to remove those when Just Read the Instructions came over.
Wow, I did not even know that. Y'all, Julia is our resident fleet chaser, and she knows, if the Chris's know a lot about shuttle, Julia knows a lot about what happens with the fleet out there at Port Canaveral. So, Julia,
shuttle? What?
Shuttle? Did someone say shuttle?
Well, shuttle also had aspects of reusability that came through this very port. That would be those SRBs, right?
Oh, that's right. They would tow the old shuttle SRBs into Port Canaveral here as well after they splashed down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can really see.
I'm sure Chris could talk about that. I know he could. But yes, those bumpers actually, those wings actually had to be removed and placed on deck and then reinstalled after they got through the Panama Canal. And that happened in Louisiana when they were dry docked and getting some work ahead of getting the new thrusters.
Gotcha. I'm typing a tweet, right? Look at this. Oh, it's going to get even closer, y'all. We're going to get the pergola here. Gosh, I just want to burn that pergola down. Appreciate you, Rusties. Thank you. But that pergola is just in the way of the cameras sometimes. We're going to have a brief expected loss of visual on that. We'll see some grid fins or something.
And if I recall correctly, you guys should find one Starlink terminal on board. Of course, I still love you. It's Just Read the Instructions that we've spotted 2 terminals. But the one you're seeing today is, of course, I Still Love You. She's always been our East Coast girl. And there is one Starlink, unless they've added one. I haven't had a chance since I've been out of the wind to really inspect, but that could be part of also why we're getting some a little bit more stable and longer views of landing.
I'm typing a tweet. I'm not embarrassed. I'm typing a tweet. I'm trying to get out.
On that booster. The sun on that booster is gorgeous today.
I'm going to say something else real quick. Michael is doing this track right now. And when he's doing this track, Michael is actually also practicing tracking launches with the robotic camera. So Michael's all the way in California. That robot is all the way on the other side of the country at Cape Canaveral down in Florida. And Michael's teleoperating at 2,500 miles between them, trying to get a nice smooth track with some new toys he's been working on. So Michael, it's looking fantastic right now.
Yeah. Yes, it is. That's really fun to watch you zoom out while you're panning. That's pretty cool. I give you credit, Michael. That is a lot more than I can do on my phone. And the folks on the Fleet Cam chat always put up with me when it's like, oh, hey, something's coming in and everybody else is asleep. So I'll track it on my phone. But I always have the port with me, thanks to Fleet Cam.
Absolutely. I need to be quiet and get that tweet out. Look, there in the background, you can see the crane that will be used to lift the booster off the drone ship. That big, beefy-looking crane that has the red and white part on the top. gosh, we need to learn some crane terms. Crane operators, help me out here. The beefy part with the arm on the top. But that will be used to lift the booster over to the dock. God, Julia, just take it away. Talk about whatever you want for just a second. I'm going to get this done.
Well, let's see. Now we've been talking about when does the booster stay on a drone ship to have its legs folded, and when does it get swung over and the legwork gets done on dock. This is 1058, correct? I do believe this one, in theory, should be staying on the drone ship to have the legs folded using Octograbber as the main way of holding it. So that's something you can watch on Fleet Cam as that operation progresses. It is, like I said, a little bit breezy today. In port, it's not too bad. So crane operations could happen today to put the cap on. And that's the first part of the leg lifting process. They need that specialized cap in order to run cables down to assist the legs in retracting. And once that retraction has happened, they can use another crane to assist it to go horizontal onto a transporter and back out to Cape. Once it's out at Cape, they bring it usually to, I believe, the HIF that it will be flying from next in order to be processed for the next flight. After that, we may or may not see a static fire. This one is what? Only on its 4th flight. So it's not a life leader. With that being said, as long as they don't have to swap out any engines or they didn't get any readings from the engines that set off alarms, we may not see this booster static fire before its next mission. And it looks like, I'm hoping maybe they'll turn it for y'all so you can see the worm.
Yeah, we'll see.
Waiting for indications of that.
Hey, Julia.
Hey, Jack.
Always good to hear your voice. Look at that booster, huh?
I know. She's a beauty.
Absolutely. Hopefully we get to see the worm. Hashtag Team Worm. Meatball can just go right on out of here, Team Worm.
So right. Look on the very right-hand edge of the booster, and you're going to be looking for red. This will probably be the only booster that will be sporting the worm, as when they sent up Crew 1, they put it on the 2nd stage. So this one's a treat. And with the angle that Fleet Cam has, even if they don't spin it...
Julia, I'm going for a shot of the Starlink dish quickly. You can see it right there.
Oh, yeah. There you go. And if you don't know what you're looking for, they just blend right in with all of... There it is. Perfect.
Michael, you're controlling this? Dude, great job.
Yeah. It's the new controller that he made. It's so smooth.
It's seriously, like, A+, dude. Way to go.
We'll see how well it works for a faster object.
Look at that. This looks like a helicopter gimbal or something. You're zooming and panning. This is great, dude. This is absolutely great. I am floored right now.
This is fun. And this is exactly what you will not see me be doing if I'm operating the camera.
This is actually some custom software that Michael wrote to control the camera remotely. And you want to know you want to know the beautiful thing here? The model of the camera that's looking at the booster on Fleet Cam right now, it's the exact same camera that's deployed at Boca Chica. So the software he wrote works for both of these cameras. He can point it at Boca Chica, he can point it at Fleet Cam, and either one of those robotic cameras can be controlled using this software he wrote. I will say he's an arrow key pleb for any gamers out there. Did not program it for ASDW. I was like, oh, you're using ASDW, and it's like, no, he's using the arrow keys. Ugh.
That hurts my head a little bit. I feel like I don't know. Surely it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of playing various games using W, A, S, and D. Shout out to my older brother Will. Thanks for getting me into video games, Will.
It's a reason, though.
I put my fingers on those keys, and it feels like I'm home.
What's the reason, Michael?
Space, right?
Yeah,
it's
the
weirdly
reason
comforting.
He's got a reason.
See, anybody who has a 2016 MacBook Pro notice that the keyboard tends to break. And the J key on my Mac seems like it is a little bit loose, so I don't want to break it because it's out of warranty. So I have to have 4 fingers across some keys to be able to do the zoom and the speed controls. So I have to use ASDF on my left hand to have those 4 keys. So that means the arrow keys have to be the control for the panning and tilting.
You know something? You've just completely changed my mind, Michael. What you just said makes absolute sense. When I do Kerbal, right? I used to do Kerbal streams. That's why my name is Kerbal Space Academy. People on Twitch, I'm not done doing Kerbal streams. I've just been super busy. Whenever we go to docking mode, I have always taught not to use docking mode in Kerbal Space Program because docking mode switches ASDW from attitude control to translational control, right? And when you're docking a craft in Kerbal, it's easier if you can control attitude and translation at the same time. So I've never used docking mode because it would only allow you to do one thing. You have to switch back and forth constantly. And I would have one hand on attitude where the spacecraft's pointing, and I would have the other hand on translation. Am I scooting up or down or forward or backwards or left or right? And by having both of those hands at the same time available to control the spacecraft, it's a lot easier to dock. And what you just said about the camera is absolutely true. This way, you can have one hand controlling the pan or tilt while you have another hand controlling the zoom, and you don't have to do some sort of finger contortion to do it. You've changed my mind. You can use the arrow keys. That's a fantastic idea. Not that you needed my permission.
Okay, so I'm looking at these camera views side by side, and I see a lift on the Starship side, which is making me wonder if we put the Falcon 9 next to the Starship, is that lift like kind of sort of about the height of where this Falcon would be? I mean, I don't have bananas for scale, so I should have brought one from home. But I'm trying to get like a handle in my mind on the difference in size, and this is just crazy to imagine.
Yeah. I'm trying to look it up. I always have this problem, and I mix this up. Chat, y'all could help me, or Michael, correct me on this. I'm trying to get the height of just the Falcon 9 booster. And just the booster is over 50 meters. Like, what is the height of just the booster? Every time I Google it, it's like, well, does that include the second stage and the payload?
The booster itself is 70 meters, and Starship second stage is 50 meters.
Gotcha. So the Falcon 9 is a little bit taller than Starship right here. It's a lot thinner. It's got a lot of smaller diameter, but it is taller. And this is just an effect of how the cameras are zoomed. We would have to zoom out on the Starship camera a little bit to try and put it at the same relative scale to the Falcon 9 there. But Falcon 9 about 20 meters taller than Starship there, right, Chris?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting lots of messages now. People telling me that Apple extended the warranty through a service program. Okay, by the way, I know how this works. I've had my entire keyboard replaced twice, and the service program lasts 4 years. And I bought the computer 4 years ago in like 7 days, so it is fully out of warranty.
Oh no,
Michael, didn't you see the tech note from Apple on how to fix it? Just hold your computer at a 72-degree angle, spray it with a dab of canned air at an angle of 42 degrees transverse to the keyboard, and give it a good shake while it's upside down for good measure. It's like their technical note on that is absolutely absurd. It's like, if your keyboard is defective, hit it with canned air. It's like, no, Apple, no. Just why did you make bad keyboards for like 4 years? Why? It does not make sense. I'm sorry for you, Michael, that you have had to deal with that.
There's a parrot. The parrot is really smart. Please, somebody in chat, tell me you're old enough like me to know what I'm talking about there. I know the youngsters on the commentary with me probably won't get that one. That's okay. It's okay, Jack. God is on my side. Anyways.
So, Gus.
Yes, Julia.
So in our virtual toolkit, I know we have a protractor, which thankfully we do not need this time. Can we maybe add, not today, but for another mission maybe, can we maybe add silhouettes of what a Falcon 9 would be?
Oh, we could. That's a good idea.
Like, And then can we add a banana for scale too?
Oh, geez.
Like
Of course.
A banana for scale at this wide angle though would be like 2 pixels though, right?
That's why I was going to
Oh.
agree. No, that's why that was my loophole. I was going to agree to add it, and it would be like 1 yellow pixel somewhere.
Oh, it would be stupendous either way.
It counts. It would count.
Maybe someday I'll bring a banana for scale to port. You know, we can do some forced perspective work.
Nice. The banana's like the same size as the booster or something. Y'all, again, the side-by-side views here, these are both live NASA spaceflight cameras. Our robotic fleet cam deployed at Rusty's Seafood and Oyster Bar at Port Canaveral. That is actually live views of the booster B1058. Question mark, press the button. Yeah, 1058-4 coming back into Port Canaveral. You can see, like I said, the tugboats starting to swarm around that to push it over to the dock. Again, here, we know the drone ship can move itself around. It can station keep when it's out at sea, but here the tugs are actually going to bring it up and dock it against the dock over there. We'll see that in just a minute. And then over on the right-hand side, that is a live view from Boca Chica, Texas, where SpaceX crews there continue to prepare Starship SN8 for a potential hop later today. So thank y'all for joining us. We are on the side-by-side as long as we've got the booster action there. And that is sort of how NASA spaceflight rolls.
And just a quick update on the Starship front. SpaceX was just granted a temporary flight restriction for Friday if needed. So that's an additional backup date if they are not able to launch today. They do have backup days now on both Thursday and Friday.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right. I'm really hoping that it goes today, because I would like to get on the road to New Mexico to photograph and film Virgin Galactic, which should be flying on the 11th, which would be Friday, I think. So please SN8 go today. Wouldn't that be great? Please, pretty please.
It's looking like they won't at all turn this booster for you guys. So
we can
I
see
may
the
have
worm.
to go on a road trip to see the worm, which you guys won't be able to see on the camera, but I can go on a road trip on my way home and I can take a picture of the worm for y'all and post that when I get home. I'm always curious to see how much the worm is impacted, or if we still get that nice translucent red as each flight progresses. So
that's cool.
I just like the colors of Port. Not saying that Boca Chica isn't beautiful, but Port is so much more colorful today.
It's just a fantastic. The booster, I mean, the contrast of the white tugboats and then the sooty booster there. Char, soot, Julia, which one are we going with these days? It's
Oh my lord, it's neither of them.
You want to have that
it's
conversation?
Scorch. Scorch. I'll die on that hill. It's Scorch. You can't exactly wipe it off, which makes me wonder how in the world they clean the seams for inspection. I don't know if it's kind of a buffing process or a chemical process. No one's ever said. And it doesn't look like this one has too many of those vertical lines going on, or they've been scorched over already.
Yeah, we'll zoom in on that when they get it over, I guess, berthed, right? This is the drone ship being berthed. This is not the drone ship docking. The difference, of course, being if the ship brings itself up to the dock, then it's docking. And if the ship is brought to the dock by other means, here the tugboats, then that's berthing. Same thing we see on the ISS when we get a cargo vehicle or the Crew Dragon that goes up. The Crew Dragon docks to the ISS because it's under its own control, it's under its own power, it's using its thrusters to approach the ISS and actually connect to the docking port. But if you get a cargo spacecraft like the Cygnus up there that launches out of Wallops, the Cygnus is actually berthed to the space to the ISS. The Canadarm will actually grab a hold of it and sort of plug it into a docking port. So it's the spacecraft or the ship vessel, I guess you could say, either being under its own power and control or getting help from something else to get it into position.
And we've actually also got, oh, there's a little bit of a view behind the booster right now of Go Ms. Chief. So we got to watch a load test, didn't we, the other night, Dus?
Absolutely. We saw on the Fleet Cam Live, SpaceX was testing the new or repaired, I'm not sure which one it was, nets. They had a fairing on a crane, and they were lowering the fairing down into the fairing catcher nets and seeing how the nets would hold the load after they had made some changes to them. Changes, repairs, I'm not exactly... Julia, do we know which one that was?
No, we don't. And from the view you guys have, I'm thinking those nets aren't up right now. So much for getting that closer shot of those. I wanted to see if they were different nets or if they were simply repaired nets. But that load test was a little crazy watching them lower. Thank goodness it was controlled. But out at the landing zone, it wouldn't be, right? You just have that parafoil guiding it down. So it's a little bit rougher of a landing. Checking out what happens in those corners with the arms and the net. And you would watch the ship list to the side as the weight was added on. Now imagine being in motion while that's happening. And
yeah,
that's some nerves of steel to watch something like that come down at you from the wheelhouse and really hope that that gigantic net does what it needs to do to hold on to it and know your ship just may list while you're in motion at speeds up to 16 knots. I've seen them going. And it's kind of incredible that the mission where the fairing halves came down in those very corners, that we didn't see actual breakage of the arms when they came back to Port Canaveral, and it was just the net that released. Because what we said, those are the size of a school bus.
I think so. Yeah, we've seen some people crawling around inside of them, and they are a lot bigger than you think. So,
I mean, that's just crazy. So yeah, we've got Miss Chief still in town. Go Searcher went out to support this mission, and we've seen Go Searcher do this multi-purpose kind of work where they can still fit a fairing half on the deck where they would normally put Dragon during a recovery mission. So Go Searcher is out with Go Ms. Tree going to the SXM landing zone, which is basically due east, correct? Yeah. For this mission,
yep,
they're heading straight out east. And the other support for Friday would be just read the instructions. And wow, Gavin's going to be upset with me because I don't remember. I think it's Finn took out that drone ship. And that's one of the larger tugs.
The larger seagoing tugs, right?
Yeah. But yeah, Finn Felgett's been the one that's been hanging around, and Hawk, so they kind of alternate missions. And for a while there, Of Course I Still Love You was the only drone ship going out, and I'm not sure if we exactly figured out why Just Read the Instructions was kind of out of commission for a little while there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were doing upgrades or were they working on it or what. But the tugs are just about, you see them slow down. They're just about to bump. I guess they're going to bump the drone ship up against that bumper. Remember, we were talking about they can't just push the drone ship against the concrete dock. They have to have a little safety buffer there, a little bumper to keep the sides of the drone ship where the rocket actually lands or potentially lands from crumpling up against the concrete dock there. So they'll get it up to the bumper, and that will be B-1058 successfully returned to Port Canaveral by all of the crew of those tugs. Look at the ballet that has to happen to bring that drone ship into port and get it into position so SpaceX can roll that crane up and bring that booster home for hopefully a 5th flight.
It's always fun to see the tugs do their little boop and just push her right where it needs to go.
Yep.
I was thinking the side-by-side is a cool kind of perspective of the current state of rocket reuse and where it is going.
I was going to say, is this the perfect one to say where we are and where we're going? Is that the right tweet? Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. I'm not good at the memeing, but that's solid adaptation, if not exactly right.
I did a
Very
tweet,
cool.
but I should have thought of that. I'm not good at things like that.
Yeah, we need Brady for those. We need Brady for those types of witty posts.
Yo, Brady, if you're up. Yeah, you need to do that. So other activity in port today, we actually had one of the cruise ships come back in. Our port's been kind of quiet outside of the occasional cargo ship and of course all of these drone ships coming back and forth. But we did have a Disney cruise ship come in right away this morning, and they're going to do their refuel, resupply, go back out. They can't take passengers yet. Our port and the cruise ships are closed to passengers due to COVID. So we're looking at that now until at least March from our port. And when I pulled up, I saw one of the Coast Guard cutters going out. And my guess, if I looked on tracking, is that they are supporting security along our coast because, let's see, Vice President Pence should be coming to Cape today, and he will be a part of the renaming ceremony to make the base behind me officially Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
And yo, I want to jump in just really quickly with a correction. I personally always get this confused because if you look up the height of a Falcon 9, it's like, well, is that the height of the booster? Is that the height of the booster with the inner stage? Is that the height of the booster with the second stage? Does that have the payload on it? Is it 70 meters? Is it 50 meters? Is it 42.3 meters? That's why I was very hesitant about that and sort of tossed it out. But from what I've got here, I've been railing people trying to get me the exact number here. The Falcon 9 booster is about the same height as the Starship. So they're both around 50 meters. The exact meters, this number of meters, that number of meters. Does it include the interstage? What does it include? Well, did you include it above sea level with the size of the drone ship? Is that with the legs or without the legs deployed? There's so many variables with this. I want to do a brief correction here. It's not 70 meters for the booster. It's around 70 meters for the full stack. And here, the Falcon 9 is about the same height as the SN8, the Starship itself over there. I know that's what I wanted to sort of get together and let y'all know. And Jack, you're going to want to look up. Can you get eyes on the sky and see if there's any sort of formations flying around? If you want to look up, I can bring up your camera if you acquired them.
Say again?
Jack, do you see anything in the sky around you? Any planes flying? Not yet?
I'm looking. I don't see anything except for a beautiful moon. Is there supposed to be something above me right now?
I think you're gonna. We'll keep you tuned in. It sounds like there are some T-38s inbound to Boca. A couple of them. I don't know if it's one or two. I'm trying to get the information here, but they are approaching Boca Chica. And if you acquire them, we will absolutely bring your camera up.
Copy. I will look for them. I wish right now I was at Brownsville Regional Airport, and so that I could get shots of them coming in. Holy cow! I love. Fun fact about me and planes: the T-38 is one of my absolute favorites, and it's a cousin, the F-5. Both of those aircraft. I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe it's Top Gun or maybe it's seeing them in NASA paint, but the T-38 is an absolutely amazing plane, and it's slowly going to be phased out for a new trainer that Boeing is making, and I'm going to miss the T-38. So while we have it, and while it's a thing still, we've got to get some cool photos of it, right? So I'll keep my eyes open.
Yeah, and Jack, I'm seeing if I can't get information for you, like a tracker or anything. What's exactly happening here? So somebody's saying that it may be landing at Harlingen right now. We'll see. I'm going to try to get more information and see what it says. So we'll keep you tuned in, Jack, so you can catch those things. I know you like spotting the planes.
Okay. Yeah, if they're landing at Harlingen, I don't think I'll have eyes on them. If they're landing at Brownsville Regional, I think I might. But Harlingen, I think, is a little bit further away, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's about to be south of Harlingen, so we'll see if it makes a turn to line up.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good distance. What is that, like 10, 20, 30? It's probably 30, 35 miles to the northwest of you right now, Jack. So we're watching it, and we'll let you know if we see anything. Just wanted to get your ears on, make sure your camera was ready to go and stuff like that.
Yep, ready to go. I'm pushing numbers. I should have a stable feed, and I've got my eyes looking to the northwest, which, to be fair, is an obstructed view for me. It's actually looking sort of towards the amphitheater here. back towards land. So hopefully maybe they'll swing out over the Gulf or something, or maybe I'll get eyes on them as they're coming in. We'll see.
All right. Michael, do we have anything we want to inspect up close on the booster? It looks like they've got it over to the dock successfully, but let's get some if you're on the robot, let's get some zooms in on the booster. Sure. And y'all, again, that fleet cam is actually a stream that's up 24/7. We've been operating that started streaming October 19th, it says. So since October 19th, coming up on almost 2 months in about 10 days here. If you want to view the full view of fleet cam, you can hop over to this stream. And here, I have just put it into chat, is the link to the NASA Spaceflight fleet cam.
Should we head on up to the top or what?
Well, hold on one moment, because, hey, you guys got a good view right there of people for scale and Octograbber.
Oh, let's see if we can see the people down at the bottom. This always blows people's minds where they see exactly how big the people are compared to the booster.
Well, you got one in Elizabeth S in the tug that's got its bow butt up there. Oh, you've got a tech walking up right now. Well, they're hidden by
we
the
said
legs.
Something.
I know. They just went scattering like ants.
Did I actually say T-37 earlier? Did I say T-37 earlier?
No, you said 38.
Okay, good. For some reason, I suddenly thought that I said the wrong plane type. Jeez. It's a lot going on, y'all. It's a lot going on.
So, Das, our crane operator friend, said it kind of hurts to hear you talking cranes. So someday we'll have to have a guest on who operates cranes to talk a little further about what we see at port. But
what I want to do is go to like a crane training virtual field trip. And sounds like you're getting out of your car. But I'd love to go and learn about cranes so that we can talk about cranes so that we don't make all the crane operators facepalm every time we try to talk about cranes.
Hey, I had eyes on them. It looked like there was 2 of them, but they're basically specs from my vantage point, and I'm trying to acquire, but it's tricky.
Yeah, you've got that structure in the way as well, it looks like.
Yeah, sure enough.
Gotcha. Well, hey, you saw them. If they do like a loop around or something like that, I mean, why would they fly down to Harlingen if they didn't have some business in the area, right? So we'll keep an eye on them, because if they fly over and do like a once around the facility or something, actually with the TFR in effect, that would even affect T-38s. Wouldn't it?
They just lined up for Brownsville.
Gotcha.
So maybe they'll take off again though when it's about to be a hop. Who knows?
Yeah. Also, and I'm just listening in the background. Also, this is Chris Gebhardt. Everyone. Also, temporary flight restriction and airspace closures can be violated with approval by official aircraft as well.
Gotcha.
So T-38s can also violate it if they have approval to do so by SpaceX and the FAA. Yeah.
Gotcha. Because I mean, we know at Cape Canaveral there's TFRs up, but we see the helicopters, the security helicopters, and stuff like that. So clearly, there are some official vessels that can get permission to go into that TFR area.
Exactly, like we saw the WB-57 do yesterday.
Yep.
When it was up, the big high-altitude chase plane that NASA sent down from Houston as well. Yes, which we're also watching to see if there's a flight path filed for that today as well.
Michael, could you get us a zoomed-in view of the inspection welds, where they clean the welds for the inspections? I wanted to talk about that really quickly before we hop off of Fleet Cam here. We'll get some video. Y'all, there's one more thing I wanted to sort of point out on the Falcon 9, and then we'll let y'all, if you want to continue watching the operations there, where they will potentially attach the crane and lift that booster over to the dock, or they could just fold up the legs on the drone ship using Octograbber today. Look at Fleet Cam, and you see the white stripes that are sort of horizontal and vertical. It sort of makes a cross pattern there. That's actually cleaning areas where they clean the weld lines where the pieces of steel are joined together, and they make sure that the welds are all good to go. So in between flights, they keep the soot on the majority of the structure, but then they clean off those join points, and they make sure that there's not getting any stress, fatigue, that sort of stuff, to make sure that booster can fly again. You'll see this on all of the all the returning boosters where they clean that out to inspect it. And I just said steel. I meant aluminum. Sorry. I said steel there. Falcon 9's body is aluminum, not steel. There's too much going on, and that is an aluminum thing that they clean out. Thank you. I had never known that before. We saw a booster come back a little while ago, and that is something that I like to show. It's sort of like the exhaust expansion on the launches. It's like, oh, look at that little detail, the exhaust expansion due to the air pressure. That right there, cleaning out the weld lines, all nice and dirty booster coming back from its job, but they make sure they inspect those lines. Just getting caught up with some stuff here. There's a ton of super chats. We haven't been keeping up with the super chats. Has anybody been clicking on the super chats to display them?
Off and on, yes.
Off and on? Gotcha.
Some of them have really good questions, but I'm saving them because they're not about the booster. They're about Starship right now.
Yeah. And we are, y'all. We're going to keep that fleet cam live. That stream has been up since October, actually. And you can join the fleet cam stream anytime if you want to keep an eye on that booster. We will, go ahead.
No, I was sorry. I was looking at that crane. I realized the booster lift crane is not over there right now.
Yeah. So this is where we'll have to see what exactly is going on. This is the crane I was talking about that they use to lift the booster off the drone ship, and it's nowhere near the rocket right now, right? It's nowhere near the booster. That crane is movable. It's got a ton of wheels underneath, and they can take up the supports and drive it down the dock to support different payloads. Not exactly sure what it was doing over there. We don't often see it that far out towards the entrance, but this is where it's like, well, are they going to fold up the legs on the drone ship, or are they going to roll out that crane and bring it into position? Because it would be a cool time lapse showing the crane go bzzz, driving across and getting into position next to the booster. But if we kept it wide like that, we would miss it if they were folding up the legs. So.
Well, and those are all very good questions, and you're getting wind again. Sorry, Das. I stepped out for that selfie, but that made me realize just how far away it is, and I don't see another crane here. Like, I don't see a portable crane or to do lifting. They need the cap either way, whether or not it's attached to the crane after it's placed. They still need that cap to lift the legs. So this will be interesting, and I'll try and keep an eye on Fleet Cam throughout the day and see if we can find that answer.
Excellent. Is that T-38 still airborne?
Yes. It flew over Brownsville directly.
Yeah. It looks like it may be about, I mean...
Did it touch? It might have touched and... Did it do a touch and go? It looks like it went right over the runway.
Or is this like is this a vagary of the way that the system works? Like it's actually landed and... Somebody saying it did a touch and go. Okay, I believe this guy. I fly a beach. I believe him because I know him. Said it did a touch and go. So
that's what it looks like to me.
Interesting. Jack, if you got your ears on, we may.
North though now.
Yep, we may actually be seeing this. We'll see. It realized it's the wrong airport and waved off. Because it filed for Harlingen. Didn't it have HRL, the Harlingen airport, on the flight plan, and then it was approaching Brownsville?
Yeah, does anyone have it up on FlightAware? Are they coming at me right now? What's going on?
You know, it's going to be about due west of you, Jack, in a second. I think it's about as close as it's going to get, and it's at about 2,000 feet, or 3,000 feet now.
You know, Jack is out there seeing if he can get eyes on this T-38 that's flying around. We got the booster at the port over at Port Canaveral. We got the Starship SN8. Jack is looking for a NASA T-38 that's flying around somewhere. There's a lot going on today. It looks like it came all the way around.
Yeah, no joy on those T-38s, but I'm about to get a boat on my going across in front of me here.
What sort of consolation prize is that? Didn't get to see
Not
the
as good as a
T-38.
T-38, I tell you what. Maybe
But
if
here's
the
a
boat
boat.
had NASA paint, but that's about it. Too late.
Boat's still got a little ways, Jack?
Nah, it already went by. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I missed it. Too slow. Hey, y'all, we do appreciate all the super chats. I mean, they just keep piling in. We use those to continue coverage for this. I mean, we got the fleet cam out there. We got the Starship cameras spooled up for the special event. There are all the different things. Jack crewing a broadcast remote out there for us as well. And it's the super chats that make that possible. So many nice messages. Peter Johnson, it's another long day. Don't forget to drink water, especially you out there, Jack. Not just caffeine drinks. Make sure you hydrate. Get some water in your system.
Absolutely. If you know anything about me, you know a couple things. One, I always wear an orange hoodie if weather permits. I always like to eat peanut butter toast in the morning because I'm insane. I don't know, it's just a thing. And I need fizzy water. I can do basically anything, DOS. I will drive 16 hours, 24 hours straight, whatever you need me to do safely, I will do it. But I cannot do it without fizzy water. I don't know what it is, but I have a sort of a sensitive stomach at times. You get really nervous, you get nauseous, you get uncomfortable, you get anxious. The fizzy water happens to help me. So definitely, various ways of hydrating out here, not just caffeine drinks. I've got water. I've got both fizzy and still water. So if someone is in the chat like, hey, but actually somehow fizzy water dehydrates you, which I don't think is the case, but just in case, I've got regular water as well. And of course, I mean, you know this, I've got caffeine too. So I will be exercising my hydration needs liberally. So don't you fret about me. Thank you for caring in chat.
Well, that's awesome, Jack, because when we first got on today, I was telling DOS that last night when we were done with the broadcast and I had that really bad headache and medicine wasn't working, it's because I realized that I had only had a cup of coffee that day in terms of liquid. So yes.
Yeah. I don't do it. I don't think I ate anything yesterday except for like snacks, except for Red Bull and snacks. And then when we got back to the place we were staying, just had to like jam together some food and stuff it in our faces before passing out because that's about all you can do, right?
Indeed. Indeed. I felt the same way. Like we got done last night and I just exhausted, but it was fun. It was fun.
Speaking of food, I'm going to go get some. So, DOS, if you need to do anything on Fleet Cam, you have control.
All right, copy. I'll take control of everything. Mwahaha.
Here, we do have a couple of questions. One about, they all relate to Starship. One is a good crossover with the booster. But DOS, I actually want to go full screen on Starship if we can.
Sure.
Because we do have a couple of questions about what they're doing right now. On the whatever we have decided to call the thing that I call a cherry picker. I know it's not a cherry picker, but that's just what my brain goes to. The lift, the crane, I don't know. Because they're working on the destruct systems. And we do have a question here from William saying, why would they be working on those abort charges again? And the answer to your question, William, is actually one that came in from Mike at the exact same moment. Yours were actually, believe it or not, right above and below each other in the chat list. But Mark is asking, are they pulling the safety pins on the flight termination system charges now? And that is what we do believe they are doing right now based on what we saw yesterday, pulling those pins from the flight termination system. So yesterday after the abort, which was triggered at 1.3 seconds, after the vehicle was detanked and safed, crews went back out to the pad to do the recycle to turn it around for today's attempt. And part of that involved putting safety pins in the destruct detonators to prevent accidental detonation. So as part of the process today of going through the launch countdown and prep profile, they are now pulling those pins again. So William and Mark, together with two questions that actually provided the answer to one another. Teamwork, love it. And again, for those of you who are just joining us, for all 46,000 of you watching right now around the world, thank you so much. I'm Chris Gebhardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASASpaceflight.com, and we are here hanging out, waiting for Starships 12.5 kilometer test flight. We are also flipping back and forth between this view of Boca Chica, Texas, and we were just watching booster Falcon 9 booster 1040 or 1058. There it is, which launched the CRS-21 mission over the weekend, and the fourth flight of that particular booster, and it arrived back in Port Canaveral just a few minutes ago as we were covering with Julia. So we were flipping back and forth between those, and there's actually a crossover question that we have here, Das, and Jack, and anyone who's on comms right now. And it's a question from Mike.
I'm here. I'm just staying muted like I do.
Awesome. It's a question from Mike Green asking, will Starship be charred on the outside after it makes repeated flights just like the Falcon 9 is? And I admit, I don't know the answer to that. Because I know some of the soot is, some of what we see is not charring, it's soot from the engines. And I imagine that's part of the byproduct from the burning of kerosene and oxygen, so I don't know what potential stuff might be on the side of Starship here. Since the Raptors don't burn kerosene, they burn methane and oxygen. But that's my opening I don't know explanation.
I wonder, I'm going to look real quick and see if I've got a visual aid. No, it's not folded right now, so it's really hard to see. Remember, the part of Starship that's actually going to take a lot of the re-entry is going to be the TPS, those tiles that are going to be on the underside of it. And so it's not going to be a white painted anything like we get on the Falcon 9. It's going to be the darker tiles. But the legs on the Falcon 9 are actually dark black paint. And you get sort of a different effect when those get heated up. And I wanted to see if we could see that. We can't see it. Hopefully they'll fold the legs and I can bring that up later today. It's like, SpaceX, fold up the legs so I can point the camera at that. But I imagine the underside of Starship will get a little bit, I'm going to guess, lighter, sort of how the shuttle tiles would look after reentry. And then the backside, probably the bottom down near the skirt, I guess, that's going to be really interesting how that skirts look. Once the engines relight and it's coming in for the landing or targeting burns or whatever they call it, I wonder if the inside of the skirt, is that going to get a bunch of soot buildup on it? Is the stainless steel not going to adhere the soot to it as readily because it's stainless steel? And so we won't see as much discoloration. Will it be more of like a thermal discoloration? If you've ever seen metal that gets hot and then cools down and it gets those different hues in the metal, that might be what we see. So not exactly sure. I can't wait for one of these to fly and see what it actually looks like when it's used Starship based hardware.
Same, and actually, I don't know the answer to the question about the soot that's on the outside of the Falcon 9, because again, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Das, but kerosene is a dirtier burning substance than methane. Even though they both require an ignition source, right? Like,
I would have to ask my wife on that one. She's the chemist.
Yes.
in what the byproducts of each one of those are, I would defer to someone else.
I'm also sure we're about to be told in chat what the answer to that is.
Yeah.
But I will continue without that. What I'm actually more interested in, and I want to go back to your point about the shuttle and how the tiles would turn gray, right? They would go from black to gray as they were exposed to the atmosphere over and over and over and over and over again. But the thermal blankets on the sides of the vehicles, right? You would eventually start to see the outline of where the plasma flow around the vehicle was, to the point where when they landed and they were leveled, you could see that 40-degree mark on the thermal blankets on the vehicles. That's actually what I'm curious to see, because part of Starship, its dorsal side will not have a thermal protection system. It will be exposed stainless steel, because that part of the vehicle will not reach temperatures where they have to add thermal protection tiles like they do the ventral side, the underside, the belly of it as it comes in. So I'm actually more interested to see if how that flow of plasma is translated, or if it even is translated visually onto the stainless steel, which will of course be far more polished and refined than what you see right now. on the launch pad, because part of that polishing and part of that refinement is its ability to reflect heat and its high melting point and everything like that.
Absolutely. And Chris, I've got a thing. Me and you have something we've got to deal with concerning the uplinks that we have, and so let's check in with Jack real quick. Jack, do we still have you on comms?
Yeah. What?
He might have had a little bit of an audio hiccup there.
Can you hear me? I got you loud and clear. So
Okay.
if you want to pitch me some questions, I'm here.
Jack, could you just take it away? I mean, you've been down in Boca Chica for about a week and a half. Both Chris and I back in the studio here. We've got an administrative thing we've got to get off mic to handle. Just tell us about your trip to Boca Chica. How's that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, you guys know me. I've been out here for, first off, if you don't know me, I'm Jack Byer, the Jack Byer on Twitter, Neon Heat Disease on Instagram. If you are so inclined to do the Instagram thing, it's kind of more, Instagram's more of like my photo portfolio where I post all the best of photos that I take. And Twitter is more like, you know, whatever breaking news thing or spaceflight event that I'm at, you know, so different ways to get updates for me and whatever I happen to be shooting. But I make it my job to be in the right place at the right time to capture cool spaceflight and aerospace occurrences. So, you know, that includes, I was out here for Starhopper's 20-meter hop. I was out here for a pre-burner test for Starhopper.
We might have just lost you there, Jack. We had a little bit of a hiccup with your audio.
Yeah, someone's walking by with music right now. I just wanted to mute myself.
Thank you, Jack. Good call. Well done, dude. All right, take it away.
Yeah, okay, so hopefully the music isn't audible on my end. They're steadily walking further away from me. Okay, so I was out here for Starhopper days, the 20-meter hop, the 150-meter hop. I think I was even out here for the 6-inch hop or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. It's all starting to blur together at this point, but point being, I've been out to Boca Chica a bunch of times. I've had the absolute fortune and honor to stay in Boca Chica Village for, I think, a little over a week's time, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe a little less. But there truly isn't anything akin to staying in Boca Chica Village. It's absolutely a magical place, and it's like another world. And, you know, from Starhopper days on, I got bit by the bug and really wanted to keep covering Starship at, you know, as much as I possibly could. So I've made it my business to be out here whenever there is something, you know, some new milestone coming up. So unfortunately, thanks to COVID, I wasn't able to make it out for serial number 5. I think that's about the only thing, major thing that I've missed so far. Haven't gotten to tank test like 7.1 or anything like that, like Mary does. You know, Mary's a Boca Chica resident, and she's a legend. So clearly not catching everything, me just coming in for the major events and whatnot, but I do what I can. I live in Los Angeles, so anyways, that's the backstory. That's me, in case you're wondering, who's this guy that's always goofy on stream, and why is he blathering on always? Well, that's me, and that's my experience, at least just with Starship. I live in Los Angeles, and I work in the TV and film industry, and I shoot aerospace, basically anything. Yeah, so
One
this
might
trip has
say
been...
you're a jack of all trades.
There you go.
Get out. Go do your work. Go do your administrative boring thing and stop.
Oh,
you know, I hit you with the yards joke earlier, so I guess I deserve it.
Oh no, I thought I was just coming on to toss you another question.
Go for it.
If we were at that point, yeah. So someone, Harry M, is asking, why is the lift, the boom, the cherry picker, the crane, whatever we're calling it, why is it still there, and what is it doing?
It's activating the FTS, right? That's what we think it's doing right now, is getting the flight termination system, those 2 little white boxes that contain charges that will terminate the flight if something goes awry. They can be in a safe situation or they can be active, and I believe we think they are currently activating those charges. But yeah, good question there. So yeah, just to finish up how's my trip going so far? We're doing good. I'm here with my partner Lauren. We're having a blast. She's an old hand at this stuff, just like I am. We love watching launches out of Vandenberg. We both grew up, actually, coincidentally, in Florida, watching launches out in Florida. And we both have I'm sure you know this experience, Chris and Das, really all of us that are into launches. we both were the type of people who would go into a room of friends or family and be like, hey, go outside. X or Y is launching into space right now. And, force all of your friends to go outside and look up, because startlingly enough, a lot of people won't take the time out of their day to go outside and look up for something going into space, which kind of blows my mind. But also, some people just don't know. So those of you that are occupying that role in your circle of friends or family to let people know what's going on with spaceflight activities, way to go. That's awesome of you. So trip's going good. Long-winded story over. That's my view there on the left from South Padre. It's a 300mm view. That's about what we're looking at. We've been here, almost 2 weeks now? Oh gosh. We left LA 2 weeks ago Friday. So we definitely are looking forward to, boat's coming. Definitely looking forward to getting back to LA, seeing our cat again, and shooting some stuff on the way home. I mean, Virgin Galactic would be amazing. But anyways, that's me. That's what I'm up to. Trip so far has been great. Really can't complain about the delays to Starship flight, because this is a developmental test program, and I mean, this thing could fly next year for all we know. I don't want to be pessimistic Paulie over here, or negative Ned, but it's the fact of the matter is it's a test program, and anything could pop up that could cause further delays. However, currently we are hoping for and we are expecting a test today, and there's a couple more days like we were talking about earlier, a couple more windows this week, so fingers crossed SEAL number 8 is able to fly. Really can't complain about the delays. Obviously I would have loved it to go first try. I would have loved it to go a week ago, but it is what it is, and I said it before and I'll say it again. If Starship was easy, everybody would be shooting it.
Very
But
true.
if you want to throw me some more questions, Chris, I am done blathering on about myself. I promise I will keep that to a minimum.
Well, I can't promise the same my end personally, but anyway, not a question, but a sort of an answer to what we were talking about earlier with the soot on the vehicle. Chris Jeffries, a member in our chat, is saying there'll be much less than what we see on Falcon 9 because of the engine cycle differences. Pre-burners on Starship don't release soot externally, is what he's saying. So that might be a part of the answer to what we will see for that. So anyway, circling back to a question we were answering talking about 10 minutes ago. So here's a good question, because we're talking about kerosene, right, and how the Falcon 9 burns kerosene and oxygen. And the question coming in here is, why can't Starship use kerosene? And
because it's a totally different engine, right? And even aside from engines, if you think about the different proportions of the different tanks, the oxidizer tank to the fuel tank, it needs to be a specific ratio given the fuel and given what the engine wants and expects. So Starship itself, I don't think, let's just say hypothetically, you bolted a bunch of Merlins onto a Starship fuselage and then filled it full of kerosene and filled it full of liquid oxygen. Would you, it wouldn't burn in the appropriate amount. You would either be left over with some kerosene at the end, or you'd be left over with some oxygen at the end, but not, it wouldn't work out, because the tankage is not sized correctly for methalox, the methalox ratio, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I'm pretty sure that's right. But again, verify with your own sources. Maybe watch Tim Dodd's excellent Raptor breakdown video or something like that, and inform yourself, just to make sure that I'm not feeding you half facts over here. But I will say Raptor is a completely different engine, and part of enabling reusability and rapid reusability for Starship is Raptor. It's a big part. So Kerolox and Starship and rapid reusability, Kerolox being what Falcon 9 uses, kerosene and liquid oxygen, is just not in the cards. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, I believe one of the issues with Falcon 9 reusability, or one of the items that they have to keep an eye on, is coking on the turbopump turbines. So the turbopump is basically the bit of the engine that is a little engine that powers the engine. I know that's redundant, but it literally is. It's a small little, almost rocket engine that spins up a very fast and high pressure pump that is able to then feed the combustion chamber. So turbo pumps are very important to the functioning of a rocket engine. I mean, a lot of times people will say rockets are basically just fancy plumbing with fire coming out of one end. So it's important that those turbo pumps and the turbines within them do not sustain excess wear. And with Kerolox, with kerosene and oxygen, the way that fuel mixture burns, I believe, in the turbine can cause what's called coking, which, if you think of like holding a candle up to a piece of glass, like the base of another candle or something like that, and it turns like that black color, I believe that is applicable as coking. Now, I could be wrong again. Verify for yourself. But basically, sooty buildup on the turbine on the turbine blades is bad, and that is just something that happens by nature with Kerolox and with Falcon 9. And the full flow staged combustion engine that is Raptor will not experience those coking problems due to the higher efficiency of the combustion of methane and liquid oxygen. It is a far more efficient burn. It is a near complete burn, if I'm not mistaken, and versus Kerolox, where you have a lot of soot left over, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, oh, my voice cracked again. Here we go. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the way that the pre-burner on Falcon 9 works is fuel rich. So it has excess kerosene in there that is unburnt, and that can result in some of that coking like we were talking about. And Raptor will have none of those issues and be one of those things that further enables rapid reuse. Is that all accurate, Chris? You didn't interrupt me, so I think I'm pretty good.
I didn't interrupt you. It matches what I understand of the systems as well, and I'll go one step further with that reuse capability that you're talking about, because the other big reason that Starship cannot, actually the biggest reason that Starship cannot use kerosene and has to use methane, is because methane is on Mars. We can grab it out of the Martian atmosphere and the Martian environment, condense it down, and put it in Starship and go.
Yep.
So it was the primary driver of this was the ability to, and methane is and the ability to make it in other places of the solar system is also immensely important to this overall design and overall program.
Basically, anywhere in the solar system you would be expecting to go, you could probably end up making some methane. You can't say the same for crushed dino juice, ancient crushed dino juice, which is oil. That is an Earth thing as far as we know. So you have to pick a fuel that enables you to refuel on another planet or on the moon or what have you, and Methalox is also part of that equation. So you can start to see, as we go over all of these different points here about Starship and about Raptor, you can really get a sense that they are designing from first principles a fully reusable and rapidly reusable system. That is all about what Starship is. That is exactly the name of the game. And that is why you see them starting with Starship. They're starting with the second stage of the rocket. I mean, it's kind of wild if you imagine the Falcon 9 equivalent of this would just be a tiny little dinky single engine second stage sitting on a pad that's like, not very big. Obviously, I think it fits on like a flatbed of a semi-truck, so it's fairly big, but compared to Starship, not very. And it's very interesting that rather than trying to pursue second stage reuse with Falcon 9 and with Merlin engines and all that kind of stuff, they have switched completely to this new design, and they are pursuing from the basics, from the drawing board, a completely new, completely reusable design. And that is why we are all so excited about Starship, and why we all put our hopes and believe that it will succeed, because it's clearly it's like a silver bullet, right? Oh God, I really didn't mean it's shaped like a silver bullet. I didn't try for that, but no, really, it's very, very, very purposefully designed to be the way that it is, which is good, because we're using dolphins, awesome, because you want it to be fully and rapidly reusable, not just refurbishable or what have you. Okay, I'm gonna pan the camera for some dolphin action, because if you know me, You know I like wildlife. I would go to Mars in a heartbeat. I would go to the moon in a heartbeat. But Earth is unquestionably the best planet. And I'm happy to live here and all the biodiversity and all the beautiful creatures that we have. Where'd that guy go? Where'd he go? Oh, I blew it. Sorry. Just a
Sorry,
second.
I joined this voice channel and the first thing I hear is Jack going, "Oh, dolphin!"
Oh, hey, Thomas. You know about me. I like dolphins.
Hi, Jack. How's it going,
How's it going?
everybody?
Hey,
No
Thomas.
worries.
We are doing good. How about you? You had you finished up some finals and everything today,
Yep,
correct?
I've finished my exams for the semester. We're all good here, so now I can pay full attention to Starship finally. I was selfishly a little glad that they scrubbed yesterday so I could see it live today, but it is what it is.
Not sure what happened there. It looks like my signal tanked for a second.
Right.
So,
We got you back, Jack.
yeah, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. But yeah.
Welcome, Thomas.
How's it going?
Hey, wait, before y'all start like answering questions again,
Yes,
I
Julia.
just want to sneak in and say thank you to everyone. I'm going to exit chat here, but I just posted a bunch of pictures from port and checked in on Fleet Cam, and holy cow, there must be some dual screen folks watching today because there's over 300 people still tuned into Fleet Cam, which is our view from Rusty's at the port. And we offer that 24/7, so one of my posts does have the link to that, so y'all can join in, chat with each other, dual screen, and watch Starship coverage along with these guys. On that note, thank you all for your support. Super chats, subscriptions, all of that make all of this wonderful coverage possible, and I am honored to be a part of it.
Thank you so much, Julia. It's always good to hear your voice, and it's always good to have some commentary on port activities from one of the original fleet chasers out there. I know you and Pauline and various other people like myself and my girlfriend Lauren. We like to keep our eyes on what the fleet is doing. So thank you for chiming in. It's always good to hear what you have to say.
Well,
Cool.
thank you, Jack. And as you all know, watch the fleet. Sometimes they give us some pretty good clues.
Darn tootin'.
Thanks,
Did I just say
Julia.
darn tootin'?
Thanks, y'all. You guys have fun, and I'll keep tuning in to keep an eye on you.
Thanks, Julia. And yeah, there you go. Falcon 9 booster 1058 at Port Canaveral, coming back in about an hour or so ago after successfully launching Dragon on the CRS-21 cargo mission up to the International Space Station. And then on the right, you see Starship SN8, which is preparing, or being prepared rather, for a test flight sometime this afternoon. Again, exact timing is fluid, but we are keeping an eye on what is going on and taking your questions and hanging out as SpaceX operations occur at both Florida and Texas, which happens a lot, doesn't it, Thomas?
Absolutely. And I mean, well, it'll be interesting because going forward, they want Starship to launch from both states. They want us to watch Starship from KSC and Boca Chica. So I think that it's only going to increase, and Boca Chica is going to get busier and the Cape's going to get busier. But yeah, it's cool to have. I love that we just have robotic cameras in every state where SpaceX does stuff at this point. It's awesome.
Indeed it is. Alrighty, so well, Thomas, we've got a lot of questions here. We've got 47,000 people watching from around the world. So if you've got any questions, we've got a long queue of questions, but if you've got any more, go ahead and tag us at NASASpaceflight in chat so we can see that a bit easier. Yeah, so let's start out here, Thomas, because I know this is a question a lot of people have on their minds. Did SpaceX or Elon ever say what caused the abort yesterday?
Right, I believe the only public info that's come out, SpaceX tweeted that there was a Raptor auto abort at T-1 second, so that's an automatically initiated abort when Raptor computers detected something that was not quite right and caused an abort in that scenario. So we know it was Raptor engine related, but other than that, I don't think we have any more specific info than that. Elon has not made any tweets since then, and only the one official SpaceX tweet. So.
Indeed.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes.
I have a question. Are you able to relay what you posted in, what is this, off topic? Or is that like nah?
Oh,
that's super
not,
cool.
not
either
right
way.
now. Sorry,
okay.
I cannot actually.
No worries. I just saw it and thought it was cool. That's all.
Nah, maybe another time. Not today though. It's nothing super exciting, Chad. You're not missing anything.
All right, cool. Let's do some more Starship questions. Woo!
Yeah, I would love to rapid fire some questions, Chris, if you want to do that.
All right, let us go through this, and we'll work through some of our super chats here as well. So a 10 euro super chat here with the question, why is fueling a rocket so complex when fueling your car is easy?
That's a fair point. Okay, so there's a couple differences here. Obviously, most combustion, well, not most, all forms of propulsion that involve some sort of combustion, you need fuel and you need oxidizer to create a combustion event. Normally, if you're in a car or a plane, that air, the oxidizer, comes just from the outside air. That, a jet engine intakes air, which is used for combustion. A car just takes in air while you're driving. And so you only have to load the fuel. So in your car, it's just some type of form of gasoline or diesel. And that's the only thing you have to load. And also that material is, stable at, room temperature. It doesn't need to be kept cold or at a certain temperature or anything like that. Rocket propellants are a bit different, and it depends on not only what propellant you're using, but how exactly you're using, because you can use the same propellant some different ways. But the one thing that stays the same across all space propellants is you need to bring your own oxidizer, because once you get to space, there's no air to use for your combustion. Almost all rockets bring just pure liquid oxygen. There are some small thrusters that use like different compounds that have oxygen in them, but almost always it's just liquid oxygen. Just for pure efficiency reasons. And then you can bring a couple different things as fuel. We've talked about Starship uses liquid methane as its fuel. The Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy vehicles use kerosene or rocket propellant 1, which is just a specific grade of kerosene. Some rockets use liquid hydrogen, such as the Delta IV family, and the SLS core stage uses liquid hydrogen. So there's a couple different rocket fuels. Those are the big ones. And all of those often have specific temperature requirements. Not always. Liquid oxygen, of course, always has a temperature requirement, because if it's at room temperature, it's no longer in liquid form. So liquid oxygen has to be kept very cold to keep it below its evaporation point, or boiling point, I guess is actually the right word. And then kerosene is stable at room temperature. So if you look at a rocket like the Atlas V, they can actually load kerosene several days in advance into their first stage, and they usually do for a wet dress rehearsal, and then they just leave it in the rocket because it doesn't need to be kept at a certain temperature or anything like that. And it's perfectly stable that way. Other rockets like the Falcon 9 fleet, which still use the same grade of kerosene, but SpaceX likes to condense that kerosene so it's denser, and you can basically fit more performance into your rocket by making the fuel much colder. So it's the same kerosene, but they load it at the end, and they can't load it super in advance because they keep it very cold, and that will boil off if you just leave it in the tanks too long. So same fuel, but slightly handled differently. And then liquid hydrogen, same thing as the liquid oxygen. If you don't thermally condition it, it'll just evaporate, so you have to keep it cold there. So those are some of the biggest differences, and again, the biggest things are bringing your own oxidizer, and then making sure your fuels are at the right temperature, so they stay in the right state, and so that they're densified correctly, so you have as much performance as you can get.
Awesome, Thomas. Awesome. And a question we're getting a lot to in both super chats and in our chat queue. What is the time of the flight today?
So today's window, based on the airspace restrictions and the road closures, opened at 9 a.m. local time, so we are in the window now, and the window closes at 5 p.m. Central Time. So we've got just over 6 hours left in the window. which is of course plenty of time. Propellant loading only takes about an hour, I believe we figured out. So if they get, just over an hour before the end of the window is when we would really need to see propellant loading underway to make sure they'll actually meet today's window. And I think we're expecting kind of this afternoon for them to make an attempt, which is why we're keeping an eye on things. The big signs will be when the pad clears and things like that. But so yeah, today's window extends till 5 p.m. local time, just over 6 hours from now. And it could happen anytime within that window. We don't have an exact target time. Another big hint will be when the SpaceX stream, which I don't think we've seen one scheduled for today yet, but SpaceX was planning to have an official stream for the flight. So when that stream shows up again, that'll give us another idea of just how close they are.
Indeed it will. All right, some other questions that we've had here, which is
sorry, Jack, you got dolphins just below your frame.
Oh, there you go.
Jack, pan down, please. He might not be on comms.
He might not be on comms. I think he was. Oh, there he goes.
There he goes. He's moving. There we go.
We did catch a glimpse of dolphins. And that's so funny because we were talking about our cameras in Texas.
Jack. Sorry, low battery jack. Perfect timing.
Oh yeah. We were talking about our cams at Port Canaveral and our cams in Boca Chica. There are tons of dolphins in Port Canaveral too, all the time. So wherever we put cameras, there are both spaceships and dolphins apparently.
There are the joys of being on wildlife refuges and preserves and wide open spaces. Indeed. A good question though that we've got about Starship here though, from Sahid Malik. He's saying why haven't they built a flame diverter or a deluge system at Boca Chica?
That is a great question, and it's one that I know a lot of people have been talking about, and there's been a lot of speculation and even some criticism of SpaceX saying, we know that one of the previous static fires actually damaged the engine bay a bit because of debris from the launch pad getting kicked back up into the engine bay by Raptor thrust and actually damaging some Raptors. So we know this is actually an issue, but there's a reason behind SpaceX wanting to avoid flame diverters, and that's simply because when you land this Starship on the Moon or Mars, there's no flame diverter on your landing pad. So there is merit to making sure your vehicle is built strongly enough, especially in that engine section, to not need a flame diverter. Obviously, you take advantage of that on Earth here as much as you can. I wouldn't be surprised if they add some sort of flame diverter eventually to the orbital launch pad where the Super Heavy boosters will launch from. But even then, the Super Heavy booster needs to come back and land on a landing pad, and you can't really land on a flame diverter without being very precise with your landing, which is a long-term goal. SpaceX, I think, eventually still wants to evolve the system where instead of landing next to the pad and kind of craning it back onto the launch mount, it just lands on the launch mount. But they're going to want to refine the Super Heavy flight for a while before they reach that point. So for now, it's going to have to land on a landing pad, and even then, you can't really take advantage of a flame diverter. So it makes sense that they're not using a flame diverter now, and that they want to make sure the vehicle can withstand firing its engines in close proximity to the ground without a flame diverter. Even though they may take advantage of that for Earth launches in the future, or even in the far future for building a launch mount on Mars, for say, maybe they put a flame diverter there, but for the initial flights, they're going to have to do without, so it makes sense to do their testing that same way. You want to test how you fly, right? So it makes sense that they're not doing one now, because you don't get one on the surface of Mars.
There you go, right? Here's a one from Roman R saying, so SpaceX fired the vacuum optimized Raptor, and basically why do they need sea level Raptors on this version of Starship? Not just for today, but for the overall design as well.
Sure. So there are two versions of the Raptor engine. The sea level engine is the one they developed first, and the one that is on Starship SN8. There are three of them, we're talking about different versions of the same engine. All that really changes is the nozzle. Sometimes there are small changes elsewhere in the engine, but the biggest difference is just changing the size of the nozzle on the end. That does. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. Do we have any Venture Brothers fans in chat? The nozzle. All right, I'm done. The nozzle. Okay, now I'm really done.
I feel left out because I don't get this reference. So I hope someone got that. But yeah, so they want to optimize the engine to perform in certain atmospheric conditions. Obviously, at sea level, your air pressure and the air density around is very different than in the vacuum of space, where there is in fact no air pressure. So the performance of your engine changes based on how the flow interacts with the atmosphere on its way out of the nozzle. So you need to change your engine depending on where you're going to operate it. So that's why there's two different variants of Raptors. Same thing with the Merlin engines on the Falcon fleet. There's a Merlin vacuum that you see on the upper stages and the Merlin sea levels on the boosters. SpaceX has tested their vacuum engine, which they developed a little bit after the sea level engine was well underway. SpaceX, I think, posted an awesome video on either their Twitter or on YouTube, maybe, of them firing it at their McGregor, Texas facility. So that was very cool. They did fire it at sea level, which means that its performance isn't exactly matching how it will perform in a vacuum of space. But they can use the data that they gather while they're firing at sea level to extrapolate and figure, okay, here's how it would actually perform. And they can still safely do that testing. So they did do that. The second part of the question, why do they need sea level ones on Starship? So keep in mind, obviously Starship is the upper stage. So after launch, it will be in the very upper parts of the atmosphere already after the Super Heavy booster does its job, and therefore could probably get away with only vacuum engines for that portion. However, Starship has to come back and land at some point, and if you're landing both on Earth or on Mars, although it depends on the density, it might be even better to use vacuum engines on Mars just because there's less air density. I'd have to check, and it depends on how SpaceX designed it. But when they're landing on Earth, for sure, you want to use those sea level engines because you'll be landing at sea level on Earth and needing those Raptor engines then. So that's why you still need sea level ones on the Starship vehicle itself, for landing especially. It's also possible, depending on when the booster, the Super Heavy booster, shuts down and performs its return to launch site landing, if Starship is still low enough or not quite fast enough to rely on vacuum engines alone, which are usually lower thrust but higher efficiency, they might need sea level engines just for a little extra thrust to help it get to orbit. I know there's some speculation that after the two stages separate, initially Starship will fire all of its engines, which should be 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines all at once, and then once it gets a little higher, we'll shut down the sea level engines and only use the vacuum engines for their efficiency to finish their orbital insertion. Although that's pure speculation based on what we know about how many engines they're going to have and things. Obviously, we'll have to wait further development to continue, and SpaceX figures out exactly how to do that. But yeah, you need sea level engines for just a little extra thrust on the way up, probably, and then certainly they need them to land Starship at the end of its mission.
Hey, Thomas. Sorry, I just wanted to say sorry for the nozzle weirdness. So there's a cartoon show called The Venture Brothers that, like, if you've ever seen Johnny Quest, it's like you took Johnny Quest and completely turned it on its head. It's so good. It actually was recently canceled, but such a good show. And there's a scene in it, in one of the episodes, where a character is getting, scanned, like in an airlock type situation, and the classic science fiction, like, robot comes out to do the scan, but the audio in the room is just sort of disconcerting, and there's just a weird disembodied voice just constantly like, the nozzle is doing its job. Please stay still while the nozzle works. And just says the nozzle over and over and over again, and it's a fun joke. Sorry. You said nozzle like 3 times rapid fire, and I had to do it. I apologize, but hopefully, like, one person in chat was like, "I love that show." So anyway,
I believe I see venting at the tank farm right above the chat, right above our logo.
I'm looking. Oh, look at that! Yeah, I think that would be the grass vent, as we call it sometimes.
Yes, the grass
Not really
vent is
indicative
happening.
of like startup or anything, but good to see nonetheless.
Yes, and Michael, are you on
It's a
right
good
now?
sign that activity is picking up.
Yes.
I'm on right now.
Yeah, cool. I know we were talking back channel about what we wanted to take a look at around the pad. I don't know if we're ready for that or not.
Yes, we can take a look. We're going to take a look at the parking lot next to the pad just to see if or how many cars we left to the pad, because when we look at the parking lot, we can tell how many SpaceXers are still at the pad. So let's see if I can get the camera to move. And there is some latency between when I say it's moving and when you see it, but we are taking a look right now. And looks like there are still a good number of cars there.
There we go. So not at pad clear yet, but definitely activity is picking up as they start conditioning some of the ground service equipment, which includes all of those tanks. So ground service equipment is basic, or GSE, so ground service equipment or GSE, basically a catch-all term for all the stuff you need to launch a rocket that stays on the ground when the rocket lifts off. And that can include all of the propellant storage tanks and things like that, which we did see a grass event there, again, indicative that things are continuing to progress at Boca Chica here. But pad is definitely not clear, as you can see the cars there. Definitely. So, Thomas, yeah, so another question that we've got here concerns the RCS thrusters that are on board Starship. Now, the question is, for the RCS thrusters, do they run on the same fuel as the Raptors, or do they need their own tanks, or what are the current thrusters using?
Sure, so I believe the current RCS thrusters on these Starship test vehicles are the exact same thrusters that they use on Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters for their maneuvering, performing their flip maneuvers and things like that. They are cold gas thrusters. I believe they operate on nitrogen, just pressurized gas, not really anything too sophisticated. They are different than the Draco thrusters on Dragon. I know some people get those confused and say, oh, aren't they the same as Draco thrusters? They're not. They're cold gas thrusters. But I believe that is what they are currently using on the Starship test vehicles. I think for the future, they are going to use the hot gas thrusters, which I believe is what the question was actually about. And I believe those will be using the same fuel as Raptor. They will run on methane and oxidizer, just for simplicity and not having to have extra propellant tanks. And I do believe that they might. So there's the RCS thrusters, and then there's also the special moon landing thrusters that we've seen, so that they don't have to use the Raptor engines near the lunar surface, which are also methane, and they're Raptor derived, and they use the same fuel as Raptor. So I think the hot gas RCS thrusters that are coming will be methane fueled as well, but that's not what they currently have on Starship. I think they're using the Falcon 9 thrusters for now.
Gotcha. And here's one that's not actually a question about Starship, but someone's wanting to know, saying this isn't about Starship, but do you guys have a podcast?
There has been talk. Well, so we have this show called NASASpaceflight Live, or NSF Live, which goes on every Saturday at 3 o'clock on this channel. You should check it out. But it's not really a podcast per se. It's kind of formatted to a podcast. We basically just talk about space stuff. We also show stuff on screen, so there's some visual aspects to it. But we have been talking about, should we make this into a podcast format as well and publish it that way? And Jack, I was waiting for Jack to chime in because I know he wants to. So that's kind of in the works. If you wanted to make a podcast, you should tell us in chat to encourage us to make it a podcast as well. I think we that's an idea that we're floating around, and that might come up if we can make it work. Right now, go ahead.
Just a little bit of inside baseball. I'll try and keep it short. As the Coast Guard cutter is approaching my shot, and I'm shooting some photos while talking. Basically, I live on podcasts and music, but these days I consume an insane amount of podcasts, and one of the podcasters whose material I consume is a guy named Marco Arment, and he was one of the, I think, original 5 or so Tumblr employees, and he's made a bunch of awesome apps, but he makes a podcast player called Overcast, which is by far the best podcast player that I have used, and I love it. But I say all of this because not only has he made a podcast player, but he has made a podcast production app, basically an editor for podcasts. And in that, he's added all the sorts of specs and standards things that are part of podcasts, because podcasts are an amazing open thing. It's basically just an RSS feed on the internet. You publish it, it can go in the master database that Apple and Google and all the others hold, and bam, it's democratic content creation. It's amazing. So not only has he made a podcast player, but he's made a podcast production app that allows you to do things like make chapter markers for the podcast. I don't know if you guys listen to any podcasts that have chapter markers, but is it nice. And we could do things like chapter markers. We could do things like images. If we're talking about a specific image, we can tie that to a chapter marker with this piece of software that he's made. and do things so like if someone is, wants to glance at their phone screen and see what we're talking about, it can actually pop up on the screen, and a little bit of another level of interactivity. So all that is to say, one, use Overcast as your podcast platform of choice. It's awesome. Two, we are absolutely working on this. I think it should be done. I think our content, even these live streams, I think would be cool podcast content. And it's just a matter of when I get some time, when I'm not in Boca Chica and when I'm not editing some videos, I will try and, this is one of those many things on my list that I hope we're able to do here and bring you guys some extra content, because I know not everybody can watch YouTube streams all the time, and sometimes it's just nice to have the audio.
Absolutely. So you've heard it here, NASA Spaceflight Podcast in the works, not there yet right now. NSF Live is still available on YouTube. Obviously, you can listen to it whenever you want. All the shows are archived on our YouTube channel. You can look them up. And hopefully we can try and get that to some new formats in the near future.
Yeah, because I know YouTube does, like, it used to be that you could play YouTube audio while having the screen off, at least on iOS. I'm not sure what the deal is on Android anymore, but now YouTube has that behind a paywall. So if you want to listen to just the audio and have the video off, or if you're in a data constrained situation where you can only really get the audio and you don't even want the video, it's situations like that where I feel like the podcast would be exceptionally useful. And Chris G and I, we're liable to go on a 30-minute conversation about single stage to orbit or shuttle or what have you. So, but those are the kind of things where if you're on a long commute, I would hope that our conversations and our tomfoolery is entertaining to you and is helpful in your commute and stuff. So anyways, podcast, great idea. Do want to do, just a matter of time.
Indeed. So great question there. All right, so here's another one, Thomas. Going back to the technical side of things. So what will SpaceX use to connect the tanker Starship to another Starship for orbital refueling operations?
Sure. So we've seen a couple animations of this going on, and SpaceX has actually kind of modified how they've done it from like the very early concepts for the interplanetary transport system to the current Starship architecture. But basically, the two vehicles will dock to one another, and if you can imagine the engine section of each Starship docking to one another, so they'll be facing opposite directions, and the aft end will dock to one another, and there will be little ports, I think one on each side, that get lined up and connect to fueling lines, and that will be how the two Starships connect to one another to conduct orbital refueling. I believe in order to transfer the fuel itself, I think SpaceX has said they don't want to just put fuel pumps. I think they just want to use little ullage thrusters to apply a little bit of thrusting that kind of forces the fuel back through the pipes that way. I could be mistaken on that, and maybe that's still kind of in the works. Exactly how they're going to transfer the propellant once they do that. I know SpaceX has a partnership with NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center to continue developing that technology, and I think there's a tech demonstration somewhere in some NASA partnership that they've gotten with Starship development. So the exact details are in the work, but yeah, they will simply dock to one another, engine side first, if that makes sense. If you go to the most recent Starship animation on SpaceX's YouTube channel, it shows the orbital refueling docking, so you can get an idea if you want to check that out.
Gotcha. And just to confirm, we don't exactly know what they're going to use to connect them together, just the basic idea of how they'll connect together from the back ends and everything.
Right, so it'll be some sort of like, it won't be a traditional docking port like you think Dragon has and stuff like that, because it'll just be a fuel line. But I imagine it'll just be like a mini little docking port mechanism of some kind on the fuel lines, which kind of stick out the engine bay and connect that way. I believe it's the same place they connect the fuel lines when it's on the ground. They fill fuel kind of from the bottom of the vehicle and pump it up in. I think it's the same fuel lines. I don't know if we know exactly what the docking mechanism will look like, but it'll be something like that.
Gotcha. And we have some experience with orbital refueling already, right? I mean, not on the grand scale that is Starship, but we do it on the ISS, and we've actually had some robotic refueling demonstrations with cryogenics recently performed by Canadarm2 and Dexter. So this idea of orbital refueling and why it's a big deal for NASA, to go to SpaceX with an unfunded, agreement that they want to pursue The study of this is not because orbital refueling is this new idea. It's more so on the scale that we're talking about. It's never been done before.
Yes.
Yeah. And with cryogenics too, right? Because the stations one are
Yes.
storable propellants like monomethylhydrazine and stuff like that. But this would be the first time we're talking about not just large scale, but even small ship-to-ship scale for cryogenics, right?
Yes, that's also a very big difference, and that's part of their partnership with NASA on the Starship orbital refueling development is specifically related to how do you transfer cryogenic propellants. So that's a key physics difference that might make it a little more tricky, but I think they'll figure it out.
Gotcha. Yes, indeed. Alrighty, and another question that we have here too, that is coming up, a bit. Why doesn't if there was an emergency on Starship, how would the crew escape?
That is a very good question. There is no sort of in-flight abort capability for Starship as far as we know. If you're familiar, I'll compare it to the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon system. Crew Dragon has integrated abort engines, the Super Draco engines. Of course, we saw those demonstrated on their in-flight abort test. That was a very big part of the commercial crew program to make sure that all of the vehicles had in-flight abort capabilities should something go wrong during ascent. Starship does not have that. SpaceX is going a different route. It's not prohibitive. We have had crewed spacecraft in the past without abort systems, talking about the space shuttle, which were wildly successful. There are other ways to build reliable vehicles that don't have those abort scenarios. Starship will have to be built in a way where you fly it a lot without people on board in order to gain data on how the vehicle operates and things like that and demonstrate its reliability. And once that happens, SpaceX will be able to say to any prospective crew customers, hey, this is how we've demonstrated that this vehicle is reliable, and even with a lack of abort capability, it is safe to travel, put people on this vehicle. That's how they're going to have to do that. In the nearer term, they're also getting around it with the human landing system architecture where the Starship lunar lander doesn't launch with people on it. It gets all the way to orbit, and in fact all the way to the moon orbit first, before people ever board it. They board it and lunar orbit, so it's already conducted the launch successfully. So that's a way to kind of get around crew rating the launch of a Starship on a super heavy booster too. So there's other ways around it in the short term, and then the long term it'll just be about demonstrating the vehicle's reliability over several thousand flights, several hundred flights probably. At least that's what SpaceX, that's what Elon has kind of hinted to say. We want to fly this hundreds of times, and that will likely involve deploying a lot of Starlink satellites. It'll likely involve just a lot of test flights, and flying uncrewed customers like commercial satellites and things like that. But yeah, so they're kind of going about it a different way, just because it would be very difficult to integrate an abort system into the current Starship architecture. Starship is big. If you want to get the entire vehicle away from the vehicle, the Raptor engines take a couple seconds to complete startup, and that's not fast enough if the booster below you is exploding, for example. So you would need some sort of different propellant system, and that means having a whole nother set of engines, a whole nother set of fuel reserves, just like the Super Draco system does. So it's not really practical for a vehicle of the Starship kind of overall design.
Thomas, you're getting the vehicle away from the vehicle talk made me think of the front fell off. It's been towed outside the environment. It's the vehicle is away from the vehicle. I'd like to stress that's not normal.
I would like to stress that's not normal. It's been outside of the environment, Jack. Don't worry. But yeah. So that's kind of the different way of proving the vehicle's reliability, so you don't need an abort system, which would be super difficult to integrate into a vehicle like Starship.
Real quick,
Go ahead, Michael.
I was going to ask Jack if he had seen any sign of, police or sheriffs clearing the area, any boats, anything like that, Jack?
Okay, Michael, you're kind of scaring me. Do you have a camera on me right now, Michael, that I don't know about?
No, I do not. I was just wondering.
This is seriously uncanny. I swear, you are psychic. Right as we were just talking, the sheriff drove by with a patrol boat on a trailer headed towards the boat ramp, which It's about 100 yards from me right now. So that's right, I said yards. But yeah, so the sheriff is on site with a boat. No doubt they will be putting that boat into the water and patrolling the exclusion area. So that's a trend. That's a positive trend, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
And stand by for me just a moment. I am going to attend to some housekeeping issues, and I will be back.
Of course. And yes, for those of you who are just joining us, we are standing by for, we are watching and monitoring the progress leading up to the 12.5 kilometer test flight of Starship from Boca Chica, Texas today. And as we continue to go down toward there, just mentioning that while we do not have a precise launch time yet from SpaceX or any indication thereof, preparations have been continuing quite steadily throughout the morning. It began with Boca Chica village being evacuated earlier this morning, and that was followed by the airspace over Boca Chica being closed. A couple of hours later, we then saw a whole bunch of activity at the vehicle, inspecting it and preparing it for liftoff today. And then we saw a little bit of venting from the tank farm area, indicating that ground support equipment preparations were in work. Of course, the road and the pad is not cleared right now. As you can see, vehicles driving back there. All standard based on what we saw yesterday, and of course with Jack's update there of the local authorities getting into position to start patrolling and clearing the area and enforcing the marine hazard zones as well. Everything continuing on pace here for a launch sometime this afternoon. Yeah, based on where they were yesterday at this time, what, Michael, 2.5, 3.5 hours, something like that, maybe, based on.
And we also had a lot of like pre-launch testing. We saw some brief propellant loading operations as a test, a couple of hours before the actual launch, and then crews returned to the pad for the final closeout operations. It is not clear if that will happen again today, or if it would be to the same extent if it does happen again. So a bit of uncertainty in the timeline in that regard. But once we see the final pad clear, it should be about 2 hours or so maybe before they launch, potentially less. It's really fluid, and it's hard to say what's the fastest possible route from point A to point B.
They don't. Yes, indeed. So yeah, so if you have any questions, we're running through questions here and everything as we continue to wait. And Thomas, if you're still here, if you're up for it, we can keep running them.
That's what I'm here for.
Awesome. So this one starts with a super chat, a $10 super chat from David C, who's asking, does liquid oxygen boil off in space? How long can these tanks last in space?
So it depends. I don't know the exact numbers about like how quickly it boils off. I think it might even depend on how exactly the specific vehicle is designed. But yes, liquid oxygen does boil off in space. You'll see during rocket launches, you'll see the vehicle sort of venting a little bit as propellant loading begins. You see it with Starship, you see it with Falcon 9, pretty much every rocket. And that is simply because the liquid oxygen does slowly boil off, and you have to vent that excess oxygen, otherwise the pressure in the tank will rise as it becomes gases and expands, and obviously at some point that becomes an issue. So to keep the pressure where you are, you actually vent some of the boiled off oxygen. So that does occur while the vehicle is in space, and that's why you'll hear things like people talk about the ability to go directly to geostationary orbit or sort of a long duration upper stage. Those capabilities come from systems that are able to manage the temperatures in the tanks and keep boil off minimized, keep the propellants nice and cold, and things like that. We know that SpaceX's Falcon Heavy stage, even though Falcon Heavy is a very powerful rocket and designed to carry, either really heavy payloads or payloads farther than Falcon 9 can, We know the Falcon Heavy upper stage isn't really optimized for long duration missions. It kind of makes up for the fact because the Falcon Heavy is overpowered as anything, so you just get there with so much propellant that even though some of it will boil off, you can still complete your mission. Just a different approach to kind of tackling that kind of mission. If you look at the Centaur upper stage or the Delta IV upper stage, both of those are actually designed to keep the propellants very cold during their missions. If you have like a really long coast phase between burns and things like that, which includes missions directly to geostationary orbit, those systems are designed to mitigate liquid oxygen boil off in space. So yeah, how long they last exactly kind of depends on how the systems work to maintain temperatures and things like that. But yes, liquid oxygen does boil off in space, so that's a design factor in designing launch vehicles. If you've played Kerbal Space Program, you know that this is something you kind of get to cheat around because the propellants don't boil off in space. You can just have fuel sitting in your rocket as long as you want if you're in space, unless you have mods to indicate boil off, which I think exist. But in real life, that's something that all rockets have to consider, and you don't have a stage full of fuel just perpetually full of fuel and can sit in orbit as long as you want because the propellants boil off. So yeah. I just want to say I love answering the technical questions because I know we don't always get to talk about that kind of stuff, and I know there are a lot of streams that talk about sort of there's a bunch of different ways to tackle like spaceflight coverage. You have different sources or different like news sources that like to talk about some of the politics side of things, like NASA administrator appointments and things like that, and like commercial and competitions between companies and things like that. That's all very important to cover. You also talk about sort of space policy from like the government and things like that. I like talking about the technical side of thing as an engineer, and I love NASASpaceflight. We really like to tackle that kind of stuff, and I really enjoy talking about it. So thanks for all the technical questions, everyone. I love talking about this stuff. If you can't tell by the fact that I read
if we have Thomas and Chris G on a stream, you guys need to be asking about weights and dimensions and numbers and data, because Thomas and Chris G are both absolutely encyclopedic in their knowledge of this stuff. So while I can give you a guess and say I think it's about this tall, but look it up yourself, I am thankful for your guys' expertise. So very welcome.
And on that point, really quick before we get to the next question, so I ran as an engineering student, because this is apparently what engineering students do. I coded a very basic, what I thought was a sort of simulation of what we should expect with the 12.5 kilometer flight test. Maybe I'll share it on Twitter later. Just trying to figure out like how long the flight would last and things like that. So I just approximated drag and things like that. And I found a flight time of like 3.5 minutes, which seems maybe a little fast. And I also found, and we were talking about this the other day, because I think the vehicle will go supersonic on the way up, but not on the way down. I know we talked about this during another stream. I know they were talking about this kind of altitude keeps it from producing sonic booms, which is true, because the sonic booms propagate the direction the vehicle is traveling. So the vehicle goes supersonic on the way up. No one on the ground hears the sonic boom, so no big deal. And once it's on the way down, since the vehicle is kind of horizontal in that belly flop attitude, drag is increased, it stays a lot slower, never goes supersonic. So I was doing some math behind that, and I've got some pretty cool insight into that. I have no idea if I'm super correct or not, because again, I had to assume a lot about how SpaceX is actually going to fly the test. But yeah, I love that kind of side of this stuff.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's similar to the spreadsheet that we have in our member Discord for the tank farm activity, right? Like, you have a set of data that you know to be either accurate or reasonably accurate, and you have a scenario, and you can kind of try and map the data in different ways to the scenario and come up with game plans for how it might work out. Yeah, that's good old-fashioned science, Thomas. You have a hypothesis, and you're going to test it.
I also have massive spreadsheets of rocket launch data, yes, so spreadsheets are an engineer's best friend, fun fact.
They're like poison for my eyes. I cannot. I applaud your ability to look at them and not immediately look away.
I want to keep with fueling for a second and that on-orbit refueling, because Ken had a good question that was up on screen a little bit ago. That was the opposite of what you were just talking about, Thomas, right? About keeping things from
T-38,
boiling
T-38.
off.
Ooh,
T-38.
do you see one, Jack?
Oh my God! I think. Yeah. Hang on, I'm whipping my camera around like a mad person. I apologize. My
Video
PC
or it
above
didn't
it,
happen, Jack. Video or it didn't happen.
it's not a T-38.
No! Dang it.
It's not. It's like it's a regional jet. I'm
Oh,
sorry. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So sorry. The reason Jack got so excited for that is there is a NASA T-38 that flew into the area about an hour ago. That is here for the test flight, and of course, I know we've gotten a lot of questions about this too. We are also monitoring the WB-57 high altitude reconnaissance
Thank you for
aircraft.
saying that, Chris. I'm going to check on it again, see if there's a flight plan yet.
Yes, Thomas is going to go see if they filed a flight plan because this plane came down yesterday for the flight as well.
I'm sorry for the false alarm.
Expected
Yeah,
that there is one, 12:51 p.m. It's
Oh,
departing, and
okay.
2:17 p.m. it's landing. This is
Okay.
all local time.
Okay, so with that, Michael, can you throw that up on Twitter as well
Yeah.
as part of our,
I'm working on that.
because that is big.
Yeah, I had it up on my other monitor, and I just forgot to look, and he said that, I glanced up, and there it was.
So there you
Catching-
go.
Catching a
I didn't-
WB-57 yesterday was absolutely a highlight for me. After
Mm-hmm.
absolutely loving those planes and not having any photos of them, so I'm glad they'll be back again today for some more action.
Yes, indeed. Because yeah, that's a good indication of how things are progressing across the board today. But everything is progressing, which is very, very nice. But I want before we leave orbital refueling, I just want to hit a couple more questions because Thomas, you had talked about preventing boil off on those long duration flights. But Ken was asking, well, what about the opposite? What about preventing fuel from freezing either in the tanks or in the propellant lines as the fuel is being transferred?
Absolutely, and again, it's kind of handled by the same system. You have a sort of comprehensive thermal control system which keeps the propellant tanks at whatever temperature they need to. It's interesting that you mentioned the propellant lines because that came up on the Racing Crew 1 mission. Of course, has to have heaters in its propellant lines to make sure that the Draco propellants stay at the right temperatures. And we actually know that it was like there's supposed to be 4 heaters, and like 3 of them went offline pretty early in the Crew 1 flight. Turns out they had just set the limits too conservatively, and they were able to go in and tweak that, and everything was fine. But yeah, there's absolutely, that's those same kind of systems also have to keep it from freezing, because obviously space is this weird environment where everything is super hot and super cold, depending on if you're in sunlight or not. So you kind of have to deal with both extremes when you're in space. But yep, absolutely, there are those same kind of systems just to make sure fuel doesn't freeze as well.
Awesome, and there's one more on orbital refueling. Hang on one second. So one more on, oh sorry, not on orbital, okay, one more on orbital refueling and then some more on boil, a couple one on boil off.
Sure.
But for the orbital propellant transfer, what's the risk of like an accidental ignition there or orbital debris sources if you were to have an issue during propellant transfer?
Sure, so it's pretty hard to accidentally ignite rocket fuel, which sounds counterintuitive, but it really is.
Like the ones they're using here, right? Like methane and like
yes.
methane.
No, actually, most rocket propellants are pretty hard to accidentally ignite. Hydrogen is probably the easiest,
yeah.
but even kerosene, like, you have to pretty deliberately ignite it with something.
Yes.
But yeah, liquid methane, same thing. So during this propellant transfer, there's not really any significant risk of accidental ignition. You really do have to try pretty hard to ignite a rocket engine, as we saw yesterday with the Raptor auto abort at T-1 second. Starting rocket combustion is actually difficult. So yeah, that's not really a huge problem there. As far as orbital debris, I'm not sure if that ties in directly to propellant transfer or anything like that.
Well, I think that the spirit of the question is like if you had an accidental ignition and you had a whole bunch of propellant, what type of an orbital debris concern would that potentially create?
Right, that's it. So obviously if something explodes in low Earth orbit, that's going to be a massive orbital debris concern, absolutely. So I got where you're coming from now. Yeah, but to the source of the question, I don't think there really is a massive risk during propellant transfer, which again, we've demonstrated before. ISS orbital refueling is totally a thing already. But even though we're kind of scaling it up for Starship, there's not really a risk of accidental ignition in that scenario. Simply transferring propellant between tanks, there's not really an ignition source there that can provide a significant risk of that.
Excellent. And
really quickly,
yeah.
2 thoughts. One, before we get too far off the beaten path from the WB-57 talk, I know we'll come back to it as we get closer to their flight time, but can I just say, as a side note, hey, Johnson Space Center, we all love the WB-57, and I don't know at what point they would want to sort of mothball those aircraft. I think there was maybe 3 flying, and switch to like some sort of drone platform or what have you, but it's surely inevitable. And I'm just happy that so many people watching these Starship streams, not just ours, will be aware of the WB-57 and maybe learn about its history. And, you know, it's a beautiful oddball aircraft with a crazy camera gimbal in the nose. So I'm just super glad that we're, in a small way, raising awareness for the WB-57, and I hope they are not, you know, mothballed anytime soon for some kind of drone thing. I mean, surely there's benefits and trade-offs to switching platforms, and I haven't heard anything about that, to be clear, but I just wanted to express appreciation for the WB-57 and just express happiness that more people are learning about it. And then second, just really quick, Chris, I think it's hilarious and awesome that you are clearly grouping the questions by type. You're not just running through the questions. That is your organizational nature at work, and it is appreciated. It's a good idea. I would have, for whatever reason, just not thought to do that.
I'm trying. But your point about the WB-57, actually, Jack, you read my mind, because I was going to preempt our talk on boil off and propellant just to say this. Because yes, based on what we saw yesterday in the flight time of the WB-57 down to Boca, if it takes off at 1 p.m. Central Time, we would expect then that the earliest possible liftoff at this point would be a target of 2 p.m. Central or 3 p.m. Eastern. Somewhere in that realm, based on when the flight plan of the WB-57 has been filed. Because just like rockets like to be fuel efficient, airplanes like to be fuel efficient, and they want that WB-57 in the air for the shortest amount of time possible to conserve fuel. So they're not, so about a 45-minute transit time from Houston to Boca, based on what we saw yesterday, would put a liftoff around 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, which would be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 2000 hours UTC. Would be the earliest that we would expect a liftoff based on the WB-57 high altitude reconnaissance aircraft's takeoff time. So thank you, Jack, for that, because that was a good segue that I wanted to make there too.
And it's also to point out, we're talking about obviously they don't want to be in the air way too early before they're ready to actually take the flight attempt, but that also gives them room and fuel reserve for the aircraft to stay in the area should there be a hold in that like final hour or so, and SpaceX need to push it a little bit to make sure that they can still take a use of that NASA aerial asset that they're working with to get whatever imagery they're looking for, things like that. And it's also worth noting that the W-57 aircraft is not a stranger to supporting SpaceX operations. We saw it at the in-flight abort test. NASA put one airborne to capture imagery of that. It has supported all of the Crew Dragon re-entries so far.
It also has been used on Crew Dragon parachute testing, and I believe as well Cargo Dragon parachute testing. So SpaceX has a long history of using the WB-57, and not just SpaceX. I want to say it was last year, maybe the year before, there was a photo that came out of Edwards Armstrong where I believe it was a WB-57. Oh gosh, hopefully I'm not misremembering this now. It was a WB-57 that caught a T-38 going supersonic, and it was like a Schlieren effect kind of shot with a shockwave.
Oh yeah.
Madness. I think that was WB-57s. I could be wrong. Oh gosh, now I'm worried I'm wrong. I'm second guessing myself here, but either way,
I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're right.
It is true that SpaceX has a long history of using the WB-57, and I'm glad for that, because they are amazing, beautiful aircraft. Oh, did I lose you guys?
Nope. I think.
Sorry, nope, I was just talking to DOS on the back end. Sorry.
Oh,
No worries. We're getting a
Um,
lot of marine traffic out here right now. It just seems like everybody's waking up and getting on their boat and starting to putt around the channel here. So that's, I mean, nobody's going over to the other shore, which is a good thing. We had that kayaker yesterday. It was kind of gnarly over there hanging out and then eventually left when the cops came and pushed him off. So hopefully today all the boaters are ruly again. I mean, we got within what? We got within T1 yesterday and didn't have a range violation and didn't have any range issues. So hopefully that holds again for today. But definitely seeing a lot of boats out right now. And I'm going to mute myself as some large waves come by.
Friends don't let friends violate ranges. All right, continue.
There we go. Yeah, Thomas. One question that we did have about boil off though isn't some of the boil off going to be Carl was asking, isn't the boil off going to be used for the hot gas thrusters?
Huh. That is a good question. I haven't heard anything specific about that, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, I'm sure, to be very clear, I miss these little details about Starship development all the time because Elon goes on a tweet storm, and if I miss one tweet, I'm out of info on that. It's very possible that this is like publicly confirmed already, and I just missed it somehow. But yeah, that would make sense if you want to take advantage of the evaporated oxygen and feed that into a hot gas thruster. I think that would work. If my understanding of that system is correct. Maybe there's an Elon tweet for that. I'm not sure. But yeah, that would make sense.
Excellent. And oh, here's one, Thomas, for software and avionics. Johan is asking in a super chat. So the avionics of today versus Apollo, how smart is the computer on Starship?
So, well, your first problem is saying that there's one computer because there's actually probably like 10 different computers on Starship. They tend to jack these things full of avionics computers these days. Falcon 9, I feel like every Merlin engine has like 2 or 3 computers on its own or something like that. It's something ridiculous. There's probably some older resources on just kind of how SpaceX has programmed all of their stuff. I think there's some old resources from the
really quickly, Thomas. We're seeing Chris G just noticed we're seeing a lot of cars leaving the pad, so we might be seeing pad clear operations right now, which is a great sign.
That is a great sign, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of just been I think, as I understand, it's sort of a 1-to-1 increase as computing power has increased. The computers that powered Saturn V were less powerful than the ones in your smartphones these days. And so Starship and Falcon 9 and all these modern vehicles are definitely powered by super smart and top-of-the-line computer resources. There are lots of computers that handle every individual component and things like that. There are redundant computers that if one computer fails, they can fall back to another one. So that technology has definitely improved in the last sort of 60 years of spaceflight.
And I am going to take a peek at the parking lot because I think we're seeing pad clear right now. Don't know.
That's
a
great sign.
DOS is listening right now, but if we could go full screen on the close-up robot, that would be great.
And a little bit of follow-up on the WB-57. Thank you to our member Discord for pointing out to me that currently there are a pair of operating WB-57Fs, as in Foxtrot, and they just got done renovating or what's the right word? Refurbishing a third. So yeah, they are. It would seem that they are nowhere close to retirement with the WB-57s, and that makes me a happy guy.
Alrighty, and yeah, so Jack, do you know, did they use the WB-57 for the solar eclipse in 2017? Was that one of the aircraft they deployed?
Yeah, like they did. That sounds familiar to me. I mean, they're incredibly
I can confirm
versatile.
they did because I saw them with my own eyes.
Wow.
Yeah, I was
So-
there.
Wait, you
I
actually
was.
saw the WB-57 up doing its stuff during the eclipse?
Yes, so I traveled to part of Missouri that was under the path of totality. Yeah, that's the word.
Oh,
For
my
the
God,
2017 solar eclipse, and we saw right before totality happened. You saw these contrails along the path. It's like, oh, what's that? And sure enough, you check the flight radar. It's like, yep, the pair of WB-57s chasing the eclipse. It was so cool.
Oh, that's really cool because
That-
I was in this is fascinating because I was in Idaho. I was in Idaho Falls for the eclipse, and I was up elevated just enough that I couldn't see, there were no planes, or at least I couldn't see planes in the sky, but you could see the shadow of the moon racing toward you across
nice.
the terrain, which was absolutely incredible.
I was really hoping to catch that myself, but our location ended up not working out for that. I was also in Idaho. I was in Sun Valley. That's hilarious that all three of us, made it a priority clearly to go out to that eclipse.
Oh,
What
yeah,
an event
absolutely.
that was. But thank you for sharing
and Jack,
that, Thomas.
I was actually in LA for an internship out in or a program out in with a production company out in LA, and so my friend and I just drove up to Idaho to see it. Yeah.
Wait, hey, what's up? DOS is back. Y'all are talking about the eclipse?
Yeah, where were
Yes.
you, dude?
Oh boy.
I live streamed it, of course. I had a special camera, live stream camera, hooked up with a solar filter on the Solo, and I was live streaming it. I drove down to be right in the path of totality. Not a cloud in the sky. Everything was working. The modems were all working. The stream was fantastic. Twitch knows this story. And right before the eclipse, a single cloud goes in front of the sun,
No.
and I could not see it. The entire eclipse, I did not see the eclipse at all because there was one cloud in the sky, and it blocked my view of the sun. And as soon as the cloud was moving away, I saw the sun just starting to peek out from behind the other side of the moon. I live streamed it.
I
Well,
felt
see, here
so
your
bad.
problem
I felt
was your
so
camera
bad.
wasn't on a WB-57, DOS. That was your problem.
That is the lesson learned. Next time I do it, instead of a complicated setup that would have taken me too long to move out from under the cloud, I have a smaller, more compact setup ready to go, and we probably put it in the bed of a pickup truck so we can drive out from under the cloud if there's a single cloud. It was so
nice.
bad. Oh my gosh, it was so bad.
That's gotta stink.
Anyways, I heard the solar eclipse. I had to hop back in.
No, DOS, I felt so bad when I was looking at the views that people got back east, because it just seemed like you hit Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky, and you just got like a wall of patchwork clouds. Like, I felt bad for you back here.
We had a plan to have a drone up in the air, high enough that you could try to see the shadow coming across, and we were going to get a live stream off the drone, but then the area where the drone was stationed was fully overcast, and we did not launch the drone for that. But all sorts of plans. God, do they survive the battlefield?
Yeah, DOS, can we go full screen on the robot quickly?
Absolutely.
Just so we can see the timeline and update chat. We did just see most of the cars leave the pad. There is about one car that I can see. There's probably more than one car, but on the far left, if I pan the camera over, oh yeah, you can see maybe 3 cars there. So once the camera updates on the feed, but we're looking at the parking lot on the far left of your screen. It's kind of hard to tell right now because there are not many cars left. You can see those black objects through the heat distortion on the bottom left there. Just a couple of cars left. So we are looking good for the launch attempt in a couple of hours.
That sounds good. And again, pad clear will now be the sort of the next milestone here in the timeline. You can see on the left of your side of the screen, we're kind of updating that. Once the pad is clear, that gives them the sort of the safe environment where they can begin propellant loading, which is of course the big pre-launch preparation. Do we know? I know you've got pre-launch testing on that timeline, Michael. Do we have any specific testing we're expecting today pre-launch, or is that just sort of we know they can do pre-launch testing like they did yesterday? So, do you know what the deal there is?
Yeah, they definitely do some checkouts. I'm not exactly sure if it will be the same as they did yesterday with the liquid oxygen partial load and whatnot.
Gotcha. Okay, I know Chris stepped away for a couple minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and spearhead some questions here. I know we've got 8 billion of them, so I will do my best. Let's see here.
Wait, Thomas, I want to talk for 30 minutes about the WB-57 again.
Jag, I know if I asked you to, you would. So, let's see. I know we got a bunch of super chat questions. Let me try to get through these as quickly as I can. Brendan, thank you so. First of all, thank you to everyone who's sending in super chats, and I apologize that it's taking us so long to get through them, just because there are so many of them. But I just want to say thank you to everyone who is sending super chats. We really appreciate it. Brendan wants to ask, what is the benefit of a propulsive landing versus other ways? Keep up the great work. So there are basically two or I guess three ways you can land a space vehicle, at least back on Earth. We have parachutes, which is kind of the most common way to do it. That's how Crew Dragon does it. That's how Starliner do it. That's how Orion will do it. That's how the Apollo capsules did it. All those things. Simple, a parachute, either splashdown or a soft landing in the desert on airbags like Starliner will, something like that. You also have winged landings like the space shuttle. Landing on a runway. Dream Chaser, the Sierra Nevada Dream Chaser spacecraft will do that as well. And then, of course, you have propulsive landing, which is what Falcon 9 boosters do, and the Starship vehicle does. And there are a couple advantages to all of those different sort of takes on how to land a vehicle. Propulsive landing is propulsive landing and winged landing are controllable, meaning you can aim for a specific point and land by controlling the vehicle. Obviously, with a winged vehicle, you're actually flying it like a plane, and propulsive landing, it's obviously you're directing your thrust to land at a specific location. You can't do that with a parachute landing, because once you deploy your parachutes, you're kind of at the mercy of where the wind takes you. So you can land within a specific zone, but you don't have a very precise landing point. So that's why they wouldn't have wanted to pick parachute landing for something that you want to land in specific spots. And then as far as winged landing goes, you need to have big, heavy wings to generate the right amount of lift, which can be a disadvantage if you'd rather just have if you can work out propulsive landing, you don't need the giant wings that produce lift. You just need the little control surface fins, which of course I said little, they're giant on Starship, but they'd be even bigger if you needed them for lift generation. So yeah, that's kind of the avoiding the big heavy wings and being able to land precisely is why a vehicle like Starship chooses propulsive landing, and same reason for Falcon 9. So those are the benefits of why you would choose propulsive landing versus the others. Let's see a question.
I think there's
here.
there's some kind of fighter jet up in the sky. I can hear a distinct sound of a military jet engine. I'm not I don't quite have eyes on it, but I'll keep my eyes open.
I know we've seen pictures of some NASA astronauts who are doing their sort of flight training in those T-38 trainer aircraft have flown over Boca Chica before. I know we saw one on one of the flight trackers headed towards Boca Chica, so
Yeah,
we'll not be surprised if that's what it is.
The T-38 did take off. It's heading north.
So definitely possible to be a T-38 in the air, and I see more vehicles are starting to leave the pad right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. I got a question here from Joanne, a super chat question, thank you. Looking to the future when booster number 1 or whatever booster number, we're talking about super heavy boosters at this point, starts flying at higher or faster altitudes, do you think it will get a nose cone of its own or just be stacked with a Starship? It's a very good question. We know they'll do some sort of hop test style flights, just like they did with the very early Starship vehicles, Starhopper and then SN5 and SN6. We know they'll do that with Super Heavy first. Elon was talking about it on Twitter in the past, under like a couple of Raptor engines. Whether or not they will do sort of high altitude tests with a nose cone on top just so they can get it up to those altitudes or not sure. Wouldn't surprise. They didn't really do that with Falcon 9 boosters. Not sure if that means they'll do that with Super Heavy instead, or if they will kind of go with a similar approach and do a couple hop tests, but then move forward and just fly launches with Starship vehicles and attempt their first landings from high altitude that way. Not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Just based on how they developed Falcon 9, I would bet that they're probably just going to attempt their first sort of high altitude super heavy booster flights with a stacked Starship on top, conducting a launch attempt with sort of the booster landing as a secondary objective. That would be my guess. But we'll have to wait and see to know for sure. Good question. Here is a super chat question from Ender Wiggins, which is pretty interesting. Has anyone given any thought to a joint moon mission between SpaceX and Blue Origin, one for lift and one for landing? So we know Blue Origin is developing a lunar lander for the Artemis program. They call it their Blue Moon system, and they're kind of developing the descent module of a larger team of companies involving Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin and Draper as well, developing a sort of multi-component moon lander that's competing with Starship for the Artemis program, and either one or both of them, or neither of them, could be selected by NASA to fill in that role. The thought of SpaceX providing the lift for a Blue Origin rocket, or for a Blue Origin lander rather, like launching that on a Falcon Heavy. I believe the Blue Origin lander is designed to launch on either Vulcan or New Glenn, so there's not really a configuration or a scenario that results in like Falcon Heavy. It's going to be launching a Blue Origin lander. Doesn't mean it's not possible, I just don't think there's any plans for it. I think Blue Origin are planning to launch that on one of their own vehicles. Obviously, Vulcan is a ULA vehicle, but it uses Blue Origin engines, so it's kind of a Blue Origin vehicle in a way. So I think Blue Origin is planning to do it that way. And of course, the Starship lunar lander needs to launch on Super Heavy. That's just the only vehicle it can launch on. So I don't think there's any plans to kind of combine it that way. Definitely some sort of collaboration where if they select the Blue Origin moon lander, that will still utilize Gateway, which will be launched by SpaceX and supported by SpaceX's Dragon XL cargo spacecraft. So there's still some cooperation there. A lot of sources in the aerospace industry like to say we compete with one another, but we also cooperate with one another. It depends on the exact scenario. So companies will both cooperate and compete on commercial side of things, which is super cool to see. So good question.
Yeah, if that person's name was Ender Wiggins, then something giant drink something Anstable. There, I fulfilled my obligatory Ender's Game references.
Oh, nice.
Jack, nothing and no one will ever save you. Come on.
Hey, good stuff.
Hey. Except for me when I tell you that you need to reboot one of your modems.
Rebooting.
Check DMs. Well, don't do that yet. Look at the information.
Copy. I want to be cheery. I want to say rebooting because it's fun, all right?
Don't reboot
don't take
yet.
this from me, Das.
There's details. Don't just wantonly reboot everything all of a sudden.
Oh, I poured gas on it and set it on fire. Was I not supposed to do that?
Somehow your modem's gone offline and is also on fire. We're troubleshooting the issue. We'll have more information shortly. That is actually an issue I'm tracking. One of the enclosures for one of the robots is trending a little high on the temperature, and so we're probably going to have to beef up the ventilation for the uplink on one of the robots. It's a little bit hotter than it's one of the things I'm looking at here. So sort of
It's
joking
a hot day
about,
today.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm sweating. I went and I changed into shorts when I hate shorts, but it's hot. I got my flippy floppies on. I got my my water. I'm staying hydrated, but yeah, it's very, very hot out right now. I mean, I've got bees landing on me and drinking my sweat. I know that sounds gross, but that's how hot it is.
That escalated quickly. You went from I put on shorts to I have bees landing on me. What? Oh, okay, but for real, check your DMs. Thomas, back to you. Okay.
The stark contrast, because where I am in Pennsylvania, it's currently snowing outside, so I'm grateful for those who are braving the Texas heat right now, so that I don't have to. I'm gonna keep going for some more questions. Let's see what I can find here. Again, I just want to thank all of these super chats coming in. I'm trying to find the ones with questions so I can kind of address them. Here we go. Do you think we'll ever see Starship on the moons of Jupiter? Tesla versus the world, thank you for your super chat. I know that SpaceX has designed this system to be an interplanetary transport system, which doesn't just mean the moon and Mars. It's talking about anywhere in the solar system, and that's of course thanks to orbital refueling. So absolutely, I think that's something that SpaceX is planning to have the capability to do. Of course, that'll only happen if there's actually a customer willing to do it. But say if NASA says, hey, if you can land a Starship on Europa or something like that, we'd love some science instruments to go on board and kind of maybe deliver a rover or something like that. I don't know. Whatever NASA wants to do that way, absolutely they will take advantage of that capability. So that's something that we could do. Whether I think it will happen, not sure. It's just a matter of if there's a demand for it. I think it's definitely a likely possibility should Starship come to fruition the way that SpaceX hopes it will. Let's see. Trying to find the best questions here, or at least ones I know the answer to. Oh, here's a good question by Greg. Thank you so much. Talking about so the abort that we had yesterday, and the number of engines that a super heavy booster will have. Since they'll have so many engines, will they be able to continue a launch if they have a single engine abort like yesterday? I'm wondering, that's a very good question. I wonder if they would opt to abort like they did yesterday if, say, one engine has a bad has an abort during the startup sequence. It's possible. We know that it'll have, well, I should preface this. We know they have engine out capability, just like Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy do, where if an engine fails in flight, they can continue all the way orbit, and they've actually demonstrated that. There's been like 2 missions in the past where an engine failure has occurred during flight, but the mission has continued on successfully. It will be interesting to see. Obviously, we know Super Heavy will have that capability. So first and foremost, there's that. However, if they have so much engine out capability that an engine failing to start before liftoff actually occurs, before they actually release the vehicle from the hold down clamps, it's possible that, well, one engine hasn't actually started, but all the other ones are working fine. Let's lift off anyway. It's possible that they'll have enough data and enough redundancy in the system to say, we can lift off with one of the engines not working. I think the Starship vehicle itself only has, of course, this one only has 3. The eventual one will only have 6. Nice boat cam from Jack there real quick. But it's possible that for the Super Heavy booster, they'll say, we don't actually need them all running at liftoff. Of course, it depends on exactly how the math works out and how many engines they actually put on board. So it'll be interesting to see. That's a very good point to bring up, and we'll have to wait and see to hear more about that, but that's a very good question. I think it's certainly possible. We know they'll have engine out capability on the way up, should they all be going through sort of operating nominally at liftoff, and if one fails in flight, the vehicle is capable of reaching orbit that way.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
No, I was going to say, a question from Tennessee Ferry. Thank you for the $15 super chat. We appreciate your support. They're asking, are the flaps tied down again, or are they still free from yesterday? We believe they are still free. From what I can tell, and from what I've heard, they did not tie them down again. So once the pad clears, I mean, yesterday we saw them clear the pad once, do some testing, and then return to the pad to untie the flaps. This time around, I don't think they're going to have to return to the pad to untie the flaps. So that will help speed things up. Thank you for the super chat. We really appreciate your support. And then S Rank was asking, why are there 2 the ailerons? I think that's what Jack calls the forward flaps. Why are they so closed? We don't know exactly why they keep them closed. It might be to just help them in the high wind, but we definitely expect those to open up before they get into the final countdown. So that'll be a good sign once we see those forward flaps open up. So let's keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, everything we're learning about the countdown sequence, we're learning just like you guys are from watching day in, day out. So it'll be interesting to see when those different control surfaces have to be positioned correctly for launch and things like that. We'll keep an eye on.
Yeah. Why were onboard batteries used for flap tests yesterday? Yes, I think they used Tesla Model S batteries for powering the vehicle. Is that correct? Is that what everyone else understands?
I believe that's, well, I know they're Tesla batteries. I don't know if they're Model S specifically, but yeah, I know they're Tesla batteries.
Yeah. We are seeing more vehicles leave the pad. This might be the final pad clear we're seeing right now. Yes, if the last vehicle is a Model 3, which it looks like it is, the Model 3 is the final security vehicle typically. And it's hard to see the heat distortion, but I believe that's the Model 3 on the far right now. So that is the final pad clear operation in Boca Chica, which is a very, very good sign for today's test flight.
Absolutely. Alright, let's try and get through. I know we have a ton of super chats here. I don't think there's any way we could get through all of them, answering every single question, but we're doing our best here. Just for a couple of people who aren't really asking questions, just saying thanks or offering their donations. Matt asking what the best way to donate? Well, you pretty much figured it out. Thanks, Matt. Philip, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm going to show them on screen here. I want to make sure we thank all of you, but there's so many of you, I don't have time to answer all of these questions. But Philip, thank you so much. Scott Ellis, thank you so much for your super chat as well. I'm waiting for my screen to update there. I think we've got so many super chats that are the panel that we use to show these on screen is lagging a little bit. There it goes. Michael, how many different like server like how many chat messages did your server catch yesterday?
Oh jeez.
It was like tens of thousands.
I think it was 60,000.
So, yeah, so thank you all for hanging out with us, because those numbers are ridiculous. We've already got 57,000 people watching right now, which is already insane. Thank you so much. POV Plus, thank you so much for the super chat. Sukramdi, one of those words. Thank you so much for the support. Steven, thank you so much, says watch you guys all day at work yesterday. Thank you so much, we appreciate it. Felipe, thank you so much for your support, greatly appreciate it. Upon CH4, is that supposed to be upon methane? Not sure. Thank you so much for your support, appreciate it. I am not even going to try and pronounce this name. SZABO, however you pronounce that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Zabo?
Zabo or Zabo, yeah. I had a guy in college that was his name.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Dust. Thank you so much for the super chat. Knight Rider, thank you so much. I've seen your name before. Appreciate it. And yeah, it's definitely looking like we're into pad clear now. I see we've updated our timeline there, so getting closer and closer. Thomas, nice name, Thomas. Thank you for the super chat.
Hey, real quick, Thomas. Nice name,
Yeah.
by the way. I wanted to do a thing. This is always, I get a big kick out of this. I don't know what other people think because it makes chat completely unusable for a while. But right now we've got about 10,700 likes. So we've got 58,000 people watching. And only 10,000 of you like you. Why are you here? Jeez. If you do, go ahead and hit the like button here for us. And I want to see how many likes we can get before the end of this. I'm always curious where people are watching from. So I want you to do two things for me. Hit the like button and then tell me in chat where you're watching from. I'm curious. I'm going to read as many as I can. There's no way I'll be able to get it all. There's no way. But let me see. I see some Finlands, Michigans. There's Italy, wow, Italia, Sweden, Gainesville, Florida, Netherlands, Pennsylvania, Utah, Chicago, another Utah in there. Wow, how did I see that twice? Nigeria? Really? Are you a prince? Mexico, New Jersey, Austria, Northern Kentucky, Kansas City, Nashville, Tennessee. Who else? The UK in there. Near Berlin. Okay, near Berlin. Houston, Texas, just up the road a ways. Who else? There's a Rhode Island in there. Southampton, Modesto, Cali, Alabama. Czech Republic, I'm really looking for the international viewers. There's a Yorkshire, UK, Lake Havasu, nice, that's nice there. Pakistan, I just saw Pakistan scroll by. There's a France, there's an Argentina, outer space. There's always one, 58,000 people. Who's from Antarctica? I'm going to see an McMurdo, haha, one of these days.
I would just like to take this opportunity to reveal that I am indeed a representative of the Galactic Federation.
Is that good? Like, is that okay? Do I have to change what I'm doing? I'm kidding.
Did you not see that the other day? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like,
you're
oh
not
my
watching from Pluto, chat. Come on.
Yeah, Jupiter, of course, that's always a thing. Y'all, it is one of the things, I mean, all the levers and pulleys that we have to do to make these streams happen, it's a ton of work, and the reason we get up in the morning and make it happen is because I personally love being able to share this stuff with people all over the world. And look at this, the chat's still going. We're at 14,000 likes, and it's still going in chat where people are coming to Jazero Crater. Right, okay, thanks. But it really is awesome how we're able to share what's happening down here in South Texas or in Florida. Remember, we had Fleet Cam earlier, that booster still over there in Florida. That stream is still live as well on the NASA Spaceflight Network, I guess. Weird thing to say. But it really is fantastic to be able to share this with y'all all over the world. So wherever you're watching from, on behalf of the NASA Spaceflight team, thank you so much for joining us as we approach noon here on the potential test flight day for SN8 going up to 12.5 kilometers. Are we going to break 14,000 likes before people stop telling me where they're from? Of course, yeah, Marineris Trench, that's hilarious. Hey, however you get signal down there, like however you're on the internet, let me know, because I'd love to put a camera there.
That is impressive.
It is quite impressive, actually.
Or just have that type of guaranteed connectivity.
Yeah, I mean, let me know. It's a buoy with a Starlink antenna on it, right? That's what they're going to say.
Right? Honestly, I've been wanting to ask you about this, Dos, and maybe not the best time right now, but we can talk about it later. The Atlas, Titan Missile Museum is on my way home from Boca Chica, and I have stopped there before because, holy cow, it's cool. But I was wondering, if at some point we wanted to do a live stream from the Titan Missile Museum, how would we get a stream out from inside a nuclear missile silo? Would we have to have like a really long cable and an antenna on the surface or something?
I already did it, Jack. So I did a live stream from the USS Growler submarine in
New
York City.
Gosh.
And that's part of the Intrepid Museum up in New York City. I do a ton of work. Intrepid's fantastic. I work with them a lot. But we did a submarine stream where we had one of their historical experts on the history of the submarine, one of the first submarines to carry a nuclear warhead on board, the Regulus one. And we went all through the submarine on a live stream. And I designed a rig that was an outside antenna with a wired repeater, and we built our own little modem antenna, like a tower outside on a tripod on the back of the submarine, and we ran a cable all the way through the submarine. So we had a live stream viewing everything inside the submarine, which is a metal tube, Faraday cage, half underwater, and we had fantastic signal the entire time because we ran a cable outside. I still have those cables. I have 400 feet of cable. We can put repeaters on them to get up to a kilometer. So how deep is this bunker you need to go in?
Something like that. I mean, dude, something told me you would know exactly how to accomplish this. So we'll have to talk when we're not doing a Starship stream at some point. That seems like it would be a really fun project. Anyways.
Yeah. I got to say, we went to Evergreen Museum in Oregon. It's out in Oregon, McMinnville, Oregon. We did a live stream, a virtual field trip to Evergreen Museum. And at that facility, at the museum there, they actually have an old bunker that's underground under concrete. So they have, I think it's a Titan II missile right there in the museum inside a hangar. And then next to it, they have the recreated bunker. And we did a stream from in there as well. And we actually got to live stream a sample countdown to launch the rocket. So we've done that with the same sort of setup where we have like a cable and the antenna sits in a place that has signal. And then you get your camera feeds a little bit deeper in the facility under the concrete or whatever. So Jack, we can work it out. You let me know where you want to stream from. We'll figure out a way.
Deal. You got it, buddy.
All right. Again, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with us here. Look at this. Did we get this one? Did we get this chat earlier? Is my interface frozen? There was a $100 super chat from Kerbal
I don't think we got that one. Thank you so much, Kerbal. That's awesome.
Look at this. OSNAP is a longtime viewer of the stream. I've actually hung out with OSNAP at Vandenberg before, but OSNAP says, for the catalytic converter / robotic infrared zoom camera, street tacos and cerveza fun. You guys are awesome. Cheers, OSNAP. Hey, OSNAP, the Kerbal
OSNAP is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Have you met up with him out there? Or?
No, I don't think so, unless I'm mistaken. But I will say, anybody that remembers my catalytic converter situation is a friend of mine, because that was nasty. And so thank you for caring.
Absolutely. Hey, hope you and the family are doing well out there, OSNAP. Thank you so much for all the support, not only here, but over on my Twitch stream. And when I came out to Vandenberg, OSNAP picked me up at the airport. and took me up to Vandenberg so that we could stream those launches. So massive appreciation there. Good friend, and hope y'all are doing well, OSNAP. Thank you so much for that $100. Where were we, Thomas, before I so rudely interrupted?
I think we were speed running super chats, which I would love your help with if you're available.
You want me to grab some?
You should do it, yeah.
All right, cool. Hey, Cityware, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Bocas for building and launching. Pierre Fontaine says, $10 for watching something I'd never thought I'd see in my life. Amazing work, guys. Pierre, we appreciate the support there. I agree. It's almost like CGI. That's why we put the heat haze in there, to make it a little bit less obvious that this is all computer generated. You know how it is. It's like motion blur.
Now you've done it.
Do we still have that flat earth warning at the bottom? I'm not sure.
Well, if we didn't, we do now.
There's that Ender Wiggins for replacement Apple keyboard. Wayward Plane. Oh, I tried to do this earlier, actually. Can you please line up the horizons on the split screen? How's that? It's pretty close. The water sort of, oh, geez. Yeah, it's close.
I can tilt down.
I mean, I think we're fine. Let's just keep running the super chat. Yeah, you're fine, Jack. I like the amount of sparkle from the water there. It's very picturesque. Let's see here. Dan Vitale, appreciate the curly L's. Thank you so much. Adam Lumpkins saying they will move the crane to the dock. Talking about Port Canaveral there over on Fleet Cam, and that big port crane that's going to move that booster off the drone ship a little bit later. Brendan Shanley, actually, sorry. Still, talking about the lift at the charges. Some of these are pretty old, y'all, so that super chat referring to a lift that's now gone. We like that. Carlos Maciel de Silva saying hello from Brazil, hello from the NASA spaceflight team, all over the place, Carlos. Thompson Gaming is a new membership. Jeff Arrington, appreciate the support. Diego Alice, Nick Stovey, I'm just reading now. Nicholas Kutsky. Oh, you got to board a flight? Ask them to delay the flight until I land. Fly fast, Nicholas Kutsky. Fly fast. As opposed to fly safe. That's like my version of Scott's. Dylan Jansen, $10. Talking about the heating color. We were talking earlier about the coloration changes. When did that flap move?
Wait, which flap? Oh, yeah, the left bottom flap moved.
Okay,
Hold up a second.
This matches what we saw yesterday, right? After pad clear, they started moving the fins and narrow surfaces and everything. So, yet again, further confirmation that we are proceeding.
It's moving right now. Chris, look at it move.
Look at that. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
It's so fast.
It's waving. Wave back. Everyone wave back.
Yeah, Starship's waving at us.
With one little flipper. Nice. I didn't think it could move that fast. Of course.
Well, I mean, they'll need to when they're gonna.
Yeah.
I guess it's not surprising. I think that warrants a move to the pre-launch testing phase of the timeline, Michael. If
look at it folding back.
Look at it. Look at it. Yeah.
That is very cool.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm sorry. Super chats, we appreciate you. Anyways, that unfold. I wonder if they've done the other one yet. We'll stay on this camera here.
I'm now gonna keep staring at the fins now.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm glad we caught that. That's really cool to see. Well, y'all watch that. We'll keep running some super chats. Everybody, holler out in chat if you see that thing move. Let's see. Brendan Shanley says Elon gives the NSF team one ticket on a Starship to Mars. Who goes and why? Not it.
Not it.
Thomas, you down? Chris, you down?
I'd go. Yes.
You'd go?
So I guess I got to fight Chris for it. I don't know.
Well, we'd live stream the fight. We'd put you in the ring. The octagon with the octaweb, whatever.
The whole managing editor title.
I will just
assistant.
Assistant managing editor. I would have a robot support competition, and I would see which one of you is better at supporting robot operations when it really hits the fan, and that's who I'd choose, because I'd ship you and as many robots as we had mass for. Cameras, live streams, whatever.
Our personal cargo lots would be cameras for NAS.
There you go. Yes.
Really quick update. The WB-57 flight plan has been updated. The plane will now depart earlier at 12:30 p.m. Central Time, but it will land later at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. So we're looking at, I still think our 2 p.m. estimate, 2 p.m. Central Time estimate is looking good, given that that's an hour and a half after that of margin before landing.
Yep.
So
Which would totally match yesterday. And the other flap moved. Oh, the other flap is moving.
yeah.
The flaps
Moving
are
right now.
Yes. No, wave. Hi.
It's 12:05. Hey, let's write that down somewhere because I can pull the source off the robot when we're not using its bandwidth for broadcast. I can pull that source and we can actually time lapse. We almost didn't even need to time lapse those. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't even time lapse it because that's real time and you can clearly see it moving.
You're right. I'm actually going to check in with the video server right now because as soon as it as soon as it dumps that buffer, we should have that video available. I can toss it up on our video storage thing.
I want to see them both because so in theory, if you're to keep the vehicle rolling correctly, you would fold one half or the other. However, if you want to control pitch, especially for that final lane maneuver, the two aft fins should move in sync with one another. So I want to see them both moving at once. That would be cool. I also want to see the top flaps move.
Yeah, I just have to wait for the DVR to dump the cache of that part of the footage, and I can get that out so that we could tweet that or whatever we want to do. Nice. All right, cool. Good times. Stop that though. Okay, don't need that to be going right now. All right. Anyways, y'all, we're getting excited. We're almost like squirrels looking at something shiny. I guess that's something. Dogs looking at something shiny. Starship's on the screen, and the entire thing is shiny. So what are you gonna do? But we appreciate y'all joining us. We just crossed over 61,000 people watching here for Starship SN8. We're the NASA spaceflight team, bringing you multiple views from all over South Texas. I mean, all over Boca Chica. This view is from a robotic camera. We pack it up into a briefcase. It fits in a briefcase. It fits in a Pelican case. And we can deploy this wherever we want. We turn it on. It reports back into us here. But there is not a human being near this camera right now. This is an uncrewed camera that is about 1.5 miles away from Starship. Look, the top fins. The tops. Flaps, whatever.
Yes, there they go. Yes,
Yep, there they go.
I can't even use the right term. Look at it. It's like a little flappy ear.
Looks awesome.
It's like it's waking up and doing stretches. Like, hello.
There you go. It's doing its stretches. Pretty sure it's going to get a nice lox latte or whatever to wake up. The best part of waking up is Methalox in your cup.
Methane
I don't know.
in your cup? Yeah, no.
I don't know. Can we get copyright struck for that? I'm not sure. Anyways, we are bringing you this live view. Is very close. It is an uncrewed camera. Cell phone signal will in and the creek don't rise. We'll continue to have this live feed all the way up and through until launch. And it is a robotic camera. It'll tilt up straight in the sky. It can look straight up. And we will attempt, as long as we've got operator connectivity, Michael is going to attempt to track the launch from this camera. We've got a bunch of cool stuff in place for that. Hopefully the cell signal hangs in there. Also, we've got cameras way back at South Padre Island. This is a long-range camera about 6 miles away. For some context, let me talk to it real quick. Just letting everybody know what we're up to here. Talk to me, robot. 003, there we go. Show me a feed. I actually pull up a real-time feed on the side so that I can see what's happening before I command the robot to do anything. There we go. So if we want to bring this feed way out, that's about 6 miles away, and we'll get that bringing up right here. Wow, I may need to bounce that feed. That latency is unacceptable. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and bounce that feed, I think, because it is like 15 seconds latency right now. I'm not okay with that. But that's the robot zoomed all the way out about 6 miles away, stationed at a hotel there at South Padre Island. And I should probably tell it to do something and then talk. It is a long-range camera. It's a robotic PTC broadcast camera. It's undercover, not weatherproof or waterproof or anything like that, but this is our long-range view. And if I command it to zoom back in, if it obeys my commands, I should be able to see the feed much closer up. Stand by. There you go. So there's actually the full zoom all the way out from 6 miles away from that robot at South Padre Island. And then also online right now, we've got Jack Jack Bayer has a fantastic view over here from the public viewing area, and his latency is a lot better. I betcha. That's Jack's view from the public viewing area, Isla Blanca Park, there at South Padre Island. So those are the 3 feeds we have online right now, and I'm going to check in on our 4th feed here shortly, because we've got Boca Chica gal. Of course, Mary only has to go out in the sun for the important events. So we're working on getting her set up as well, and she has a really unique angle. I'm not aware of any other cameras that are at the angle she's able to get. And when we get that online, we'll share that with you as well. But we're the NASA Spaceflight team, bringing you live coverage of what's going on out there at Boca Chica. Oh, yeah, that's right. And Cape Canaveral. So there's that booster that came back to Cape Canaveral earlier. I might as well bring up this feed as well. You see they've moved the port crane over there, and that's probably a pretty good indication we may see them cap that booster. They've got a lifting cap with some electronics. It's got some batteries. I think they're Tesla batteries. A couple solar panels on the top of it. And what we see sometimes is they actually, well, every time they move a booster, is they cap that booster with this special device, and we'll see that crane moving in a bit. If I see that happening, I'll bring it up here live for y'all to share. But these are all NASA spaceflight cameras we're able to deploy because of y'all's support. Thank you so much for everything y'all do, like the super chats we were reading. We turned that back into more technology and more capability to cover these events for you. So thank y'all so much for the support. So much for speedrun and super chats. I did like 3, and then I started talking about cameras. My bad. All right, let's go back to the robot at Boca Chica. And Connor G, it's your birthday. It's your birthday today. I think Connor G might have come through yesterday and said, it's my birthday tomorrow. And we said, well, we hope we get a launch the day before your birthday, because that was yesterday. But here we are with no launch, hoping we get one today. Happy birthday, Connor G. Let's see here.
Hey, do we have Chris Dion still?
Yes, you do.
Hey, Chris, you remember yesterday? I'm sorry, I'm throwing you a little bit of a loop here. Remember yesterday we got that very, very, very generous super chat in remembrance of somebody who had passed away?
Yes, I have it.
Can we just read that out now while I presume we have a healthy number of viewers, just so we can get that out into the universe? Thank you.
Yes. I'm scrolling back to where we have it.
We got a screenshot of that message, right?
We do. That's what I'm trying to find for you, Das.
Good deal.
Yes, do something. Talk about. Grab a question out of the queue,
I gotcha.
and I'll go look for it and find it. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, just let me know when you're ready, and I'll keep running some super chats here.
Will do.
Carl says, really appreciate the work you guys put in this live stream. What are you using to control all these camera feeds? What are we using? So they're robotic PTZ cameras, and we control them with our brains. No, I'm just kidding. It's a little web interface that you click on to point them at places. Or one of the cameras I can actually control with an Xbox controller. Michael's written some software where he can put in a pre-programmed track. Like if we have a Starlink launch, we can actually load up a trajectory into FleetCam, and FleetCam will automatically track the rocket launch based on the liftoff time and the known trajectory. So a lot of different ways that we get in touch with them. But thank you, Carl, for the support there. Hey, if you DM me on Twitter, I'm happy to talk a little bit more about how we do it, Carl. My Twitter is twitter.com/KSpaceAcademy. Let's make that clickable and make sure that I typed it correctly.
And that person's name that passed, that we got the super chat in honor of, was Jackson Abernathy was their name. So
I have that all queued up for you, Das, in our back channel.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead with that if you've got that ready.
The message that was sent to us yesterday with a really, really generous super chat was from Ad Astra, and it said, honoring the memory of Jackson Abernathy, a brilliant kid who loved space travel and would definitely be watching with us right now. Now you have the best seat in the house, buddy. Hope it's spectacular. And then they also linked to a place at the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation for donation in his name. And Dallas, I've got that in the back channel for you. I don't know how we could get that on screen, but I've got that for you.
You probably get it in chat, right?
Yeah, if you
Definitely-
could post
definitely
that
throw it in
chat,
chat.
that'd be good. Yeah.
Throw it in chat? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why we're all so excited for this sort of thing, is that we all want to see the future, and we know that the human timescales often are far too short, even at their longest. So we're excited for the future, and rest in peace, Jackson Abernathy. Thank you so much, Ad Astor, for that generous super chat.
Yeah, Jack, thank you for remembering that there. That came in when things were sort of going crazy yesterday, and absolutely appreciate you bringing that back up so we can do one more sort of... Yeah, mention that one more time.
Absolutely, and I don't think there's really anything on this planet worse than cancer. So,
yeah, man.
Rest in peace, Jackson.
Yep. Alrighty.
Hey, I'll make a joke about microwave bacon. Microwave bacon is awful. If you microwave bacon, you shouldn't do that.
Hey, 100% honestly, I was just sort of reflecting for a moment there, just hanging out for a minute. Instead of me going right back into, all right, so anyways, more super chats, like that's not the way to do it. So I was just sort of spooling it down a little bit there.
Yeah, my bad.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good. Y'all, again, we really do feel like we're part of a wide-reaching spaceflight community. However you participate in this, and whatever level of knowledge or interest or whatever you have, sort of across the board, the space family, we've called it a couple times, really is a great, just worldwide community. It reaches all across borders and types of people and levels of interest and skill and everything. And it really is fantastic when we come together as a space family like that, isn't it, y'all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good deal. Chris, if you could grab a question, I am wrangling some video here.
Yeah, of course. Okay, sorry. So yes, back to the technical, and Thomas, this might be one for you, because I think you can talk too about what the calculations you had done for this. But
Sure.
the basic question is, will SN8 throttle down as it goes through max Q?
Okay. So, this is going to kind of be a non-answer, so I apologize in advance. But what we do know, and from the math that I did, and I'm pretty confident in at least this part, don't think of this max Q as what you experience during an orbital launch. When you're going all the way to orbit, the ascent burn lasts several minutes, and you're going much faster and much higher. In fact, on a Falcon 9 launch, max Q happens at about the altitude that Starship will peak at today, if it launches today, of course. So it won't experience the same level of dynamic pressure. Q stands for dynamic pressure, for those who do not know. It's basically just the forces on the vehicle from aerodynamic forces, and it is directly proportional to velocity. The faster you go, the higher dynamic pressure is. However, it also decreases when the air density decreases, so that's why there's a max Q on the way up, because eventually air density goes down. But anyway, back to this Starship specifically, not necessarily, just because if they're at full throttle, and when I did my little simulation, I just assumed full throttle until it could have enough energy to coast up to 12.5 kilometers. And when I did that, maximum the dynamic pressure was still increasing when the main engine shut down. So what I would guess is that max Q will actually occur at MECO, and I don't know if it's really called MECO in this particular scenario. I'm going to call it MECO. When the engine shut down after its initial ascent, that will actually be the point of maximum dynamic pressure, because the vehicle will still be accelerating at that point, and air pressure is not decreasing fast enough for dynamic pressure to be coming down. So that will be the point of maximum dynamic pressure. It will likely be much less dynamic pressure than a Starship would experience during an orbital launch, so I doubt that they will have to throttle down for max Q. However, it really depends on what exactly they're trying to test on this launch. Like I mentioned earlier, assuming full throttle for a short and most efficient burn to get to 12.5 kilometers, that also means Starship will go supersonic on the way up, and it's possible they don't want to do that, in which case they would have to throttle the Raptors pretty significantly the entire way up. Even though that doesn't mean they're not necessarily throttling it down for max Q, but there might be some Raptor throttling involved there. So it really depends on how exactly SpaceX wants to conduct this flight test. We won't really know for sure until they actually fly, just because SpaceX hasn't released like a flight profile for this kind of mission. So we don't really know for sure. I would guess that there is not going to be a throttle down for Max-Q specifically.
Thank you, Thomas. Sorry, while you were doing that, I was actually looking at something from space weather. As we prepare to be hit by a coronal mass ejection tomorrow.
Oh,
jeez.
So I had to personally tweet bingo for our 2020 disaster bingo. On that one, it is, what is it? The impact time is expected at midnight tonight UTC, so 1900 EST. And it has a strong G3 geomagnetic storm watch in place for tomorrow. So not a huge impact, not like an oh my gosh, what is happening impact, but definitely if you're in the northern latitudes or southern latitudes, auroras are possible. So.
Yes, I think we saw something about that yesterday. There was some increased aurora activity. I know this has been coming for a little bit, but yeah.
Well, and this makes a lot of Tori Bruno's tweet from the United Launch Alliance makes a lot more sense now that I know this thing was coming, because he specifically tweeted that the proton flux was still within limit for the Delta IV launch tomorrow, and I was like, that's an odd thing to say.
It's like a random thing to mention, randomly, but yeah.
Yeah, but now that makes sense. So it won't even affect the Delta launch tomorrow. So anyway, that was just humorous to see when I.
Although there would be something to be said if proton flux scrubbed the next Delta IV heavy launch attempt, because added to the list of things that have aborted that mission. But
yes, the sun was angry that day, my friends. Anyway, yes. So back to Starship, questions here. This is a good question. It came in about 80 minutes ago. How closely are SpaceX and NASA working on things like Starship in general?
Sure. So closer than I think many people think, but there is a kind of a distinction to be made. So if you look at something like Crew Dragon, which was developed specifically for NASA as part of the Commercial Crew Program, NASA was very heavily involved in that vehicle, and that also, by extension, they were heavily involved in Falcon 9 development, which was originally developed for the Commercial Cargo Program. Of course, SpaceX uses all of those vehicles for commercial things. They have non-NASA commercial crew missions. They have non-NASA Falcon 9 missions, of course. But NASA was heavily involved in those because they were kind of developed to fill a role for NASA programs in addition to their commercial applications. Starship is a little different. Starship was developed to support SpaceX's efforts to make interplanetary transport systems. And so NASA will take advantage of that, and NASA is now involved a little bit through a couple different partnerships to aid Starship development. I know I mentioned earlier they're collaborating with the Marshall Spaceflight Center. I know they're also collaborating with a couple different NASA centers on various aspects of Starship development, but it's not to the same closeness, for lack of a better word, or same extent as they have been doing with Crew Dragon and things like that. So they are working closely together. NASA is very definitely involved. Would not be surprised at all if there's lots of NASA representation at this test flight, because NASA is very interested in Starship development. We've already pointed out the WB-57 aircraft, which is a NASA aircraft supporting this test flight. So NASA is definitely involved. A slightly less extent as far as compared to commercial crew or something like that, but still NASA is still very involved.
Excellent. And this goes back, we had this question earlier, or rather it came in earlier on, and this seems like a good time to talk about it since we're talking about, since part of this since NASA does work with SpaceX for the Commercial Crew Program, Starship is huge and has a huge internal volume. So why are capsules like Dragon always so small?
Sure. So you have to keep in mind that everything you launch to space is heavy and has mass, and the launch vehicle you use to get it to space has to be big enough to handle that. A lot of times the crewed missions are kind of at the extreme of how much mass a certain launch vehicle can carry. The Crew Dragon spacecraft takes advantage of a pretty far downrange drone ship landing on Falcon 9 because it is such a heavy spacecraft. And that's just before the people even get on board. Crew vehicles are heavy. They have a lot of equipment on board to keep those humans alive and comfortable, and so crew capsules are pretty heavy. So they're mostly limited by the launch vehicle that launches them, which makes sense why Starship can be so big, because Super Heavy is going to be huge and super powerful. So you have to scale.
That's not the whole rocket you're looking at.
Right, exactly. You're looking at the upper stage, and basically Starship is a Falcon 9 upper stage and Crew Dragon capsule combined into one thing, and then scaled up ridiculously. It is the crew spacecraft and the upper stage kind of combined into a single spaceship. And so every time you build a larger crew vehicle, you need a larger launch vehicle, which of course doesn't mean you can't happen. If you talk about the Orion capsule, which is only a little bit bigger than like the Apollo capsule and the commercial crew vehicles, but even making it as big as Orion is, you need a much bigger rocket. That's why they developed the Space Launch System. You need a really powerful rocket to get Orion to where it needs to go. It's also going to a deep space destination in lunar orbit, so that comes into play as well. But yeah, crew capsules are size limited by the launchers that they're going to launch on, and you can only make bigger ones by building bigger launch vehicles.
Gotcha. And
Really quick.
While we're oh yeah, go ahead, Jack. Yeah.
Somebody who I've met while out here, who is a big fan of our channel and who is a big supporter of what we do, just really quick, wanted me to shout out to Bob and B. Wasaki, their parents, who clearly raised an awesome individual. So just wanted to shout out to them, Bob and B. Great work raising an awesome kid and a good dude. So thank you so much for the support, buddy, and rest in peace to your awesome parents, no doubt. Just wanted to throw that out there. I know we've all no doubt lost loved ones here and there, and it's cool that we can share in this fun and excitement with each other. When
they're not dead, they're probably watching.
Oh my God, they're not dead. Oh my God,
Jack. I just heard him say they're probably watching right now. Like, jeez, dude.
Okay, so now I'm dead. I feel like the biggest idiot in the world. I'm going to be off comms for like 30 minutes.
Jack, I'm going to mute your mic for about 10 minutes. You're in timeout. I mean, clearly, y'all, not a joking matter, but, you know, we got you, Jack. We got your back.
Thank you. But Thomas, before we get too far away from the conversation we were having about the vehicle, with the question about throttling at max Q, and if, for everyone watching too, if we use phrases that you're not familiar with, or we say something like, "Oh, that's LOX load," and you're like, "What's LOX? Isn't that what I put on a bagel?" No, like ask us what these mean, because we do sometimes fall into talking in the same industry jargon and acronyms and everything, but we're not trying to be elusive or evasive or, you know, not inclusive. It's just we get excited about our conversations, and since we know what it is, we use them and kind of forget there's, you know, 67,000 people watching. I say this because Short Round has a great question here, saying it might be obvious, but what does Q mean in max Q?
Absolutely. So Q is the variable for dynamic pressure, which is basically just the forces that the atmosphere is exerting on the vehicle as it flies through the atmosphere. It's a component of when you calculate drag, lift as well. When you calculate those kind of forces that are acting on the vehicle, dynamic pressure is part of those formulas. So it's a worthwhile variable to keep an eye on. And so Q is the symbol for that. And so max Q is the point where that dynamic pressure becomes the highest. And if you want to know the formula, it's 1/2 rho v squared, where rho is your atmospheric density and v is your velocity. So that's what dynamic pressure is, and that's what Q is.
There we go. Yes, and along those same lines, someone was asking, what does grass vent mean?
Yes, so it's kind of a dumb name. We probably should have named it literally anything else, but now we're stuck with it. There's a vent off to the very left-hand side of the screen you're looking at right now, part of the ground support equipment, part of the tank farm, and you'll see some sort of vapors come out of that when the tank farm activity starts to pick up. It's one of the first ones we usually see. So if we say grass venting, we're talking about the vent that's over in the grass on the left. So that's what we're talking about there.
Indeed, and we do mean very, very seriously, right? For everyone, if we do say something that that isn't quite clear, ask us, and you know, we're happy to provide acronym translation and everything as we go through the day. And if you do have any questions, please ask us and tag us in that question at NASASpaceflight in chat. It helps us see it pretty quickly. So Thomas, and along those same lines, and I know we kind of went over this at MaxQ a little bit, but Joshua is wondering how long will the Raptor engines be fired for today?
That is the million-dollar question, and I have a guess based on the math that I did. I am almost certain that I underestimated. My estimate came out for at least the initial sent was like 16 seconds, which seems short. But that's also assuming full throttle and everything like that, so it's probably a few more than that. But it'll be, you know, less than a minute, 100 for sure. It shouldn't take that long. But again, you only have to gain enough upward velocity to then coast all the way up to 12.5 kilometers altitude. You don't burn your engines the entire way up because you have upward momentum that'll carry you the rest of the way. So yes, I mean, less than a minute for sure, maybe less than 30 seconds even. Well, again, it depends on how SpaceX throttles their engines and things like that for this test flight. And again, and the landing burn also depends on how early the flip maneuver actually takes place and all that stuff, assuming the Starship gets that far, of course, assuming the landing burn or the landing maneuver goes well, all of those things. So well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. There's too many variables, and we don't know enough about the details of how exactly they're going to carry out this mission to really answer that question well. But so those are my kind of ballpark guesses.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I mean that sort of goes toward a lot of what we've been, a lot of what this test is, and I think it's a good recap moment, right, for all of you who have joined us recently. I'm Chris Gebhardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASASpaceflight. I'm joined right now on comms with Thomas Burgart. Hey, Thomas.
Hey, Chris. I'm also an editor and also a reporter / webcast host / writer / I do 8 billion things nowadays. But for NASASpaceflight, happy to be here.
Indeed, and that was Thomas. Oh man, poor Michael in the background trying to keep up with us in this talk, which is a good moment to introduce Michael.
How's it going, everyone? And we are still tracking towards around 2 p.m. Central Time for an update. So that's the current status. 2 p.m. for the earliest possible launch time.
Nice.
Awesome. So that would be 15. So that would be 3 p.m. Eastern, which would be 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 20 hours UTC. So.
And if that remains the case, we should see propellant loading operations again in about 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes.
And that is good. And of course, we're also standing by. Is the WB-57 up and inbound yet?
I should check on that.
The WB-57 is a NASA high-altitude observational aircraft that was deployed yesterday that SpaceX and NASA are using to monitor the flight of Starship from about 45,000 feet, just slightly higher than Starship itself is expected to get today. But yes, as they check to see if that is airborne, at this point, yeah, we know they are currently conducting pre-launch testing on Starship. They have previously moved and exercised all of those aero surfaces and flaps on the vehicle, making sure that they can attain all of the positions needed for a liftoff today. So the next thing we are really standing by for is the start of the methane recondenser. As that methane boils off inside of the tank, it is brought back to the recondenser where it is put back into liquid form, and that's usually the next thing that we see, followed very shortly by tank farm activity, at which point we will really be entering the business end of the countdown to what will hopefully be a liftoff on a 12.5-kilometer test flight of Starship. I know we get this question a lot, Thomas. So I think it's good to throw in there in our recap and welcome to all our new viewers is the large amount of unknowns in this test flight really start at liftoff. We know they can ignite the Raptor engines on the ground, right? And we know that they can do short hops on single-engine Raptors. But this 3 Raptor sustained firing for several seconds to accelerate to a velocity that allows them to coast up to 12.5 kilometers. And then once you're at 12.5 kilometers, reorienting using all of those flaps for the very first time to essentially skydive belly flop back toward the ground to manage how fast you're falling and the direction that you're falling. And then reigniting, I believe it's 2 of those Raptor engines or all 3 of them at the same time, and then shutting one down at some point in flight. There's a lot of uncertainty with exactly what we're going to see. And of course, there's a lot of firsts here that could lead to points where the vehicle doesn't exactly work as it's supposed to.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some uncertainty exactly how they're going to handle the landing engines during that landing burn. Again, we're just going to have to wait and see on a lot of this, but I'm certainly excited to find out. Also, just giving an update on something that I checked on just a second ago. The WB-57 is not airborne just yet, but should be getting up pretty soon here, so I'm going to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Copy that.
Awesome.
I will listen for WB-57 updates and feel slightly stupid.
No, Jack, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. And for the WB-57 too, when that departs, it's about a 45 to 50 minute transit. So just because it's not up doesn't mean, oh my gosh, what's going on? No, they have some leeway time. And what they're constantly in communication with SpaceX about with this is they don't want to be airborne any longer than they have to because they want to use the minimum amount of fuel possible. So they're going to try to time their takeoff to be as efficient as possible. Just like a rocket wants to take the most fuel efficient course to orbit, right? You want your aircraft to be as fuel efficient and time efficient as possible. So this so far matches what we saw yesterday, where the timing of that aircraft departure moved around a bit until it eventually converged. So the aircraft was arriving basically right when Starship was going to be lifting off. Definitely.
Chris, you want me to get caught up on some super chats real quick?
Yes, that would be awesome, Das.
Yeah, I can hop on this. I mean, the queue is 2 hours behind, so again, no way we can get them all displayed. We appreciate everybody. Hey, Mike Brazda, thank you so much for becoming a member. Let's see here. Paulus Plain, who apparently plays spreadsheet spacecraft sometimes. Fly safe as a good luck CAL and EVE Online for when you go flying. Flying a 5 billion ISK cruiser and lose it. PS, fly safe. Left-handed salute. There you go. Hey, we got you, Paulus. Thank you so much for the support. Have fun with your spreadsheet spacecraft. With all the EVE references, I hope you understand what I'm saying there. Picking up what I'm putting down. Custard, thank you so much for the support there. There's another one from Custard. We appreciate you. Michael Clary says, take good of Mary. Oh, look at this. Michael Clary with a $100 super chat, $99.99, saying, take good care of Mary. Absolutely, Michael Clary. I'm talking with Mary right now on the side, and we are working through where she's at. It's pretty warm out there today, and so looking at things like the camera health and that sort of thing, we're working through some things, but absolutely, positively, we always look out for Mary out there. That's one of the reasons we have robots and other camera angles, so that if we spool up a stream, it doesn't mean that Mary has to stand outside for 8 hours. We roll out Mary when the main event starts, and she can stay in the air conditioning the rest of the time. But thank you so much for the support. Jason Maidment, appreciate you there. New membership. We've got Tom Hatters 95 expecting to see a rapid unscheduled disassembly of Jack's. Oh, geez. Really? I think Jack's seen some things in his time. He's fine. Andre. Andre says, "Hey Jack, your kayak is out for delivery." Oh no.
I don't know if I regret or love that I gave Andre my address. I probably should have thought twice before doing that, but I gotta say, so far, net good. Thank you,
Help me.
Andre.
Okay, wait.
Wasn't
Time
there
out.
something else aside from the kayak too, or not? Or was that a joke yesterday?
Y'all help me out. Is Andre kidding about the kayak, or did he actually ship Jack a kayak?
I think he actually shipped a kayak, not gonna lie.
I mean, it sounds like that's what happened. Yes.
No, he's the kayak, like full on kayak.
Sounds like he shipped you a voice changer, actually.
Sorry, am I any better, or am I a robot right now?
You were, but
Yeah,
you're
you're
clear.
back.
You go ahead. You're good.
But yeah, he, as far as I know, he really did ship a kayak. Because earlier, I don't know if you caught on a previous stream, we were talking about how I was yelling about how Buran was not better than Shuttle, and perhaps Shuttle was not better than Buran. It's sort of not a. I don't see one as better than the other. I don't really see
No,
it as
Shuttle was
competition.
definitely better than Drone, but anyway, continue.
Okay, thank you. I'll agree to that. I can agree to that. Anyways, we were arguing about that in our member Discord, and Andre, and that led me to saying that the Air Force ruined the Shuttle. And
I think the Air Force is hacking the signal now.
The
Air Force doesn't want this information out.
Yeah.
Oh no!
It's just a weather satellite interfering with 4G signal or something, Jack.
So Andre sent me a set of books, a very nice set of Shuttle books, and he does actually have my address because he won that debate and sent me books as a nice way of allowing me to further educate myself. And they're amazing. And so he does have my address. He has sent me stuff on Amazon before, so I dare say there's a kayak out for delivery to my apartment in Los Angeles, which I can't believe I'm saying out loud. It's absolutely insane. And the level of support from Andre Carmel there, I mean, it's amazing. The amount of support that he has contributed to this channel, it's awesome. And insane in the best possible way. I mean, who else would do something like that? Thank you so much, Andre, for the support.
That's just going to be awkward with like a wrapped kayak sitting on your porch for like a week before you get home. Like, what are the neighbors?
Really quick, Jack, I don't know if you saw this, but Andre just pinged us in the NSF member Discord to point out that, yes, he literally screenshotted his Amazon page. It's literally out for delivery.
Yeah, I believe it. And the good thing is it's an inflatable kayak, so it won't just be like a random kayak sitting in the lobby of my apartment complex. It'll presumably be a box.
Break. Hey, Dust, can we get the fleet cam really quick, please?
Absolutely. Let's see fleet cam. Fleet cam. You want full fleet cam? I'll go full fleet cam. What do we got going on?
We need to see fleet cam.
All right. What
are we looking at?
What are we looking at?
Can you look at the base of Falcon 9? I saw there are pictures on Twitter. There was some heavy venting from the base of Falcon 9 like a minute ago.
Really?
Yes. Can we zoom in on the base maybe?
Oh,
yeah, you know a guy. Michael, I got it.
As they're purging things. Yeah. Yeah.
It's more than I've seen in the past.
Whoa. See, now I want Michael's controller because it's a lot smoother than this. Let me dump the rate. Hang on. Let's see what's going on at the base of Falcon 9 at Port Canaveral. There. Fleet Cam's going to be like, what's going on?
It's possible that it's over already and it was like a really brief thing. I know it's normal usually.
And so for everyone here, we also covered the Falcon 9 return to port this morning. That's what we're taking a quick look at. There was some indication that there might be something to look at real quick, but this is still predominantly a Starship stream for the 12.5 kilometer test flight. We're just using one of our other cameras right now at Port Canaveral to take a quick look at the Falcon 9 that came in this morning.
Yeah, I don't keep an eye on that. It looks like whatever was happening is over now. I just wanted to check on that really quick. I'll try and find. I know we can go back in Fleet Cam and find the footage from whenever it happened. So
absolutely.
We'll go back and pull that later.
Yeah, it wouldn't be zoomed in there, but y'all, Fleet Cam is another one of our robotic cameras, and we actually keep it up 24/7. So if you want to watch what's happening with SpaceX processing boosters at Port Canaveral, 1058 just came in live on the stream earlier. We were watching that, and we'll see them lifted over to the dock. We'll see them retract the legs, not necessarily in that order. They can retract the legs while it's on the drone ship. We see them lay it down. We see all the processing that happens, and we see it roll out of port. barring a massive cargo ship blocking our view, but Fleet Cam is up there 24/7. Could somebody put the Fleet Cam link into chat for us in case people want to check that out and continue to watch what's happening with Falcon 9? Just another one of our NASA spaceflight robotic cameras. Actually used a lot that we learned here with Fleet Cam to deploy the cameras at Boca Chica. So, yeah, good deal, Thomas. I'll leave that up zoomed in on Fleet Cam, and I'm sure Fleet Cam will be yelling at me to zoom out later, but anyways.
Yeah.
It happens. There's not a lot of people on the hook to move Fleet Cam around, and it's the middle of the night. It's like, Das, the fairing catcher's coming in. I'm like, time to make the donuts, but I'm not complaining.
Oh, good.
Okay, really quick.
Jack.
Let me try this again. Shout out to Bob and B. Wysocki from their son Ray, who is out here and is supporting the NASA spaceflight stream immensely, and is just generally a good guy. He's been awesome to hang out with, and he's been very respectful and distanced, and he's clearly taking the pandemic seriously. And it's just been nice. It's been nice to meet some people out here, meet some fans of the stream. It's absolutely humbling, the number of people that are coming up and saying, thanks for streaming and thanks for what you do. And just want to throw that right back at our viewers who have come up to me and said hey and said thanks, and especially to Ray for being extra awesome to us while we have met him here. I've been hanging out with him a couple days now, and thank you so much, Ray. And way to go to Bob and B for raising an awesome guy. And hopefully up in Pennsylvania, and it's not snowing too much, but definitely nowhere close to snow here right now in Boca Chica. Nice weather, blue skies, and hopefully all prepped for a Starship flight. So there we go. That one should work.
The universe is once again at balance, Jack. Thank you there.
I still feel like driving myself off a cliff like Groundhog's Day style.
Let me grab some more super chats real quick. Joel likes the photo. Appreciate you. That's a membership. Jacob Janowski says, thanks for all the live streams. Let's see here. Moisa Eugen with some curly L's. We appreciate you, Moisa. We've got Ulf Angard saying, thank you for the great work, /Ulf. Richard Williams is a new member. The Zardoz says, Godspeed SN8. We've got a lot of members in here. John Huey, Ryan Michelson, Jeff Cheney, Larry G. Y'all all welcome to the NASA Spaceflight crew. We appreciate you. John Wharf in there as well. A lot of questions in here. There's an awful lot of questions. I'm trying just to get the ones I can do fast. David Bingerham as well. Here's one. Richard Scott. There you go. I got to put this one on the screen. Hope you're enjoying Texas hospitality. Barbecue in South Padre Island. Hey, Richard, I grew up in Corpus Christi, right up the road, and every time I go down that way, I got to stop at my barbecue place. I ate Cotton's Barbecue down there. Don't know if anybody knows Corpus or Cotton's. Back in the day, the original building, right? And barbecue is one of the things that I miss. I've moved to North Carolina. Don't at me. They don't know how to do Texas barbecue, I tell you that much. If you don't know how to make barbecue, just rip it up and put vinegar on it. Thank you. Anyways, moving right along.
I was going to ask you, Das, which one is the good one, the vinegary one or the non-vinegary one? So I guess if the Texas one is good and you're saying good is vinegary, then Texas barbecue is vinegary. Is that correct?
Negative, Jack. Negative. The North Carolina barbecue gets on my nerves. And I want to travel home to get some proper Texas barbecue. Hey, okay. If I got some Texans in the house, let me see if you're from Texas in the house. Where you eat your barbecue at?
Das, you got me craving Torchy's tacos right now.
Oh, Torchy's tacos. That's actually
so good.
We do have an update, I believe, Thomas.
Yes. Yes, we do. So the WB-57 flight plan has been updated. Now expected to depart no earlier than 2:30 p.m. Central Time. So that looks like a slight delay, maybe, according to the testing schedule. They won't be able to get to the testing area until about 3:30 p.m. Central, unless they move that time back earlier, which they've done before, so I guess I shouldn't really say no earlier then.
Yeah.
But currently scheduled to depart Houston at 2:30, so we're looking at maybe around 3:30 for Starship liftoff, according to that.
And hey, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, it's 12:50 right now. Yesterday, didn't we see some tank farm activity? Like, wouldn't we be expecting tank farm activity here?
If we were going for 2 o'clock still?
Yeah.
Yes, so it's about an hour, so I wouldn't be like panicking about it yet. But yes, so I will share that WB57 update, Chris. But also looking like maybe a slight shift to the right of the schedule. Again, the window goes all the way until 5 p.m. local time, so plenty of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Just y'all be on the lookout for venting from the tank farm. We'll be looking as well because it's sort of the coordination of the flight schedule for that plane, the observation plane that's flying down from Houston, and then when we saw venting here, the way it sort of all comes together, just keep your eyes out for activity there at the tank farm. Grabbing more super chats here. Wow, they just keep coming in. There's no way I'll get them all. Dara Carroll says, good job, guys, watching from Ireland. Thank you, Dara, for the support. Morgan Kell says, time to disassemble Robojack and get a new one. Oh, here's one from Christian Ohlendorf Knudsen saying, obligatory support super chat. Don't have much to say. Hope you get a lot of support. This is great for us on the other side of the world who can't be there in person. I love it, Christian. It's like, don't have much to say, but then here's one of the longest super chats in my queue. I'll read it all for you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Steve and Debbie Jeskulik there. Thank you for the $25. Appreciate you. The support. John Richardson coming out of the UK, it looks like, with some curly L's. Wait, there's probably like, how many people are watching? Oh, there's almost 70,000 people watching, and I'm here saying, thanks for the curly L's. Jokingly, I call British pounds curly L's because the little, I mean, look on the screen right there. See, $4.99, and it's like a really just fancy L. So anyways, now you know one of our little NASA spaceflight isms here. Jordan,
yes, if you're playing along with NSF Live Bingo, that's one of the squares. Yes,
it is one of the squares.
And
somebody
that's actually a real thing
L.
our Discord made. Yes, NSF Live Bingo.
And here's a different one. This is a fancy E. Jordan 1998 with some euros. Appreciate you, Jordan. There's no way I'm going to be able to get through all of these. This is a big one. $50 from Moss3 saying, love what you guys are doing here. Watching from SoCal. So I got to see my first ever IRL launch with Sentinel-6. Fantastic, out of Vandenberg. Hopefully I get to see this beast go up today before I head to work. Moss, thank you so much for the $50. We'll keep on keeping on here with the live coverage and hope you keep enjoying it. I'm just going to scroll really quickly. So many. Sam Bailey's a member. Appreciate you, Sam. Tons of members. Arthur Dent. Nice. You know where your towel is, Arthur? Good? Doug Deep, Nick McKenzie. There's so many things. There's no way I can read them all. I'm looking to make sure I didn't miss like a big, beefy super chat. Our lessons learned here is we do need a way to handle the sheer volume of support that y'all are giving us. Like some way for it to scroll on the screen. I don't even know, but y'all are so generous helping us continue on with this coverage. I'm just going to say thank you to everybody. We'll pull some more of those questions out of Super Chat as well. Coming up on 1 o'clock Central Standard Time at Boca Chica. How are we doing, team? Everybody good?
They were good.
Doing well, yeah.
Reporting in from Isla Blanca Park, we are doing good. It's actually, the wind has picked up a little bit, not in like a bad way, but in just like there's now a slight breeze, and it's less sweltering out. So, excellent news here, weather-wise. Everything looks great. No clouds, very little wind, but enough so that it's not sweltering. And yeah, we're hanging in. I'm hanging in here. Hopefully you guys are too.
Hey, just a quick update here, talking about that WB57, which we're keeping an eye on. It actually looks like a member of the NASA flight crew at Ellington has a Twitter account, and was mentioning that, yeah, they literally just was about to take off and taxied back to the hangar, likely told by SpaceX that they're pushing later to the window. So they were ready, but they looks like they're getting close. They're just waiting for the right time to get airborne.
Yeah, please link me to that Twitter account.
I got you.
Yes.
And again, y'all, we're standing by. We're sort of using what we know about Starship and the operations we've observed in the past and all the other bits of information that we can roll together. Like, is that observation plane going to take off? How long does it take to fly from Houston down to Corpus? Because NASA and SpaceX coordinating on getting some aerial views of this by launching that plane. So we are just sort of rolling all the information we have together. It does look like SpaceX is continuing to push towards this launch. We still have those notices to airmen and notices to mariner and closures and all that sort of stuff, making sure the zone is safe for a potential test flight. But we are continuing to stand by with our live coverage here. And y'all, I'm going to have to hop off. I've got another administrative thing to tie up here. If y'all could take it away.
Sure thing.
It's like, we don't discuss that in advance. I just say it out loud all of a sudden. Like, yeah, Joel. But yeah, thanks, Thomas. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Chris, you think we could go through some more questions, maybe?
I think we could indeed. Here's a good one, Thomas. Is it going to land on land or in the water?
I'd say you got about a 50-50 shot of guessing right on that one. I mean, I've been predicting this whole time that it's gonna end up in the Gulf of Mexico, but maybe that's me being pessimistic. They are trying to land on land, if you're talking about what they're attempting to do. The landing pad is actually, if you're looking on the screen on the right, just to the right of that view of the launch mount is where the landing pad is. So that is where they're trying to land, but that of course depends on that landing maneuver going well the first time, and this is the first time they've ever tried it, so it's very reasonable to expect that it might not go perfectly the first time. That doesn't mean it won't reach land. It could get part of the way through the maneuver, something happens at the end, and a hard touchdown or whatever. That's of course all okay. This is a test flight. The objective is to get farther than they have on previous Starship development flights, and as long as they do that, they will learn from it and continue development. But they are trying to land on a landing pad back on land. They could abort to the water if it's going wrong earlier in the flight. We'll just have to wait and see.
Excellent. Alrighty. And so here's another one from Planet Random. When will the lunar Starship be in production?
That is a very good question. So the first step before that happens, and we're talking about the one that Starship is developing, or SpaceX is developing, sorry. The variant of Starship that SpaceX is developing for NASA's Human Landing System development program for the Artemis program. NASA has contracted a couple different companies to develop moon landers for NASA. One of them is SpaceX developing a variant of Starship, and you've seen a mock-up in Boca Chica as they're starting to kind of test some things out, try to mock up maybe what the cabin will look like. We've seen some pictures of like mock-up bunks and things like that. But before they actually enter production, they have to actually be selected to fly, and that should take place in January. NASA should select, of the 3 companies bidding designs, either 0, 1, or 2 of those companies will be selected to actually produce the first vehicles and conduct their flight tests. So SpaceX has to be selected first next month to do that, and if that happens, then they will move into production then. So it should be next year if they are selected.
Awesome, and this is one I think both you and Jack would like to talk about, because I know, Jack, another of your passions is aircraft. But Matt is asking if we can talk about the technical and engineering significance of the WB-57 filming the flight.
I mean, I feel underqualified to discuss this in detail, but I see that you. Okay, I see that message, Das.
Thank you.
But basically, the plane has a gimbal in the nose and has a variety of imaging capabilities. So it's a very capable aircraft. Looks like I got to charge my battery. Okay, so I'll get working on that. Somebody else talk about the WB-57.
Somebody tell Jack to change the battery in that camera. Continue on. Is that unprofessional? Like, are there broadcast professionals out there that are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy. Are you kidding me? That poor camera operator. Y'all, this is sort of how we roll out here at NASASpaceflight. We have fun doing this. We've been live now for 6.5 hours. So we are definitely here to keep ourselves alert and awake by sort of having a little levity in the stream.
Levity is good, right? Levity is good. Okay, yeah, so Thomas, Yeah, so someone was asking a bit earlier. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not on the screen. I'll wait for it to go back on the screen before asking.
What do you need, Chris?
Whenever we go back to a single screen shot and we've got the overlay of the countdown.
Sure, you know a guy. There you go.
Yeah. So this is a good question that ties in with another one that we had. So the first question was, can we explain what recondenser means as the next step in the process? But then another one here is also, another question is also asking, can we explain the procedures that are left in the countdown and why everything takes so long?
So, alright, so it depends. I mean, the biggest thing is propellant loading, which simply depends on how big the propellant tanks are and how quickly you can pump fuel into them. Starship is pretty big, the fuel tanks are pretty large, so it takes a bit. It's also a developmental vehicle, so they likely have a lot of built-in hold points. And I know we've confirmed that they have some. They likely have a lot, and those are just points in the countdown where they're not actually doing anything. They are holding and observing all the systems to make sure everything is going well before they proceed farther. So that is part of it. As Starship becomes more of an operational vehicle, those would likely be minimized. Of course, we know SpaceX's countdowns for Falcon 9 actually don't even have any built-in holds. As fully operational, they make that countdown as short as concise as possible. I'm sure they would like to do the same with Starship. So the biggest things, are propellant loading and lots of built-in hold points, as this is a test vehicle, and they want to make sure they double and triple check everything as they go forward and learn as much as they can every time they conduct a countdown.
Gotcha. Alrighty, and so here's a good question that also came with a super chat. With someone saying, so it takes around an hour to fuel the Starship. So do we know how long it would take to fuel the booster?
Right. So the approximately an hour, and again, that's a very rough estimate, for propellant loading for Starship is based on how they're currently operating it. Again, I would expect that to become shorter as it becomes more of an operational vehicle. So I'm not sure it's a one-to-one comparison if you just extrapolate to Super Heavy. Super Heavy is a little bit taller, obviously has a little bit more fuel than Starship does. I'm not sure the exact numbers, so I'd have to go back and check, like the wet mass numbers and things like that. It might, and keep in mind that you would fuel them both simultaneously. So while you're fueling the Super Heavy booster, once that reaches a certain point, you would then start fueling Starship so that they both kind of finish fueling at the same time. That's what they do with Falcon 9 with the first and second stages. So under current operations, it would probably be just a little bit over an hour, maybe an hour and a half or something. But that's subject to change as they learn more about the vehicle and add more ground infrastructure and things like that. So I wouldn't read too much into that.
Awesome, and another super chat that we got here saying hello from India, waiting for 3 lit candles. What kind of damage would a crash on the landing pad do to the facilities?
Well, as long as it's at the landing pad, that is a little bit away from like the tank farm and things like that, so it should be minimal damage to the surrounding infrastructure, and it's pretty easy to just repave a landing pad. That's relatively simple. Have to fill in the crater and etc., but you could do it. Also depends on what you define as a crash landing. If we're talking about like terminal velocity belly flop, or are we talking like attempted the landing and just touch down hard? There's differences there, but it's kind of hard to speculate on that because there's so many different ways it could fail, if that makes sense. And there's only one way it can go perfectly right, you know? So I'm not going to speculate on that, I don't think. I think it's just best to wait and see, and if damage does occur due to some sort of imperfect first test flight, which of course would be perfectly understandable and expected, we will evaluate from there.
Gotcha. And Kim also asking, what position will the flaps be in for liftoff?
I believe the position they are in now, because this is where they were at, T-minus 1 second yesterday when we had that launch attempt aborted at the last second, fully extended, and so that I think, and of course I speculated this, but I bet it had something to do with just keeping all of the aerodynamic forces symmetrical, so it's easier to control the vehicle during ascent instead of having them folded against the body. So it should be just like you're looking right now.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so
we have a quick
yeah.
update on the Octograbber, Chris.
Yes, yes.
There was a small electrical fire is what happened. So a small electrical fire. This is for the drone ship at Port Canaveral, nothing to do with Starship, but on the drone ship at Port Canaveral, which brought a Falcon 9 booster in today, there was a small electrical fire on a robot, but it does not seem to be a big deal. So that was the update.
Excellent. Yeah, just looking for some other questions. Oh, here's one. Do you think Starship will ever do suborbital flights from Cape Canaveral to prepare for future cargo flights?
Suborbital flights from Cape Canaveral. Or to Cape Canaveral. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Sorry,
from Boca Chica to Cape Canaveral, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sorry, I misread the question, yes.
Yeah, you're good. That's a good question. A lot of people have speculated as such. Boca Chica and Cape Canaveral are not as close together as some people think. It's not really an optimal, suborbital hop location, if that makes sense. Doesn't mean they couldn't do it. But if they were really just wanted to test a suborbital flight, it would be easier to kind of fly straight up, straight down in Boca Chica. Doesn't mean they will never do it. Obviously, they do have that sort of Earth-to-Earth transportation thing in work, where they want to fly from any place on Earth to any other place on Earth. So they could do it. I'm not sure if we have any indications that they would plan that specifically. And I think it's a little too early in the sort of Earth-to-Earth development phase to really speculate as to how exactly they'll do those test flights. Right now, the priority is definitely developing the vehicle itself, which is what we're looking at in Boca Chica today.
Excellent. Good. So a question here about the tank farm, actually. So Doug is asking, what's the black square tower between the 3 black tanks on the left that always turns white with frost before tank farm activity happens?
I'm gonna pull up this screen in full screen so I can see it better. Hold on. Between the 3 black tanks on the left.
So basically, right to Starhopper's left, there's a tank with a black tower on it.
Yes.
I believe that's what he's asking. What is the?
Yeah, I mean,
the weather
so
station.
I think I see what he's talking about. Your guess is as good as mine as to what exactly it is. I mean, we know there's a ton of commodities that are stored in the tank farm. You've obviously got methane, you got liquid oxygen, you got water, you've got nitrogen, probably some helium in there. All of these gases used to pressurize things and fuel things. So your guess is as good as mine. We really don't know exactly which tanks in the tank farm are for what. Someone correct me if they have more information than I do.
I don't know. I was actually thinking of asking Jack, but I think he's working a camera thing with DOS right now. I mean, the Black Tower. I mean, they do need to have a lot of monitoring equipment out there too to make sure that their range is clear and to help them track various assets too. But yeah, it's a good question. We'll re-ask that. We'll re-ask that when some other people are on comms, actually. So I'm gonna put that back into the queue for us, actually.
Good deal. And if you're just joining us, we're the NASA Spaceflight team. We've got right now 3 that you've seen, 4 total camera angles on Starship SN8 out there standing by for what seems to continue to progress towards a launch. On the screen right now on the left-hand side, that's Jack Byers' remote. He's down at South Padre Island. This is actually a public viewing area and bringing us that broadcast feed from South Padre. And then on the right-hand side, that is an uncrewed robot. It's an unattended robot. It packs up into a Pelican case. We can ship that around and deploy it places. turn it on, it reports back home that it's ready to send us video. It's actually got pan and tilt controls, so we can look straight up. We're going to attempt, if our operator latency hangs in there, we're going to attempt to track the launch with that closer range robot there. Then we've also got a feed, a long-range camera from the top. Oh, there goes a boat. Nice. We've got a long-range camera up on one of the hotels back at South Padre. I'm going to check. I've been checking the latency on that. I think it was okay. Let me make sure that that's working correctly before I look like a fool again. Start and stop the feed. But we are just bringing you all sorts of different angles, all sorts of commentary. We're answering some questions. We're reading some super chats, all the people that support us so that we can keep this going. We really do appreciate everybody hanging out with us from all over the world. So let me see. Did I get the robot? Yes, okay. Latency on the robot's good. So this is our long-range camera. This is actually mounted way up high on a hotel there at South Padre. One of the places you can actually stay if you visit South Padre Island. And this thing actually gets a nice wide panoramic shot. The blue water, that's the ship channel going into the port of Brownsville. A bunch of palm trees in the foreground, and then way off in the distance, like it's some sort of sci-fi movie, the Starship SN8 standing by for its launch. But we're just jumping around. We're also working on bringing another camera feed online here shortly. Everybody's going to know what I'm working on in the background here, but we'll have that up on the screen here really quickly. Just want to say thank you, everybody, for joining us, and pass it back to y'all. Chris and Thomas, keep on going with the questions. Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely, please.
Alrighty. Okay, so if today's flight is a success, Thomas, when will the first orbital launch take place? That's what someone wants to know.
There we go.
All right. Let's think about this. First step, if today's flight is successful, it probably won't be. But on the off chance that it is, and they nail it first try, I would be very impressed, and that would be awesome, and I would love to see that happen. If today's is successful, the next step is probably a higher altitude but still suborbital test flight. So that would happen maybe first half of next year. If that goes, I'm going to go with the super optimistic timeline if we're assuming optimism here. So that happens at some point next year. The first super heavy hop test would also hopefully occur. And then after that, you'd probably have a first orbital attempt maybe by the end of next year. But again, that assumes everything happens ahead of time and goes perfectly, like, perfect on the first attempt, which is asking a lot. I think a more realistic estimate would be like 2022 first orbital launch, which would be, again, phenomenal if they can get Starship to orbit in 2 years from now. Their development pace has been ridiculous. So optimistically, it could in theory have a first orbital attempt next year. I think 2022 is more reasonable, and wouldn't be surprised if it even slips farther than that. It's very early and kind of hard to tell.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm just finishing up one quick message.
No problem. Let me see if I... go
ahead. So here's another one. Sorry, that we got here. On the crewed version of Starship, will they have human flight interfaces with Starship human pilots, or is it all automated completely?
Based on SpaceX's Crew Dragon development, I'm going to guess that it will be very similar in the fact that it'll be automated, fly itself, like most spacecraft too. For the record, very few spacecraft are like manually piloted at any point in flight, but there's a lot of time there is like manual takeover in the case of an emergency or a failure of the automated system or something like that. So I would imagine similar on Starship, crew able to take control, especially during like docking and things like that, if needed. There would never be, like, you're not going to manually land on Mars, if that makes sense. Maybe the moon is doable. The Apollo moon lander was piloted. So maybe a manual takeover and that sort of low gravity and no atmospheric drag environment is like feasible, but Starship's also huge, so maybe that's ridiculous. Have to wait and see, but very much they're probably going to look to automate as much as they can.
Oh, here's a cool one from Ryan. What do you think of the idea of having two starships tethered together, spinning to create artificial gravity for deep space travel?
All right, I do have some thoughts on this. Thank you for asking this question.
You're welcome.
A lot of
You
people
are really excited about that too. That's awesome.
Well, I love to talk about these things where like people like throw out like, oh, what if they do this, what if they do this, and I love offering my thoughts on that kind of stuff. So, yes, there's the idea, and this is not like a super new concept. Like the Constellation program had this super cool assembled in orbit like a Mars transfer vehicle stack that would rotate and produce artificial gravity. So it's not a super new thing. In theory, you could tether two starships together and induce a spin so that they produce artificial gravity. I don't think SpaceX has any plans to do that. They have not mentioned that at all. Keep in mind that the transit to Mars is on the order of half a year, 6 months-ish, depending on where the planets are at that particular transfer window, and how much fuel you want to use to kind of speed up the process, because you can go less efficient but get there faster, which Starship should have the ability to do if it's slightly less than full payload capacity, things like that. So the trip is less than or around the same as a normal stay on the ISS, and we have well documented that the crew that go to the ISS and back are, by and large, very healthy when they come back to Earth. We know there are some health effects to being in space, and a lot of them we know how to mitigate, and there's no sort of like game changers or showstoppers, I think is the word I'm looking for, as far as being in microgravity for an extended period of time. And also keep in mind that once you get to Mars, the gravity environment on Mars is lower than that on Earth. It's about a third of the gravity on Earth. So you do want to get used to some lower gravity. So if there is some sort of artificial gravity development, it'd probably be even better to simulate Mars gravity just so the crew is more used to it and easily adapted to that environment once they land on Mars. So to answer your question, I don't think they will do that. There's been no official statement of those kind of plans. Doesn't mean they couldn't do it in the future, but there's not really a super strong need to do that, so they might not bother.
So we've got a few questions. I'm grouping questions again. A little while ago, right, we were talking about would Starship ever have a pilot interface, or would it all be autonomous? And this brings up a good question from Joseph, who's saying, how many people will be on the first crewed Starship? And I'd like to add an amended question to the end of that as well, which is, how many people do we know Starship will be able to carry in one go, like its maximum capacity, basically?
Yeah, so the aspirational number that SpaceX continues to throw out there is that it can carry 100 people at once. The current size of Starship, it is highly unlikely that they can fit 100 people in this thing, at least not comfortably, and definitely not for a long-duration spaceflight mission. That kind of does come with the original concept for ITS, which was way bigger. They sort of scaled it down to get it going, and SpaceX still plans to scale back up, which when you consider how big Starship already is kind of absurd, but they want to make even bigger vehicles.
Twice as big, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So currently, I think the best guess is about 50 people maximum capacity with the current size of Starship, and again, that's for max capacity, which means if you want to go for a longer distance and give crew more room, you'd want less people. A number that usually gets thrown around for like a first Mars mission was like no more than like a dozen astronauts, especially as long as you have a vehicle big enough to support that many. So that's kind of the number to keep in mind. A much larger crew than like a mission to the ISS or something like that, but you don't need 50 people on the first mission to Mars. That's not necessary. So max capacity for Starship around 50. Again, that's a ballpark number, and probably less than that once you actually put people on that first crewed mission. Also, I'm going to point out something that Eric Berger from Ars Technica pointed out on Twitter. There's currently a National Space Council meeting going on NASA TV, which has about 1,100 viewers on NASA TV. We have 74,000 people watching a Starship with nothing going on even yet. So that's kind of cool. Thanks for coming and hanging out on NASASpaceflight to see Starship. I'm glad so many people are interested in this. It's super cool.
It's the hosts. We're just super interesting. We have interesting and insightful
I
content.
like to think that I can take part of the credit for that. Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, so Thomas, there were a couple questions here that were coming up about Starship and its booster. So one person, a dirty hippie, was asking, could you calculate the range of Starship with, or what? Could you calculate what the range of Starship would be without its booster? Could it do coast to coast? U.S. basically, could it do those suborbital Earth point-to-points without its booster?
Without knowing a lot more information that SpaceX has made public, it'll be hard to get any good estimate on its range without using the booster. I know SpaceX has mentioned that for some Earth-to-Earth applications you don't need the booster, but if they want more cargo or to go farther around the world, they would want the booster. So it really depends. I don't think we have enough information to really calculate the exact range before you need the booster. That would be up to SpaceX, who really knows their vehicle, to make that determination.
And maybe they don't even particularly know it yet.
Right, because it's early in development and they're still working on it. Absolutely.
Right, but it was a really good question, and it leads quite well into a question that somebody else was asking, which can a fully fueled Starship make a suborbital flight by itself? Is Super Heavy not needed for those tests? So it's a good question. I think a lot of people are already thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And Starship on its own can 100% go suborbital. That we know for sure.
Yes. Now, since one of these people was since Dirty Hippie was talking about from coast to coast, here's Ruben with a question. This is definitely a coast to coast question. Which makes it to orbit first, SLS or Starship?
Ah, jeez.
I'll take
the fact that I have to think about this is, by the way, a problem, but we don't have to talk about that.
I think I'll start by just laying the foundation of where we know these programs are.
Sure, let's do
right
that.
Now, right. So Thomas was just saying, we just got this question about an orbital flight, right? And sometime next year, right now, if the test campaign goes well for Starship, would be in the ballpark, right? For what we would see and what we would expect with Super Heavy testing, because the hardest part of the system is what you're looking at now. Super Heavy is just tanks that they've already tested and more Raptors. It's a lot more. It's more complicated than that. I'm slightly lowering the complexity of it, but the most difficult part is this part that we see on the launch pad right now. So it wouldn't surprise me to see an orbital attempt next year of the entire system. And to put that into perspective, which is why I think you're having a hard time about which one's going to go first, is SLS is sitting at its first flight no earlier than November of next year. So still 11 months away from SLS's first voyage. And oh my gosh, when you're up against SpaceX, that's an eternity.
You're right.
I mean...
So I think I will conservatively say that SLS is still favored to fly first, because our first orbital flight by the end of next year is optimistic for Starship. But I've been wrong every time I've bet against SpaceX before, so it's important to note that, and it's also important to note the schedule history of the SLS program. So it's certainly not impossible that Starship reaches orbit first, and the implications of that could be monumental. But currently, Artemis 1 on SLS probably launches first. So here's the other part. The odds of SLS failing to reach orbit on its first attempt are way lower than the odds of Starship failing to reach orbit on its first attempt. The first orbital attempt for Starship, fairly likely to not go well. Obviously, they're going to do a lot of testing beforehand.
Would you really say that with all the testing beforehand?
Well, so we don't know
myself. Yeah.
We don't know the exact testing protocol up until the first orbital flight. They might do one, short Super Heavy hop and say, okay, the next Super Heavy flight is trying to go all the way to the orbit, and that would be perfectly understandable. And if trying to push all the way to the orbit pushes Super Heavy a little too far that first time, I wouldn't be super surprised. Now, I would say
that's a very fair point that I wasn't.
I still
considering,
think
yes.
it's more likely than not that when they do attempt orbit for the first time, they will have done enough testing that they will reach orbit. But I think you'll agree with me that the odds of Starship reaching orbit on the first try is less likely than SLS reaching orbit on the first try. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, with that caveat that your first version of what SpaceX tries to do is true. I think the odds of a successful first orbital flight of Starship increase the more you test Starship suborbitally.
Oh,
and
absolutely,
the more you
yes.
test that's the super booster, basically the super heavy booster. Underneath it, I was not equating in my head the first point you brought up, which is, oh, if they have a successful test flight of it, they might just decide to push for it because they can do that.
Right,
Which,
and
yes,
I'm not sure how much testing there is to do with a super heavy booster after that, short hop test, like they did with F9R, the sort of grasshopper style test that they did. I'm not sure you can do much more about the first stage booster without putting a Starship on top, because if you put a nose cone on top, that means you might be able to go a little higher and come back down from higher. But that's not really mimicking the exact scenario that the booster will experience on an actual orbital launch, which is what you're trying to get to eventually anyway. So that's why I'm thinking there's a chance, and that's just kind of my thoughts and the weighing the two options.
Gotcha.
Y'all, I gotta hop to this real quick, but Jack, I'm going to you. It's just a normal day at South Padre Island. Apparently, somebody out there tubing in the ship channel. It's like
nice.
A pontoon boat and some tubers behind it. That is not in the exclusion zone, so the exclusion zone sort of starts there at the land. So they are not a boat on the range or violating anything. But Jack got that. There's somebody out there actually tubing, it looks like. What a day at South Padre Island, huh?
And hey, this is, as a camera operator, and Thomas, you can relate, having something to practice tracking to get a sense of how your rig is working is really important and useful. Yeah.
And Jack, on feedback, you may need to re-zero your cameras. The live stream camera is probably tracking a little high. Jack actually has two coaxial cameras on a single mount. He's got a longer lens and he's got the live stream lens, so he can point one set of cameras on one tripod in both cameras. He's taking stills with one, and then he's doing the live stream with the other. So if the coaxial alignment of those two cameras gets a little bit off, bird diving in the background there too. Just letting him know that might be something he needs to dial in, because that was a little bit framed low on the live stream, Jack. I don't expect a response from him. Just continue on. The tube is the landing platform for Starship. Nice. It's like you got to get it in the little tube, right through the hole. And it is time here, y'all. 75,000 people watching. Is that right? 76, actually. Wow, I'm behind. We have gotten another camera feed spooled up. It's a nicer camera than this robot that we've got, but it's a little bit further away. Of course, who here knows what camera this is going to be? Anybody?
Ooh, I do.
Employees of NASA Spaceflight, not eligible for whatever. Anyways, we do have another camera ready to spool up. Enhance, look at everybody in chat. Boca Chica Gal, the reason we got started live streaming from Boca Chica in the first place, Mary has rolled out her live stream camera from a really unique position here. I haven't seen anything else from this angle, but this right here is Boca Chica Gal's view of Starship. A safe distance away. This is a place that of course, as soon as I switch to it. No, it's nominal. It's fine. Is a safe distance away. We've made sure that Mary is in a safe position, and this is her live stream camera. Like I said, Boca Chica Gal's the reason that we started live streaming from SpaceX Boca Chica in the first place. She was originally out there recording those daily videos and sending them back to Chris B., the creator of NASASpaceflight, so that he could bandy-cam them together. Those are the start of the YouTube channel here, and rapidly approaching 200,000 subs about a year later, we are doing live streams from Boca Chica now. So put some love into chat for Boca Chica Gal. You can find her on Twitter at Boca Chica gal. That is Mary. She is deployed out there a safe distance away from Starship, and this is going to be her view. A little bit of heat distortion in as the atmosphere gets that wave in it. The afternoon will go on. The sun will start to go a little bit lower. And yesterday, oh geez, right around launch time, that thing cleared up almost crystal like a bell. That's just a couple miles of air in between Mary and Starship. And just that waiver we get there, that is because she's got a long lens and she's a safe distance away. But that's what I like to see. Everybody in chat putting out some heart emotes or whatever. Mary is the reason we started these live streams from Boca Chica. The daily videos, if you've subbed to the channel here, if you haven't done that, you might want to sub to the channel now. Every day we get videos, recorded videos, edited. What's going on at Boca Chica. We have labels that show, oh, here's a delivery that we think is for this. Here they're flipping over this part of this future Starship. Here's a nose cone that they're going to do this with. Just about every day we get these high-quality videos. Fantastic editing by Jack and the team as well. And if you're really interested in what's happening, you'll want to sub to the channel here, and you'll want to turn on those notifications so that you can get the daily videos. Also, follow her on Twitter, at Boca Chica Gal. One of the mods, span that link a couple times for me if you could. If you want pictures coming from Boca Chica, not just when there's a big event. Hey, look, let's be honest, there's a big event. SN8 is hopping everybody. There's so many pictures, so many people go down there, so many photographers and video and all sorts of stuff. Mary's out there every day. When there's nothing going on, you get a beautiful, serene sunset because Mary's out there all the time, not just when it's a big event. Just cannot say. There we go. TG Mets fan. That right there, that is Mary's Twitter link. Make sure you toss her a follow on Twitter. Look at the things she's posted. The sunrises and sunsets out there are especially wonderful. So anyways, y'all, we are going to add in Mary's camera to the screen of cameras that I look at here to determine which one we want to look at. And once again, massive thanks to Mary for getting that spooled up out there and putting up with me. I'm crazy when it comes to, okay, this modem, where's this plugged in? I need you to reboot this. Okay, this, oh, geez, jiggle that SIM card for me. Okay, now here, oh, that battery's looking low. Like, everything that she has to put up with me trying to deal with the care and feeding of these live stream rigs, let me tell you, it's it's something you got to put up with. Thomas, you've had to put up with me before, right?
It's a two-sided thing because because this equipment like the back of your hand, so it's super helpful to have sort of a Capcom in your ear telling you what to do. And then sometimes it's like, oh my god, I gotta check 10 different things for DOS real quick. But it's awesome and I love doing it.
You know, sometimes I've got a list of 7 things and I'm just asking you to do 2 of them because I don't want you to
feel
overwhelmed. And then as soon as you do one, I'm like, okay, could you do this? All right, you can know this.
Yeah. Yep.
It is. We kind of have a NSF live stream control here on the stream loop. It's DOS on the stream loop, NSF live stream control. Anyways, what a bunch of fun, y'all. Again, we are watching Starship here. We're waiting to see some tank farm activity. We're watching, hoping that we get a little bit of venting starting from the tank farm. We'll be switching back and forth between all the different cameras. There's that close-up. This is an uncrewed robot that's about 1.5 miles away. Not as nice a camera as Mary's, honestly. I cannot make the sky be blue. I could not find the setting to make this camera make the sky look blue. Yeah, okay.
Well, that might work because earlier today when we were live at sunrise and people were describing it as like, it was like Mars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, if you scroll back to the beginning of the stream, like right when we started, right when we turned on this robotic camera and showed the stream what it was, it literally looked, all right, technically, it didn't look like Mars because the atmosphere on Mars makes the sunrise and the sunset blue, not orange. Also, there's a lack of the pollution that we have here on Earth. It makes the nice, beautiful sunsets. Anyways, the background was red, which was very Mars-looking. I don't know if we have a screenshot of that or anything that we could put on screen in a minute. But, yes, Chris, it was very Mars-looking. Mars-inspired,
Yes.
right?
Mars-inspired. I appreciated the scientific accuracy there.
It's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Yes, exactly. God, that is my favorite line from Futurama. Yeah.
All right. Well, if y'all want to take away with some more super chats or questions or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, Thomas, if you're game, I'm game too. Perhaps it is not game for Thomas.
Thomas is off comms for a few minutes.
Ah, gotcha. We didn't see that.
Oh, I just saw that. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Yes. Then,
Chris, it's me and you.
Alrighty, does. Well, I tell you what. Let me scroll through really quick to see what we got here. In the queue. Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one from Purple Planet. Starship has such a large cargo volume and relatively cheap flights, from what SpaceX has said. Couldn't they build their own space station for a journey to Mars? With the century, well, so the idea is because Starship is so huge, it forgoes the need for that Mars transfer craft, that it becomes the Mars transfer vehicle on its own. Now, the Starships, just by the sheer amount of payload that they could haul into orbit and with orbital refueling, haul to any other point in the solar system, could construct, large outposts in different areas of the solar system. But Das, this really goes towards something that you've pointed out a lot, right? That the internal volume of the current version of the Starship, right, the 9-meter diameter version that we see on the pad right now, has the same basic internal volume as the International Space Station.
That's right, Chris. You could launch a Starship, and you would double the amount of, habitable, useful, I don't know, once you put the internals and stuff like that in it, space that we have on orbit right now, because it is as much space as the International Space Station. There's a lot of space in that sentence, but whatever.
And they all meant different things, which was awesome.
How does it work?
How does it work? Yes.
Wait, Chris, look.
Yeah.
Back on Mary's camera, there's some venting happening.
Yes, there is.
And the grass vent has activated.
Haha, we need to update our thing, don't we?
Look at this. Here we go. There's some venting in the lower left-hand corner. A little bit covered up by our overlay there. But, something, I can do that real quick.
Alrighty, that is a good sign.
The recondenser did not start yet, though.
I just did it real quick. I took the watermark off the bottom there, the overlay. But you can see the grass venting, and you can see some venting from the middle of the tank farm back there. What does that move us to? It's not the recondenser, but this is the same thing we saw yesterday, isn't it, Michael?
Well, they did like pre-launch testing yesterday, so that might be it. I'm not positive. The WB-57, for what it's worth, is not in the air yet. It's not expected to depart for 53 minutes, so I'm kind of waiting to see what happens before I call it on our timeline.
But whatever it ends up being, it's definitely ground support equipment prep.
Yeah, starting up.
Yeah. It's a step in the right direction, is what it is.
Exactly. There we go. Yeah.
That is what we want to see. And I'm sure we'll get some tweets out to that effect as well. Y'all, one of the big things here is sharing this with everybody else. If you know somebody who's interested or even not interested, be like, you should check this out. Look at what's happening down here with this spaceship real quick. We'll get some tweets out. We'll link them in chat. Help us spread the word so people all across the world can know what's going on, maybe be interested, maybe get a little spark going for some of the younger viewers. I'd love to have some people watching the stream right now who end up riding one of these starships to Mars. Wow, I barely held that one together, honestly. I apologize for that. But if there was someone, a young person watching the stream right now who ends up crewing a mission on a starship one day, that'd be pretty darn cool. Sorry about that. Wow. I have a 14-year-old daughter, so. All right. Chris.
Yeah.
Watching there, let's grab some more super chats or questions or something.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so sorry, just wanting to find some that are. You all are so wonderful with the super chats. I'm scrolling to see if anyone had any embedded questions in them real quick. Just reading one real quick. Okay, so here's a good one from Stefan, saying if the Moon Starship version has its engines higher up, right, to prevent damage and crater forming while landing, shouldn't the Mars version be designed the same way? So the short answer to that is no, and it has to do with the difference between Mars and the Moon. That main difference being the atmosphere. So Starship has to be able to fly through the atmosphere and land on Mars, which has 1/3 the gravity of Earth. So it needs that retropropulsion landing from the Raptor engines in order to execute the landings on Mars, and also in order to take back off from the Martian surface. The difference with the gravity on the Moon, which is very almost insignificant in that regard, is exactly what you're saying, right? Starship cannot fire up those engines, so it has to use smaller thrusters high up. But also the Moon is covered with a very fine powder, a regolith material, that if you imparted Raptor engines onto would kick up a lot of dust and everything like that, that wouldn't settle very quickly because of the Moon's lack of a strong gravity field, or an overtly strong gravity field. So, and you don't have that consideration with Mars either. But the biggest thing is that with the Moon and the smaller gravity field, and there not being an atmosphere on the Moon, you don't have to have, you can control Starship, you can use the Raptors higher up, and then you can use the smaller engines and thrusters to really perform that landing operation, even though you have a massive vehicle like that. But on Mars, it doesn't work like that. You need that retropropulsion from those Raptors as you're coming in for landing. Now, that does lead to something that Starship has to be designed for, and it leads into the fact that you don't see a flame deflector here. You don't see Starship mounted up onto a launch pad with a big flame deflector to help move all of the material away from it when its engines ignite, because you won't have that on Mars. So the vehicle has to be designed to survive all of the debris that might get kicked up into it as those engines light and stop and then reignite during landing and takeoff operations. All right, and Das, this might be a cool one for you from the Kerbal perspective.
I'm listening.
What?
I'm listening. I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah. So Rod is asking, why do we see a lot of launches occur near the equator?
This is the old jump off a moving sidewalk thing. NASASpaceflight, not responsible for you things. But we launch from the equator because the Earth rotates, right? The Earth being a big oblate spheroid, it rotates. That's why the sun goes up and sun comes down. A lot of evidence to support that. Don't at me. But if we launch near the equator, we get the most velocity that we get to add to our orbital velocity. And you're like, dude, what? This guy just lost me. Are you kidding me? In order to go into space, like in order to go into orbit specifically, not just jump up and down again, but in order to go into orbit, we have to get going really fast. In fact, what is it, Chris? It's 17,500 miles per hour, 22,500 kilometers per hour is the velocity of the space station. Did I get those right? I mix them up sometimes.
Yeah, 17,500 miles per hour and 20. Yes, and then the kilometer equivalent up in the 25,000 range, 27,000 range. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, good deal. So somewhere up there. I mess up the conversion sometimes, but the point is you have to get going over 10,000 miles per hour, over 20,000 kilometers per hour in order to stay in orbit. If you're orbiting the Earth, you're basically falling towards gravity, but you keep missing because the planet curves away from you. It's a whole other discussion that Kerbal helps explain. But you want you want all this velocity. You got to get going so fast so that you can stay in orbit. And if you launch from the equator, you get to add in the velocity of the fact that you're going around the center of the Earth. Think about it. If you're standing on the equator and the Earth is rotating, you're not standing still. If you've ever been a smart aleck kid, it's like, I can't sit still. The Earth is moving. Haha. You're actually rotating around the center of the Earth because the Earth is rotating and you're standing on the surface, right? And so right there at the equator, you actually get to add in that velocity of the rotation of the Earth to your orbital velocity. It counts. It's like a bonus. And the way to sort of think about it, you know the moving sidewalks at airports, right? Airports, some malls have them, I guess some subways and train stations and stuff like that will have a moving sidewalk, a conveyor, whatever you call it. If you're on that sidewalk and you sort of jump off the end of it, you'll keep the velocity that you had when the sidewalk was moving you forward. Now, don't try this, okay? Come on, let's use some common sense. NASA spaceflight disclaimer insert here. But you get to add that velocity into your orbital velocity. So by launching from the equator, it's a little bit more efficient to get into orbit because the first stage is the rotation of the Earth. You get that velocity from the first stage. As opposed to if you launch from a higher latitude up at Cape Canaveral, even further north at Baikonur, you go all the way up to Alaska, where there's a little smaller satellite launch facility. If you launch from those higher latitudes, your distance from the Earth's axis is lower. So there's a little bit less of a, it's not really a lever arm there, I guess, but you have a little bit less velocity. Like if you're standing on the North Pole, you're literally just spinning in a circle. You're not going all the way around the Earth as the Earth rotates. The Earth is rotating underneath you and you're sort of spinning in just one little circle. So the higher north you go, the less velocity you get to add to your orbit from the rotation of the Earth. Does that make sense?
Which it does, which DOS is, because conversely, right, you see like the Plesetsk Cosmodrome very far north, which is a polar launch site in Russia, and that the Kodiak Island range in Alaska that you were talking about there, right? It's the exact, while you want to use Earth's rotation when you're doing equatorial stuff, you need to scrub that when you're trying to do polar stuff. So it's actually more efficient to put your polar launch pads closer to the poles.
So you're exactly right. If you want to go into an orbit that's not equatorial, so like a geostationary satellite, stationary specifically, not synchronous, stationary, needs to be aligned with the equator of the planet. But if you want to have a different sort of orbit, like the ISS is in an inclined orbit, that just sort of means it goes up and down from north to south as it goes around the planet. What a way to explain it. There's got to be people out there who are like, really, this guy? But Thomas, is that you? Are you saying this guy? Fine.
I think you described it perfectly, Das. No complaints here.
I'm trying to appeal to a wide audience.
Nice. Well, you're doing it well.
Is the recondenser active?
We see some venting, but not the recondenser yet, Jack.
Yeah, and also, guys, sorry, the ticker is broken and just keeps flashing SLS or Starship. Sorry.
It really wants us to talk more about SLS versus Starship.
That's just this one scene. Stand by, I'll see if I can fix it.
Thank you.
Hang on. Let me take it out behind the shed.
Oh, that was just funny. I assure all of you, it's Starship we're looking at. SLS is doing its own thing a couple of states over, but...
Which is it? It's like tap and see which one this is, SLS or Starship. Survey says... All right, we're good. Just
there we go. And of course, we can see a lot of activity there. Just an immense amount of activity happening now.
That's what we want to see.
Indeed. Indeed it is.
So what have we moved up? I'm going to bring the information up. We're at pre-launch testing, and we're still waiting for that recondenser. That methane recondenser is a pretty good indication of where they are in the process. Y'all, if you haven't seen this before, what does recondenser mean? There's a specific place that we'll see some white vapor come from, and when white vapor comes from that place, you know something, honestly, we don't even know if it's the recondenser. We just say, oh yeah, that's where we think that is. It's not like SpaceX gave us a map and said, yeah, that's the recondenser. When we see that venting from that specific spot, it means that they're moving to a specific place in the preparations, and we don't see it yet. Check the other angle and just confirm. Yeah, here you go. From this angle, you'll see the 3 tanks in the foreground. Those are water tanks. We know because a piece of shrapnel hit one once, and we saw it leaking for an hour afterwards. But we will see some venting, some vapors like that white cloud we see forming behind those 3 tanks, and that's what we're looking for to move into what we call recondenser activity. For all we know, somebody at SpaceX will be like, these guys, really? But it's just something that we observe, and we know when we see that vapor coming from that specific spot that they're doing a specific thing. Whew. I also saw a question, hey, Chris, like you were saying earlier, we want this to be accessible to everyone. If there's a term or something like that that you don't understand, feel free to ask us or just say in chat, like, what does that mean? When we say tank farm venting, we mean that there are vapors coming off the tank farm like this. So you see the sort of low-hanging clouds a little bit in the background of Mary's shot here. They're behind the tanks from this perspective. But that's what we call tank farm activity. That's just some vapors coming off. Remember, those are cryogenic liquids, really cold liquids in those tanks. And when they start to put them through different pipes and move them through different valves and release pressure from specific places. We'll get venting like that, and all of that is stuff that we want to see, meaning they're marching towards being able to actually fuel this vehicle. It doesn't mean that we have an exact T0. We can guess based on what we see, but SpaceX does not publish an exact T0. Is that still true? We haven't got
no. We will get a clue. They won't come right. It's doubtful they will come right out and say it. But what we will get is what we got yesterday, where when the stream goes live from them.
Yep.
It'll have a countdown to when that stream is starting, and that stream started at T-5 minutes. Went live T-5 minutes before. So once we see their feed go live with a countdown to when they're starting the broadcast, you just add 5 minutes to that. And that should be what they're targeting based on yesterday, and some other indications that we got too.
Yep, spreadsheets mostly.
Yes, exactly.
I think I'm kidding. I mean, it's actual.
No, I'm not. I'm not. That laugh was a real, like, yes, you are exactly right. Spreadsheets.
Chat thinks I'm kidding. They're like, really, spreadsheets? But wow.
Yes, spreadsheets. So here's a question, Thomas. We've got you back now too, right?
Yep, sure do.
Awesome. So here's a good question that came with a super chat. Asking, has SpaceX done anything to reduce the amount of dust the Raptors will kick up?
Well, you can't really do, like, there's nothing you can design with the engine itself to, like, reduce the amount of dust. It's about the surrounding infrastructure. I don't think that dust specifically has caused any issues at Boca Chica so far. So I don't think they really have any reason to really pursue that issue specifically. And again, kind of going back to why they don't have a flame diverter, landing on the moon and Mars will be a dusty environment, and the vehicle needs to be able to survive that and perform through that. So I don't know. I don't think that's something that SpaceX needs to do. I don't think they haven't done anything yet to that regard, and it doesn't sound like they really need to or plan to. So, not something that I'm really going to worry about or look for. Unless it becomes an issue down the road.
Gotcha.
I think
and
more
another.
Is,
go ahead, Das. Yeah.
Is the launch facility itself? Remember, we saw some damage happen, and we actually got some ricochets back up into the Starship. And more important than the dust is the. I mean, honestly, you fire 3 Raptors at the ground, you're about to do something to it, right? So how resilient that launch pad is, so that they don't have pieces of launch pad actually blowing back up into the Raptor and causing damage, that's more important than the dust. The dust sort of blocks our view, right? But it doesn't cause real damage to the rocket. So,
right. Although if you've ever seen like those rockets that come out of silos,
oh geez,
and everything, oh my gosh, like the amount of like obstruction to your view of those launches is unreal. But yeah. But actually, this is really good. While we've got our timeline activity, right, which shows us in pre-flight testing, we've got a good question here from Green Leader, who's asking. What all happens during pre-flight testing?
Aha. Thomas, can you get that one?
I can speculate.
There you go.
Sorry, interruption. We have recondenser activity.
Oh, we do?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Let's see here.
Which means you will go straight to tank farm activity, because clearly the tank farm is also active. Yeah, it's definitely on. Click on the full screen on.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you can see it there behind the 3 tanks. If we full screen on the robot, there we go.
Yep, there it is.
So people are like, wait, what? I don't get it. You see the 3 tanks in the foreground, those 3 black tanks that have water in them, because we saw one leaking once. Look for little vapors to come from behind that. And I know we're crazy, right? It's like, how many hours have these guys watched this?
So many.
A lot. There's a reason we have shirts that say Texas Tank Watchers on it, because we mostly watch the tanks. God, I'm waiting for a little wasp, a little whiff, little waft, cloud, whatever. to go by. And of course, as soon as I try to show, oh, there it is, from behind those 3 black tanks, right above the white tank to the left of the 3 foreground black tanks. Every now and then you get a little bit of a cloud that goes by. That's what we call that, the recondenser position. There we go. Thank you, Starship. SpaceX, hey, whoever's watching at Mission Control, appreciate you helping out. They hit the button. See it.
Yeah, so that's kind of the last step before we actually see propellant loading underway. It means the ground support infrastructure is starting to power on and get ready to support propellant loading into the vehicle itself. We'll know that's actually underway when the vehicle itself starts venting and getting frosty and things like that. So we will keep an eye out for that next. Again, keeping an eye on some of the other signs for how far away we are from the actual flight. That NASA plane is still scheduled to depart in about 35 minutes, which means we're probably about an hour and a half from an actual launch still. So it looks like they could be gearing up and getting ready, but maybe not prop load for a few more minutes still. So we're standing by for all of that, but we're getting closer by the minute here.
Yeah, man, just like yesterday, like I felt my whole sense just changed in that moment of like, oh, we're at the final visual step before propellant load. Man.
Yeah, when the vehicle gets venting, that's when it's going to get real 100%.
Speak
really
of the devil,
quickly.
Thomas, did it not just start venting at the bottom?
It
Dead on
did.
view to us on Boca Robot.
It did.
Yeah.
Can we go full screen on that?
Yeah, it did
There
start
you go.
venting.
So you see the white
Oh my God, it
cloud,
did.
Yep, coming out from the bottom of Starship. Look between the 2 flaps at the bottom, and you see a little cloud. That's a vent coming straight at us from this position. That little vapor is coming straight at us. I'm going to see if I can get it on another camera. Jack, pay attention. It's venting. See if we can see that vent on yours. Jack's following a boat again. Let's see if we can,
Jack, the rocket!
the rocket, Jack, the rocket. I don't think that vent is large enough for us to actually see. Let's check really quick and see if we can see it from this angle.
Aziz, the light!
The light. Oh, wow. Yeah, Jack, I'm going to need to get you more pixels. We already have a plan for that. I'll handle that here in just a second. Yeah, I can't see it from that angle. So let's go back over here. Oh, not that one. Jeez. That one. Okay. Aziz light. That's a good reference. All right. And Thomas and Chris, I'm going to need some time to handle Jack's pixel count. If y'all could give me about 5 minutes.
Blabber on about Starship. You got it.
You got it.
So I never answered this question that Chris asked me, so maybe I should answer that first. So we were talking about pre-launch testing. We saw them kind of moving the control surfaces around a little bit, so we've kind of added that to the list of things we see prior to launch. It's possible they do some testing of the ground equipment, because all of the ground support equipment kind of starts venting just before the vehicle itself starts venting, so there's some things that occur on the ground support equipment side before they actually start loading propellant. So there's that kind of thing. So basically we just know once the pad is clear, we start seeing some activity occur with the vehicle and the surrounding equipment prior to actual propellant loading. So that's what we're referring to when we talk about pre-launch testing. There could be more that we're not seeing. Again, SpaceX doesn't really detail that to us, but there is some testing that occurs between pad clear and propellant load, which is what we were talking about earlier. Now, of course, we are looking into actual propellant loading as Starship SN8 is venting. This is interesting because if they're waiting for that NASA aircraft to get there, seems like they're propellant loading a little early. This could be interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on things.
And we got a wrong aircraft. We got a T-38 outbound from Houston. It is heading over the water towards Boca Chica. So I will keep an eye on that, Jack, and give you updates. It's currently just slightly north of Corpus Christi off the coast. So I'm watching for NASA aircraft on the flight trackers.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the WB's flight plan specifically. So.
Because remember too, yesterday the WB-57's flight plan pushed late, and then all of a sudden came right like they advanced it by 30 minutes very quickly yesterday. So that's why I was kind of skeptical of the push all the way back into the window. But again, SpaceX could also just be starting up and can reach a stable hold point before fueling ops. Or maybe they want to test leaving propellant in the vehicle for a longer time, or maybe there was an issue with the WB-57 that we don't know about.
Sure.
It could be anything. That's why we always try to say, like, this is what it would seem to be indicating on a test flight. Right. Yeah. Wow.
The big sign will be that, because that flight plan does change a little bit, the big sign will be when it actually goes airborne. That'll be the more concrete sign that things are getting close.
Nice.
Anyway, yes, sorry.
Of course.
You and I had, man, at the same time, right?
It's quiet. I was going to say just really quickly, if you see the movement on the robotic camera, that is Michael Baylor actually doing some TVC checks, his own TVC pre-flight on the robot. We're checking his latency to the camera. It's literally like a video game. So we check the operator's ping from Michael all the way in California to the robotic camera that's deployed down there at Boca Chica in Texas. And we have to make sure he's got good latency so that he can control that thing. That's where we make the call as to whether or not we try to actually track the launch with that. And right now, Michael's reporting that TVC looks like it's good. Latency to the robot is looking good. And hopefully that hangs in there through the rest of the launch. But
yeah,
that is... Go ahead, Michael.
Right now, we are go for a attempt at a manual track from 1,000 miles away, or however far it is.
We'll have to look that up and see exactly what your distance is. But that is the trick with the robotic cameras. If we lose latency and we're running on if you've ever played an online game and your ping's like 500, just don't even load it up. Nobody's playing with 500 milliseconds. And then invariably watch. Somebody in chat's going to be like, that's all I can get and that's what I enjoy. Anyways, hey, play with whatever you got. But if you have a slower latency, it's harder to track things. Millisecond is just the amount of time it takes you to talk to the camera and the camera to respond. And if it's lower ping, our nominal ping out to this deployable camera is about 70 to 80 milliseconds after we do that last hop over LTE. And it's pretty good, honestly. For cellular network, 70, 80 milliseconds is really not that bad. It just needs to hang in there during the launch as everybody and their dog tries to start up a FaceTime with Grandma so they can show them the launch that they're here at South Padre. Good deal. All right, my explanation done. Chris, do you remember what you were saying, or did I talk for too long?
I honestly don't think I was saying anything important. I just realized, oh, no one's talking for a minute there. No, here's a good question. Thomas, if we've still got but I'm happy to field as well. Okay, cool.
Sorry, I'm also pulling up. We've got some breaking news that I'll break after this question. Go for it, though.
So it's not that.
It's not that. Again, wait 30 seconds. You're good.
Now, it's not a 30-second question.
No, you're fine. Just go ahead. You're good. You're good.
But you have me intrigued now. As you do
okay, fine. All right. Basically, so we were talking about this National Space Council meeting that was going on. NASA has just announced the crew of astronauts which will be part of the Artemis program. So the list of astronauts that could land on the moon on Starship, potentially, has just been named. And I'm going to retweet it on Twitter because it's a really long list. It's like 18 astronauts. But
so, sorry, just to be clear, this is not the crew assignment for Artemis 3. This is just a list of people it could possibly be.
Correct. It's a list of people for all of the crew Artemis missions, so Artemis 2 onward.
And this isn't the entire NASA astronaut corps? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, they're listing a certain subset for Artemis specifically, yeah.
Okay.
I'm retweeting it right now. But feel free to ask that question if you want.
Interesting, yes. No, sorry, that's just got my mind spinning. Why would it not be the entire astronaut corps having a possibility of why are they auto-eliminating people from Artemis flights?
I mean, it might make sense. It might be, and I'm looking at the list. Most of these people have already been to the ISS. It might be fly to the ISS first, and then you can go to Artemis or something. That would make sense to me.
Experience. Yep. Okay, that would make sense. Yes. All right, cool. Anyway, Thomas, the question that is really not a 30-second question, but now I want to see if you can do it in 30 seconds. Why isn't the fuel preloaded from yesterday?
Yes. So, the Starship vehicle uses liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Neither of those propellants are liquid at ambient temperature, especially in Texas where it's very hot. So you can't, if you preloaded it, you would have to keep it cold in the vehicle the entire time, which is not very practical. It's not what the systems on Starship and the ground support equipment are designed to do. So they have to load it right before launch so that as few of it as possible evaporates and boils off in the heat of Texas and just the ambient temperature surrounding the pad. So you can only really preload fuels that are in the correct state at the correct temperatures at ambient temperature, right? Which is why some, like we talked about earlier, Atlas V uses kerosene in its first stage, and it's not densified kerosene, so it can be at just ambient temperature and you're good to go. That's different compared to Falcon 9, which also uses kerosene, but they densify it, so it has to be very cold, which is why they load it near the end. Same concept applies to Starship. The propellants have to be loaded right before launch so that they're at the right conditions for flight.
Because some rockets actually do load propellant pretty early before flight,
yes.
Right?
And there are some also rockets which load propellants at specific temperatures that need to be maintained properly and everything, but they do it like a couple hours. Like the fueling timeline is longer than SpaceX usually does. And that all comes down to what exactly the temperature requirements of that propellant is, and how much the vehicle holds, and all of these different factors into it. But you can't loading a day ahead of time is only possible for a couple propellants, and liquid methane and liquid oxygen is not one of them.
Indeed. One of those propellants it is possible for is when you use RP1 kerosene. That doesn't have to be
right, exactly.
That doesn't have to be chilled down, because I know personally I've been, and Thomas, you have too. We've both been to the launch pad for Atlas V multiple times when there's a full load of kerosene on that vehicle.
And there's the whole solid fuel thing, but that's kind of a different aspect.
Well, the solid vehicle is really why you signed that waiver. No,
yeah.
I'm kidding. Solid technology, very safe, no accidental ignitions.
I was going to make the joke. Hey, can you load a solid the day before?
You can.
If you can, that's really impressive, honestly. If you can load a solid the day before.
It is, yeah.
Well, at least the day before. Usually, like several months before, but.
Well, yeah, well, and in fact, earlier this year in July, DOS, do you remember that Minotaur launch that we watched together out of Wallops on stream together?
Yes, those Minotaurs don't play around. They
take off the source of one of the greatest emojis in our NSF Discord.
Oh my God, yes. Yeah, DOS's face when this thing took off the pad. The Minotaur is an all-solid propellant vehicle, and it's 3 of its 4 motor casings were cast in the late 1980s, and it launched in 2020 and performed perfectly. So yeah, solids can be cast decades ahead of their use in some cases.
Okay, I have big news.
Big news.
SpaceX is officially targeting around 3 p.m. Central Time for today's test. Officially targeting for the link they just published.
So that's 4 p.m. Eastern, correct?
Yep, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern is the approximate official target for today's launch attempt.
Nice.
Okay, so all I want to... Was that on YouTube or on Twitter?
On YouTube.
Trying to find it. Hang on, sorry.
That's the stream they published, right?
Yeah.
Is that what they've done?
Oh, yeah, I put it in
okay.
Control Center.
Okay, so it doesn't have that message, though, from yesterday that said targeting around. That's just when the stream is expected to go live right now. So
yes,
could be 4, could be one of those things. We'll see it adjust. But I just want to point out, if it is 4 o'clock, based on what they're saying, they go live 5 minutes before liftoff. So that would put a targeted liftoff at 4:05 Eastern, 3:05 Central. Just FYIing that for everyone based on what we got yesterday.
Yeah, and that tracks with the activity we've seen, the tank farm sort of spooling up and down. Watch those fins. Keep an eye on the fins and see if we get some flap checks. Do we think we're going to see some flap checks? Did we see some yesterday?
Like in the like during the terminal count?
Within an hour of the attempt. Or was that before an hour? I'm trying to remember. Gosh, these are
I know we saw it way earlier, but then I was taking an exam, so I don't remember to get to ask someone else.
Yeah, y'all just keep an eye out. We want to see more venting. We want to see more venting from the rocket itself. Higher up on the rocket, we'll see the vents that are up near the upper flaps. More tank farm activity. That'll really start to spool up. We'll see some ice potentially start to form, so watch the body of Starship and look for different rings to start to be different colors. First, they'll get a little bit darker as the condensation, that humidity from the Texas atmosphere is how you say that in English, from the Texas... I give up.
Are you okay?
I'm excited is the problem. From the atmosphere, the atmospheric humidity. They're long words. They're complicated, like $5 words. We want to see that condensation start to form on the side of the Starship like a big stainless steel frosty beverage. Y'all keep an eye out. And if you see it, let me know in chat. Just type it up in chat. The Texas atmosphere. Thank you, Daniel. That's what I was trying to say. I am excited about this. Look. From the lighting right now, we can really see those the flight termination charges. Look about halfway up the body of the rocket, and you see the two white dots that are sort of side by side, about halfway up. Not the single white dot above the fins, but the two white dots up there. Those are actually the flight termination charges. We saw them arm those earlier, and those are the charges they can literally use to blow Starship in half if something goes wrong. That's the FTS, right? Did I get that right? FTS, Flight Termination System?
Yep.
Did indeed, yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's go time right now, y'all. We're all over the map. We've got a couple different angles. I'm ready. Y'all ready to go?
Can you guess what phase of launch preparedness we are at currently in my world?
Does it involve caffeine?
It involves nausea. Close.
Oh. Nausea because of the caffeine, Jack.
No, I have not even been caffeinated today. I'm still riding a wave from yesterday when I just way overdid it.
Good deal. Stay hydrated out there, all right? We want you to live stream lots of rocket launches and capture lots of cool plane photos, so please stay hydrated.
Absolutely. Staying hydrated, drinking lots of water. You got it.
Good deal.
Man, oh man, this is so getting real, isn't it? All right. Yeah.
I'm still keeping an eye on that WB-57, by the way, which is still on the ground. It's possible that it's not like needed for the flight. We were just like, oh, they looks like to be heading to Boca Chica at the time of the flight, so clearly they're going to plan to coordinate with one another. That doesn't mean it's a required item for the flight. And we also know there was that T-38 hanging around. Maybe they'll just do some aerial imagery from that. So that's not like a showstopper or anything, I wouldn't say, but I'm keeping an eye on it just in case.
Mm-hmm. And again, if it does take off, that would give us some time. If it would be here for a launch around 3 p.m. Central, it would have to be airborne very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think it might already have to have been airborne. So. But we'll see.
Yeah, but however, if we see it take off and head south, that's a good indication that the timing may have shifted again. But anyway, all good things that we're watching here. Yes.
Yes.
And maybe they planted a mechanical issue or something. You don't know.
Possible.
Exactly.
Hey, I want to go around the horn real quick. We have a bunch of disembodied voices. You know us. Instead of putting our faces on the screen, we want to give you lots of rocket views. So we don't like the webcasts that have too many faces and not enough rocket views. So just to go around the horn real quick, I'm John Galloway with NASASpaceflight, the guy who talks really fast and is really excited sometimes. I'm host and producer here. You can find me on Twitter, and I'm going to put some links into chat here as well. I am K Space Academy. There's the link like that. And then also in the studio, we've got Thomas Berghardt. Thomas, say hi so everybody can map your name and Twitter link with your voice.
Absolutely. What's up, everybody? My name is Thomas Berghardt. I'm an editor, writer, reporter, webcast host, camera operator person for NASA Spaceflight, and super excited to get close to Starship's launch attempt today. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Find Thomas over there on Twitter at TGMetsFan98. Also,
and
back in
don't judge my sports teams too hard. Anyway, continue.
Don't judge my sports teams. Also back in the studio. And when I say the studio, I mean we're all at home and we've dialed into a call and we're doing remote commentary. There's the NASA Spaceflight studio is my spare bedroom, all right? And the cloud, a bunch of servers up at a hosting facility is really where it is. But also with us, Chris Gebhardt, Assistant Managing Editor for NASA Spaceflight. Chris, check in vocally so everybody can hear the sound of your voice.
This is Chris Gebhardt checking in vocally.
Excellent. And then also back helping out with a bunch of the behind-the-scenes stuff. We'll be controlling the robotic camera close in. We've got Michael Baylor. Michael, if we've got you on comms, just say hi real quick for me.
How's it going, everyone? We're about 45 minutes, hopefully, from launch of Starship SN8 to 12.5 kilometers.
Good deal. And I put Chris's Twitter link in there as well. I hope y'all click that. Chris is ChrisG_NSF on Twitter. Michael is @NextSpaceflight on Twitter. Also makes a really cool app that keeps track of launches. If you want a notification on your phone when there is a rocket launch happening or other space news happening, that NextSpaceflight app is really cool. You'll find that on his Twitter. Also out there today, Jack, get ready. I'm getting ready to call on you if I've got you on comms. We've got Jack Beyer out there on scene at South Padre Island. Do we have Jack on comms right now? Survey says no. But you can follow Jack on Twitter at the Jack Beyer. There is his link being spammed into the chat. And he's out there in the field. He's struggling with all the cellular network stuff that's going on out there. I'm not even sure if he can hear us right now. But
I'm here. Sorry,
Oh,
I just
here.
am having people sit in front of my camera, so I'm trying to have to herd them.
Are there a good number of people out there today watching the event, or what's going on?
There wasn't, but there seems to be now, for sure. The crowds are starting to turn out, so hopefully we can get this thing off the ground soon here.
All right. Well, Jack will continue to work with us out there in the field. Jack, thank you for rolling out and operating that camera for us. And of course, last but not least, not on comms right now, but we have Boca Chica Gal. Our view that we have on the screen right now, this is Mary. It's the only camera I'm aware of that's watching Starship from this angle. At least I don't see any other cameras there. So let's get her link into chat as well at Boca Chica Gal. That's the right one, except no imposters. Her name is Mary, M-A-R-Y. There is Boca Chica Gal, and she is out there crewing that camera at a safe distance. She is at a safe distance away. We do have some heat haze because of just a couple miles of atmosphere and that long lens that sort of shows that. But massive thanks to Mary for rolling out. She is a resident of Boca Chica Village. She still lives there. And every single day we get fantastic views from Boca Chica. If you're a Starship fan and you want to keep up with what's going on with SpaceX and Starship, follow the channel here, click subscribe, turn on the notifications, and every day you'll get a notification from NASA Spaceflight with the daily SpaceX video, what's going on at Boca Chica. Fantastic sunrises. It's hard for them to put a piece of paper on a piece of stainless steel without Mary taking a picture and saying, oh, look, SN16. So
Yep.
massive thanks to Mary. Running the list. Okay, I got everybody. The other thing I'm going to do while we've got everybody here, I want to say thanks to everybody for supporting us. It's been a while. I mean, the Super Chat queue is now hours behind. 4 hours ago. SimPilot, I appreciate that Super Chat from 4 hours ago, if you're still here. But all the Super Chats that come in, we appreciate you. Like this one, Ken LaRose, $20, saying, oh, just for the support. There you go. No message on that one. We appreciate you, Ken LaRose. Look at this. Darlene W. says Michael Baylor is the man. Following him on Twitter is all you need to stay in touch. Thanks for the great coverage, everyone, from Jordan and Brendan. So, Darlene, thank you so much. And Michael, definitely a fantastic source for breaking news, accurate breaking news when it comes to spaceflight. So,
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah. But there's so many super chats. I don't know if I missed any big ones. So many questions that come through. Future Martian 97, it's hopefully happening. .gif, .png, .net.org. We appreciate the $50 there, Future Martian. Thank you so much. You know I'm going to miss some of these. There's just no way I can get to all of them. So the super chats are an absolutely awesome way to support what we do, all of our spaceflight coverage, whether it's live from Cape Canaveral, looking at what's going on with the fleet camp, right there, you can actually see a Falcon 9 booster that was brought back into port. Just dialing up another robotic camera here. That is live from Port Canaveral right now. NASA Spaceflight deploying the robot army to cover cool spaceflight activities, especially SpaceX. Because, hey, who are we kidding? Everybody likes SpaceX, right? But another cool way that you can support the stream and make it so that we have more money for data and cameras to bring this coverage to you is our merch store. And we have a new design released in our merch store right now. Just yesterday, we updated our Texas Tank Watchers t-shirt to have the SN8 silhouette on the t-shirt there. It used to just be the old SN4, SN6 design that didn't have the fins and didn't have the forward flaps and that sort of stuff, didn't have the nose cone. And we've just updated that. I'll see if I can bring that up. Let's get a link into chat so y'all can check it out. But again, just another way. Go ahead.
I still vote that if SN8 does in fact fly today, we should pull the original Tank Watcher shirt and call it that. Maybe we give people. Wow, the crow just flew over me with an entire cheese puff in his mouth. Good job, crow.
What?
But yeah, I vote that we pull the original shirt and you know, maybe we give people some notice, like 24-hour notice or what have you, and say, hey, we're gonna pull the original shirt if SN8 flies. I don't know if we're actually gonna do that, but I think it's a cool idea.
I think that's a cool idea as well. Yeah. If you wonder what we're talking about, we haven't gone crazy with Starship fever or anything like that. I mean, maybe just a little, but long ago, after many long nights of hanging out and watching these tanks in Texas, we would literally sit here and we would watch SpaceX do these operations. We'd live stream it for hours on end, staring at a view like this that was mostly just tanks out on the beach, right? And so we were jokingly calling ourselves the Texas Tank Watchers. Horse Winnie Whip Crack, yeehaw!
Horse Winnie Whip Crack.
Around about 3 or 4 a.m. Gets a little loopy, doesn't it, Jack?
Yeah, a little bit. But truthfully, you know, we were watching these tanking tests and cryo tests and all these different tests that we saw, and there was no really rhyme or reason that we could discern. They were all different. They all kind of were their own unique, special animal. But now that we are in a sort of a world where the pre-launch flow seems to be firming up, and our members in the Discord are able to do things like make that spreadsheet, so we're able to figure out, you know, likely times of certain events. It's really amazing. But we didn't always have what little insight we do have into this flow. And back when we were just, like you said, 4 a.m., bleary-eyed, staring at the computer screen for 8 hours and wondering what you're doing with your time, yeah, we came up with Texas Tank Watchers, or at least we repeated it. I don't know, maybe it was a member or someone in chat or something said it. I don't actually remember. It'd be cool to go back and find the origin of that. But yeah, it's a throwback to earlier times, which at this point feels both like a decade ago and yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack is out there.
Doesn't it, Jack? Yeah.
He is at South Padre Island right now. He is connected to the cellular network, dialing in. It's windy and stuff like that. I know we have some audio issues with Jack there, but he is on scene operating a camera for us so we can have yet another view of Starship SN8. Now less than 40 minutes from that targeted T0 based on the SpaceX stream that they've put up. They put it up at a specific time to start at a specific time, and that's a specific amount of time before the time that they're going to do the thing. That's what we're sort of looking at here. But hopefully, if everything continues to march forward, we want to see some frost. We want to see some ice on that Starship, and we want to see a hop. A hop. Come on, Das. A flight a bit later. We'll see.
We'll get it out of your system by the time this thing flies.
Yeah, right?
I will be, as you noted, I'm having some audio issues. The wind is picking up here, so I'm going to go mostly off comms as we get into the real portion of the test window here. This is getting exciting. I hope you all are super excited and as adrenaline-filled as I am. And I guess I'll see you guys in a little bit, as long as I can stand to be off comms. But I know it's getting crappy quality, so I will cut myself now.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack, again, thanks for being out there, dude. Let's see here. Thomas, Chris, can y'all take over for just a second while I work a tech issue?
Yeah, certainly.
Chris,
so Thomas,
3 questions.
Yeah, yes, you. So Thomas, here's a good question from Alex. If we need to chill down oxygen, right, to make it liquid here on Earth, how do we do that on other planets?
Sure. So all right. So the thermal controls are the same process, but if we're talking about sort of what we would call as in situ resource or utilization, or ISRU, basically the process of taking resources on other planets and using them ourselves. That is something that is absolutely planned, especially for Starship, because Starship, once it lands on either the moon or Mars, will likely need, depending on the mission, need to refuel itself on the surface before it returns to Earth or orbit or wherever it's going. So there are processes to extract those kind of resources from either the atmosphere or the soil on Mars specifically. There is actually an experiment on the NASA Perseverance rover, which is on its way to Mars right now, landing in February, called MOXIE, which is just a piece of equipment on board that can extract oxygen from the atmosphere. And basically, if you take that and scale it up, you can chill liquid oxygen on Mars and use that as half of your rocket propellant, the other half being methane, which is also in the Martian atmosphere. So you can read up on ISRU and get way more technical details about how all of it works. There's a lot of chemistry involved, but there are processes to be able to do that, and it's very useful for refueling vehicles on other planets.
Indeed, and I just wanted to pause really quick because we are 34 and a half minutes away from when we would, from when SpaceX is planning to go live, and they go live about 5 minutes prior to the test, so we're probably a little bit more than, so we're probably 39 and a half minutes away from an actual liftoff. We'll be able to refine that a little further once we see evidence that fueling has started on the vehicle. Which we should be getting very, very close to right now. I'm Chris Gebhardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASASpaceflight. I am joined right now by my colleague Thomas. Thomas, how's it going, man?
It's going great, and it'll be even better in about 34 minutes.
Yes, it is. And to the nearly 100,000 of you who are watching from around the world, thank you so much. It means the world to us that you are here watching this with us. We wanted to bring this and hang out. We would all be watching this and hanging out anyway. And we love bringing this all to you, no matter where you are. If you haven't already, please go ahead and subscribe to our channel. We promise we don't spam you with weird notifications. The only time we go live is when there's something big to show, like today. And our marathon streams, and of course launches, not just SpaceX, but all the other partners and agencies from around the world. So thank you so much to the near 100,000 of you who are watching. If space is something that excites you, then this is definitely one of the channels you want to subscribe to. Because Thomas, I know it's not just this mission, although this is the big one of the week. We have a Delta IV Heavy tomorrow launching a National Reconnaissance Office satellite from Florida, and then hours later we have a Falcon 9 taking a Sirius XM satellite up to orbit from neighboring pads at here in Florida. So it's nonstop this week.
Absolutely, and it'll be a busy week, and of course there will also be daily videos from Boca Chica Gal, Mary, out in the field, so there will be no shortage of spaceflight content, and I promise all of it is important and exciting. You don't want to miss it, so feel free to subscribe if that's what you're into.
Exactly, and thank you for mentioning that too. I was hoping you would mention the other part of that. Yes, we publish daily videos of SpaceX's progress at Boca Chica. One of our absolutely wonderful colleagues, Mary, who lives in Boca Chica, is a wonderful documentarian for the history and the work that is going on at Boca Chica. So that's something else that we publish every single day that you might not want to miss, especially as SpaceX just continues to plow forward with this testing. This is SN8, as our banner says, and SN9, Thomas, is already fully assembled with a stacked nose cone, correct? And just waiting to roll on out to the pad after SN8 is done.
It is fully assembled and sitting in the high bay ready to go. As soon as SN8 lands or craters or splashes down or whatever SN8's going to do, does not matter. SN9 is ready to repeat and make another attempt. It will either be as repetition to just get more data, just like they did with SN5 and SN6. If SN8 goes perfectly, SN9 will attempt the same flight profile and get even more data. If SN8 does not successfully come back in one piece, that means SN9 can try again. They can make some slight tweaks, maybe to software or hardware. Obviously, it depends on what happened to SN8, but SN9 is pretty much ready to go as soon as SN8 clears the pad.
Indeed. And again, you see that countdown timer, that is counting down to when the SpaceX stream is saying it will go live, probably at about 5 minutes.
We do have more information than that.
We do?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm confident it is going to be around 3 p.m. Again, that could change. It could be built in holes, but we are reporting around 3 p.m.
Okay, cool. Then never mind. I guess SpaceX will be going live, right? When they lift off. But hey, we're here early.
No, I think SpaceX will go live like 5 minutes early, but we'll see.
Sometimes they just set the countdown to like the target time, and then they go live 5 minutes early, and so it's weird. But yeah. So we are just about a half hour away.
It may
from...
very well be like holds and whatnot, and it ends up at 3:05
exactly.
or 3:10, but we'll see what happens. But right now, the earliest launch time is around 3 p.m., so that's what we're counting down to.
Gotcha.
I'm also keeping an eye, so that WB-57 aircraft was scheduled to depart at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, which is what it is right now. So it's not in the air yet. So I'm not sure we're going to be counting on that airplane to be involved today. But we'll see. Right now the focus is on Starship anyway.
So then let's start talking about some of the visual cues, because if we're 30 minutes before liftoff, what should we be seeing? What's our next visual cue of the vehicle and that timeline? When should we start seeing the frost ring form to indicate that they are loading propellant into the vehicle?
Well, so we have seen the vehicle start to vent a little bit, so we know prop load is underway. I do not know if we have like the exact time of when frost starts to appear. I also think that would vary based on like time of day and things like that. Michael, do we have an approximate like when we should start seeing frost and things like that?
About now, if we are really going to 3 p.m.
Okay, so we will keep an eye out for that very shortly, hopefully. You can see the tank farm activity has really spooled up, lots of vapors and things like that, so clearly propellant loading operations are underway.
So Thomas, do we know what SpaceX has said about the abort yesterday that happened at T-minus 1.3 seconds?
All we know about that abort was that it was triggered by Raptor itself, or the flight computers on Raptor, more likely. It was an automatic abort, that's what the SpaceX tweet said, and that SpaceX tweet is all the official info we have. So it was not intentional by any means, but based on the question, it was triggered by something that was detected to be off nominal during the engine startup sequence, but yeah, so we don't really know anything more than that.
Y'all, again, thank you so much for joining us here, NASA Spaceflight. I'm frantically switching between cameras. I was getting ready to do a tweet that shows my video wall with our 4 remotes we've got online, 2 robotic remotes and 2 operated remotes. Mary and Jack are out there with the crewed cameras, and then we have 2 robots, one there at Boca Chica you can see on the screen right now, and then the long-range robot at that hotel at South Padre Island, all ticking away right now, waiting to see if we get something going on in 26 minutes here. But as you frantically see the scenes change back and forth, that's me clicking on things as I make sure everything's good to go. Again, there's no way that we can get every single super chat here. It's just not possible for me to read every single one of them. Let me see if I missed any. big ones. There's a membership. Rod Johnson, appreciate you there. Tim Schofield, Taylor Ross. There you go. Hey, look at this. Jim Gearling says, another day, another $5. Thanks for the coverage. It's great to put on a second display while I do some work this afternoon. Jeff, thank you so much for the support there. I'll put that towards some data, because when I'm quiet, I'm usually making sure that all of our uplinks are good to go on data. Let's see here. We've also got, here's Mr. Ecatope123, says, thanks for all your work. Love it. We appreciate the support there. Root Dog says, for the cause, $5. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I like this one. This is interesting. Serguzi says, a little question. Have they covered the Starship with WD-40 against the icing? Who can name the other rocket that is actually the reason we've got WD-40?
Oh, God, I forget. Hold on.
Anybody? Class?
It's Atlas.
It was because it's stainless steel. Duh. Jeez.
So the Atlas
Blank.
rockets had those super thin stainless steel balloon tanks that would literally crumple. And WD-40, it actually stands for Water Displacement Formula 40. I guess they went through 39 of them first, and they finally got to 40. Look, I made that up. I don't know if that's true. That's a joke. But the WD-40 there, asking about, did they cover Starship with WD-40? Now, I haven't seen SpaceX been too terribly concerned about icing on a Starship, right, Thomas? We haven't seen anybody out there chipping ice away. Every now and then when it's melting, we'll see some fall off, but they just go with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's within sort of the design constraints to carry a little bit of extra mass up in the form of ice. Most of it gets shaken off at ignition anyway.
Yep.
And so it's considered by the engineers. They know, they expect it. They don't have to shed it all off. It's within the design constraints. It's all okay to have a little bit of ice on board. And lots of rockets do this. It's not just Starship too. Almost all rockets have some form of condensation on the outside because a lot of them use very cold propellants. So it's pretty common.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, how did you solve the icing problem? What icing problem? Anyway, I think I can say that.
We do expect the launch time to move to the right now because we are not seeing frosting as we have seen before at this time. So again, this is testing. It's a super fluid schedule. So we'll see what happens. But I do not think 3 p.m. is the current target anymore. It could be 5 minutes after. It could be 20 minutes after. We don't know. It could be more. It's really hard to say until SpaceX themselves publishes a definitive time. But 3 p.m. was the time as of about, I guess, 30 minutes ago now, so that's kind of outdated at this point.
Yeah, and again, sort of looking at the close-up robotic feed here. Hang in there, little robot. I see you trying to use all the bits you got, but you can see, usually we'll see a really thin ring of ice on the main body of Starship, right in the middle of the bottom fins, and I'm not really seeing that right now. Up around the middle, sometimes we'll see some discoloration as the atmosphere begins to condense on the side of the rocket. That super humid South Texas atmosphere, bam, said it right the first time. And up at the very top, I'm not seeing, from here, I'm not really seeing any ice happening up at the very top there in that header tank either. So we'll keep watching it. Maybe it's going to start creeping in. I certainly hope it does, because there is some activity low to the ground underneath Starship. Y'all just keep your eyes peeled, and if you see anything, let us know there on the stream. But we have removed the countdown timer. We removed the countdown timer because based on our observations, we're not seeing right now activity from the vehicle that would lead us to believe that 3 o'clock Central Standard Time is going to hold. We need more things to be happening on that vehicle. Hey, goes till, what was it, 5 today?
Yeah. Yep, 5 local.
And people are saying, well, the WB-57 is on the air, so definitely wasn't going to be 3 again. We do not. That could very well be true. It could turn out to be that the WB-57 had additional information and knew they were not going to make 3, so they didn't take off yet. But we cannot assume that because there could be a mechanical problem with the airplane or something that causes them not to take off. So
yeah,
we have to tell you the earliest possible time we think it could be. And as of now, it is now looking like it's going to be past 3 p.m.
Yeah, hey, look, tri-venting, when we see those 3 vents happen down at the bottom of Starship, that's required to actually fuel the rocket up. We always see that when they're putting fuel in the rocket. WB-57 taking off from Houston, not really in the critical path for the launch. That's a nice to have working with NASA to get those aerial views. But if the WB-57 doesn't take off, that doesn't mean that Starship can't take off. That's a nice to have, right, y'all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, we just got a new tweet from Mary Boca Chica gal, which I'm going to spam in chat because you should all check her out. Just another awesome Starship photo.
Yeah, and when you see us do that, we put the link in chat a few times. That's because we know this chat scrolls really fast. And so when we spam it a few times really quickly, that just makes it easier for you to click on one of them. So that's the purpose for one of the mods. There's Thomas spamming it a couple times. I put it in there a couple times too. But go and check out that tweet and go ahead and click on it. If you have a family member, a friend that might be interested in what the heck's going on with these wacky stainless steel spaceships that look like they're straight out of 50s science fiction, send it on to a friend, retweet it or something like that. I don't post the link on Facebook. Tell grandma, like, I don't know. Why is it that every time I say Facebook, I say grandma? There's still people on Facebook, right? Is that a thing? Anyways.
You know, as a millennial on Facebook, that kind of offends me, but...
Wait, you're on Facebook?
But, like, to be fair, the last time I published something, I just realized today when I went to publish the stream... sorry, the stream link for this was, like, back in September, so apparently not. Like a photo. Like, I post weird stuff on Facebook, but not, like, not personal stuff. Yeah.
Nice. Again, y'all, we have removed that countdown timer. Initial reports said that we would be under 20 minutes, but based on activity that we're seeing on the vehicle right now, we are not thinking that 3 o'clock time specifically is going to go. Keep watching that vehicle, and hopefully we see some more venting. I don't know if maybe they have some new mysterious late load process where all of a sudden they go from 0 to 100 in 5 minutes, then they launch. We've never seen that happen. There's spreadsheets involved, believe me. And we are continuing to watch that. I am starting to see that light ring. Y'all see the light?
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of frost buildup.
Yeah.
Are we? I've been seeing. I'm just gonna go back in our control panel because I asked. When was that? I asked like 30 minutes ago. Is that a frost ring?
I didn't see one. I feel like there's a new.
This is definitely
ring.
a frost ring now.
Yeah, you see. Yeah, it's clearer now, I think.
Yeah, AB the stream, if you just jump the stream back a little bit, then click live again, you'll see it appear. I can see it appear there. So that's good. I wonder, we should probably consult the spreadsheets. When we see that frost ring appear, I wonder where that means they are in the cadence, like what the fastest we've seen them go to T-0 from the first appearance of that frost ring. That's literally how we do this. There's members of the NASA Spaceflight Discord that watch these videos, they roll back the tape, they see what we've observed in the past, and they are literally making spreadsheets. I'm not kidding you, roll your eyes or whatever, call us nerds, but there is literally a spreadsheet with a graph, and it says, okay, at this time on this launch we saw this happen, and then at this time we saw this happen, and this time we saw this happen. And so I'm wondering if any of the forum members might put a little birdie in my ear telling me the timing that we had seen there. But I do believe we are seeing that frost ring. It's getting more and more obvious.
I do have the prediction. This is a prediction for the... I'm looking at it right now. It looks like for the Trivent, the prediction is about 15 minutes before. I'm just reading this chart quickly.
Sure.
I'm not saying what the estimated T0 was on the chart there, so I'll have to get back to you, but I think about 15 minutes before is a Trivent.
Yeah, interestingly, the little birdie is whispering to me that from the appearance of that frost ring, an estimated T0 is 303 or 304, which is very interesting. Maybe
so
they're
not
starting
much of a
to earlier.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah, that's not much.
Yeah, so only a couple of minutes then.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll continue to watch for other activity on the vehicle. Trivent coming up pretty soon here, if I'm not mistaken. Watch for those big vents that happen at the bottom of the vehicle. We call it the Trivent because there's 3 vents around the bottom and 3x symmetry. Kerbal shout out. Give me a what's up if you're a Kerbal fan. It's 3x symmetry around the bottom. You could do it with a little mono, like single directional RCS port, whatever. Anyways, just keep watching for that venting to occur because we are checking the spreadsheets. We're gauging everything against what we've observed in the past. I mean, because SpaceX doesn't tell us. We just have to do our roadside rocket science here. All right.
We
Thanks.
are above 112,000 people watching, so just a
Wow.
big thank you to everyone for tuning in, and hope you'll hang out with us for what should be a very exciting fight. We're getting real close.
Yeah. We got a 21,000 likes right now, which is insane. I've got a quick question for y'all, and there's no way I'll be able to read all these, but where'd you hear about the stream? Did you see a tweet? You're on YouTube and it was recommended to you? Are you on the forums? You follow somebody on Twitter who said something about it? Maybe you got it off Grandma at Facebook. I don't know. Let me know where you found the stream. YouTube recommended videos on the YouTube homepage. No kidding. YouTube search. I was searching for stuff. Chris B told him about it down at the pub. Nice. It's up on the algorithm. All right. Good deal. Giant Waffle. What's up, Waffle? How you doing, dude? Long time no see. Let's see here. We've got a bunch of Discord notifications on the community Discord, NSF website. Like to see that in there. A lot of recommended streams in there. Grandma on Facebook, of course. Somebody's going to say that Grandma at McMurdo sent her a message from Jupiter, and that's how they heard about it. Now 15 people. Your science teacher. That one's fantastic. Your science teacher told you about the stream. No kidding. What a great way. Scott Manley.
Sounds like a great teacher.
Yeah, it does sound like a great teacher. Thomas, isn't that fantastic?
It is.
God. Again, y'all, if you want to get some more people involved, you want to share this experience, you can't travel down there. You're on the other side of the world, or you're just up in San Antonio, and you're not headed down that way. You're able to join here via us. Oh, my aunt just texted me and said that my mom told her to watch. On my phone, I just got a text from my aunt and said that my mother told her to watch today. Hey, what's up, Aunt Mary? Hope y'all are doing well down there. My mom is my #1 fan, I guess. Anyways, y'all, we're continuing to watch signs of activity on the vehicle, that frost ring continuing to grow as we stand by for this potential launch of Starship SN8, hopping up to 12.5 kilometers. Whew.
I was
Anybody else
flying up to 12.5 kilometers, but sure, DOS.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, good deal. Thomas, if you could cover for me for just a second here, I will...
You got it. Yeah, no problem. So, thank you all for joining us. I'm just trying to give another big status update. Again, we don't have an exact T0, but we're on the order of like 20 minutes away based on when we saw the frost line start to appear during propellant loading. As the tanks get nice and cold and full of propellant, the air around the vehicle starts to condense and you get a lot of condensation and ice forming on the outside, and that's what we're seeing and basing our timeline off of. So we've got on the order of about 20 minutes, assuming no holds between now and then, which of course is very possible. The timeline can always shift. This is a development phase, all of that stuff, but we're getting really close. So we're going to keep an eye on the vehicle as it starts to go deeper into propellant loading, and we will hopefully get some more signs that propellant loading is continuing very shortly.
Absolutely.
We're also keeping an eye... sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that frost ring kind of holding there, but look, Thomas, I switched to this camera because we're beginning to get the condensation just at the top of the bottom flaps. You see where the top,
oh, yep.
Yep, those bottom flaps right where they attach to the main body of Starship. You see where it's a little bit darker on the left-hand side? That's that condensation we were talking about. Pretty soon that's going to start to form ice, and it'll start to turn white as it freezes up. Starship's inside so cold, makes the stainless steel so cold that the atmosphere freezes to the outside, like I was talking about earlier, or attempting to talk about earlier.
Absolutely. We've also been trying to answer as many questions as we can. I know that chat has been going crazy all day, so we've been trying to answer as many as we can, but I know we haven't gotten any of them, and I apologize for that. Just a big thank you to all the super chats and the support on that end. It's really, really appreciated. It allows us to do what we do. I'll try to find some more questions here to answer in the meantime.
There we go.
Here is a good question. Why are they launching test flights here instead of at an official test range or site like the White Sands Missile Range or Vandenberg? So there's a couple benefits to launching from what is effectively middle of nowhere Texas. You don't have to deal with other launch providers competing for range priority. If you know, at Cape Canaveral, SpaceX has to coordinate with the Space Force to coordinate the range schedule with ULA and other launch providers because they all share those tracking assets that are at the range. You don't have to do that when you're the only one operating launches from a specific area. So Starship has their own private launch range that they themselves run, which means that they kind of have the area to themselves, and that's very useful for test flights, especially when things are somewhat prone to explode on occasion, especially because that's expected. This is a test program, so it's not necessarily a problem, but it helps SpaceX kind of mitigate that and let them have the range to themselves and break things as quickly as they want to, and continue to develop their Starship vehicle this way. They will also do operational launches from the site, and again, they're taking advantage of having this range all to themselves. So they continue to do that. They will also continue to use the other official ranges like Vandenberg and Cape Canaveral for like their Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy fleets, and they will still launch Starship eventually from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida as another secondary launch site. But they will continue to use Boca Chica as their own personal launch site, for lack of a better description.
Cool. And sorry there, Thomas. I was trying to grab questions out of the queue.
No worries.
Yes.
Yeah, we have an update, important update. Sorry, the WB-57 has a confirmed maintenance issue, so that's why it's not in the air.
There you go. So y'all, that WB-57 that was flying down out of Houston, oh, it can't be launching. The WB-57 hasn't taken off yet. Confirmed maintenance issue from Michael Baylor there. Thank you for jumping in with that, Michael.
So again, I mean, everybody was wondering why we were pushing 3 p.m. possibly when the WB-57 didn't take off. Now you know why.
Yeah. I think you'll come to learn if you watch our streams. Every now and then we'll put some information on the screen, or we'll say something, or we'll make a decision. We're not just making stuff up, y'all. We're not going to toss the countdown timer up there to try and clickbait you into thinking that it's going to launch if we've got it on authority that there may be something going on. So anyways, thank y'all for hanging out with us. Michael, thank you so much for that update.
Yeah, and again, it's probably it might be a couple minutes after, which is why we don't have the countdown up again. I think we want to be careful we don't make people think it's launching in exactly that much time. But again, 3 p.m., maybe a couple more minutes, but that's the general timeline we're looking at, and hopefully we will see a launch today. If not, there are backup opportunities on Thursday and Friday.
That long-range view from South Padre Island there.
Look at that.
You can see all the venting on the tank farm there. That's just, it really sort of puts it into scale. We've actually got some wider shots from this camera that will, okay, bird, learn to hover all of a sudden, that sort of give a little bit of context for exactly how big Starship is, but you put the palm trees in the front of it, and it really becomes obvious that that is a big vehicle out there that SpaceX is developing.
Indeed. Now, I know a question that a lot of people in and around the Texas area have. How far away could you see this if it does reach 12.5 kilometers?
How far away, like, can you see the vehicle? Like, if you're, like, in Houston or something, is that what we're talking about?
It doesn't give a specific city. It just says how far away can it be seen.
Right.
Google visibility over horizon calculator. Because that's a thing. Like, line of sight calculator is a thing. And I can get that answer for you at 12.5 kilometers.
Alrighty. So, okay. Das, as you go get that, Thomas, here's a good question about structural stability. How many times? Okay. How many times can they? Oh, there's the tri-vent.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
And that was what, 15 minutes?
Wow. Okay, so we are extremely close with the tri-vent starting up. I'm going to jump off comms. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Wish me luck. Wish us all luck. Wish Mary luck. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you everybody for joining us at Spaceflight to watch this historic event today. I'm going to jump off comms. See you guys on the flip side.
Good deal, Jack. Good luck out there. Happy tracking. May all your pixels make it to us.
Yeah.
There's that tri-vent from the robotic camera. This camera is about 1.5 miles away. We're going to watch this video signal on this one because when it's go time, it can get a little bit shaky as everybody spools up the feeds. But Mary's feed, nice and stable there.
And what did we say? Tri-vent is what, like 12, 13, 14 minutes or so before ignition?
I think so. And that does track, if we just got the tri-vent, that does track with that estimate based on the formation of that ice ring just after 3 o'clock. So we'll see. Again, experimental program, maybe holds, maybe scrubs. Raptor may say no like it did yesterday at 1.3 seconds. Let's hope it doesn't do that today, unless it really needs to.
I know, right? Oh.
Yeah. We're still standing by. This is all moving in the right direction, y'all. Okay. Doing one last roundup of all our bit rates. Mary's looking good out there. Jack's looking good. The robot, the long-range robot's looking good. Everything's looking good. You get down to a point where it's T-minus, not much, and if something's broken, you don't really have time to fix it. But right now, all of our robot and camera operator army are sending us fantastic photons, electrons, whatever.
All the good things, right?
Yeah. Hey, still got a shrimp. You gotta get up there and do your job. Doesn't matter if venting or not. This is actually something we talked about. The waterway here, the ship channel, is not actually closed because there's other operations that have to happen. So they don't close that down and say, okay, no shrimping today, no tankers today, no anything today. That waterway is still open, but right there at the shore, that's where that exclusion zone happens. And if we get a shot of the jetties out there, we might be able to show how that sort of works. We'll see if we can maybe spool up a shot of that in a second. Let's get back over to Starship to see that venting up close.
But yeah, so if we are on track, we're roughly 10 minutes out. Again, as Das was saying, no holds, no nothing, or anything like that, which of course could be part of test campaigns here, but everything does seem to be tracking to a liftoff roughly 9 minutes from now. All would...
Hey, I got that answer in terms of visibility.
Yes.
So if something is 12.5 kilometers high, assuming you can see it, like it's big enough for you to see or whatever, you should be able to see it from about 400 kilometers away before it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth, right? So that's about 250 miles. That should get you up to Corpus Christi, just barely. If you're able to look down that way, it may be very low on the horizon, and with atmospheric haze, I'm not sure you'd be able to see it. I think Brownsville, certainly if you're just inland at Port Isabel or something like that, you should be able to see it. If you're at South Padre Island, I mean, hey, the view from South Padre right now is this right here. You should absolutely be able to see it from South Padre. But all sorts of visibility if you're in the area. You're not going to get it out to Houston for sure. San Antonio's right out. That's not going to happen. 12.5 kilometers is just, it's not that high when we compare it to the orbital launches that are going all the way into space. But that's the answer to that one. I looked that up and did the math real quick.
Awesome. So yeah, definitely Brownsville and Port Isabel. Having been there personally, definitely Harlingen, Texas.
Harlingen?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Harlingen, you got it.
So sorry. Totally second guessed that. And Das, you were saying Corpus Christi. Yeah, so this will be visible to a wide swath of people in Texas, assuming weather visibility, assuming it actually reaches 12.5 kilometers, which there's a possibility it could. Lots of unknowns, a lot of unknowns in this particular test right now. But greetings to all 137,000 of you who are watching right now. We're getting our cameras in final alignment right now. To be able to track Starship SN8, which has right now an anticipated liftoff time roughly 6 to 7 minutes from now based on what we've been seeing. So we are definitely getting very, very close. Yes, in fact, we are confirmed it is exactly 6 minutes to go until liftoff. So that would put a lift. Yeah, at 3:04. Perfect.
3:04
So at
is what we're looking for.
3:04.
Again, y'all, we don't have an exact timer that we can tune into or anything like that here. We'll certainly be looking at that, but we're not going to put a countdown on our screen here. We're going to keep talking to you as we watch what's going on with Starship. Looks like Mary is good to go as well. What are we up to? We're up to 100 and something, 137,000 or something like that?
Yes,
Good
indeed.
grief.
Yes. And
Yeah.
thank you all for joining us. Yes, an absolute wonderful culmination to the day as we head toward a planned 12.5-kilometer test flight here of Starship SN8. 5 minutes to go now until that anticipated liftoff.
Absolutely.
Whew, how's everyone feeling?
Heart rate's rising over here.
I know. Oh my gosh, what's my heart rate?
Doing a final check. Looks like everything's good. If something breaks now, we're not going to spend any time trying to fix it. We are just going to keep on going forward. Mary getting prepared. You can actually see she's switched her camera to a different video head, a fluid damp video head on both axes. And Mary's going to try to track this. She's going to track the launch from her position. We know Jack's out there as well. He's watching what's going on. He's going to try for a track a little bit further away. The robots are online, I believe. Michael, I don't know if you've tested latency lately.
I'm working on that right now. I'm getting the launch vehicle in the center of my frame to make it easier for me to track. And it looks like latency is a bit tough right now, but I'm sure once we get closer to launch, people in South Texas will put their phones away, and that might help me out. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
indeed, and we are crossing the 4-minute mark until liftoff at this point.
Zoomed out a little bit as well. I appreciate that you zoomed out, giving a little bit more leeway there. And on the robot, Michael's controlling this robot here, y'all. You can see that frost starting to form in the middle, just above the bottom fins. Yep, there you go. That's Michael. When it moves, that's Michael. So you can see a little bit of frost forming, that atmospheric condensation starting to freeze because those cryogenic propellants inside a Starship are so cold, they literally freeze the water out of the air and form ice on the side of it. Come on back, little robot. There we go. Continuing to switch back and forth to Mary's view. Look at the venting just cascading out of the vents. It's just like a waterfall. I guess that would be a waterfall of locks, if I'm not mistaken.
A waterfall of locks, yes, indeed.
It's not really a waterfall if it's not water, isn't it?
Lockfall. Jeez, thank you.
Right, and we are crossing T-minus 3 minutes and counting.
Oh, Chad, are you excited? If you're excited for this thing to go, let us know.
I'm not excited. Rockets are boring.
Rockets are boring.
I know, I'm excited. I mean, my heart's only beating at 97 beats per minute, and it was 141 a minute ago, according to the watch. So, you know, I'm only slightly excited here.
All right, just to set expectations one more time, this is a test flight. We really, once it lifts off, anything could happen. This is a development. As long as they get farther than they did last time, which is basically lifting this thing off, SpaceX will learn from it. But we are hoping for a very spectacular flight and maybe the first ever landing of a full-scale Starship prototype. So let's hope.
All right, we have a hold that was called on the countdown.
And they do have built-in hold points, so this could be although we are seeing a depress now.
Yeah, we see a depress band as well.
That's not a great sign. But
Yeah,
we'll wait and see what happens.
You see the middle of the vehicle, for everybody that doesn't know what we're talking about, you see the middle of the vehicle, the really high pressure vent that's coming straight out. It's not a cascade, it's not a LOX waterfall or a LOX fall or whatever. That's a high pressure vent, and that's what we call a depress vent. Usually not a good sign. Doesn't mean it's the end of the day, but that is a depress. That actually matches with that hold that Chris said was called over the SpaceX net there. Let's go and see if we've got this from a couple different angles. In this perspective, the vent is coming straight at the camera. So this vent is coming straight at it. You don't quite see it as well. That view from Mary is fantastic with a little bit of angle so you can see that vent. Let me check in and see if Jack's got that depress. Yeah, look at this. So you can really see the depress vent, and of course, as soon as I switched to it, it stopped. But from the side profile that Jack has here silhouetted against the sky, you could really see that depress vent coming out of the middle of Starship. Doesn't mean it's the end of the world. And yeah, Jack's recording, by the way. You can tell by the pixels. It says recording. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Chris, if there's any more information on that official net,
Yep,
let
I'm listening. Yep.
But we're going to keep watching and see what we got.
They're still holding at T-minus 6 seconds. They have not changed that, so we'll see if they can release from here. Sometimes what happens is that the propellant temperatures are not exactly right, so they may have to try to add some more liquid oxygen to top it off and try to get the propellant temperatures down. I don't know if that's happening now, but we have seen that scenario happen in the past, and then they dump more cold liquid oxygen into the tank and try to make another attempt. So we'll see what happens.
There we go. There's the live video I was looking for. That video feed needed to be jiggled real quick. Let's get up closer to the rocket and see if we can observe specifically what's going on here. Deep pressed vent looks like it's closed now. Ice is still there, and a little bit of venting coming from the tri-vents.
And I'm listening in, and they have not said anything yet.
Okay. Look up at the very top there. You see the ice forming on the top? That's what we call a header tank. There's a little sort of half spherical tank up in the very nose of the rocket that has liquid oxygen in it. That's an oxygen tank, isn't it, y'all? Yes, Doss. It's oxygen.
Sorry, yes, Doss. Yes, sorry, I was muted. Sorry, yes.
Everybody's excited. It's all good. That's an oxygen tank. I'm just trying to keep everybody involved. And there is ice forming up on the tip of the nose as well, giving it that characteristic header tank frost ring up at the top. But again, that was a hold from SpaceX.
And we are holding at T-minus 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So we're just going to stand by and see what they're doing here exactly.
All right. A bit closer here, you can really see that top frost vent. Isn't that cool? Hey, Chris, I don't know, did the shuttle have any characteristics like that? But that frost ring at the very tippy top of Starship forming it's a really sort of distinctive element when you know they're getting into it.
Mm-hmm. It really is. It really is, yeah.
Such a sight to see. You could tell them, y'all. You could tell them I was there back in the day when you had to look at the tip of Starship to see if there was. Back in my day, we didn't get countdowns. We had to watch streams uphill both days. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess both days. That works out. In the snow. Anyways.
True.
That's the beauty of it. It could be snowing where you are. It's not snowing in Boca Chica, but because of the live stream here, we're able to share this with you. Approaching 150,000 viewers on our stream. Good grief.
Yeah, thanks everyone for who is tuning in right now. Again, there was a hold called at T-minus 2 minutes and 6 seconds. There was no audible call over the communication net after that as to the cause of the hold. But they are still holding at that time. And actually, SpaceX is now saying that the clock is paused, standing by for a new T0. So there we go. So they are working to establish a new liftoff time for the test flight. So whatever it was is not a showstopper today. They just needed to stop and either look at some data or, as Michael was saying, sometimes as we've seen, adding a bit more propellant for propellant temperatures or things like that. But we are now standing by for a new target T0 time. And T in this case just means time, with the minus sign indicating time until launch for a particular vehicle. So yes, we're currently holding at T-minus 2 minutes, 6 seconds, waiting for a new T0 time.
Yeah, and we are not going anywhere. NASASpaceflight, we're going to keep these cameras live. We'll keep explaining what's happening here to you as we watch it, as it unfolds from Boca Chica. I can tell you one thing really quickly. Jack's off the comms, and we're going to have to come up with a way to communicate this to him because we need a battery in that camera. If somebody could, I know.
I've got it. I've got it.
Communicate with him. Just let him know.
I'm here.
Oh.
Replacement battery is ready to go.
Okay, good deal. Jack, I didn't know if you were still actively listening or not, but we're getting that blinking battery on your feed there, just so you know. Let me know if you need any support on that, man. I mean, not like plugging in the battery. Clearly he can do that, but then we stop the feed and we start the feed and we make sure all of his uplinks are online and all that sort of stuff. So
Hey,
that's
really quick, Das, I can report one thing, and I don't know if this is the actual cause of the hold. There could be a couple different things, but a quick check of flight radar shows that a small aircraft took off from Brownsville like a couple of minutes ago and got pretty close to the pad, and just a couple seconds ago turned directly away from the pad. It is possible this was a range violation issue. It would make sense because the hold occurred at a random point in the countdown. It wasn't at T-1 like the other day. This is not confirmed. It's possible that this aircraft was A-OK, but it's possible that's what it is. And if that's the case, it should be relatively easy to continue the countdown once the violator has cleared. But again, that's not confirmed the cause of the abort.
good deal. Thank you, Thomas.
Interesting, and this is one of those things that we were looking at. Again, not saying that that was confirmed, but just talking about, like, this was one of the things we were concerned about. But it's also important to note, Thomas, that even if the aircraft might not have violated the range based on what we saw, but it might have been that SpaceX was being cautious too. Right.
Yes, absolutely.
And wanted to stop at a stable point instead of risking an aircraft violating the zone. Right. But I mean, so far, I mean, and we do have to say from yesterday and for today too, you know, everyone's respect of the exclusion zones have been amazing and have been wonderfully helpful for this overall campaign, because they are not arbitrary. They are there to protect lives, whether that's in the air, at sea, or on land. So when you see that 5-mile... Sorry, Thomas, take over there. We're just talking or saying something over the other communication net on SpaceX. If you can take over, please.
Absolutely. So just so you're aware, we are still holding. We are awaiting a new T0. SpaceX is still hoping to have an attempt tonight, or today, I guess. It's not really nighttime, but the window goes for just under 2 hours from now. So no problems there. They have time to make another attempt. Don't really know what the hold was. There was a possible range violation, but that's 100% just speculation, not confirmed. And we're just waiting to hear about status of this launch attempt right now. The vehicle is prop loaded, as you can see, so stay tuned, and hopefully we'll get an answer very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. This could they could resume the count any second, and they're only about 2 minutes away, so don't go anywhere.
Indeed, that's a good point, because they might not have to. They might not necessarily have to recycle. Again, we don't know. This is one of those cool things. They might not have to recycle at this point. This might actually be their stopping point. I don't know how well the audio and the video was synced. Yesterday it was synced very well, but they did call the hold at, say, hold at 2 minutes 12 seconds, but the clock stopped at 2:06. So I don't know if it just counted to the next available hold point, or if there was like an audio visual mismatch, if you get what I'm saying there, between when it was heard and when the clock actually stopped.
Yeah, it's a huge challenge to synchronize multiple remote cameras and the on-screen graphics and any voice commentary. I know they didn't have commentary, I don't think. That was like people on camera or anything like that, but it's a huge challenge to synchronize that for sure, and you will expect to have little differences like that. It's perfectly possible the hold was called, you saw it on the stream, and then the latency for the countdown or whatever was just a little bit off. That it's really challenging to get all those things to sync up. When ours takes off, I fully expect to see the rocket take off like 4 times, instant replay, because all of our cameras are going to be a little bit off. It's the nature of the beast. It is what it is. Again, y'all, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay with you through the entire window. Yesterday, we were here all the way to sunset, and it is looking good out there. SpaceX in the hold, but Starship still standing. Looks like it's standing by, and we'll watch what's going on. Not going to leave you hanging.
Keeping an eye on that aircraft. That aircraft has definitely left the area, and I don't see any other problems. So if that was the issue, we should hopefully have a new target liftoff time very, very soon. If that was the issue.
And that has a little bit more flavor like a non-automated hold. Yesterday, we got all the way down to 1.3 seconds. And when it's the 1.3 seconds, knowing about how Falcon 9 does it, you get to the point where Falcon 9 can basically call its own abort. And one of the computers sees something it doesn't like, a sensor that's out of range. If you want to be cool, you can tell your friends out of family, right? If the reading off the sensor isn't right, it's not in the right range, you can say, oh, the sensor reading out of family. That just means that the sensor reading's wrong and they're not going to do, they're going to look at it. But if the sensor reading goes wrong, the Falcon 9 can just say, nope, don't like it, not going to give it a try. I'm going to stay right here until somebody tells me that this is all good. I'm going to assume, no official word from SpaceX, but I'm going to assume that this can do the exact same thing. Well, no, they said Raptor auto abort, so that's official confirmation that the Raptor can abort itself, right?
Yes, I mean, what it probably meant in that it's probably just more indicative of an auto abort, right? So like the vehicle did it itself, but what they called out over the net was the reason for the auto abort, if that makes sense.
Right. Something
yes,
to
I mean,
Raptor caused the vehicle to call an abort at 1.3 seconds, right?
Yes, and I mean, and it's kind of complicated because yes, the engines do have their own brains, their own controllers that are monitoring everything and can start to shut things down. But the vehicle is also monitoring all of those parameters as a whole as well. So exactly which one trips the abort? I mean, the vehicle itself carries out the abort sequence, even if the engine itself is the one that goes not ready. Yeah.
It's like having a bunch of ducks in a row, right? And Mama Duck looks back and there's a duck missing, and it's like, wait a second, what's going on?
Yeah, and I think a good way to explain it in the spaceflight world too, with another 3-engine vehicle, was the first voyage of the Space Shuttle Discovery. The 3 liquid-fueled engines on the shuttle lit in sequence. So you lit the first one, and then 120 milliseconds later, you lit the second one, and then 120 milliseconds later, you lit the third one. And when Discovery went to light the engines on that mission, it sent the command to light the first one, the command to light the second one. The first one that had already received the command to start said, whoa, I've got a problem. And Discovery's onboard computers that initiated and controlled the abort reacted so quickly it never sent the start command to the final engine. So you're talking within 240 milliseconds, light an engine, I have a problem, stop the whole thing and not light the third. So these systems can react very, very quickly, but it's ultimately the vehicle's main computer that's in command of everything.
Right. It's not like, Chris, that's exactly right. The vehicle systems, the computer systems can react so quickly. It's not a human watching a big board with a bunch of green lights on it and then, okay, the light went red, I had to hit the red button to abort. That's not how it works. You just put it all under computer control there at the end, and the computers can abort down to milliseconds, I would imagine. They see something, they say, no go, I'm not going to send that command to light those engines and launch this puppy. You know, we always say this. There's a lot of people here who maybe haven't been here before. We like to say we'd rather be on the ground wishing we were flying than flying wishing we were on the ground. And that is when we get these holds, we get these aborts, we all get so excited and something goes wrong. We don't want something that's going to be an unsuccessful test, like it doesn't even make it off the pad. There's some massive anomaly that just makes it do a flip off the pad as if you had, forgot to put one of the engines on your Kerbal rocket and then it just did a backflip when you press spacebar. Anyways, we don't want that.
Or, install the accelerometer upside down. There's
the probe course sideways and it's pointed at the vat. What's going on here? I don't know how many Kerbal fans we have watching right now, but I played a couple hours.
So one thing to remember, Joe, is that the longer they hold, the harder it gets to recycle because that propellant starts to warm up. So hopefully they can get a new T0 soon. Again, as of now, they are still planning to recycle. SpaceX is officially saying that they are waiting for a new T0, which means they are going to announce, or at least they're expecting to announce a new T0 at some point, versus yesterday where they immediately scrubbed. So as of now, the launch is still on, but the longer we hold, the less likely it is that it's going to occur, essentially.
Yeah, and we'll start looking around at some of the different cameras. Still a lot of boat traffic in front of Jack. It's just people going about their day. And that's why the exclusion zones are so important, right? Making sure that if you're out there boating, maybe you're just going fishing, something, it's okay if you don't care about spaceflight or Starship or whatever, and you just want to go catch a red snapper. I don't know. I'm pretty sure red snapper is something that you can fish for down there. I grew up in Corpus Christi. I should know that that's a thing. But just making sure that they're aware, the people there that are just going out fishing, or the shrimpers that are out there pulling shrimp in, the other boats, maybe the pleasure boats that are doing tours or whatever like that. It's important that they stay out of that zone because all these things happen. And then one boat, wayward boat, that's what it says, getting into the range, calling it aboard, and then all this sort of spooling back because of that. But you'll hear SpaceX talk about it. You'll see it on the NASA streams, just making sure that the public is safe whenever we do these tests, whenever we do these launches. It's not the sort of society where it's like, well, there's a boat on the range. That's their problem. We're launching anyways. Like, that's not how any of this works. So always try.
Not here, right?
Trying to maintain that safety, right, Chris?
Exactly.
Super important to SpaceX to make sure that range is clear. All right. Just sort of holding. We've put it up on the screen in the hold. It's like, now what? I see all, yeah. See all the super chats and stuff like that. There's just so many people. This one is Joshua Vanderpool. This one's really nice. The work you guys always put in is amazing. Thank you being so dedicated to tank watching and sharing this with us. Without you guys, we wouldn't ever know what was happening. Let's light this candle. Joshua, we're going to hold on lighting this candle. I hope that we still get it, the candle recycled, and then light the candle a little bit later than candle lighting T0 we were hoping for. But we really appreciate the kind words and the $20 there. Y'all's support makes it so we can keep doing this. So thank you very much for that. Let's see here. Here's one. All right, I'm gonna pull out a bunch that just say thanks for the coverage for a second. Thenisisk says, "Go SpaceX! Thanks guys at NASASpaceflight for the coverage. All the folks at NASASpaceflight involved in the coverage. We appreciate the kind words there." Here's one. Jesse Stapleton just said, "Go SN8" just before launch. This one, I like this one. It's from Australia. Custard the Pipe Cat. $5 Australian saying, "Throw another shrimp on the barbecue." Wait, are you an imposter? Isn't it supposed to be Barbie? I mean, all I know is I've seen in advertisements on TV, but whatever. Let's see here. Christopher Thomas. Near and dear to my heart. Christopher Thomas says, "Thumbs up for saying y'all. I used to get mocked for that as a child." Christopher, I was born and bred in South Texas. I grew up in cornfields near Corpus Christi. Not actually in the city, but out running around cornfields when I was a kid. And we grew up saying y'all. Even on the stream, sometimes people are like, "Oh, geez, Das says y'all. I mean, it's the way that I talk. It's my accent. It's the words I use. So I got your back. If anybody makes fun of you for saying y'all, you send them to me. Twitter.com/KSpaceAcademy. Have them tweet at me and I'll handle it.
Oh, I love it, Das.
Here's one. Sword and Scale. Nerds getting excited about venting is fun to watch. Hey, we own that one too. All y'all nerds, right?
All y'all nerds. Now, Das, where do the apostrophes go in all y'all?
Wherever I want to put them.
There.
You know what we're trying to say. Sword and Scale, thank you for that. We all proudly wear the badge of nerds. We're space nerds. We're Texas tank watchers. We're whatever it is. That's not a derogatory thing for me. I'm proud of that. And we have an awful lot of fun with this. So if there's any closet nerds out there, maybe you didn't play a lot of football. Maybe you did. You could be a nerd who plays football. You can also play American football if you want. Boss, I deserve brownie points for that one.
Okay, we have an update, a very important update.
Oh, good.
SpaceX is now targeting 4:40 p.m. Central Time for today's launch. It is an approximate time, but we have a new launch time of approximately 4:40 p.m. Central Time. So I will get that new time entered into our system, and we'll get you a countdown clock on our broadcast again.
So that is 17 minutes from now.
Yes.
Yes.
So they are recycling, which is absolutely excellent news.
Good.
And they have until 5 p.m. to launch, essentially. So running out of time, but still enough time to get this launch done, apparently.
Yeah. What's our window go to today?
Just before. Well, they have to be back on the ground by 5 p.m.
Gotcha.
Central Time. So they have to launch a couple minutes beforehand.
So this isn't like a buzzer beater where it's 4:59, 58, 59 seconds launch, and it takes off. That doesn't count. They need to be back on the ground is the rule?
Yes, because the flight restriction ends at 5 p.m. So the Starship cannot be flying when the flight restriction is ended.
Gotcha.
Michael, can you confirm what the new target time is one more time?
4:40 p.m. Central Time, and we now have a countdown clock. So 16
So is that in 1 hour and 17 minutes?
No.
No, 16 minutes from now.
It's 4:23 Eastern right now.
Good catch, Thomas. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Wow, we are dumb. Good catch.
Jeez. I need to remove that.
I was so confused.
Hang on, I'll fix it. Let me get rid of that.
I bet chat is an absolute meltdown. This is what happened.
I was like, am I dumb? What did I do wrong?
We've been sitting at our computers covering this for, let's see, like
live for 8 hours and 51 minutes.
And we did 11 hours yesterday. So I apologize. You're very tired right now. We've hardly got any sleep. But yes, 4:40 p.m. Central Time. So stay tuned. And in a little over an hour, we hopefully will have another launch attempt. This is likely going to be a full recycle, so that's why it's such a long time. Like I mentioned, the propellant gets warmer the longer they wait. So they're probably detanking right now, if I had to guess, and then once they are detanked, they will do another propellant loading operation to conduct another attempt at this test flight.
Gotcha. And that sort of fits with the timing that we've seen as well, where they're trying to recycle it and go through the full load. SpaceX continuing to work towards trying to get this thing going today. You know, it's not like SpaceX is saying, oh, well, we don't really care if it goes. All the engineers, all the people, even the people on site that build this stuff. I don't care if you're pouring concrete for Starship. I don't care if you're a welder who welded a little bit of a frame together to hold the rocket up as it's transported down the road. Everybody out there I know is keen to see this thing fly because every day it's just blood, sweat, and tears trying to get this thing built. SpaceX has grown so much out there in the last year, all the new facilities, all the new people that are working there. And it's not like they're, well, whatever, we don't care if it flies or not. I guarantee you that the people who work on this want to see it fly too.
What we can say is that if this thing launches, it's going to be super exciting because Elon says there's a 33% chance of success. So don't go anywhere because this is going to be one of the most exciting rocket launches I think we've seen in a long time.
One of the craziest rocket launches we've seen in a long time.
Perhaps I was thinking about what would be the craziest I've seen other than this, and I'm struggling to come up with a alternative. So don't go anywhere, essentially.
We haven't seen a vertical takeoff, vertical landing vehicle take off from the launch pad, fly up to some number of kilometers, fly horizontally, and then land back on the pad since Delta Clipper back in the 90s. So it's been a long time since anybody's even tried anything like this.
Man.
Yeah, the DCX. Remember that?
The DCX. I did not until you said it. Like.
There was a show I watched as a kid on Discovery Channel, I think. It was called Beyond 2000, and it was the most ridiculous show with, like, we're going to have flying cars and neon toasters and all kinds of stuff. And, I remember seeing DCX on Beyond 2000, or maybe it was Engineering Marvels, one of those, like, History Channel, Discovery Channel shows before those channels were completely awful. And, I distinctly remember thinking, like, oh, okay, this makes sense. And then they show the footage of it falling over slowly. So tragic. And then they're like, program was canceled. I was like, no, don't cancel the program. Make it better. Fix it and do it again.
Jeez, you have one little landing leg that collapses and you fall over. The entire program's just done. Seriously. Hey, Jack, since I got you on camera, check the focus on your camera if you could. I'm not seeing that as a bitrate problem. I think the camera might have got knocked on a focus real quick.
Copy you checking.
Yeah, good deal. Thank you. Again, y'all, we did get that new T-0 an hour and 12 minutes away. That was from SpaceX looking to recycle there. We did get an abort, and 2 minutes in, just about 2 minutes in, the hold occurred, and then they called a recycle, I guess. But continuing to watch what's going on with Starship at Boca Chica. There's that robotic camera right next to Boca Chica there. It's about 1.5 miles away from the Starship. See the venting, see the ice. The ice is actually melting now. There's ice on one side, and it's melting off the other side. Look up at the top. Remember when I pointed out the little white ice ring at the top right there? That's melted as well. That header tank icing is off too. So SpaceX still working. Doesn't mean that we're out. Doesn't mean that we've given up. Also, I don't work for SpaceX, but it's like the royal we. Like we're all included in this. All right. I like this one. Another super chat. Nick I, $20 saying it's so inspiring to see the renewed interest in spaceflight and very much appreciate the ability to get a front row at home. Thank you for taking the time and providing this broadcast. Nick I, thank you so much for the $20 there. We'll turn that back into even more, hopefully, exciting, entertaining, informative spaceflight coverage, fantastic live video from events that happen, hopefully commentary that doesn't make you want to throw your speakers out of the window. I mean, there's a mute button. But anyways, we really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind words there. Look at this one. Philip Hunt says, I'm watching my childhood play out. Something between Flash Gordon, Thunderbirds, and Tintin's Destination Moon. You're exactly right, Philip. It's such a sci-fi rocket. It's just such a fantastic looking rocket. I love the way that it looks sci-fi. It's not traditional. It's very stainless steel and shiny. I'm glad that they started to make this thing in a building so that they would get nice solid welds out there at the beach. I still want to see it fly. I want to see it go all the way up. It's always a lot harder to get something going than you think. And I think we've got a lot of testing left here before we see what's going on with Starship. But it just is a cool thing. Look at this. Hey, party cruises. Somebody call them and tell them that we're just in a hold. We got a new T0. Where are you going?
I'm just happy that I saw people distanced from one another on that boat. To be fair,
it looked like it had a very limited load of passengers.
It did, yes.
Use the capacity or something like that. Or that's just the owner of Party Cruises taking out his family. I mean, I'd do it.
It's true.
Yes.
You'd bring your family and you'd bring some cameras.
I would have them all run cameras.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, have a bunch of kids, not so you can make them do work like mow the lawn, but so you can make them hold cameras.
This is back in the day we had larger families so that the kids could help tend the crops and the livestock and stuff like that. And now it's the cameras. Build a robot army. It's like, son, I need
really go fix the GoPro in the front lawn. It's frazzled again.
Yes. I actually, so like I said, I've got a daughter, and we test out the rigs. We do a lot of bird watching. I have the Nikon P1000 that I've used at some rocket launches, those Falcon Heavy videos that I got and stuff like that. And practice makes perfect, right? You bring them out at home and you look at the bluebirds that are in the yard or the hawk that's down the street or whatever. We go to the airport sometimes and we watch planes land, and you get over there and you put a camera in her hands, and she does a better job of tracking than me. It's almost embarrassing. It's just the youthful reflexes, I think. But it's really fun to be able to share that sort of stuff. Hopefully a lot of people are watching with their families, are watching with their kids. And Jack, you joke, have them all run a camera. That is exactly what would happen. Exactly what would happen. I have some fantastic pictures.
I call that, Josh,
Yeah.
I call that good parenting.
I just want to share some of the exciting things. She's been
Do
down.
you ever use your daughter or one of your kids as practice for tracking? Like, hey, go run around the lawn, and then try and track with the RoboCam.
You used my dog at least, Das.
That is exactly right, Chris. That is what I was gonna say. One of the robotic cameras, actually the long-range robotic camera. Let me see how the feed is on it right now. We've been having some issues with its feed. Not getting a lot of bitrate on that feed right now. It needs another modem, I think. But we actually had this robotic rig. Whoa, okay, fine. We had that robotic rig deployed in Chris's backyard, and I was tracking Chris's dogs around the backyard from my house in Charlotte, North Carolina, to put that rig through its paces before we deployed it at Cape Canaveral, and then subsequently shipped it down to Boca Chica. So I appreciate the dog's participation there, Chris.
Starbuck was indeed a willing participant. She signed a waiver and everything. No.
Signed a waiver. A NASA
So
spaceflight.
she signed an appearance notice. I relinquish all my rights in perpetuity throughout the universe and dimensions known or unknown.
It was more like it was more like oh, you'll throw the ball for me? Okay.
Yeah. It was more like I threw a ball into the backyard, and then I tracked the dog. There was a squirrel back there I was tracking as well. But, you know, we joke about it. We make fun, oh, tracking dogs, tracking squirrels, looking at bluebirds. But you can't practice tracking a rocket every day because you don't get a rocket launch every day. So how do you get a feel for the equipment? How do you make sure you can focus it? How do you make sure you know like how it's going to respond, and is it going to stick somewhere, and how much, you know, play do you have in it? Well, you find other things to look at. You look at planes going over. We had a fantastic time once at Wallops. We were standing by for an Antares launch, and I remember Trevor Malman was there. John Krause was hanging out. Trevor was there. We were tracking planes with the P-1000, and we were ready to track the rocket. The rocket was on a hold, and so we pointed at the sky, and we got all these commercial flights. We were naming the types of planes. This is 747. Look at the engines. You can see. Just you practice when you can, because you don't get a rocket launch every day. And when it's go time, it's go time. Right, Chris, Thomas? Y'all have tracked rockets before. You don't get a second chance once the rocket launches.
Right.
Oh no! In fact, Dad, I don't think I said this on the stream the other day, but like yeah, I mean, so much so do you have to be focused that when I was doing the stream with you, Das, from Kennedy for the CRS-21 cargo launch a few days ago. Oh my gosh, only 3. Felt like a week. Sorry, I took my eyes off of the actual launch pad to look over at the countdown clock, right? So that I could actually count down as it was happening. What I was not expecting was for the countdown to be correct, but the NASA's own video feed to their own countdown clock not being synced to the countdown time. So I see the countdown reach 0 and no flames are coming out of that rocket displayed on the screen. And I start to go 0, huh? And if you go back and listen, you can hear me go, huh? Oh, it's launching, because it was already off the pad. And my first thought was, oh no, the track. Like that was literally my first thought was, oh no, the track.
I appreciate that, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear. Oh,
Das trained us well, yes.
Das just asks you to do it over and over again. It's like Saturday night. You've got other things to do. And I'm like, hey, can we boot up the Solo real quick so we can check? I need to do a mic check. Can we make sure that microphone's working? We laugh and we joke, y'all, but it does take an awful lot of dedication. It takes a lot of behind-the-scenes work to make the streams happen, to get the remote photos from the remotes that are placed at the pad, all the things that the photographers do, the streak shots and all that crazy stuff you see. You're like, how do they do that? It doesn't just pop out and happen. It does take an awful lot of work to make that stuff happen. So, hey, I'm going to say massive thanks to the entire rest of the NASA spaceflight team who puts up with me. And they do technical checks when I ask for them, and we bring up cameras and we test this out. And hey, we just need to try this, and all the prep work that goes in. Thanks to each and every one of you, whether you're on the call or not, for making all this stuff happen. It really is cool.
Wouldn't
Das,
have it
I
any
gotta
other
say,
way.
Das, you were the secret sauce right now with NASA spaceflight. I don't know if that's clear. Maybe I shouldn't even say this out loud because now people know what the recipe to the secret sauce is. But seriously, it's having a team of people that are extremely dedicated, like Mary, like Thomas, like Tyler, like Michael, like you, myself, like Chris B, like Chris G, all of us. God, now I'm hoping I'm not forgetting anybody off the top of my head that's currently like on this right now. Brady, thank you, Brady, for your editing work last night. Late night editing.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, dude. Great work. So it takes an entire team of people firing on all cylinders, but you're sort of the esprit de corps. Is that a thing people say? You are the mainspring that powers the gears of this machine. The fact that you are able to technically handle all of the little bits and bobs, and shut up now, I'll stop praising you. I don't want to make you blush or uncomfortable or anything, but seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I don't think we would be doing this as successfully or as much as we are, maybe even at all, if it wasn't for you and your live stream expertise. So on behalf of myself and surely everybody else watching and the rest of the NSF team, dude, thank you for all of the hard work that you do, and thank you to everybody on Twitch who's watching you on the Twitch side, who helped you come up, because your expertise. I mean, we were talking about running cable through a nuclear submarine earlier to get a live stream from a nuclear submarine half submerged in the water. Like, I don't know anybody else that could do that. And yeah, I don't know. I'll shut up now, but thank you right back at you, buddy.
Jack, I appreciate you. I mean, I'll tell you, I've sat here and I've looked at the video wall that has no incoming feeds, and it's actually super boring when there's no video coming in from the field. I could be here by myself and we would have absolutely nothing to watch. I could get like some ambient cricket soundtracks or something like that for us to listen. But really, everybody out there in the field bringing in the remote feeds. Mary rolling out that robot, or actually Mary rolling out the robot too. Mary with her video there, putting out the robot at Boca Chica for us. Jack, you getting out there. Chris and Thomas taking stuff out to Port Canaveral or the Cape for launches. Like, I could sit here at home by myself and it would not be a very interesting show. So it really is everybody coming together. I appreciate your kind words, but it is the entire NASA spaceflight family that makes this stuff happen. I used to try it by myself. You know, it's me, and it's like, oh, I'm going to go to the field, and I'm going to run the broadcast, and I'm going to run the camera, and then I'm going to do this, and gosh, we got some cool things done. But it's really the right way to do it is to have a team of people who comes together like this. Good deal.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about to hit T-1 hour based on our latest information. And so I guess we're going to have to keep an eye out for the tank farm. And I don't know where Michael has the timeline set right now. We're going to need to keep an eye on kind of where in the countdown they're going to recycle to. And we'll see, you know, tank farm activity spool up again. And then we'll see, you know, the first venting from the vehicle again and frost build up and all that stuff. It will all go through the whole countdown again. So.
Yep. So now you know what to expect.
That's true. We've seen it all before.
Yeah, it looks like it might have fully stopped, so we can probably move our timeline back even further. So I will work on that. I wasn't sure exactly what point they were going to recycle to, but it does look like they are even slowing down the tank farm. Although the recondenser is still going a bit, so I think maybe we'll just go back to recondenser.
There we go. I meant to do that earlier, and I didn't apply the change to the scene there. Mary's Twitter, Jack. I put your Twitter handle on your video, so it says NSF Jack at the Jack Buyer South Padre Island, and I got NSF Mary at Boca Chica Gal Boca Chica. So I have y'all's. Those are Twitter handles there, y'all, on the stream. And I meant to do that earlier, and I just didn't apply the change here to the label. So I just did it live. You saw me typing. I mean, whatever. Welcome to the broadcast.
That's how we roll.
That's how we roll. That's exactly right.
100%. Yeah, should we cycle through some more questions?
Absolutely.
Or yeah.
I'm down.
All right. Here's a good one, considering we are having a detank and a recycle. How many times can they freeze stainless steel by loading the propellant before it begins to affect structural integrity?
That is a great question that could be answered by someone with proprietary knowledge of SpaceX's design, but other than that, I'm not sure we can get an exact answer. That's certainly a consideration for the design of the vehicle. They're not going to design a vehicle that can only be fueled once before you have to like take it apart and rebuild it. That wouldn't make any sense. So there's surely some lifetime as far as how many times you can fuel it. Keep in mind that eventually, when Starship's operational, it's supposed to be reusable and fly several, maybe tens or even hundreds of times. So obviously we don't know if all of that's been incorporated into a test vehicle, but I would highly doubt that there's any sort of issues regarding how often you can fill and detank a Starship vehicle right now. It'll be designed to handle many, many thermal loads and thermal cycles as far as propellant loading goes.
Yeah, and I think that's a good distinction too, right, between the test vehicles and what the eventual finalized design, right, the operational design would ultimately be. And this is not the finalized version of the steel either, correct? Thomas?
Sorry, I think I cut out there a second. I don't know if that was me or on your end. What was the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying it's a good distinction, right? That this vehicle is going, the test vehicles are going to be different from the finalized products. But then the question after that was, this also isn't the final version of the steel they plan to use for the
Yes.
operational versions, correct?
Correct. Yes. So right now, this vehicle kind of has both. Actually, it has the, I guess 301 or something, whatever the previous alloy is, and it also has the newer 304 steel alloy. All Starships SN9 and later will not have any of the old alloy on it. It'll have the 304 stainless steel alloy. Later on down the road, SpaceX will probably upgrade to a proprietary steel alloy. At least that's the last I remember hearing. But yes, this vehicle does have a slightly outdated steel alloy. Again, it's a slight change, so it's not a huge difference, but a slight different steel alloy than future vehicles will have. So yeah, that's also a factor too.
Yeah.
Hey, heads up, I've got super spotty comms right now. Y'all are robots to me. Hopefully I'm not a robot to you. And yeah, I got a lot of waves from boats going by and wind, and so I'm just going to be off comms for a little bit. Heads up.
Yeah, you sound good, Dash Jack, but no problem.
Alrighty. Sorry, just grabbing a couple more questions here. So here's a good question, because I think it's one that we can talk about the difference between fueling for a test flight and fueling in operational mode. William is asking, at what point in the fueling is the vehicle actually full?
That's full?
Yeah, I guess the spirit of the question is like, how long do we think do we know how long it would take to fuel a Starship completely? But then also what I'm thinking is like, what is defined as full for this flight?
Right.
As well, because
Okay.
they're not putting a full load of oxygen and methane on it, right?
Yeah. Okay, I got you. So yeah, this vehicle is not going to be completely fueled for this flight. No way. In fact, if it was fully fueled, it likely wouldn't have enough thrust to get off the ground. Again, this is an upper stage. So in order to fly on its own, you need to only partially fill the fuel tanks. And also, you don't need a full fuel tank because you're only flying up to 12.5 kilometers and back. So not a full fuel load. However, at what point in the countdown is it full enough for this flight? That's a good question. SpaceX may have some built-in holes near the end of the countdown where the vehicle is actually completely fueled already and standing by to launch. Moving towards operations, and if you look at Falcon 9, I believe Falcon 9 is completely fueled like 60 seconds before liftoff or something like that. It's very close to liftoff.
2.5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so very close. And I bet Starship will likely go to a very similar job. But it's not necessarily true of the test fuel because again, the countdown is different, the operations are different, the fuel loading itself is different. So I can't tell you exactly, like for this particular vehicle, can't tell you exactly when they are actually done loading propellant. But operationally, it'll be pretty close to liftoff, surely. And again, it is not fully fueled for this flight. Operationally, it will be because it'll ride a super heavy booster on its initial ascent. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think to sort of give a perspective, if we can, Das, are you back yet?
No.
Nope, not yet. Okay. But yeah, I mean, because I'm trying to get I'm trying to think of a visual way here to show the methane tank, right? Because what you see in terms of the that white frosty band right around the bottom, like about well, not at the bottom, right? About where the fins start to triangle in, right? Because that's actually the bottom of the liquid methane tank, and the engines are mounted directly underneath that. So that frost line that you see there is all the propellant that's actually put in it.
Is it oxygen on the bottom, first of all?
Oh, is oxygen? Sorry,
Yeah,
I forget which one is on the bottom.
I mix them up all the time too, but I just wanted to make sure we clarify that.
See, every other I'm like, oxygen's supposed to be on top. Sorry. I don't know. That just a lot of rockets have the oxygen tank on top.
Yes.
But anyway, so whichever tank's on the bottom. The point being, That's all the prop they put in it, but that tank actually goes up above the top of the fins. You can kind of see the coloration marking variation on it right now. As it's there, where it turns from a darker steel about halfway up, and all of a sudden it becomes lighter, almost a little browner or grayer. There is that other tank, right? So you can see that the vast majority of the tank here is left empty for this flight. Purge.
Oh yeah.
So if you are familiar with our commentaries during Falcon 9 launches, when we talk about the T-minus 20-minute vent, here is Starship recycle vent. So all of that gaseous oxygen that has boiled off from liquid form in the tank that's been allowed to is now just being purged out the side of the vehicle, prepping it to get back into fuel operations, or fuel readiness state, I should say, for refueling for this next attempt.
And look at that venting right now. Wow.
You're right. I mean, just.
I wonder if that's coming. I'm just wondering which tank that's coming from, because it's in the aft skirt, so it's hard to say if it's coming from the main liquid oxygen tank or if it's coming from the header liquid oxygen tank.
Oh, if it's venting the header tank. Yeah.
So,
Well,
do we want to do a quick rundown of where all of our cameras are? Says the guy with a camera out here.
Let's wait a few minutes so that Dawes can switch between them when he's back.
Yeah.
But we're looking at Mary's camera, who will put Mary's name up on screen, so you can, if you're new to this, Mary is the one who lives down in Boca Chica and is constantly documenting Starship. To follow her on Twitter at Boca Chica Gal for lots of updates, and she is outside the hard checkpoint where it is safe to be. From a safe distance, she was viewing this launch and providing us with this wonderful view.
Basically, if you're new to this, if you've seen previous pictures of Starship, there's a decent chance it was from Mary.
Yes, actually.
Like a 90 to 95% chance.
Yeah.
High statistical likelihood there, yes.
We need to do a study. What percentage of Starship content on the internet originated with Mary?
A lot of it. A lot of it. Yeah, a lot of it.
What did y'all need? Did y'all want to see something else? Sorry.
No, you're good.
We're going to show the different cameras. We wanted to go over where everyone is located. So This is a robot. This robot is inside the hard checkpoint, which is why it is, again, a robot, because there is no human in the field controlling it. I am the one controlling it 1,000 miles away or so. So the robot is inside the hazard zone, but again, there is no human in the loop, and we got this clear to SpaceX. So
Michael,
everything is good in that regard. Go ahead, Dawes.
Was that a condenser vent right there? While you were talking about it, there was a brief puff from the condenser area, the recondenser area.
Oh, maybe it's been going on and off.
Okay, good.
And we're now seeing a full depress of the vehicle. You can see those. That upper vent is going again. It's pointing just at this camera, so kind of hard to see. But Jack, do you want to talk about where you are currently from?
Yeah, sure enough, I am at Isla Blanca Park, which is basically the very southern tip of San Andreas Island. It is about as close as you are allowed to get, minus, I guess, a boat in the shipping channel. But that's a little bit sketchy, if you ask me. You wouldn't want to violate the range, or at least you'd want to be with a captain who knew what they were doing, so that they, did not incur any range violations. But yep, I'm on San Andreas Island, specifically at the park Isla Blanca. I'm actually right out in front of the amphitheater where I think SpaceX was at one point going to have some sort of event. It looks like there's no event here. There wasn't one yesterday, and they've cleaned out some of the gear today, although I do see some IMAX cameras, which gets me really, really excited. Like those IMAX, there's clearly a couple IMAX cameras here, one with an 800mm lens on it. So very, very cool to see. Surely that footage is going to be amazing, whatever outlet is capturing that. But for us and for here, this is my shot, and this is me. Hey, hopefully we can get a launch today. What are we tracking? 47 minutes approximately based on our timer?
Indeed.
There we go. There's the other camera.
Still been struggling with this feed. You know what's interesting? This feed is also plugged into the hotel there where it's at, and it's been struggling. The hotel has been absolutely slammed, and you can see every now and then we get some pixelization, and that's just because the uplink for this is one of the roughest. It's the lowest bitrate link I've got right now. It definitely needs some more modems stuck on it so that it has a little bit more uplink bandwidth. Again, we use a device called a LiveView Solo, which is a little broadcast encoder. You give it a video signal, and then it takes that video signal and it splits it up on multiple internet connections and sends it up to the server where we stitch it back together. And yeah, there you go. See, and where it sends it up to the server, stitches it back together so we can show it to you. But right now on this, even with 2 connections online, I'm barely getting enough bitrate, not because of the Solo, but because the connections at the hotel are just so bad right now that everybody's online probably looking at what's going on here or using it to try and stream or whatever. But we'll get some more modems on this one. It'll be more stable the next time we do something like this. This was just our, oh yeah, we'll plug it into the hotel internet and then it won't need all these modems. Yeah, okay. I should have known better. There we go. So there's your tour of robots, y'all.
And then the camera on the left-hand side screen is that 4th camera. That's the one that Mary is actually operating from her safe distance away. So yeah, 4 total cameras in Boca Chica right now. Or I guess in the Boca Chica area. I guess they're not all technically in Boca Chica, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Mary has a super powerful zoom on her camera. She has a 600mm lens on a crop sensor with an additional crop factor because it is a powerful camera that can be cropped slightly even further without losing any resolution. So she's getting a full 1080p camera shot at 60 frames per second on a very powerful zoom.
Hey, and Thomas, if you've got time for some more questions.
Always, Chris, always.
Awesome. Jean-Francois is asking, is this a purely up and down flight with no orbital delta V, or would it follow an orbital trajectory with some horizontal acceleration and then return? And a lot of people are asking, the spirit of that question is very similar to what a lot of people are asking, basically, what is the flight profile for this vehicle?
So we don't know the exact flight profile because, again, this is a test flight, SpaceX really hasn't published the sort of normal mission timeline or flight profile for this mission. But based on the hazard notices, we can kind of infer what they're generally going for. It is more or less a straight up, straight down trajectory. Now, it's not exactly that because it will fly out just a little bit over the water. So if in the case of an anomaly on the way up or on the way down, the vehicle would splash down into the Gulf of Mexico instead of landing back on the launch site. So there's a little bit of horizontal speed, but it's not following like an orbital launch trajectory and then coming back on like an RTLS profile or anything like that. It is more or less straight up, straight down. And on the way down, even if everything is nominal, it will be coming down over the Gulf of Mexico and then conduct that final flip and landing maneuver to move itself back over to where the landing pad is, which is right next to the launch site. So more or less straight up, straight down, not really following sort of an orbital trajectory by any means, but there's just a little bit of horizontal velocity to make sure that the range is as safe as it can be.
Gotcha. Sorry. So one of the interesting things, so there are 3 Raptor engines on this particular vehicle, right, Thomas? And we were talking a bit earlier that if they had put the full load of liquid oxygen and liquid methane into the vehicle, 3 Raptor engines wouldn't be enough thrust to lift the combined weight of the vehicle. So when we get to super heavy, they're not going to start out by putting 28 Raptor engines onto these things, are they? Are we going to see super heavy booster tests with a fewer number of engines? How's that going to work? Do we know yet?
Right. So the super heavy booster, the number of engines on Super Heavy keeps changing because they keep tweaking it, and there's like a number that they need for the vehicle to work, and then they could add more to make it more efficient by having more thrust early in flight, less gravity losses. There's a whole physics conversation there. The Starship vehicle could also have a varying number of engines. The main configuration that we've heard, and from like official SpaceX presentations and all that, is the 3 sea-level engines, just like it has right now, and then the 3 vacuum-optimized engines, which will help it in space maneuvering, which they'll add for later Starship vehicles. They don't need them for this flight, of course. But it's possible that yes, they add more engines to the Starship, especially if it's like a tanker variant or something, where there's no payload on board. The payload is just really big fuel tanks. And if they do that, they might the vehicle is going to be a little bit heavier, so they might need a couple more engines to help push it to orbit, etc. So yeah, that's certainly something that could change down the line. SpaceX has been tweaking the number of engines.
Hang on, sorry, Thomas,
Go
real
ahead.
quick. SpaceX, there's a 5-minute difference, so we're not targeting 440. We're looked to be targeting 445 now. SpaceX has updated their countdown on their live stream.
Okay.
And we're at 46 minutes, 20 seconds and counting.
I'll get us updated then on our timeline.
Cool.
Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, 4 minutes, okay. Or 5 minutes, I guess. And, let's see. We did see that final depressed vent right there, so they should be good to go now in terms of the recycle, which is good news.
Yeah.
Yeah, that vent is continuing, but
I guess not the final depressed vent. But
yeah, they're still continuing on that. Lots of time, and again, we don't really know like the exact fueling timeline, so it's hard to get exactly what that means. But we know based on the SpaceX official info, we have about 40 minutes, or I guess just we need to update the counter, right?
I just did.
Up there you go. 45 minutes. Thank you, Michael. Don't mind me while I update Twitter.
And again, if you have questions, keep tagging us in chat. We will continue to answer questions while we go through the final portion of the countdown.
Indeed. Oh, here's a good question, Thomas, when you're back.
I'm good.
Okay, cool. What's the main differences between SN8 and SN16? And that's not a mistype, that's not a misspeak, because Mary has seen up to SN16.
Yeah.
At this, what are the main differences that we know of right now between those two variants?
Right. So
and to be clear, SN8 is the one that you're looking at right now on the launch pad.
Starship SN8 is the one we're looking at. It's the first full-scale and fully assembled Starship prototype. SN16 it will be the first one with some set of upgrades that Elon has said, significant upgrades coming starting with SN16. Unfortunately, that is the extent of our information. We've spotted, I keep saying we've spotted. Mary's the one who does all the spotting. Mary has spotted SN16 components at the production site, but other than that, we don't really have any detailed info on what those upgrades are. We just know that starting with that version, there will be some upgrades incorporated into the Starship design. And up until then, of course, the vehicles have all been sort of iteratively getting more improvements and upgrades, but SN16 is apparently some more significant upgrades coming. We don't know what they are. We're gonna have to bug Elon on Twitter to maybe find out at some point. But right now, we don't really know what those upgrades are. They could be that new stainless steel alloy, some new manufacturing methods, maybe some slight refinements on the control surfaces or the aerodynamics somehow. It could be some, relatively minor things, but more significant than just refining how good the welds are, which is what all these different prototypes has gotten them to do. I mean, if you remember the very first Starship prototype, the Mark 1, before they started naming them SN whatever, and compare that to like SN8, the build quality is already ridiculously improved. And that's just through building them over and over again. So it sounds like more like design improvements is what we're talking about for SN16, and we don't really know exactly what those are. You're gonna have to stay tuned, and of course, as Mary spots more things, maybe we'll be able to point out, ooh, that's different, and we'll figure it out that way. And of course, Elon likes to spill some beans on Twitter every once in a while, so we'll look at that as well.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. And another question here. So we're looking at Starship on the launch pad at Boca Chica, but will Starship and Starship Super Heavy ever launch from 39A's concrete mound where the Falcon 9s launch from, or a separate stand somewhere else on the pad?
Good question, and I believe the plan is to really only use that separate mount that they have started building at 39A, simply because I don't think the concrete mount at 39A is built to withstand that much thrust, which sounds ridiculous when you consider that 39A launched Saturn V rockets, but even Super Heavy is just an absurd, vehicle that even a pad that used to support Saturn V and Space Shuttle might not be able to handle it. I think SpaceX is more confident to say, let's just build its own mount within the same launch complex, but not using that concrete mount, build its own dedicated stand, have its own landing pad for the Super Heavy boosters to come back, and use that, keep the regular concrete mount for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy flights.
Right on, right on, right on. There are a lot of good questions, everyone. Keep them coming. Definitely keep them coming. Okay, so for everyone who's joining us, for everyone who's cycling through and everything, so and this person in particular just joined about 15 minutes ago. So after the scrub, after the hold was called, not scrub, after the hold was called, asking what happened and why did they have to change the T0? And T0 means the time of liftoff.
Yes. Yeah, we should point that out. So, and that's actually a weird thing that's not always the same for every launch. But yeah, the T0 in this context means the time of liftoff. Some rockets, the T0 is like is when engine ignition happens, and then they lift off a few seconds later. Anyway, yes. And they say we did not hear why they held. We have speculation that there was a range violation. We saw an aircraft on some public flight trackers get a little close and turn away right at the abort time, which is pretty, strong sign there. Not confirmed though. It could have been any number of things, but we do know that the vehicle is clearly healthy because they have recycled and are now just under 40 minutes from another launch attempt as the countdown currently stands. So we don't have any official info on that, but that's what it was looked like, a possible range violation or something, but a healthy vehicle and an ability to recycle.
Yeah, just to confirm, they're still tracking towards 4:45 p.m. Central Time, 22:45 UTC for the second attempt of today. Again, the previous attempt was aborted due to we believe, a range violation, possibly of some sort. So that is why they had to recycle, but they are still planning to make another attempt.
And just another big thank you to everyone who's super chatting and joining memberships and things like that. Love all the support. 97,000 people still tuned in even after a hold. I'm sure that number will hopefully come up back over 100 when we get to the nitty gritty of the countdown, although we're getting pretty close already. And we're already up to 192,000 subscribers on our channel. I don't know what we started with today, but it was in the 180s somewhere, I think.
186 is what we started with today.
So yeah, we got 6,000 new subscribers just over during this stream. So keep them coming. We love it, and glad you guys are enjoying the coverage. And hope you'll stick with us as we get closer to hopefully a better final couple minutes of the countdown and hopefully a liftoff.
Exactly. And and one of the things we've been doing all day that we've and is the reason we wanted to be live as early as we have been is to answer questions and to hang out. This is super exciting, and we know you have a choice of where you want to watch this stuff. And thanks so much for hanging out with us. And everything, especially for the last 2 days. We are hoping beyond hope that 37 minutes, 37 seconds from now, we will get a liftoff of Starship SN8. Yeah, really hoping that we will get it. But here's a good question, Thomas. Coming in from John Sharp. Where do and I know we talked about this earlier on our stream, but I know a lot of people are coming in and out. So, do we know where the flight control team for this mission is located? Because the Stargate building would seem to be within the hard exclusion zone, right? That had to be evacuated. So, are they controlling this from Hawthorne or somewhere else? Do we know?
I don't believe we know for sure. I know we touched on this, I think, during a previous stream too. We were trying to figure it out. The place where they were controlling like static fires and things is, I believe, that Stargate building, which I think I agree with you is too close for this type of flight. So there could be maybe a
Thomas,
building. Oh,
it
go
looks
ahead.
like the tank farm is coming to life. So
Yes, it is.
we just progressed in our timeline.
Excellent. So again, moving back towards propellant loading operations. But back to the question, there could be another building somewhere in Boca Chica controlling it. They could be controlling it from Hawthorne. Those are both good guesses, although I think Hawthorne Mission Control tends to focus on their Dragon and Falcon 9 missions, especially considering there are 2 Dragons on orbit at the ISS right now, so I know there are some Dragon controllers monitoring those things. Maybe Hawthorne is focusing on that and Starship is controlled elsewhere. I don't know if they might even be able to control it from like McGregor or something like that. Not sure. I think we have ruled out Stargate just because of how close it is. But I don't think we have a firm answer, unfortunately, on where mission control for Starship is right now.
Yeah. And given that this flight is 15 minutes before the airspace closure expires today, that must mean it's a really short flight, right?
Yes.
Because it's got to be down before that's over.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, to go up to 12.5 kilometers and back in more than 15 minutes would be impressive. I would wonder how they did that, unless they just hovered somewhere for a while.
They just
But yeah,
reignited the Raptor at the top of the hill and just pointed
and just sat there. Yeah, so it should be on the order of like less than 10 minutes for this flight for sure. And again, we don't know the exact flight profile. We don't know how they're going to throttle Raptor. I speculated less than 5 minutes earlier, but that was like the most efficient flight profile, which isn't necessarily how they're doing it. So we'll have to, wait and find out. But yeah, very short flight. And the road closures do end at 5, so they have a little bit of room if they need to push a little bit longer. But it'll be close, so we'll wait and see. But yeah, pretty short flight.
Indeed. And Runzi Photography saying heart rate going up. Yes, that's definitely everyone's mind. Mine peaked at 144 for the first attempt earlier today. So we'll see what it peaks at if this thing actually gets off the ground. And Kevin Tran is asking, and again, for everyone who's watching, one thing, sometimes we use a lot of phrases or things that if you don't know what we mean, like if we say LOX and you're not sure that means liquid oxygen, or like this particular example from Kevin Tran asking what does tank farm activity mean. If we ever say something that you're not sure of, tag us at NASASpaceflight and ask us in chat. We're not trying to be elusive or like standoffish with the words that we're using. We just kind of fall into the flow of using the jargon, and this like tank farm activity is actually ours. It's not an industry term.
We made that up.
Well, yeah, we made this up. So please ask us what we mean by certain things. Yeah,
we didn't make up the phrase tank farm, but we kind of it's not like an official part of the timeline. It's just like, oh, that's a thing that we can observe as a third party, so we'll put it on our timeline so we know things are progressing.
Exactly. So yeah, if we do ever say something like that, just let us know, and we will be happy to answer that. So here's another good one. Not specifically this variant of Starship, but we do have a question here asking, everything we've seen from the lunar mock-up of Starship has it covered in white paint.
Yes.
Will they ditch this to save weight in the final version, similar to the Space Shuttle external tank? Is that only lunar Starship? What do we know about that paint scheme?
Yeah, sure. So the Starship you're looking at right now, SN8, in its kind of bare stainless steel look, is probably what most Starship variants will look like, simply because no real reason to need to paint it. And plus, starships, when they re-enter an atmosphere, whether that's Earth's atmosphere or Mars's atmosphere, the paint would all burn away, and therefore it wouldn't be very useful to keep painting starships. Seems unimportant. So I don't think SpaceX is planning to paint those types of starships. So why is the Lunar Starship white? Well, Lunar Starship isn't intended to re-enter an atmosphere ever. It's going to launch on a super heavy booster to get to orbit in the first place. It will travel between Earth orbit and lunar orbit, and then it will make many trips between lunar orbit, either rendezvousing with other crew spacecraft like Orion or the Lunar Gateway Station for NASA's Artemis program, to the lunar surface and then back to lunar orbit a bunch of times. If it needs to refuel, it might do so by coming back to Earth orbit and conducting refueling there before returning to lunar orbit. But none of those steps involve entering an atmosphere, so the paint will stay on the Starship. So I believe, and this of course not officially confirmed, but a reasonable guess as to why they want to paint it white, is for its thermal properties that'll help reflect forms of light and keep the propellant in the tanks at the right temperature, keep it cool, keep it from boiling off. So that is our guess as to why Lunar Starship is white, taking advantage of the fact that it won't need to re-enter, so they can improve their thermal qualities for their fuel tanks. Plus, it gives you an opportunity to put the worm logo on it, which I'm hearing some people are fans of the worm logo. Personally, NASA Meatball logo is better. Jack will fight me on that, but that's another reason.
Actually, Thomas, you know what's even better than the worm or the meatball? The worm ball.
Please, that's just blasphemous.
If you guys don't know, the worm is, of course, the NASA single word font logo. That's nothing else but the typeface. And the meatball is the current NASA logo. It's sort of a throwback to an older design, right? So there's a vociferous debate among space fans which is the superior NASA logo, the worm or the meatball. And I would argue it's the worm ball. No, I'm kidding. It's the worm.
So, and another question here: is there a NASA plane in the air?
No, there is not. So there was, and we were looking at it yesterday. NASA operates, operates a huge fleet of aircraft to support various science missions and supporting spaceflight operations and things like that. But the WB-57 high altitude reconnaissance style aircraft that NASA operates was going to be used to capture some extra imagery of this test flight. Again, Starship is part of the NASA Artemis program as a moon lander, and SpaceX has partnered with NASA on many things like this before. So them working together to help conduct this test flight. And the WB-57 is grounded currently due to a maintenance issue, according to some of the crew members on Twitter. So not a requirement for this flight. They don't need that aircraft in the air to conduct the flight, but it will be grounded for this particular flight. Should they, for some reason, scrub today or have a future test flight that they want that aircraft to be used for, it's possible that the aircraft will come back. But right now, the NASA aircraft is on the ground and not being used for today's flight.
Gotcha. Will the final version of Starship look like this that we see on the launch pad that looks like it's out of the 1950s?
This doesn't look too far off from what a fully operational Starship will look like. There will be some differences, such as it'll have a functional payload section, either with some sort of opening payload bay containing satellites, or a crew section with crew quarters on board, or some other sort of tanker section with just more propellant tanks, things like that. But the overall shape and size is how SpaceX currently plans operational Starships to be. The aero surfaces look as they are planned to be. It has the same Raptor engines, although it'll have 3 more vacuum engines on the bottom as well. But all those engines you can't actually see from this view because they're up underneath the vehicle. Once it lifts off, you'll get a view of those engines peeking out from the bottom. But yeah, for the most part, this is what the Starship is planned to look like. It's not like the previous vehicles, which didn't even have a nose cone on top, and were like half the size of a Starship. This really is the real deal.
As odd as it looks, I mean, it's that thing from childhood that's coming true.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's not, people like to say, yeah, it looks, like a sort of cartoon rocket, and it does. But this design was driven by physics. There's reasons for the control surfaces on the sides. There's reasons to make it big and wide. It's carrying a lot of cargo to a lot of distant places in the solar system, and those control surfaces are very important for how they want to efficiently land this vehicle. And this vehicle has evolved a lot. The previous, the initial versions of what became Starship looked very different for this, and there's a whole lot of coverage on NASASpaceflight.com of how the Starship has evolved from a Mars colonial transporter. They started calling it the Interplanetary Transport System. At one point, it was just the big Falcon rocket, and now it's known as Starship and the Super Heavy Booster, that list system. So, yeah, there's an evolution there, but this vehicle, as cartoonish as it may look, really is designed to be the most effective at what it's designed to do.
Gotcha. Do we know what Starship's gimbal range is for the Raptor engines?
Ooh, I don't know. At least not off the top of my head. It's possible that that's also I mean, they're still working on Raptor and improving Raptor engines, which is kind of demonstrated by the fact that every once in a while we have Raptor aborts on like static fires and obviously the abort yesterday. So the engine is still kind of in the development phase, just like the rest of the vehicle. But I don't think we know the exact gimbal range of what a Raptor engine can really do yet.
Gotcha.
Hey, y'all, I'm going to jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Here. You'll see me working with some feeds. I'm actually recycling all our feeds while we have the downtime, so I'm clearing out buffers and stuff like that, trying to get our latency back together. We're using a couple different technologies, so I'll warn everybody, whenever this thing actually goes, I'm going to be super positive. When this thing launches, it may very well be that our feeds are not all exactly in sync. Sort of cobble this together, and yeah, we'll do the best we can. I'm just trying to get them all back to as close to real time as possible, and not everything is using a proper technology that is really meant for the way we're using it. But like this robot here,
Yeah,
I'm watching the robot. Go ahead.
One of the reasons broadcast cameras are so expensive is they have a variety of things that DSLRs and other cheaper cameras don't have, and one of those things is called gen lock, which means you can lock all of the cameras to the same time code, so all of the cameras are reporting the same time back to the base control unit, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, just like the cameras and blah blah blah. But yeah, point being, in the broadcast world, there's a way that you can sync all the cameras and make sure that everything is just nice and tidy. In this world, where we're stitching together a variety of DSLRs through a variety of modems through a variety of means, we're like 3 layers deep now.
A little tough.
That's what we're looking at. So, but it should be relatively close, right?
I'll see. I'm going to do everything I can to make it close, Jack. But the feed we're looking for right now, this is actually a robotic camera I built in my garage and put it in a Pelican case, shipped it out there. It's weatherproof. It's got a little control unit with its uplink and stuff like that. I can log into it remotely to manage it, and it reports back its health and everything. Mary deployed it out there for us, and she set it up, put it on the tripod, and it's a complicated system of levers and pulleys. Not being a consumer product, a little bit complicated to mount on the tripod. It's not as easy as just screw it in. But we got this thing mounted out here, and I've been completely happy with the way that it's been working for something that I put together in my garage. You see some video hiccups every now and then. You know something? I'm not embarrassed of it. This is a robot that's deployed out there. We haven't been able to touch this. We haven't done anything with this robot for almost 48 hours. The last time we went out there and checked on it, and it's still giving us a really nice video feed live from the danger zone, the place where no humans can be. So anyways, I'm working on some stuff like that. If you see a couple little hiccups in the feed, that's me here in the background. Pay no attention to the guy behind the curtain. But anyways, y'all keep on keeping on. I really appreciate y'all handling the questions and stuff like that while I work on the back end here.
Absolutely.
Not quite as nice a camera as Mary's camera, though. Mary's camera is a little bit further away, but the colors and the sharpness are definitely a little bit better than that robot.
Yep. And it looks like We should be expecting to see that frost ring fairly soon. Again on Starship SN8's aft section as it transitions into liquid oxygen tank. That's normally the next sign that we see at this point. And as far as we can tell, all systems on Starship remain go, although we don't get like an official SpaceX countdown net. The one they provide does not have a ton of commentary, but no hold points so far, so that's a good sign.
Yeah. Hey, Jack, if you got me... Oh, you actually just stopped it recording. Maybe you saw that on the screen. You had maybe left that recording for a little while. Check your memory card.
Off of there. Sorry about that.
Whoa. It's all good, Jack. I caught it. I just wanted to let you know. There we go. Now it's back. I don't know if that burned a bunch of memory space or if you're still good to go on memory space or whatever. Just wanted to let you know.
I'm good to go. I stopped it myself.
Good deal. Y'all, again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're sort of like the calm before the storm, a little bit of a lull. We got all hyped up, and we were ready for Starship to go. We got down to T-minus 2 minutes, and then that hold called by SpaceX. We did hear that earlier launch attempt was early enough in the window that they've got time for a recycle. So now we're tracking a new T-minus 0, maybe about 20 minutes here. I'm wondering if that's going to hold. We should see the tri-venting coming up here in a few minutes. If that T-minus 20 is going to hold, let's watch for a Starship start to grow that ice ring around the bottom, about the middle of the bottom fins. Look at the main body and look for an ice ring start to form. And we'll look for some venting. Hopefully we see the tri-vent kick up, and all of that would be an indication that they're continuing to march forward. But look at this fantastic view. The sun starts to go down. Mary's over here. She's miles away in a safe zone away from the rocket. But look how the air is cleared up. And people are like, oh, geez, it's out of focus, this, that, the other. It's like, now, come on. Do you know how many hours we've watched this? It's actually just that amount of atmosphere, miles of clear air or miles of air between the camera lens and the actual objective, Starship SN8 over there. And as the sun starts to go down, we get a lot less of that atmospheric roiling, and it looks absolutely fantastic right now. So,
indeed, and that is an ice ring forming, if my eyes do not deceive me.
Yeah, there is. You're right.
It's almost like I timed that or something. You know the guy that turns around and points at the rocket? It's like that, but with ice rings.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Small bone to pick, Toss. I'm sorry, but you brought it up. That like guy points at the rocket thing. It's cool and all, but I see it posted like every so often. Someone's like, "This is the best shot that ever happened ever," and there's a cut in there. There's a cut. Like the editor made it look better than it actually was in real life. It was still cool, but it wasn't like they perfectly timed it. If I'm remembering correctly, which hopefully that's a sufficient hedge in case I'm wrong, there is a cut in that video, and therefore I am much less impressed by it. Anyways, back to Starship. I sure hope this thing launches today. I apologize. It's my inner editor nerd coming out and being like, well, actually, meh. Like, sorry.
Hey, it's all good. Y'all, we're continuing to stand by here. Like I said, so many super chats and stuff like that coming in. Some really nice things people are saying here. Let me see. I had a couple that I wanted to read out really quickly. Kids Virtual Yoga. That's an interesting name. Kids Virtual Yoga saying, your authenticity and excitement for launches is contagious. Thank you for inspiring the next generation. You all are doing great and important work. Virtual Yoga, thank you so much for the kind words. We can turn that $5 around and turn it into things like camera and data and stuff like that, so we can keep these live streams coming. But we cannot say thank you enough for the kind words. Your authenticity and excitement for launches is contagious. That really does mean a lot to us. Thank you so much.
Well, then get ready to hear a scream of excitement from me when this thing takes off, and then I am not responsible for whatever my reaction is when it leaves.
Do we need a headphone warning at liftoff?
I might actually take the headphone off and just let you listen in ambient.
There you go. Chris, just walk a couple rooms away. Leave your microphone on. That's fine. And leave it at your desk. Go to the other room, maybe in the bedroom. Put your mouth into a closet where all the clothes are hanging, and then watch the stream and react. And then we'll get a nice level volume from you that won't blow out all the headphone users.
Which is the thing that you sent me or that you're going to send me the link to, right? To buy.
Absolutely. Hey, here's another one from Biff French right here. It says, "Nerds, thanks for helping inspire our next generation of space nerds. My daughters are watching while drawing their own versions of the rocket ship. That right there is absolutely fantastic." Thank you so much, Biff French. I hope you and the daughters are doing well and enjoying the coverage over here. These fantastic views. Look at that. It looks like a rocket ship that I would have drawn when I was a kid. Oh, geez. I wonder. Yeah, I'll have to look for. I have some old DOS artwork around here somewhere. I don't think I'll be able to find it for this stream, but my mom, who's probably watching the stream, sent me some old pictures of planes and stuff that I drew because I always wanted to be an aerospace engineer. And my dear sweet mother, I'm very lucky to have her, kept those. 40 years old now, actually a little bit more, and she sent those to me the other day, and it was really nice to have. So when your daughters are done with those drawings, no one will fault you. Take those things, put them someplace safe, and turn them back around. Give them back to them one day, maybe for Christmas or something, because it really does mean a lot. Thank you for the kind words there. Here's another one. And it says, "We're Not in Wonderland" is the name. 777, love listening to you guys, not only because of the super insightful commentary, but because you're all just genuinely nice people. Thank you so much. We're Not in Wonderland. Thank you for the kind. I mean, I'm going to say it. That's sort of what I say. Thank you for the kind words, because I can't say anything into this microphone that really expresses what that means to us. Thank you so much for that. I am just sort of scrolling through here. Y'all are being so nice to us here.
As our like nervous lull before the, I noticed we all got really silent because I think our nervous lull kicked in.
Yeah. that adrenaline, it's like a lull in the adrenaline. I guarantee you it's going to be kicking back up here. Look at this. Here's one from Sharif Muhammad saying, "I am watching from Japan. I've been up all night. Hopefully we will see successful tests today. Thank you guys for your efforts and inspiration." Hey, Sharif, I apologize if I mispronounced your name there, but thank you so much for the support all the way from Japan. I love to see where people are watching from.
Which I believe, Japan's is a 14-hour difference, I think, from the Eastern time zone. They just crossed 15 minutes. They just called out over the net.
Excellent.
But yeah, I think Japan is a 14-hour time difference from the eastern seaboard of the U.S., so that places it at 7 a.m. local-ish, 7 or 6 a.m. local, something like that.
Wow.
So yeah, up all night. Wow, thank you.
I mean, that's really cool. You can hop on your favorite streaming service and you can binge watch your favorite show or whatever, 18 episodes in a row or whatever. Here we've been live for 9 hours and 58 minutes. We're just about to cross over 10 hours. How many episodes is that, right? If you're watching a series of something. That's fantastic. If you join in and this is the sort of place you get the set glued to and you don't want to change it, hey, you're welcome here anytime. So
Indeed. And again, we are counting down. And maybe this is a good point to talk a little bit about what the overall flight profile is supposed to be and what we're... Oh, sorry, I just saw someone with a super chat that said we should have an overlay for Chris G's heart rate. No, you
we can
don't,
do that, right?
I don't want cold
Taz is like, wait, I know how to stream this.
Oh no, that's absolutely possible. That's a big thing on Twitch where streamers will have like a heart rate monitor, and you can get a heart rate monitor that reports back. You can put it into your overlay and display it right on the stream. Heck, we could issue heart rate monitors to all the NASA spaceflight team and see who's cool as a cucumber.
Whoever said that in chat, look what you've done. Look what idea you've given us.
Well, not only that, I know exactly what it was. It was Scott Webster, and it came with $5 Canadian to make it happen.
There you go.
Okay, so we should be seeing the tri-vent, which is where we see those 3 big vents from the aft section of Starship start up any minute now.
Look at that. It's already starting a little bit right there, see? Not the full-on vent, but we've got a little bit of vapors coming off.
Still tracking just under 13 minutes until launch.
Are we talking about heart rates? I'm at 97 BPM right now.
Of course, Jack checks his heart rate. Does
All
it check your
right.
caffeine level too?
The caffeine levels are too high.
Hydrate, Jack. Hydrate. Stay safe out there.
Oh man, I think Jack's beating me right now in the heart rate department.
No,
I'm
Chris is
checking.
picking
I'm
too.
checking. Oh man, I'm 97. So close.
Oh, experimental error. I mean, is that in the error bars?
Yeah.
It's within the margin of error, as pollsters would say, right?
Again, y'all,
and-
we're. Oh, go ahead, Chris. I was gonna
Oh,
say
yeah,
we're
no,
about
I-
11 minutes here.
Yeah, and I was actually gonna pick
All
right
right,
up on
drive
that.
There it is.
Try event. There we
Yep.
go. Right at the 12-minute mark. So perfect. Yeah. So I think what's good is to talk a little bit about what this flight's goals are and maybe what the anticipation and expectation is. Because it's supposed to ignite all three of its Raptor engines, leave the ground, pitch out very slightly, and head out over the Gulf of Mexico, accelerating to a velocity that will allow it to then coast up to 12.5 kilometers. So it doesn't fire its engines for the full 12.5 kilometer duration, fires them just enough to get up to 12.5 kilometers, and then coast the rest of the way up. Then it has to reorient itself into a belly flop skydiver position using its aero surfaces, and then use those aero surfaces to control itself and its trajectory as it comes back down toward the landing pad, and then about 1.5 kilometers above the ground, maybe a bit higher. This is based on what it was in the last update over a year ago. It'll reignite those Raptor engines and do a very quick translation from the skydiver belly flop position, which is horizontal, to vertical like you see it now, deploy its landing legs, and touch down. Now, that's what's supposed to happen. Thomas,
Yes.
expectations?
Das, you go first.
I think it's going to launch. I mean, SpaceX knows how to launch things off the pad. We've seen the hops. We've seen them fly up. I think that part of the launch is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to make it up to an altitude. Is it going to be exactly 12.5? Is it going to be 12, 13? Is it going to coast a little bit more? They'll probably get pretty close. Those things are pretty well known. The big unknown is going to be that belly flop maneuver. So when they get Starship into that belly flop and they start using those fins, they start using the flaps, they start actuating things, they try to relight those Raptors. The belly flop and the relights are sort of the unknowns here, the things that I think are the big challenge. And if they can get through the belly flop, and if they can get through the Raptor relight, because you're doing a belly flop, the rocket rapidly changing attitude, and then trying to relight the Raptor engines, where's the fuel at? Is it in the right place? Is it where the fuel pickup is? I'm sure they've thought about it, but if they can get through those two things, they can get those Raptors back online. I think they've got a really good chance of landing this thing. Thomas, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you're more optimistic than I am, but I keep saying that, and then I keep remembering that I've literally been wrong with every Starship test before this. So I hope that you're right, and I hope they really do have a decent chance to land this thing, and that they do. Personally, that landing maneuver, getting it right the very first time, seems unlikely. Not impossible by any means, but unlikely. I bet they'll learn some key thing about that maneuver and maybe get it right the next time, but I think the first time is not going to work. Let's see if I'm completely wrong, and I would be happy to be wrong in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you noticed, I didn't actually make a guesstimate as to what the percentage was. I just said what
Right.
I thought the challenges were.
Yeah.
Yeah, holy moly. If it lands, full disclosure, I have no idea what my reaction would be. If it actually sticks the landing, we will definitely see. The audio net from SpaceX is very quiet, which is good. Quiet SpaceX counts are good things.
That is something that has stayed consistent between the Falcon vehicles and Starship. Quiet countdown net is a good countdown net.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. again, y'all, look at that clock up in the upper left-hand corner. Based on the information we have, that is, we're trying to match that to our own stream here. It won't be exactly right. And so what we usually do is we usually pull that right beforehand. It's almost impossible for us to give you an exact count when we're not piped directly into SpaceX and put all the video feeds together and that sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
we're less than 8 minutes away from the launch. Let's put it that way, hoping we get that that launch to go this time.
Yeah, SpaceX has not published a 2-second launch time. They said 4:45 p.m. Central Time, but we don't know what the seconds are within that minute. So,
right,
their audio feed has a delay. We don't know how long, so we have to sort of guess when entering our own T-minus time.
Good deal. So we're just sort of sitting here. We got the robot deployed to Boca Chica. You can see that's actually looking at the top of Starship as it would fall through the atmosphere. The heat shields would be on the far side from the robot's perspective. Then Mary, at that angled shot over there, really gives you some perspective in that venting where you see the tri-vent down on the bottom. Be watching the top of the vehicle up there. We may see some venting from the top. We've already got a really nice frost ring forming around the middle. That's, again, the atmosphere down there in Texas. Whoa. Stand by. Freezing to the side of the rocket, but looking good at T-minus 6.5 minutes right now.
The SpaceX countdown, it just announced that the maritime zone is clear at this time, so it sounds like another good sign as the countdown proceeds.
Indeed it is.
It looks cool. It looks really cool. It's just cascading out of the bottom. It looks like an active vehicle. It looks like it's ready to go somewhere. Like if you see like movies or sci-fi or whatever and CGI, and it's like, oh, here's what this rocket, look at all this stuff cascading off the side. It almost looks like CGI because it doesn't look like a traditional rocket, but
I know. I'm getting goosebumps again. Like, oh my gosh. Like that also might be because the temperature's dropping because it's nightfall here, but never mind. No, my excitement level. Oh man, this is going to be great. Crossing 6 minutes. Whoo.
Yep, y'all hang in there. Hoping the range is clear. Everybody out there being responsible and not taking a boat over there or something like that where they don't need to be. Hoping all the systems are checking out correctly. We'd really love to see this launch happen here today. We're live all day yesterday, all day today. Looks like the tour boat's going back out there on Jack's feed. We'll bring that up. But here we are coming up on 5 minutes. Let's see what we get.
All right, now inside T-minus 5 minutes and counting. In the business end of the countdown, last time we held at 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So hopefully to get farther than that, hopefully all the way down to 0 for a liftoff. But everything looks to be on track right now as far as technical items and the range surrounding Starship. Everything appears go at this time.
Indeed, and the SpaceX net confirming that as they crossed the 5-minute mark prior to liftoff there.
Excellent. Again, y'all, if you are just joining us, we are just under 5 minutes away from the potential liftoff of the first high-altitude Starship test flight, part of what will, of course, be a series of SpaceX test flights for Starship development, but a very exciting test flight with a potentially exciting ending, whether it's an incredible landing or, well, a landing that's incredible for different reasons, we don't know, but surely to be exciting. And again, if it doesn't go perfectly, it's a test flight, completely okay. SpaceX will learn from it and move on. But lots of risk in this flight, but it should be awesome to see.
In fact, there could be a lot to be said for it not going right being the best outcome for this particular test, based on how it, based on what they could learn from it. But yes, definitely, once it leaves the pad, it will be exciting one way or the other.
Yes.
Once it gets airborne, it's going to be exciting. That's exactly right. There we go.
I mean, it's already exciting right now, to be fair, but it'll be even more exciting.
God, when the haze goes away, Mary with
this
camera,
shot was...
it's the best shot.
We had some serious heat distortion from this shot earlier. Right now, it's just picture perfect gorgeous.
It absolutely is. This is This is just beautiful. Even if we're just sitting here watching this thing, like look at the shine all the way down the side, and then the new little parts where it glints at the connection of the flaps. It's just you can see the reflection off the side of that. It's just a cool looking thing. Oh wow.
All
2
right.
minutes, 40-something seconds, roughly. Again, remember, our clock may not be exactly right. It'll launch when you look at it and it's launching. Okay, that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull our countdown clock at T-minus 2 minutes.
Sounds good.
We don't want to misinform anyone.
Yep. It just
Yeah.
it feels like it's ready to go. You know.
Yep.
It does.
There's
It
nothing
really does.
more chomping at the bit than a venting spacecraft. Absolutely.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
guys, I'm going to jump off comms. Good luck to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Hit like, hit subscribe if you haven't already. See you guys.
Good luck and Godspeed, Jack.
Okay,
Good deal, Jack. We'll be here watching your feed. Thank you for being out there.
We also just got a message of Mary taking control of her camera, so the NSF team is pressing for flight, as they say.
All right, and we are passing the. Oh man, they are past the point where they held earlier in the day. This is good.
This is true.
According to the net, they're on.
Yeah.
So everything is good right now, according to SpaceX.
Hey, everybody operating a camera, Brady's on there, Michael's on there, Mary's on there. If you're operating a camera, you're clear to take your cameras over. It's in your hands now. And we will see. I'll be watching all the feeds here, and we will see what we get. See some TVC checks. That's actually Mary doing the rocket blessing. You have to make sure that the tripod is unlocked. I'm not kidding. I would always do this down to the K.
Yeah, we do the same thing.
Yep, you have to. You sort of make sure the pan's unlocked, the little screw's not tightened down. Make sure the tilt is unlocked, and make sure you're all ready to go before the launch, so you don't try to track the rocket. And no, it's launch. Absolutely right. It's literally the rocket blessing.
So we are under a minute now.
Here we go, y'all.
See that nose cone venting?
Oh yeah. Look at that.
All right, the official, yep. Countdown net still saying everything good. Man, oh man.
And remember that countdown clock may be delayed. The countdown net might be delayed.
We'll be full screen on this right here.
All right, under 30 according to the count.
Big vent.
Big vent.
Just saw a spurt from the tri-vent. There's another spurt. This is absolutely gorgeous. I can't get over this shot.
Oh. Wow! It lifted off! It lifted off! Oh my god, it lifted off! Oh my god.
Folks, it's going! Look at that! Wow!
Holy! Oh my god,
Mary,
they're 20 seconds into flight.
Look at that! Gosh. Such a fantastic track there! The blue sky, look at the sun glinting off the fins! Oh, wow!
Oh my gosh, this is unreal. Look at it go! Oh my god! Look at that go! What are we seeing here?
The robotic track is even online right now. Michael tracking it with the robot. Mary still has it right there in frame. You can see the three. Look at the three Raptors. No way.
Vehicle looks rock solid to this point, guys.
Oh my gosh, it really is looking rock solid. The SpaceX net is very quiet, which is good. This is unbelievable.
The South Padre Island robot has it, y'all. That is from South Padre Island, 6 miles away. Look at that. Brady, no way. Back to Mary's track. The rocket's going faster and faster. Starship's picking up speed here, so you got to move the tripod faster and faster. It gets so difficult to track these things handheld. Oh Mary, you are doing a fantastic job. I cannot even... Wow.
Mary's doing a great job again. I just want to say the SpaceX net is quiet. Oh.
Look at the effects
they
there.
lost a raptor. They lost a raptor.
Oops. There was a flame out there.
And there's a fire inside the cavity, but it looks like it's out or being extinguished. I don't know. It's having some issues, but it's not over yet.
Yep. Stand by.
Oh,
there
my
it is
goodness.
from South Padre. You can actually see a different effect, like some angles from there. Look at that.
Two raptors still going strong. One raptor either was shut down on purpose or was lost.
Yeah, that could have been intentional to control loads on the vehicle. Completely possible.
Look at Jack, y'all. Everybody is doing such
the
a fantastic
to
job.
Be under good control.
What are we seeing, guys? This is incredible. Oh my gosh.
It's not flipping out. It's still under control. No. Look at that.
I still got it on the robot.
I know.
Holy moly.
It's going so slow. At least it looks like it.
Gosh. No way.
They looked. Oh my goodness. Look at this.
It looks like the robot out at South Padre Island might have actually run into the roof. It can't look up enough anymore. Starship is so high.
Condensation coming off of it.
Look at that. So it's going through 30s. It's going through that area, right, where we always. Oh, another raptor has shut down. They're on one raptor now.
This might be intentional. This might
and
be
again,
that would make sense.
Look at it. Yeah, look at it. Oh my goodness.
It's intentional.
Look, y'all, real quick, what you can see, the trail behind it, the way that the plume is going versus the engine, it's not flying straight up anymore. It's actually sliding sideways. Wow. It's almost just hovering. It
is
going up.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. Okay, so
This would make sense why my flight time estimation was way off. I didn't think they would do something like this, but it makes sense now that we're seeing it.
But this makes sense. It really, really does. Oh my goodness.
It's just hovering. It's sliding sideways.
I also just want to point out that the Raptor has been firing continuously for 4.5 minutes at this point.
Wow.
The Raptor engine that is still firing.
And you can see it gimbling. Vehicle looks good.
You can. Well, maybe they're getting it, or oh man, this is so cool.
Yep.
Now the big thing will be when that final engine shuts down and the vehicle orients itself for the belly flop. That's what we're waiting for next, I think.
Look at Mary's angle.
And there we go. Shut down.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Belly flop.
Oh, look at that.
Look at the vapor.
Oh,
what?
What is it doing? Oh my God! The fins are moving. The fins are moving it.
What?
Oh my God! It's stable. It's stable.
It looks like it's going sideways. It's like, Mary, this is a fantastic track.
Mary, this is amazing. It is stable, guys. It is stable.
Look at this.
Doing its belly flop. Two
different angles. Mary's got it from the angle on the side. Jack's got it from South Padre Island.
I got it on the robot too.
Oh my goodness. Look at this. It has successfully reoriented. Its aero surfaces are successfully controlling it as it falls back to Earth.
Wow.
We oh my goodness. The next major milestone is Raptor reignition, guys.
Look at this.
Mary, this is
at this point. This is already a win for SpaceX. This is all a bonus at this point.
Oh yeah, anything past this point is a bonus. You're exactly right, Thomas. This is incredible. An incredible track. Look at that.
Gosh.
I don't know what else to say.
I mean, it's not moving. This is rock solid right now.
It's not
oh my gosh.
It's not rocking or anything like that. It's stable.
Coming up on Raptor reignition here. Oh, here it comes through the cloud. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at Mary's shot.
Look how nice and slow it's coming down. That is drag at work. This is why they fly this way.
The vents.
It relit. Oh,
and the flip.
It did the flip. Oh my God, the landing legs. Oh,
no way.
No way. No way. Oh. Oh, so
wow.
close.
Did not quite slow down enough.
Oh my god, so close! So close. Flight time was 6 minutes 42 seconds. So close.
Wow!
Look at that.
That looked pretty good.
Look at Mary's shot. No, Mary's camera. Look at Mary's camera.
Look at that. Look at that.
Wow. You can see parts of it there.
Josh, go to
Y'all, the impact affected the robot. We lost signal from the robot at this moment.
Oh,
look, we're still getting some frames from it.
Look.
I still have control. It should come back.
Okay. Just stick it there. We lost a lot of frames. The robot's recording locally as well, but at the time, 1.5, 1.6 miles away, we actually lost signal from the robot.
I've got it locked on the landing zone up tight right now. It just has not come through yet.
Perfect.
I lost.
Look at this. Jack!
Oh my god!
Oh,
I'm shaking.
this Mary's angle right here from the backside, looking at it this way, this is amazing.
You can see that the launch site itself is fine. So
Yeah.
this is a very good.
This
I mean,
is
it's not,
probably
it's not
the best outcome
result,
short of
but
a perfect landing.
yeah, this is a very good outcome in terms of the test campaign.
I don't know about you guys. That was as dang near perfect. That went way farther into it than I thought. That was an SpaceX is now saying awesome test. Congrats, Starship team on their stream.
That was insane.
That was insane.
How long it took.
Watching the replays of the landing, it does look like Raptor was struggling during that landing burn, would explain the excess velocity upon impact, if you will.
But guys, let's just... It lifted off, it got to apogee, it reoriented, it controlled itself, it relit the Raptors, and it flipped itself into play. Oh my god, what didn't they do on this test? I don't know what they didn't succeed in.
Look at our frame rate off the robot. That robot was 1.6 miles away, and we lost the live signal from the robot. It was stuck on a fireball. We are getting a little bit of transition from it there. We'll have to harden those robots against impact. Y'all, we'll have to work on that with the robot. Look at Mary's shot.
Good
Oh
tweet
my
from Eric
God.
Berger. Starhopper survives again.
Oh!
Starhopper lives again.
Hey,
Oh my
Brady,
gosh.
can we get a tight shot from the long-range camera? Just see what the tightest shot we can get on the long-range camera is and get a little bit of altitude. Look down on the shot a little bit here.
Wait, sorry, Jack, are you still with us too? Sorry.
I think Jack is hopefully still with us, like in real life. Like he hasn't
Oh, yes.
over or something like that.
Okay.
I cannot believe what that looked like.
Say 100% no question. It was the coolest thing I have ever seen in my entire life.
Jack, what did it feel like? What did it sound like from that perspective? My gosh.
Can't talk.
Look, the tent got blown in half. The tent there next to the orbital landing pad, it's got a split in the side on the long-range camera here. Am I seeing that correctly?
I see that too. I can't tell if that was how it was before, if that was damage. I can't tell.
Yeah,
It is worth pointing out that the SpaceX stream now says SN9 up next.
Is that what they said?
And they just closed the
SN9 up
stream.
next,
Official
and they
coverage.
closed the stream.
No way.
It is also worth pointing out, and from the SpaceX views as well, the vehicle literally landed in the middle of the landing pad.
Yeah, it
Like
was
they hit the bullseye, they were just not slowing down fast enough.
It was vertical. I mean, it was
vertical.
Position to land. It just didn't slow down enough. I wonder if one Raptor underperformed, or did they have one Raptor that
It
didn't?
looked like when they started up, it looks like the Raptor never fully started properly during the landing burn. If I obviously we gotta go see a bunch of replays, wait for Elon to say things, but that's what it looked like from my semi-expert third-party viewing.
And if I'm remembering the sequence of what we saw correctly, it's
We lost Jack there. Jack is.
Yeah, Jack, you really can't talk, and it might not be your fault. I think it's the internet.
Sorry, man, it kind of went out. I saw at least 2 Raptors reignite in the air.
Yes.
Did anyone? Wow. Yes, so that confirms that at least one of them was shut down on purpose during the midair flight, which of course is exactly what they did. I mean, based on what the flight profile was, that was insane.
Hey, I'm going to say out loud, Jack, if I got you on comms real quick, no need to respond. You're clear to shut your feed down. You've got awesome footage on that camera. I've lost your feed here, but you're clear to pack that thing up and you start getting some of that stuff going here. Get a tweet out. I know you're taking still photos as well. So Jack, you focus on getting that stuff out. Also, Mary out there, if you've got some pictures that you took, do not worry about your live stream right now. It looks fantastic. If you need to steal a modem off that thing, steal a modem and get some photos uploaded, tweet them out. The live stream's fantastic. I appreciate this. We got coverage from the robot. We got coverage on the long range camera. I want the 2 human camera operators that are out there. If you've got something to share, get those things uploaded. Do not worry about your live feed. We got some good coverage here. So this is just no way. I cannot believe.
I'm trying to like think of words to say. I'm struggling to do that right now.
Yeah, can I just say one thing though? I know there's going to be a lot of speculation about the Raptors on ascent shutting down. Before this test, I was understanding that it was going to be a several-minute test, which was a lot longer than most of the predictions based on 3 Raptors firing. So that would explain why it was so long. I mean, it's very possible there were anomalies. I don't know for sure, but I think the Raptors shutting down on ascent was expected.
And it makes sense to control your acceleration because 3 Raptors at full thrust is a lot of power. So I would understand completely if that's how they kind of manage their throttling on the way up.
Yeah, and like what I think we can safely say that at least one of the
That was Jack coming through there. Yes. Everybody's uploading these pictures right now. I mean, the network's going to go down, and we're trying to make sure we support Jack and Mary. So I'm not going to expect this feed to be online for much longer. We may be on the robot. We are having a little bit of difficulties with the robot feed, but we want Mary to get that footage out and get her tweets going and all the pictures and stuff like that ASAP. So I'm going to pull the coverage back over to our robotic feeds right here, and there you go. There's the robot. Mary, you're clear to do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, in a second you'll see the framing correct itself. What happened was I actually tracked it about 80% of the way, and it seems like the Raptor causes signal interference or something. And as it reignited, I just lost control over it. So I spammed the preset button that I had planned to do, and just in time the camera moved back. I mean, it was seconds before it exploded, but it got basically the entire landing excitement, so that was good.
Good deal. We're on the robotic feed right now. That robot did record what it saw locally, so even though we lost the uplink there, hey, SpaceX, I feel you on the drone ships now, okay? I have a robot here that was 1.6 miles away and we lost the uplink. So not going to give SpaceX too much heat. We still have the long-range robot online as well, this from 6 miles away at South Padre Island, and that's still live. Yeah, that is a moving feed right there. Chat, what do y'all think of that? Oh, wow. God. Yeah, SpaceX said, Manny, over there in chat, what's up next? SN9, SpaceX did say, SN9, you're next. That is exactly what they said.
SN9 nervously watching this flight, but...
As a joke, we could check in with SN9 over there, but let's not do that because this is a fantastic view from South Padre, 6 miles away from that LZ. And look at that. Feed from the robot seems to be stabilizing there. You can see the debris in the background. Do you see the pieces of the one big piece of SN8 that's there? Wow.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah.
I'm still honestly speechless. Like I feel like the tweet I just sent out. Like this is my Force Ghost speaking to you. Like absolutely incredible.
Really quickly, Doss, if you go back to my robot, sorry about that.
Okay.
I think, oh, it's the flare stack. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, there's some venting for the flare stack. Never mind.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, I will.
The wrong feed.
You know, I do just want to say again to everyone who tracked those robots, to those of Brady and Michael behind the scenes tracking from there, Mary and Jack in the field. Oh my gosh, all of you did outstanding work tracking that. That was incredible.
It was because it went so slow. I mean, I wasn't. I had it.
Here we go. Here we break from Elon Musk. Successful ascent, switch over to header tanks, and precise flap control to landing point. That sounds like a successful test to me.
Yep. God. Jack, I'm not sure there's any bandwidth in South Padre Island right now. You are the most excited robot I have ever heard.
He's emoting finally. He's emoting finally.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looking around, is that a tent?
Yeah, I was looking at the tent. The tent is definitely taking a hit.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
Yep.
Tents are pretty easily replaceable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the important thing is the massive majority of that infrastructure is intact.
Looks like it, yeah.
A huge win. And man, does that demonstrate confidence in the system, doesn't it? That it hit the, well, I mean, literally hit, but I mean, came down and nailed that landing target.
Have to
that accuracy.
Super chat collection for SpaceX to get a new tent. Wow. Oh, look, I mean, hey, with the sun going down, the robot is getting some really cool lighting out there right now. Signal is still a little bit wacky, but look at that. God. You know, like I haven't read a lot of I mean, I know there's super chats and stuff like that. We haven't read a super chat in a while. This was just a crazy event, and I'm going to say the same thing. Chris, everybody that was operating something, Brady was operating the long-range camera. Michael was on the robot that was there in the red zone. Mary and Jack were both doing handheld, like manual tracks, tripod tracks. And I'm looking over at my video wall, and every single one of them had it. And I'm like, what do I choose? I don't know what to show. A couple times I showed the robot having it just to show that the robot had it, and then went right back to Mary. That was, God.
I honestly, I mean, people ask me this, and I am very happy to say this after the fact too. I was asked so many times, as we all were, what did we think would be the outcome? I really thought they would have problems with the stability on the way down. I am incredibly happy to see that they don't. I mean, that just really speaks to a large part of where this system is. But the thing I really, really want to focus on, that one Raptor fired for close to 5 total minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That is great. Because, I mean, these Raptors, these Methalox, high-power engines like this, they're beasts. They're outright beasts. And to see it function so long, yes.
Yeah,
I don't know what the biggest win of today was, but that was definitely one of them.
You know what was the biggest win of today? Doss's past 3 months of hard work. Because it worked.
That too. It worked.
It worked.
Doss, yes, thank you. Big round of applause in chat for Doss. All of this tracking, all of these cameras. This was Doss putting that all together.
Like a couple of $1,000 running a live stream with at one point 150,000 people watching. That is what you call making do with not a lot of money. And people say you need expensive equipment to pull things off, and that's just not true.
Yeah. Y'all, thank you for that. This is you know, I was hoping that we'd have one feed online, and all 4 feeds stayed online. We had the robots out there doing the track. It was when I looked over and I saw that the robot was frozen on a fireball. I was like, I'll take it, whatever. But thank y'all for saying that. I've done a lot of work on these things, just sort of putting things together, and I wouldn't have been able to done it whatever. Jeez. It's like a NASCAR driver now. I wouldn't have been able to do it without all the people doing super chats and giving us the budget so that we could put some of these ideas together and see how they worked. I'm super happy with it. We'll review the data. We'll make some improvements. We'll need a blast hardened robot, I guess. But thank y'all for sharing this with me. My face hurts. Oh, look, they're spraying. They've actually got a water spray going now.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I've been grinning ear to ear, like literally my cheeks hurt from smiling so much the last 30 minutes, hour, whatever it is. This is just, God. I was working on bringing up a replay. I'm trying to get that spooled up here so we can actually spool over and look at some replays really
Up,
quick.
here we go. We got more info from Elon Musk. Fuel header tank pressure was low during the landing burn, causing touchdown velocity to be high and a RUD, but we got all the data we needed. Congrats to the SpaceX team. Hell yeah.
There you go.
So it looks like so when we were seeing the Raptor maybe struggling near the end, it probably wasn't actually the engine, it was header tank pressure, and the engine probably wasn't getting the fuel it needed.
Yeah, it wouldn't get enough fuel, exactly.
That makes sense.
Which is even amazing. Like, I just want to point that out. Like, I mean, because the way this system works is that guaranteed Raptor relight. You know, the ability of the Raptors to just fire and fire and fire and fire. And if it was a header tank issue and not a Raptor issue, wow. Like, hats off to the Raptor teams. I mean, wow.
You can actually, there we go, yeah. Hey, if the robot completely freezes or something like that, let me know. I'm going to be focusing over here, and I may not be watching that feed in real time, but just let me know if there's something I need to jiggle, okay?
No worries. Just a big thank you from the entire NASA Spaceflight team to the rest of the NASA Spaceflight team who was there and provided coverage for this. Thank you to everyone who tuned in and sends super chats and memberships and just tunes in to support us. We're glad that we were able to bring coverage of this to you. Glad you were hanging out with us for it. And I'm already ready for SN9 whenever SN9 is ready. This has been incredible and a huge win for SpaceX. I know it wasn't perfect, but literally this is better than anyone could have reasonably expected. So a big day for SpaceX and can't wait to see what's next.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. I'm happy. Like, I don't know what I'm grinning, Dosh, just like you said. Like, I can't stop smiling.
Hurts. I'm not kidding. Like, my face hurts from grinning from ear to ear like a school kid. I mean, geez, what a thing to see.
And just to confirm, it looked like it was a 2 Raptor landing burn, including the flip. If I'm just briefly checking, so I don't know if we already mentioned that, but
I think we were guessing. I think we had to confirm it, but yeah.
Yeah, I just went back and checked, and it did look like 2 engines.
And one more tweet from Elon says, "Mars, here we come."
Indeed.
I don't know if that was a threat to nuke Mars via Starship belly flop, but you know.
Okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna do this a little quick and dirty here. Michael, could you bring the lower third off the overlay and give us the replay marker? Because I've got the replay spooled up here, and I'm gonna see. I put this together really fast and I didn't have time to paint it. It's not to scale, but let me see how I can get these replays going so we can review what we just saw
on the replay marker. I have to quickly edit what happened, and then I'll put it up.
Gotcha. And I don't have exactly where this is yet. Let me make sure I get right to the right time. T minus whatever. Both robots. There's that. All right around there. And hey, the fastest way for me to do this was to bring up our own live stream and scroll it back. So pulling source footage servers and stuff like that. I mean, whatever. I literally just pulled this over here. And Michael, tell me when you're ready.
We're good to go.
Okay, good to go. So this is a replay. This is the replay starting off on Mary's camera here of SN8, the flight of SN8 here, right there. And this should be just a few seconds before liftoff, as seen by Mary, this unique angle. Oh, that big vent, and then how it pulls the big vent down when the pressure changes. Gosh, that looks cool. Get your mouse off the screen, Dosh. Jeez.
Mary absolutely nailed the tracking, and this
Oh,
is
she did.
her first
That was-
time
yeah.
ever tracking a rocket launch, I think.
She nailed
Yep.
it.
And
She absolutely
oh
did.
yeah.
God, look
That
at
thing
that.
just looked surreal coming off the pad.
You can see the diamonds in the exhaust,
And the
Thomas.
mock diamonds are gorgeous. Starship, the flaps are shining.
You can see them moving now. Look, they launched in the deployed position, and you can see them folding during the flight here. Is
Are
it
the
rolling?
flaps adjusting, or is the vehicle just, or is that just the light reflecting differently?
I don't know. We'll have to look at that again.
It would make more sense to control with
Either
like
way.
engine gimbal, right? But
Yeah.
Depending on the pitch rate, you might move them for load relief
I
during ascent.
guess.
Oh yeah, because the shuttle did that, right?
The shuttle did that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
All right, take shuttle off the bingo card. We finally said it.
Oh, Thomas, we said it like 30 seconds
Oh,
after.
did we miss?
live
Oh yeah,
this
I guess we
morning.
talked about
Yeah.
shuttle earlier. You're right.
Oh, even that, like right at sunrise when Doss and I were on here.
I wasn't on yet. My bad. My bad.
That was the long range camera. That was Brady tracking that one. I switched over there just for a second to show it, then back over to Mary's. And this is really where it starts moving so quickly. Mary's getting hit by the sound here, and it really does become difficult to keep a steady track when it's your hand on the tripod, keeping this thing in frame. Look at that.
Now that was the shutdown of one of them. Now that's the one we're not. Now that one relit when it came back to the ground based on the cameras inside that SpaceX had. So that was
intentional.
Intentional ones, yeah.
And it makes it. We've seen rocket engines kind of flame out when they shut down. That's not necessarily bad. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's just part of the normal shutdown.
Yep.
And Elon, in any of his tweets, didn't mention any engine failures like that. So it sounds like that was completely intentional. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's a good point, Thomas. We don't normally see engines shut down that low in the atmosphere, right? And that's what. So, and now we know what they look like at that altitude when they shut down. You know.
Look at Jack. This was Jack. You can tell because it says record really big in the upper corner. Oh, the replay thing's blocking it. That was Jack's view from South Padre Island. And this wasn't even the full zoom lens. This was that 300 on the et cetera crop.
This is also not computer generated images. This isn't CGI. This is real.
I couldn't decide what to show. I didn't know what to show. I was flipping to this, flipping to that. Mary's got the closer in shots, but because it's more zoomed, the shake is a little bit more apparent. Jack's got a little bit further shot, so it looks a little bit more stable. And just like looking one way and the other, it's like every way is fantastic. Gosh.
I'll say one thing. This flight has proven that the concept is viable 100%.
Oh yeah, the flip. You know how we were talking about the flip?
Right.
Is the flip
it was
happen?
under control the entire time.
Yep.
It's just the heat shields are the major open question, I think.
Right. That's an open thing. But again, the big thing about can you aerodynamically control something like this? 100% you can.
God.
Oh man,
This
was yeah.
Right here.
This was insane. I didn't know what was happening. I mean, it makes sense, but
I guess it's them getting it
just
over the
getting
water.
it to the right position to begin the begin descent.
Yeah, they get it over the water, and then they sort of whip it back.
And I'm just gonna. Sorry about my mouse every now and then. I'm just going to try and pull. I end up doing too much here.
Because here we are, right when they go to shut down that final Raptor. This is just when it got completely insane to me. When you just see it, there it is.
Wow!
And you just see it emerge dramatically from the cloud.
That's ridiculous.
And it was right about here where I was like, oh, it's nosediving. And then it was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. And it doesn't look real, right?
I feel just watching this and watching the motion of how it's in the frame, knowing sort of how the camera operator would have to track it, I feel like it had quite a bit of cross range here.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can see it sort of moving towards the right
Yeah.
side of the frame. Then you see the camera operator move to correct it, and it's not falling straight down. It looks like it's got a little bit of a sideways glide to it as they keep correcting in that one direction.
Well, because some of them, well, and they will have to, because you can sometimes get your orbital path to line up perfectly over your landing target, but most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time you do have to cross range as you're re-entering the atmosphere and everything to align with your sight. This is when I think I really lost it, when I realized it was stable.
Yeah.
Good grief. Look, Chris B over there. Why is Chris B not in voice comms right now? Somebody get his microphone plugged in. Chris, I don't know if you're available or not. I didn't ask.
He might not be able to speak.
Nice. Look at this.
But this is just...
Through the cloud. Oh, no. Gosh.
This is absurd because it shows you how slowly its terminal velocity is.
Yeah.
And it's why
Mary
they do it this way.
reacquiring it was just, oh, Mary, I can't say enough how well Mary did and there it is, the two of them, and then just
look at that.
Like,
yep, definitely two engines igniting.
There's roll control. Did you see the roll control there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Two Raptors actually did the splits for a second.
And there, it looks like one of them shuts down right there, and the other one's spitting out green, which is not a good thing.
It looks like they didn't have enough pressure to even support two engines firing.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that was
wow.
Okay, I want you all to know that even on second viewing, well, that shot, that was incredible.
I had to go to this. We had the close-in shots, but this context shot with the palm trees and the waterway
and Das
Hopper still alive.
And Das, how was this particular camera positioned for the entire flight? Like, was this kept on wide, like as our cover our bases one? Is that one?
Brady was tracking it with this.
Brady was tracking.
Oh, that was the one Brady was tracking. Okay, wanted to make sure. Yeah,
we switched to it a couple times because I was mind blown that we were on that camera.
All right, I think we're gonna get the thoughts of managing editor Chris Bergen really quick. Chris, you here?
Better.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
That was amazing. I was thinking, right, I was watching this, I was thinking, we don't know the engine sequence, did we? So we were assuming there was an engine out. So my mind went from, what's he going to do, to, okay, they're going to try and get it over water, because that's when the cross range came in. We all assumed it might be going straight up, but it was going out towards water. And I thought,
that's the way to do this.
Okay, they've lost a Raptor. What they're going to do now is they're going to try and get it as far downrange as possible and get it over water and just drop it on the water. Then suddenly it lost another engine. I thought, okay, maybe it's intentional. Then it started to flip. Then it started controlled descent, and the flaps are moving. I was thinking, they're going to go for this, aren't they? I just couldn't believe it. And it was just so unlucky because they got so many wins out of this test. I can totally imagine it blew all expectations out of the water because they got the relight, they got the flip, they got over the landing pad. It was just that header tank pressure to let them down on the Raptors. But they've had the longest in-flight duration firing of a Raptor ever.
Yeah.
That's another win. They've had controllability. They've had... I don't know. I can't speak.
Chris, right now. I'm going to play, and you can talk about it. We're playing the entire thing again here. There it goes. So that is, again, from the beginning. This should be right before liftoff. And just take it away. Jeez.
And how good was the tracking as well? Mary and Jack's tracking were brilliant.
Oh, well, and Michael and Brady from thousands of miles away controlling the robots.
The whole tracking was just nuts.
I'm pulling Michael's robot footage right now off the server. It got a little bit shaky there, but the beginning, the live feed off the robot was even fantastic. Michael,
it's a decent ascent. It's slow, but it's not too slow. It's within the realms of a lot of things like Delta 4 heavies we see launching. It's not like a Delta 2 or anything like that, is it? It's not got any solid for a start.
Because of the sound, the signal was getting interrupted intermittently, and the camera tripod, I believe, was shaking quite badly.
Yeah. It was.
Look at that, though. That view right now I'm looking at right now, that the way the light's leaning off it, That is everything we had envisioned in the CGI of this silver rocket in the sky. With its flaps out. That's just 3 Raptors.
Look at
Super
that.
Heavy's going to launch with 28.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Hey, Jack,
Yep.
what's up?
Yep, we got you.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm taking photos right now. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I can safely say that was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, without question.
Jack,
Wow.
your landing burn image is amazing, dude.
Oh my god!
Wait, did Jack post photos
Hang
already?
on, we got a
Hold up.
tweet.
Yeah, throwing them in chat. Yeah, Jack posted photos. Yeah.
Video is
Oh,
going
wow.
up the dam right now.
Jack, oh my god.
I will queue. I'm queuing up Jack's photos, Doss, and when
Okay, good deal.
you have time. I'm still working on it, but I will get a bunch of them ready for us to show.
All right, I'm pushing the robot liftoff up to the
Yeah.
server so we can get that as well. There's so much good footage, I don't know what to do.
Jack's done 3 tweets. I've just retweeted all 3 of them. I normally just retweet the first one, but anyone does 3 tweets. I'm retweeting all 3 of them.
Jack, that second one of it in stable free fall is jaw-dropping, Jack.
Oh my word.
I just got to the part of my landing burn photos where I can see the green flame coming out of the Raptor. Oh my! All right, any more?
You okay, Jack?
I think that answers the question.
That answers the question. All right.
I'll tell you what, we're all going to sleep well tonight.
Oh yeah. Jeez.
That was nuts. I don't know. People were taking a heart rate on our Discord, and I didn't do it because I was too busy concentrating on everything working. But I know for a fact my heart was pumping out of my chest, and I've not had that feeling. Not even we were comparing earlier with Falcon Heavy, the debut launch of that. For some reason, that was tense and that was exciting, but it wasn't heart pounding.
My watch says I maxed out at 164 beats per minute.
Oh my god.
But damn, the design works. You can't tell people enough that you can only do so much on computational fluid dynamics, and work things out on a computer. But to actually fly the thing and get the results in flight with all the variables of like local conditions, the wind speed, of that altitude, everything like that, to then succeed and get past that point and prove it is astonishing.
And Chris, the view that we got of what it's about to do here when we switch to a balcony camera and we get it emerging from its own exhaust plume as it begins the descent back down.
Yeah.
I did the power slide here. Max throttle all the way up, all the way down. It wasn't a fast flight. This power slide, they're just burning methyl locks and slide to the side here.
Right.
God.
So it was this point, right? What I do is because I tweet as a site, I tweet as the official site's Twitter. I always tweet launches that are webcast from the webcast. I always do that every single time, if we're covering it or not. That's just the way we do it on the official tweets. And then what I do is we replay and do the our tweets later. But I knew we were doing a video for this, so I thought I'll just take a few screenshots. But at this point, I was looking at this webcast, not the official one, because it was just weird how you can just see all the plumes and all the atmospheric conditions. This part of the descent was just spectacular and better than onboard views.
Yeah. This one.
Those onboard views were incredible, Chris.
This shot was Mary.
That was Mary.
Yeah. We're talking about professional people who videoed and photographed hundreds of launches or whatever. Mary's not done this before. That is just, perfect. I mean, the guys who do this can explain how hard it is to track an object that's moving that fast. You don't realize how fast it's moving when you're watching the webcast.
Especially with such a big lens. Because she's using a DSLR camera, so there's a huge, heavy object on the end of a long pole, and it causes weight imbalance. So it's really hard to keep a steady track with that. So really impressive job, Mary.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, because I track launches with DSLRs with big lenses, and it is not easy.
Speaking from experience.
No, I'm gonna say real quick. Mary knocked it out of the park. This is the first launch she's tracked. She hasn't been out to Cape Canaveral and tracked rocket launches. She hasn't been to Vandenberg. It's the first time that she's seen something besides a hop, right? Where it's just okay up and down to the landing pad. And for the first time out, to be able to keep that in objective like this is absolutely fantastic. She did such a good job.
And I want to congratulate her too on reacquiring it.
Yeah.
That is incredibly hard, I can say from experience in the field when you've got something falling like that. She did phenomenal.
100%. Once you lose it, a lot of the times it's gone. Especially when you're zoomed in at 600 millimeters, it's like looking through a straw. That is not an exaggeration. So very, very outstanding work. I'm glancing at my screen right now as I continue to edit photos. I'm doing the explosion photos right now. Heads up. Oh my God, Mary. I'm so happy for the track that she was able to get, because look at that.
Look at that.
Oh my
The flip.
God.
There's a relight, 2 relights. That's the first time in history to have 2 in-flight relights of a Raptor.
Wow.
First time ever. And you can see it's losing its pressure there. It would have nailed if the header tank had behaved, it would have done it.
They'd have done it. That's what I mean.
It was on track.
I actually feel so bad for them that it didn't now.
Well, actually, to be fair, it gives SN9 some encouragement, doesn't it? It says, right, all I got to do is get this part right.
Right.
Well, and if the only I mean they're good. Don't get me wrong. They are going to parse this data like there is no tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
They're going to want to make changes later on down the road. But the way SpaceX tests is that they will not make all of those changes to SN9. If the primary issue here was a header tank pressurization issue, they'll fix that and go again. With a similar design iteration.
And there's people in chat saying the legs didn't deploy. Is that something we've noticed? I mean, it's a minor thing to fix, but that's something to be observant about.
They might not be programmed.
Yeah, if the engines fail, they might not have been programmed to deploy anyway.
They might not deploy until a set velocity.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, right here, it's not looking like there was a deployment, so good catch.
That makes sense, though. Not necessarily a landing leg problem.
Again, I just want to say that is a freeze frame of an actual thing that happened, not a CGI event.
The flame has a little green tint to it right there.
When it was starting to shut down, we noticed that there are 2 things that we saw that were pretty good. Is that green flicker at ignition and shutdown, or more so at shutdown of the Raptors as they spool down.
All right, time out. What's the button on YouTube to step forward and back again? I thought it was period and comma, but
I thought it was J and L.
J and K.
J and
or
K.
Arrow keys for 5 seconds.
Incorrect.
J and K. What?
What was one frame?
Oh, for
one
frames.
frame.
Yeah.
Yes, it's comma and period, I think.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, there it's going.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get. Let's let it go.
I've been going back to the force 10 seconds.
Okay, here we go. Now we can frame by frame it right here. Let's see. So this is the moments right before it impacted. Gosh, it's trying so hard. I'm wondering if 1 or 2 Raptors is on. Did one Raptor flame out before this, and so this is only 1 Raptor? I don't know. That's a question mark.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you see earlier in the video, you see one shut down very clearly.
Okay, good deal. We'll go back up and we can step through that too. But watch right here. I want to see the body whenever it makes contact with the ground.
But look how vertical it is.
There it is.
You can see. Look, is it sort of crumpling?
It's crumpling. Yeah, it crumpled first. Yeah.
Then head blew up.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, right? Because it's the skirt that's hitting first before the tank would be punctured, because it's not the tank that lands first. Yeah.
That's exactly right. What do you think those birds think? Oh, wow, look!
There you go. Look at that. Like, nope.
Wow.
What is the deal? Is that a COPV flying? What is that?
Oh, yeah. Just COPVs went flying.
That's what COPVs do.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Look at these frames right here. Right there. You can see the structure start to crumple. This is off the video, y'all. This is off Mary's video.
It was quite a tidy rud, to say the least. So it could have, you know, we saw what happened with SM4. That went flying.
It was the lack of horizontal velocity, right? When you have
Yeah.
a little, it almost had no horizontal velocity, so it didn't spread itself all over the terrain like butter or anything. This was coming straight down and almost came to a stop. So it just sort of hit and crumpled. Look at the COPVs flying. And I want to bring up Jack's tweets here. I don't want to stare at this too much. We could do this anytime.
I've got 5 of them queued up.
Oh, look at this. Let me get all the way through. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's see Jack's tweets. Let's see the imagery that Jack was able to catch.
Yeah, if you just give me a live shot, I'll put them on top.
All right, good deal.
I'm just going to retweet everything again.
Background for SN8. Remembering SN8.
Okay.
And Mary has the local on this as well. She was recording locally, and so she'll have the source footage, not the
source
broadcast.
footage from all the cameras will be uploaded, I'm sure.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh, we've got a question. We've been talking about COPVs, but we've got questions. What does that acronym mean?
Oh, composite overwrapped pressure vessel.
Oh,
I would do a composite.
I was going to be clever there. That's one chance for glory there.
Look at that. That's Jack's liftoff shop, right?
Yep. And then he got... If it's going to load, I guess not. I'll try a different one.
I can bring them up here locally since I'm in presentation mode.
Okay, cool. If you want to do it, you can do that too. That was the 2-engine.
My last 5 tweets are all Jack's photos.
Yeah. I mean,
you have it, DOS.
I literally just do this. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, you brought it up now.
I'm just missing it. There we go.
Yeah, you can see. Oh my God, so many things. I'm still editing photos here. I normally like to pick like 3 or 4 from the launch and just post those, but there's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many amazing images that just happened in front of us. So there's launch. Oh my gosh, what did we just witness? There, it rolled. It rolled midair.
Did it roll?
I tell you what, Jack, you should hold some back for Patreon and get everyone.
I've got plenty more for Patreon. And good point. If you want RAWs, if you want digital downloads, phone backgrounds, all of that stuff, you can hit my Patreon. That's where I do all of that. And of course, some of my stuff goes into NASASpaceflight L2, and you can support NASASpaceflight, do all that good stuff. But I do have a Patreon. If you want like RAWs and settings and chat with me and all that good stuff, just hit me up. Patreon. Okay, so next one.
I'm putting a link into chat.
And Jack, I just want to say too, I put up a super chat that's really appropriate. $5 from Rob Crawford saying that was the most Kerbal thing I've ever seen.
Dude, that was madness.
The most Kerbal thing you've ever seen. I like it.
And so it belly flopped. It started to go into a cloud from my perspective, but it only just grazed it and made for a really amazing image.
This one. That's where it's entering the cloud, isn't it?
Yep.
Jack, we had that on the live stream as it was diving into the cloud. The glint on the back of it, the sunlight reflecting on the bottom there, the bottom of the fins and the rim.
So beautiful.
You can even see, in this picture, you can see the landing legs. They're not deployed. Look, I'll enhance for you real quick. Enhance. Look at this picture right here. Yeah, it's my desktop. What are you going to do? You can actually see the landing legs in there.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah.
And again, I'm a broken record here. That is an actual photograph, Jack. That is freaking amazing.
Yeah. Going through my mind at this point in flight was, oh my God, UFO, twilight zone, flying unidentified flying object situation. Like, this just looks like CG. I know we've already said that. I know we've already said it looks surreal, but I don't have any other words to describe what just happened. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life by a wide margin.
Look at this. So this is the belly flop burn, it looks like, right? It's already changed its orientation. I'm just clicking down. Jack, I need to retweet all these. I haven't retweeted them yet. Oh, I mean, the heck's stopping me? I just click the button and hit retweet. Like, there you go. Done. Gosh. What else do I need to bring up, Jack?
I got some. I got shots of the explosion. You can see the green raptor on this one right there. I mean, There's so many images. I can't
Yeah.
even.
Look at this. I love this one because Hopper is like looking over the dune there. Like, what the heck is going on here? Really? Young'uns.
What are they up to over there now?
What are them young SNs doing these days? Jeez. Oh, and then the moment right here. Yeah, you could see the flying COPV there, that pressure vessel that is exiting the vehicle. It's like, I'm out of here.
I must go. My people need me.
Yeah, exactly. Jack, so many great photos here. Can one of the mods, can somebody just link all these up into chat so that people that are watching right now can click on these tweets, can like them, etc., etc. Like I'm showing them, but that's like me showing one viewing to however many people are watching. If we can, let's get those things linked up so that anybody can see them directly. I'm just gonna go and like and retweet basically everything. Oh, well, I mean, they're right here on my screen. Why can't I get the link and then paste it into chat like that? There you go. There's the initial part of the train. There, Eon Raptor, looking out for me over on Twitch. Eon, thank you so much for posting up those links and stuff. We appreciate you. We appreciate the help. Gosh. And let's see here. I'm going to check back in with the site really quickly because I need my presentation monitor, actually. So robot's still online, just some smoldering. Look, it's just like a bird hanging out over there, whatever. Gosh. I'm just continuing to click these things as fast as I can. Let me see here. I got to look at this really quickly. I've pulled the video off the robot. This is the broadcast video though, so I'm going to see how it plays. But let me see if this is super jittery.
Yeah, the feed you got might have been even worse because the connection was pretty bad and we were pushing a high bit rate.
Yeah.
I think the raw is probably better.
I mean, Michael, this is off the robot. Here. So this is off the robot. This is broadcast off the robot. This isn't local source off the robot. We'll get that off the robot as well. It takes a little bit longer to download that.
I will hide the taker and put up the replay.
Oh, good deal. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So this is the broadcast off of the robot at close range, 1.5 miles away. And look at it start to shake, how quickly it starts to shake. We'll pull the raw file off this. It's actually, the frame rates here is not quite as good. VLC really does not like me displaying this full screen.
Oh, look at that sun glint. Look at that sun glint. Oh.
I'm gonna do this to try and fix the frame rate some. I'm just gonna make the video bigger and pop right back on down to this. Is that a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, that's for some reason VLC does not like the full screen replay. I don't know. We'll pull the source off of this, but Michael, this was Michael teleoperating the robot that was stationed at Boca Chica from 1,000 miles away, keeping it in frame. Look at it shake due to the sound. Well, I guess you can't really see it shake due to the sound because the frame rate's a little bit weird. Whichever. Let's pop back over this way. Sorry about the frame rate there, y'all. I really gotta spend some time on lining that out. But I'll see if I can get forward. I mean, Mike, you had that thing almost all the way up.
Yeah, the main lesson learned is I need to make the panning less sensitive than the tilting, because as the connection got really poor because of the vibrations from the rocket, I was having trouble keeping the rocket in the center. It was kind of like oscillating back and forth as I was overcorrecting because I couldn't see what was happening in real time. Gotcha. If I had made the panning less sensitive to the tilting, it would have been easier to keep moving quickly enough to track the rocket while also keeping the rocket in the center of the frame. Because you have to be moving up quickly, but you don't need to be moving side to side that quickly.
Yeah. I don't know if we've still got Brady on this robot. If we could bring this back out to the mid shot and get the park in the front. This is from, oh yeah, of course. There you go. It's like voice activated. Nice. Well, I should really do this more often. That is the view from about 6 miles away on our long range camera out there. Back to the live shot while I work on a couple things here.
Skyline looks a little different than it did a few minutes ago.
Oh, you're right. I hear people frantically clicking like retweets and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
No, that's me. There's funny things. I've got to
fantastic.
update the launch article for this one, and there's been a Chinese launch, and I think that'll go to the back of the queue.
Yeah.
That can wait.
Oh,
So,
wow.
I mean, the crazy thing is SN9 is pretty much done. And from my understanding, their goal, if everything, if the launch site was not destroyed or damaged badly today, which clearly it was not, their goal was to roll it out to the launch site within days. And SN9 is already pretty much ready to go. So they've already installed the nose cone, they've possibly installed the Raptors already. So SN9 is going to go to the launch site, do a cryo-proof quickly, and then a static fire. It's hard to say how many static fires they'll do. They might want to investigate the header tank anomaly they had with SN8. But I mean, I would say it's not out of the question for SN9 to hop this month, because all they need to do, from what we can tell, is fill in a hole at the landing pad, and that probably won't take that long, knowing SpaceX.
Fill in a hole at the landing pad. What a problem to have, huh? There we go. There's that one.
Can I ask how many people are watching right now?
Oh,
42,000.
Still
Jack.
42,000.
there you go.
So, let me just say, if I may, 42,000 watching after an event when normally most people leave immediately after the event happens.
True. Yeah.
42,000 watching for us is a huge stream. It's a huge, huge, huge stream. I mean, that's fantastic. And the fact that we peaked over 100,000 today, the fact that everyone is so excited for Starship, I'm just, like you guys were saying earlier, I'm just grinning ear to ear. I mean, I'm losing my voice. I can't even think. I'm sitting here literally shaking from this adrenaline dump and editing photos and trying to get this video online so Brady can edit it. And I'm just so darn happy to be part of this team. Thank you everybody for all the support on the team. Doss, everybody commentating, Thomas, Chris, other Chris, Michael for the robot work, Doss for the robot work, Mary, the insane, unique angle and amazing track. I mean, what was a true team effort. I'm so honored to be part of this team. And I really just want to say that everybody that was watching, everybody that supported us, all of our members, thank you so much for liking and subscribing and supporting us and supporting what we do and espousing spaceflight to your friends and family. That's the coolest possible thing. Holy cow. There's going to be more of these. I mean, hopefully no more explosions. I mean, I completely see SN9 sticking the landing, no problem after this. But just, yeah, I'm speechless. I just want to reiterate, holy cow, all possible because of support from all of our viewers. So thank you, viewers and members, so much for enabling us to fire on all cylinders. And just wait. If you like this, if you like what we could do for SN8, just wait until you see what we're doing for SN16.
Nice.
Okay, so launch report, since I'm not a robot anymore. That was insanely loud. Watching it on Ascent, it felt super duper slow, Ascent, but obviously that appeared to be by design, right? And they even cut the engine, which I think maybe even in my video you'll get the oh no from like the crowd.
Oh.
But everyone saw that engine go out, but it just kept steadily climbing. So clearly it was under control, and it was probably easier for them to control with engines still burning rather than just sort of coasting up to apogee unpowered, like some of us thought they might. I mean, so it took forever, and then it's hanging out at apogee, and I'm like, okay, SN8, you're up there. I see you. Are you coming back? Sure enough, it entered into that belly flop, and oh my gosh, did it look controlled during that belly flop. That was just, it rotated slightly, it tweaked its position slightly. I mean, they really, just like with SN5 and SN6, although we had an explosion at the end from that hard landing, they really made so much of this just look effortless. When it's counterintuitive. You would think, no way they're going to do the belly flop the first try. No way they're going to successfully launch even to 12.5. on the first time with these engines that haven't ever flown that high. Where they're going to relight for the first time. There's so many firsts today that they accomplished. There's so much data that they gathered. I mean, okay, I'll shut up now. I got to calm down. But
I think the funny thing is, most people got about half of that. But
yeah, we caught like half of it.
Sorry.
It was great.
Yeah, Jack, we might need to get you back to civilization with a little bit more connection because it's really rough on the audio right now. We get the understanding that you're super excited, though. You're conveying that much, that's for
we
sure.
We filled in the gaps very easily.
And it's worth noting, Jack, actually, why you were saying that Elon tweeted confirmation that the Raptor engines performed great today.
So definitely not an engine issue. Totally just that header tank.
Is there anything happening tomorrow? Because it's going to be really boring tomorrow.
Chris, well, I'm glad you asked. Yes. From shiny rockets to orange rockets, we come to Florida for the Delta IV Heavy tomorrow.
Oh, of course. Excellent. Brilliant. So we've got a scrub to look forward to.
Yes.
Hey, sorry about that. Sorry, Tori, if you're listening. Can you imagine if Tori Bruner's watching the NASA spaceflight coverage of Starship SN8?
I think he'd laugh it off. Someone actually tagged, what was it? I think it was that parody account said something about like the next scrub of the Delta IV Heavy has been scheduled, and Tori liked it and retweeted it.
Tori liked it and retweeted it.
He's great.
Wow.
Also, not from I don't know if you guys saw the Boeing space news that broke like 5 minutes ago. They chose a terrible time to break it, but OFT-2 Starliner has a launch date, in case anyone's wondering.
Yes, it does.
It's not for a while, but you know, it's funny.
When is it? Sorry, I'm actually scrolling
March
back.
29. Wow.
March 29, which would be one day before the launch readiness date for Crew 2 to the International Space Station. This will be fun.
Who wants to tweet that?
I'm not doing that today.
No, it's a bit cruel, isn't it?
Starliner updates can be tomorrow. Yeah. But it is good progress to see on Starliner. All joking aside, it is good.
So yeah, it's all positive. We need 2 commercial crew suppliers because look, you know, things can go wrong even with the most confident vehicles. So you do need that redundancy. The last thing we want to do is going back to Soyuz purchases. You know, purchasing Soyuz seats because we've lost. A Falcon 9's had a bad day and it's delayed the next Crew Dragon from some engine standpoint or whatever. Starliner's not ready. What's NASA going to do? They're going to buy more Soyuz seats. That's the last thing we want to see.
Exactly, and I mean, and that would be a huge impact to the space station just up front because you can't just go buy 4 Soyuz seats. They don't make enough of them anymore. They only make enough for 2 flights a year, so it would have a really big impact. Yeah, so lots of reasons why we need Starliner. Yes, but
I'm busy moving videos and stuff like that around and the presentation stuff, and I'm just leaving it on this. Y'all talk. I'm working on all sorts of stuff.
You know, you've been streaming for 11 hours. I'm not asking anything of any of you guys tomorrow at all. I'm just not even bothering. It would be so cruel.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Daz.
Can we?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm going to say, boss, permission to build more robots, please. That's what I'm going to work on tomorrow.
We already know the answer to that, DOS.
Jeez. We've just like SpaceX, we've learned a lot from this in terms of how things worked and what we can do to improve it and all sorts of stuff. And gosh, I gained some experience. It's the first time I've had so many video feeds to choose from. Like, which one do you show? What a problem to have. God.
You know, I heard it earlier from Jack, and I just want to emphasize it as the guy who has the title boss, even though I don't feel like a boss. You know, it's his whole team here. And on that particular subject, the amount of effort that's gone into make this work is astonishing. The people probably don't appreciate it in chat because they don't know what goes on. But what you've done, Daz, is, crazy. I wouldn't even know where to start on, if I was a millionaire and I said, right, I'm going to start this space website, another channel, all that business. I wouldn't even know where to start. And I've got a funny feeling I could pay about 100 grand for a producer or someone like that, and I still wouldn't be good as you. Because it's not just the skill set, it's the fact that you put the hours in and you enjoy doing it as well. And you can't buy that. You can't put an advertisement out in the paper saying, I'd like to spend, a salary of so much for this person to do all this work because you've got, 10 years experience in TV or whatever. They wouldn't be as good as you because it's not just about the skill set. It's about the dedication towards it. And that's why we're forever grateful we got you, Daz.
Oh, I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you. I have way too much fun doing this. I mean, thank y'all for trusting me when I come up with a wacky idea and you're like, wait, what? You want to do
Camera
what? I appreciate
robots.
y'all let me try it.
Well, and Das too, like what Chris was saying, I'll interject my own personal thing to that, and for the work that you do and how grateful we are. There are legitimately not too many people I would drive to Savannah to meet at midnight for an equipment handover. But I mean, this is one of the things that we've been doing, right? But I mean, like, I do want to seriously say that. I mean, it's funny and it's a joke, but I do really seriously want to say that. I mean, like, you do absolutely incredible work for us, and thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Like I said, I have too much fun. This is really a lot of fun, and sharing this with all the people that are able to watch. Like I said, my face hurts.
Oh. Yeah, I don't really want to know what my voice is going to be like tomorrow, and I have to talk on a stream for a launch tomorrow. So,
what time does that go live, by the way?
6:50. No, sorry, 4:50. Sorry.
At least it's not 4 o'clock in the morning. That's one thing.
That is true. Yeah. Oh, good Lord. At least it's 5:50 in the evening for a liftoff. Yeah.
That was odd.
Oh man.
Is that a drone up?
Yeah,
it looks like the SpaceX drone doing some post-flight inspections.
Taking stock of how the facility looks and probably doing some mapping for the first teams that'll go out to secure the area even more at this point. Yeah. What an absolutely I mean, what an absolutely incredible day. Another member. Sorry, I just kind of want to read out because we've been talking about members of our team and everything like that, and a lot of us were separated. Not all of us were there today, but just a huge shout out to the rest of the NSF team who was supporting behind the scenes and doing what they could to also bring this to, because it was a big moment today. Big moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how cool,
Yeah, we've got to give a shout out to that Michael Baylor guy, haven't we? Hey,
he may support sometimes.
He may support a football team that our team beat, but apart from that, in 1980 something. But apart from that, another, he's on air obviously a lot of the time, but he does a lot of work behind the scenes, full on producer level, and controlling robotic cameras from thousands of miles away. Some skill.
Yeah, as a Starship does something we've never seen before.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest mistake was I don't know if you could call it a mistake, but I had no idea where it was at the end because I basically lost it right as the landing burn started, because the connection to the camera, when the Raptors ignite, like I was saying earlier, it causes interference with the modem, I think, and it really shakes the tripod. So I lost the track, and I had preset set to click depending on where it was landing, and I just didn't know if it was going to be the water, if it was going to be the landing zone. So I went for the cover preset that was like a wide angle shot to make sure I got wherever it went. But I could have theoretically gone for the landing preset and got a tight shot of the landing.
Michael, I'm gonna do what I can to bring this up really quickly. The footage off the camera that I got back up to the server actually looks sort of like X-Files footage. I'm gonna show it on the screen here. It's like, I want to believe.
X-Files footage? What?
No, you'll see. Oh, you'll see. I'm working on it. I'm taking a screenshot because it's the fastest way for me to do it. But give me just about 15 seconds here, and we'll have this, so y'all can see what the camera saw out there. So let's do save, put it on the desktop. I want to believe .png. Okay, that'll work. and hit OK. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Where's believe.png? There we go. All right, so this was the image that Michael caught on the robotic camera by diving for the preset. So here is what it looked like. Presentation. There we go. It's seriously like an X-Files shot. Oops, wrong one. Yeah.
This is a found photo.
Wow.
It looks like an X-Files shot, like I want to believe.
You know what's terrifying is we had a chat earlier today that said something along the lines of, it was a joke saying basically like, I've come back from the year 2200 and the artifact that we can find from this time period of Starship testing is labeled NASA spaceflight. And I'm like now seeing this photograph going, well, that's spookily full circle. But on X-File reference.
I'm gonna see if I can I enhance that some real quick. Let's zoom it in. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's the right way to do it. There we go, a little bit bigger. I literally just took a screenshot and then saved the file as a PNG to display on the desktop here. So there's actually quite a few frames through here. Unfortunately, it looks like we didn't get the local recording on the robot. We're going to have to look at what happened there. But I do have some frames of this. We'll see if we can pull this video. And you see it right up until the time that it touches down. And then we get a couple frames. And then we get nothing. Even on the local recording, we're not getting anything there. So we'll figure out what happened with that. But Michael, diving for that preset absolutely worked all the way down to it zooms in after this. And you can sort of see what's going on. It's really cool, though.
Because I could see it live in my preview still for some reason. So I saw that I went for the wide preset and could have gone for the tighter preset. So I immediately corrected that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I even saw the explosion live on the feed. So that was pretty cool.
Oh, wow. Ooh, there was a bigger fire. Look at that. Isn't there, or is that light reflection?
I can't tell. I think it might just be some smoldering remains.
Oh, you can definitely see behind the stand. Oh yeah.
You're right, Chris. Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, big time.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep. Never mind. Yep.
Man, I thought I saw flames, and then as soon as I said that, I was like, "Wait a minute, is that sunlight reflecting off of something?" In the setting
swamp
sun.
Gas.
Swamp gas. Yeah. Go back to that other photo and say swamp gas. But
so this is why they have those robotic dogs and those drones, is to make sure that whatever happened, there's no COPVs that are under high pressure or any hazards out there before they return to the pad.
I got another capture. Do you care if I just show this in paint.net? Is that okay? It's just the fastest way to do it. I'm just going to show it in paint.net. This is another capture off the robot there. And there's actually video frames of this. I'm going to work on exporting that video. It's not contiguous video, so I'm going to have to piece it together, sort of recover it. But that is also off the robot. Yeah, it's paint.net. What?
Okay. I was going to say, I think that previous screenshot was not the preset. That was it moving to the preset.
It was moving.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering why those trees were framed like that. I was like, did I really set the preset that wide?
No. That was zooming in. It looks like the X-File shot.
The actual preset, I think.
Yeah, that is the actual preset right there. So we caught the frames of video for this. We'll put it together. We'll recover it off the robot. Actually, it's on the server now. We were just having a really bad uplink there because it's the way we designed that one. But anyways, I got one more.
DOS, let's go back live. There's a bigger fire right now. I'm gonna
got it on it.
I'm seeing if I can regain control to move the camera. Here we go. It's moving.
Whoa!
The tent is on fire.
Oh!
Oh dear.
It'll move in a second. There's a really bad delay because of the real-time feed got messed up after all that chaos. But I have moved the camera, and in a couple of seconds you should see the camera move.
And this is to say too, this was somewhat expected, right? I mean, SpaceX was very upfront that they expected a RUD, a rapid unscheduled disassembly or kaboom of the rocket at some point. They were prepared for this. They knew that if it got to this point and failed around the time that it did, that the area could be impacted. So this isn't something that's unexpected. And I personally, I would say I'm just happy it's not near the propellant tanks right now.
Yeah, it looks like the camera's about to move finally. That's a really bad delay all of a
It is a
sudden.
really bad. I mean, it's been a really tough signal, especially
Yeah.
after it endured that.
But
There's ways to fix that.
There it is. The tent is on fire.
Oh wow! I mean, what could have possibly just like a hot piece of metal that finally caught something, or what?
Something got loose from the explosion and made its way all the way over there, I think.
Ooh.
Wow! Look at that. I'm not. I could regain the latency if I cycled this feed, but I'm not going to do it since we're looking.
There's not much difference in real time right now.
Yeah, this is probably 30, 40 seconds delayed right now. I mean, because SN8 just crashed 1.5 miles away from the robot. We can forgive it having a little bit of latency in its feed. Jeez. I don't know. I'm going to check the tower bot. Let's see if we can see anything
I've
from
just
South
thought
Padre.
the cheekiest tweet I can do with that. They're going to have to order a new tent from Amazon. I'm tweeting. I don't care. I want to see the world
I'm
burn.
tweeting.
2-day shipping.
All right. I'm trying to see if I can acquire this on the tower here. Focus.
Never retweeted something so fast in my life.
Wonder if Jeff will reply saying, "We have a great range of tents available to stay."
Focus for me here.
Yeah, people got the joke.
They got the joke.
Something. Welcome to the club.
That's my new job title, by the way. It used to be managing editor. It's now just Twitter joke maker.
Twitter joke maker.
Man, when I met you a few years ago, Chris, I just want to say, like, your sense of humor, you deliver things so well that there's always that moment in my head where I'm like, is he joking?
No, that's just Yorkshire. That's just how we all are over here.
Yeah, there's the view from South Padre Island. This is the long-range camera we had deployed over there at the hotel. But you can see that is a little bit of a fire there. I'm going to go back and see if we can zoom in a little bit more. It looks like the drone is up. Here you can see the blinking lights up above the tent, probably examining that hazard there, right? And let's see what sort of zoom we can get in and see if we can get any more context from another angle. It is a little bit dark right now. Yeah, not getting much more detail from the other angle here with this robot.
Yeah, mine's at full zoom.
Yep. This is not a low light robot. This is like a studio broadcast robot. So this one here is designed to work in low light. I mean, kind of. Wow. We on the lookout for Zeus over there? Have we seen Zeus?
I was going to say that. Yeah, they've got the robot out there, haven't they? So you'd think maybe it's got some kind of fire extinguisher on its nose.
Yeah, fire extinguisher on its nose.
That's what I'd do if I got a $70,000 robot from Boston Dynamics. I'd stick a fire hose on it.
Oh, jeez.
And just the check, so I'm reminded, or somebody else reminds me if I forget, we're at 11 hours and 32 minutes. So
oh,
we
yeah.
have 28 minutes left until we have to end to preserve the archive. We
can
always
that's right.
We can always boot up a separate post-launch stream if this fire continues to be interesting.
If the fire continues to be interesting, nice.
It might not be a bad idea just to have it like in the record, right? The process of what happened after the landing, Rudd.
I think there's 31,000 watching. Someone in chat said there's 31,000 watching a tent fire. I think it's more like 31,000 are just like not sure what to do now.
Like, what do we do next?
Like, what did we just watch?
Wait, do we
I
need?
think we're just hanging around.
Do we need a T-shirt
Can't
with
move.
a tent that's on fire? The Texas tent burners.
Texas tent watchers.
I can't even. I'm just joking. I know it's stupid. I can't even talk. Oh my god.
The Texas tent watchers, nice. Look, I've got another still off of the robot. It really does have sort of an X-Files quality to it. It's like, what is this? Did somebody throw a pie tin and then take a picture of it with a blurry Kodak camera? Like, what's the deal with this?
Hey,
But
somebody caption that. I want to believe.
I have one. I need to edit that. I need to put that up. Oh, good deal. Whew. I think we're all sort of tired here, huh?
Yes. Getting hungry too, I would imagine, for everyone as well.
Yeah.
I don't need food. I just need Starship content.
So yeah, the plan for the site is the next thing I'm going to do is update the launch article, which won't take much because a lot of it's about SN9 onwards, and then do the Chinese launch article. We've got a draft in. I've got that, and then we'll update the article one more time with what will be the video, which Brady's going to be editing from the footage we've got. So that's going to be a really great video to watch.
Yeah.
You saw when it was live. Can you imagine what it's like properly edited on YouTube?
Yep.
I just my honest answer, no, because my jaw is just going to drop again.
I can't wait to see the source footage off of Jack and Mary's cameras. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, somebody needs to tell Jack to turn off his solo. It's dying.
I'll turn it off. I'm just.
It's still on, by the way. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Words.
Jack, don't worry about it. Let the battery die. It's not a big deal at all. I just looked over and I was like, why do I still have that status light on? That shouldn't be online. I think we're all sort of doing our own tasks here. I'm working on the I want to believe meme template here.
That should be a shirt too, by the way, in the store.
Yeah, it should.
I'll throw a link in Control Center. I just tweeted a photo of the belly flop with like an extreme crop. Extreme.
Extreme.
I don't know if you want to use this one. I feel like it might work well for the I want to believe.
Oh no! The robot at Boca Chica caught one that's almost exactly like it's framed with trees and everything. We were showing it on the stream a little bit ago. Yeah.
Okay, I'll shut my mouth.
No. Yeah, Jack. It even looks like it's from the 1970s. The picture.
I tell you what, Jack. Yeah. I tell you what. Can I update the launch article with that as a feature, the one you just tweeted?
No, Chris, I don't like NASASpaceflight or helping.
All right, okay. I'll pretend I'm spaceflight now.
No.
Well, it's late. We can get away with it. Someone can record that and send it to them. Did you hear what that Chris Bergen said about you?
Elon Musk just tweeted a picture of the engine bay saying life, the universe, and everything, and he put a box around the 42 serial number on the Raptor.
Yep.
We hit 161 peak concurrent.
Wow.
Jeez.
Nice.
Right at launch.
That's crazy.
That just shows that people these days they don't just watch one stream, do they? They have like browsers open and what have you. We saw all the pictures replying to Daz's tweet, and they had like multi screens on the PCs and what have you.
Yep.
So that's where the benefit is there, especially if there's a live. I know I got some grief that when SpaceX said they're going to go live, and I was like, oh, I think that's quite good. It does work out in the end.
It really is. Again, y'all, we're sort of spooling things down here. We're watching what's going on. That small fire over there, it's sort of a tent that was next to the landing pad. We did see that tent. The sides got split by the impact of the explosion. And you can see that tent actually has some holes in it. And also that fire, it doesn't look like it's raging out of control or spreading, but SpaceX certainly keeping an eye on it. And we're all just all over the map. Jeez.
I'm trying to picture where that tent is. It's next to the orbital launch pad, isn't it? So it's the tent they put up before they started doing some construction there. So it probably literally just a temporary tent.
Yeah, it definitely looks temporary.
Yeah, for all the things I've lost.
Yeah, right.
That's not a problem.
Okay, I'm able to stand.
That's good.
I am going to start breaking down. I will shut off my solo. I will try to get my mind back. I may be back. I don't know how long you guys are planning to keep going, but I'm happy to stick around in a little bit. But I'm going to break down now that I have regained control of my legs and lower body.
Good to hear, Jack. Good to hear. Thanks again for getting that feed spooled up, all those fantastic pictures and stuff like that. Are you going to be on comms? Are you hopping off comms here too?
I'm going to be muted, but I'll be listening in.
Okay, good deal.
Wow, Brady's thumbnail for the video he's doing is astonishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks great. Of course, 28,000 people in this can't see it, but you'll see it soon.
You'll see it soon, yeah.
If you're subscribed and have notifications on. Hey.
It's a really quick view of the sunset. That's sort of a last frame. It's frozen right now, but you can see the sun sort of fading over there from the tower camera. I think everybody's uploading their stuff now is what's happening.
Yeah.
I just have to say that this type of belly flop maneuver that we just saw today, one of our excuse me, one of our team members posted up in our Discord a YouTube link to a video from 1959 of a vehicle like Starship doing a test in a wind tunnel.
Oh wow!
And it became reality today from a test in 1959.
Jeez.
Yeah. I know. I don't think we have the ability to show other videos, do we, Das?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But yeah, it's a really cool video. I tweeted it out. But yeah, really, really cool.
Oh wow.
So I think because the stream's coming up to 12 hours, we need to start rounding things up as far as. Yeah. But what I'd say is a lot of people went out there to cover this event, obviously, because it's such a historic event. But a lot of those people will be going back now. Mary, who lives there, will be continuing, and we'll get to watch SN9 preparations.
Oh, yeah.
So
this is the first of many.
Yeah, literally, I think the next thing we're going to be watching is just basically it will be a rollout, the first time ever of a full stack Starship with the nose cone installed down Highway 4 on the new. I won't call it. I'll call it roll lift because everyone does call it roll lift, but that's just a trade name, yeah. And it's a new transporter system though, because it's two of them together with a mount in the middle, which they tested recently. So that'll be a real cool thing to watch, the rollout of that, and obviously probably a slightly smaller way of testing towards the flight, which will probably be like a wet dress rehearsal, do the proof testing, things like that, and then maybe probably one static fire or two, but a lot less needed compared to SN8. So we are literally probably in the realm of weeks away from SN9's launch, learning from what SN8 did, which did a hell of a lot. So we've got a lot to look forward to. An SN10, SN11 in the mid-bay, up to SN16's been built. It's we've got a lot of things to cover in the coming months.
Absolutely. I do think oh wow, is that the lights of Hopper that came on, I guess, and started infringing on the side of the camera? Folks,
SN8 finally woke up Hopper.
I just saw all of a sudden, I'm like, what is that?
Okay, what's going on over there?
Hopper comes to life and goes, now when I went to sleep, this was clean.
Leave this mess cleaned up for 1 second.
But we will be spooling down our live coverage here with the NASA spaceflight team, y'all. We're going to go ahead and we'll leave this robot on watching over that way just so we can see if anything interesting happens. With the live streams, we're going to go ahead and turn those off now. We've been live for 11 hours and 44 minutes right now, so it's time for us to shut this down. Really quickly, let's go around the horn. Let's say thanks to everybody who made this broadcast possible. Starting over here, Chris Bergen, thank you so much for joining us here. And I mean, honestly, starting NASA spaceflight, that sort of thing.
My pleasure, and well done, everybody.
Y'all, that's Chris Bergen. You can catch him on Twitter at NASASpaceflight. I mean, like, actually, at NASASpaceflight is his Twitter. If somebody could put a link into chat when I say him, that'd be a huge help here as well. But we will see more of this coming up, that's for sure. Also, Chris Gebhardt, assistant managing editor for NASA Spaceflight. You've been on here basically all day. Thank you so much for all the time, all the commentary, answering questions and stuff, Chris.
My absolute pleasure. Today was, wow. Just, yes, it broke me. I have no words. Yes.
Absolutely. Chris is always on the live streams here, providing commentary, rolling out tomorrow, potential launch tomorrow. So,
oh, yes.
Bringing out a camera, the whole shooting match. So we will see some more of him mañana. Also, back in the studio, do we still have Thomas on?
You sure do.
Thomas Berghardt, one of the writers and live stream host extraordinaires with NASA Spaceflight. Thomas, thank you for all the time you put into this and live stream commentary, everything you do to make this stuff happen.
Absolutely. A big thank you to the rest of the team for making this possible. Thanks for everyone who tuned in and all the support. It's been phenomenal. Hope you'll stick around. We've got a lot more cool stuff to show you next couple days, next couple weeks, next couple months. And a big congrats to SpaceX on another big step forward. Today was great.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Michael Baylor. Certainly you're online. You're moving the camera right now. That's Michael moving the camera. So Michael Baylor does a ton of the back-end technology for all the screen graphics and overlays where we get questions that pop up and all that sort of thing. Also programming some of the robots. He was controlling the one here that we see. And I'll get as much footage off that as I can. But Michael, thank you so much for everything you do to make this stuff possible.
No problem. Thank you for building the rocket, building the robot, I should say. So I could...
Wait, Das works for SpaceX now?
Yeah, thank you for building the
Das
robot.
Musk.
Yeah, I could control it. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosh, hey, Michael, could you set up my favorite shot for me on launch day with the robot here? Could you do one thing?
It will take a bit of time for you to see it, but I am moving the camera right now.
Okay,
I'm gonna have to go to manual exposure to deal with Hopper, but
don't worry about it. Just get it over in that direction, and I'll say the words.
It is pointed at the pad, but it may take 40 seconds to happen.
Good deal. Y'all, there are a lot of other people that are also involved with this that we don't have on comms right now. Of course, out there in the field, I will tell you an absolutely, positively fantastic first showing on a Trek of a Launch by Mary. She's covered so many things that happen out there, but this was the first launch she's done. The hops, okay, they don't go that far. It's okay, but an actual launch, and Mary absolutely knocked it out of the park with her camera work today. Over there, she was at a safe position, fantastic views, a great angle that I didn't see anywhere else, and honestly, an absolutely fantastic trek. Here's what I want. At Boca Chica Gal, somebody in chat put Mary's Twitter, and Mary's going to do some tweets. We'll be retweeting it and stuff like that. Give Mary a follow. And when you see her videos, when you see the pictures she took, if you're on Twitter, you would be doing me a huge favor if you told Mary what a good job she did, because she absolutely did a fantastic job. The first time she's ever had a flying rocket up to 12 point. Do we actually know how tall it went? Anyways, way up there, a launching rocket in front of her, and she did an absolutely fantastic job.
Sorry, there is a answer that we can actually glean from that. The latest tweet from Elon said, and it was actually in response to Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut. And Elon said that SN8 did great. Even reaching apogee would have been great. So controlling all the way to putting the crater in the right spot was epic. So that would seem to indicate that it did reach apogee, since he said even reaching just that would have been good. So
yeah, good deal. So y'all, for real, the link to Mary's Twitter, toss her a follow at Boca Chica Gal. If you see some photos that she posts up, once we get that video going, absolutely positively she did a fantastic job with that track, keeping the rocket in frame and providing us some absolutely beautiful live stream footage out there from Boca Chica today. Like we said earlier, Mary's the reason we started these live streams. She lives there in Boca Chica Village. Not only is she out every single day recording raptors, recording what's going on. We get those daily videos here on the channel. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube here, turn on the notifiers or whatever, and look at those everyday videos that we get. But Mary, massive thanks for rolling out there and getting us that live feed. Also,
and
I know
it really is every day, isn't it? Every day.
Chris, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just the fact that you mentioned every day. It's not just the quality. It's not just the breadth of coverage. You know, it's never just like one thing. It's all the things going on. It's every single day. I couldn't do that. I couldn't, if I lived there, I could not do that every single day. I probably would, but the rockets down the road might help me, who's been into it for all my life. But I would never get the quality either. It's astonishing what she captures, and every single day.
Absolutely, y'all look for the videos. Go back and look at some of the sunrises. Just look at how beautiful it is out there in Boca Chica that we're able to experience because Mary's out there filming, streaming, everything just across the board. And I know we sort of said goodbye to him earlier. Jack Beyer was on here. Robot Jack was on here. Squeaky Jack was on here. He was out there as well doing an absolutely fantastic job. I think we put his info up before, but he is at the Jack Beyer on Twitter. If somebody could put that link into chat as well so that people could click on that and toss Jack a follow.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Hey.
And thank you, Doc. I'm sorry for being so ridiculous, but
no way.
What else can you do when you see something that ridiculous? Thank you, everybody, so much.
Hey, Jack, we're not looking for engineering footage. We're sharing an experience with people, right? And you being out there and letting us know how you felt when you saw that thing come down from the sky, that's part of the experience. And you have absolutely given us stuff here today that we'll remember for a long time.
Yeah, and it's an honor and a privilege. And right now, believe it or not, I'm watching the International Space Station with a very bright visible pass here over Brownsville, over South Padre Island. And I'm looking at the International Space Station right now, and this is surreal because we talked about it. We've talked about it many times about how the ISS is roughly the same internal pressurized volume of Starship. And,
True.
And it's madness to think the culmination of the entire space shuttle program over 30-something years resulted in the gem, the pinnacle of human achievement that is the ISS.
Yeah.
And what we just witnessed today will hopefully be, the beginning of even more massive structures in space and even more people in space. And welcome to the future, everybody. I sure hope it's as great as we all want it to be.
Nice. Jack, thank you so much. Y'all, we've got to spool down the stream pretty soon here. But that's Jack Beyer. Make sure you toss him a follow as well at the Jack Beyer over there on Twitter. Hey, everybody else, all the super chats, all the people that ask fantastic questions, people that just showed up. Hey, if all you did was text your mom and be like, check out this stream, and mom hopped on and was like, what the heck's going on? And you shared it out. everything that you do to be a part of the community and support us. We appreciate it. You bought some merch. If you bought one of those T-shirts where we had a SN8, that's limited edition now because SN8 is no more. NASASpaceflight.com/shop. Let's get that link into chat as well. But this is the NASA Spaceflight team. I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight, and we will be closing down our live coverage of the, I'm going to use the term, successful launch flight today of SpaceX Starship SN8. Stay tuned because we're going to see Starship SN9 sooner rather than later. But there's that shop link if you want to grab one of those Starship Skyline new shirts. We just released them earlier today, and we will see you nerds later. Thank y'all so much for making this possible.
Chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantic. Flight downside, FPD off. FPD off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.